and like Mark Levin. I don't agree with Mark Levin on a lot. I like Mark Levin. I think he's awesome. He's the great one. But sometimes Laura Loomer, they go into cancel culture, and I'm like, what are you doing? We'll get to that. I'll give you my thoughts on that. His monologue on about my family isn't comedy. His words are corrosive and deepens political sickness. Got a point here. We talked about this yesterday with how do you fix the stochastic terrorism by going after the symptom like the Hassan Pikers, as opposed to going after YouTube, who pays him. There's a difference. I think that conversation should be had. President Trump also said he appreciated so many people were incensed by Kimmel's remarks, claiming they were a call to violence. Yeah. So essentially, what we need to figure out, I don't care, like, if it was a joke or not, right? I really don't, like, I'm just saying, why does one side think it's funny, right? Like, I think maybe if, you know what, actually, I don't think anything, right? We have evidence. We have evidence of this. You know, in fact, let's go look this up, right? Trump, Rob Reiner. Yeah, well, so look, he also did this with Rob Mueller. Rob Mueller just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. Trump got called out by so many people on the right for saying this, right? We're like, this is in bad taste. When Trump called out Rob Reiner, right? He said it like after Rob Reiner was killed by his kid. So many people on the right called him out, right? There was so much backlash. And those are two people that hated Trump. They tried to one of them tried to ruin his life, and the other one was just criticizing him constantly. And Trump said some, like, you know, insensitive things about their deaths. And we all called him out. Like, there was besides maybe a few crazy people who have, like, you know, just blind loyalty, a lot of people on the right were like, dude, this ain't right, right? But I'm not seeing, like, pretty much any of that from the left. I'm not seeing any. I'm seeing a ton of whataboutism. I'm seeing a ton of deflection, excuses, denial. And it's like, so we need to figure out why. Like, not whether or not it was a joke about Trump being assassinated or Trump being older than Melania, right? I don't care. We know that the people who watched Jimmy Kimmel probably took it as a joke about assassination. Whether or not he meant it that way doesn't matter. And we know by their reaction to the assassination attempt, with a lot of people being like, too bad he missed, right? Or too bad he didn't do it. You know? Like, that's exactly how they think. So, like, the left they're not going to be able to hide behind comedy on this one, right? It's like they've shown you who they are. Jimmy Kimmel's shown you who he is. I think that we should try to figure out whether or not there should be some type of, I don't want to say like boycott, like Bud Light treatment or what have you. But should we call out, like, should we be like, okay, should Jimmy Kimmel be fired? 'Cause I don't think we should start doing that, but should we brush it off, take it in stride, or should we make a big deal about this? Because what we're seeing is the normalization of this death cult and this stochastic terrorism and this violent rhetoric that's clearly inspiring crazy people to commit violent acts, right? And then what about it? Yeah, actually, I saw a study, and the study says that there's actually way more right-wing violence, way more. But no, there isn't. because in those statistics, they don't include Antifa, they don't include BLM, they don't include all the anti-ICE protests, they don't include any of that. They only include, and by the way, I'll prove it. Look, we have Perplexity queued up for this too, but let's see. CSIS domestic terrorism event statistics. Okay, so look at this, right? Right wing versus left wing. Oh, sorry. Let me put this on the screen. That's probably a better idea, so you can actually read it. So when the left comes back at you and goes, actually, there's way more right wing domestic terrorism and right wing violence. Okay. CSIS's data shows right-wing violence has been more frequent and more lethal than left-wing violence. Okay, how to read it, I don't care. What do they consider right-wing? All right, defines right-wing terrorism as racial, ethnic supremacy, including white supremacists, anti-government extremism, incels and misogyny, QAnon believers, anti-abortion violence, partisan attacks on the left-leaning figures or policies. Okay, what right-wing groups are mentioned in CSIS's statistics? CSIS specifically mentions the AWD, the Rise Above movement, the Base, Patriot Front, Three Percenters, Ku Klux Klan, Patriot Prayer, and Oath Keepers. What left-wing groups are specifically mentioned? None. They don't mention any of them because they don't consider them terrorists. That's why the statistics are effed. Caught myself. No formal groups like Oath Keepers are listed. CSIS emphasizes anti-government extremism, 17 out of 41, and partisan extremism, often targeting law enforcement or government. It's bullshit. It's a bullshit stat, just like every bullshit stat the left gives you. Sick of it, man. Sick of it. I'm literally sick. Like, they piss on your back and tell you it's raining outside. Tired of it. We are not that dumb. Anyway, let's move on to the next story, and then we'll get into the more of the story that we've spent the whole show on. Yes. No, not to mention, thank you in the chat, not to mention the SPLC was funding half of those hate groups. The left-wing organization, Southern Poverty Law Center, is literally dropping millions into those right-wing extremist groups. Oh, what is this? Middle East crisis. Iran's foreign ministry condemns U.S. seizure of Iranian-linked tankers as piracy. That's hilarious. Piracy and armed robbery. It's hilarious if you guys know history, because like the Barbary pirates were the first, like, since America's founding, the first people that we had to deal with were the Barbary pirates, which were literal pirates. And then we have Somali pirates, and we have all sorts of pirates in the Islamic world. But if we take one of their tankers, we're the pirates. It's the same thing the left's doing. Actually, you're the one doing the thing. Screw you. This is one of those stupid linked. I don't know why they do these thread stories. We're not even looking at it. CBS News. What do we know about the suspect at the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner? Cole Thomas Allen, the suspected gunman who tried to attack the White House Correspondents' Dinner, left behind what officials are calling a written manifesto. It's literally what it is, but okay. In which he clearly stated he wanted to target officials in the Trump administration. Yes, he said from highest to lowest. So Trump first, then JD, down the line. President and First Lady Melania Trump were safely evacuated from the dinner, and none of the attendees were seriously injured. Secret Service officer was struck by one round, believed to have been fired by the shooter, but the agent was protected by a bulletproof vest. Suspect was apprehended at the scene. Allen was an educator from California with an engineering degree from a prestigious university. Authorities found anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric on the suspect's social media account. Oh, would you look at that? So Trump wasn't lying. People were saying that, oh, he wasn't anti-Christian, he was a Christian. No, he was anti-Christian. You guys are such idiots. You guys are such idiots. Not you guys, not my chat, not my followers. The left. Just freaking, one person gives you your freaking confirmation bias, and you're like, actually, I thought you guys didn't like Christians. Why you hoping? What do you do? Oh, so you're hoping he's a Christian, so you can what? Try to say Christians are bad? Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said on Face the Nation that investigators believe he was targeting members of the Trump administration. A total of at least 5 to 8 gunshots were fired. We already know all this. Looks like this is just reiterating stories that we already kind of know. Okay, let's move on. You know what I didn't see yesterday? Who wants to guess what we didn't see in America, all throughout the streets of America? We didn't see a specific kind of protest, right? Does anybody find it weird that here, let's go to a different story. Let's go to, here we go. Oh, come on, I just clicked the same damn story. Let's go to, here, we'll go to this. Anyone, did we see any no kings protests when a literal king came to see Donald Trump? None. Guys, help me out here. If you're listening on audio, I'm highlighting a very specific word in this headline. Can somebody tell me what this word says? It's K-I-N-G. K-I-N-G. That's a very specific title. And it's what a lot of people in this country seem that they have a very big problem with, right? No kings. No protests when an actual king shows up. Interesting. It's very interesting. Every stop on King Charles, Queen Camilla's U.S. visit, here's where they're traveling in America. I don't want to broadcast that. Oh. All these no kings protests, maybe. I'm wondering if, like, the no kings protests would, like, find this schedule and just be at every city and be like, no, we said none of you. Oh, they like that king. Oh, that's why they're not doing it. They like that king. That king's a liberal. Ah, I gotcha. King Charles set to travel to parts of the United States beginning Monday with new details outlining a multi-city visit to celebrate America's 250th anniversary of independence. That's hilarious, by the way, because you know, 250th anniversary from what? Was it when we got rid of the king? I mean, this is like the one that you don't show up for. It's like, you know what? Maybe stay. This is like taking a walk of shame on purpose. This is like leaving your car at the person you slept with's house and walking down the street with one of your heels broken off and your makeup smeared all over your face. King Charles is just like, yeah, we're going to do this. We're gonna go right through your whole country. We're just gonna be like, yeah, you won. Good job, you won. Hey, how you doing? Seattle? You won. How you doing? Boston? Yep, you guys won. Yeah. The L tour. Okay. They'll visit Washington, D.C., New York City, and Virginia, marking King Charles' first official state visit to the United States as a monarch. He's a monarch. They literally say they don't like that. Queen Elizabeth previously carried out 4 state visits, 1957, 76, 91, and 2007. President Trump will host the royal couple at the White House. He's looking forward to the visit. It's so hilarious. It really is. It's just hilarious because, again, right? The left really is the height of hypocrisy, right? It's like they own that. They have a monopoly on hypocrisy. They literally were doing no kings protests in the UK. They just called them no tyrants protests because they were basically going, whoa, we have a king. Shit. Can't say, I don't want people getting confused and thinking that we don't like that king because we do. Oh, so you do like kings? No, just our king. Okay, but Trump's not a king. He acts like a king. Well, does he act like your king? No. What's going on? He doesn't act like our king at all. So, okay, so he doesn't act like a king. No. Oh my God. It used to give me a headache. Now I can't stop laughing at it, right? And you guys have to learn how to do that. You have to learn how to never let the left upset you, right? Or the woke people in general. It's hard. Sometimes, every once in a while, like yesterday when they try to murder people, even I will not laugh. I'll be serious. But for the most part, right, when we do like Fan Mail Friday and when we do Woke Wednesday, and we're laughing at them because if you're not a happy warrior, they win, right? Their whole goal is to demoralize you. Their whole goal is to make you upset, right? You win when you're not. That's how you win. I learned that a long time ago. All right. I don't care about where you stop. Okay, New York City, cool. Where they had most of the No Kings protests. The right should do one. Oh my God, it would be hilarious. I'm gonna call Enrique. I'm gonna call Enrique Tarrio, and I'm gonna be like, bro, it would be hilarious if you guys set up a No Kings protest in New York. Like, just wouldn't that be hilarious if like a bunch of people on the right were like, no kings? The left would be like, well, do we join? Like, do we fight them? What? Like, how do we? I kind of agree with you, but I don't know why. They're going to honor the victims of the September 11th attacks. They will meet with the first responders. King Charles set to visit a community organization focused on mentoring children. Then he's going to go to Virginia, where they'll attend a community block party. Okay. Well, I mean, okay, good. I guess I think it's good to have a good relationship with other world leaders, right? So I do think, in all jokes aside, I think that's good. I think it's good that King Charles is here, right? As opposed to, being like divisive or something like that. So, yeah. All right. Good. All right. Let's see here. Should we do one more? I don't know why. Why are they fighting? Because I don't know. Because Elon's a child. I'm not 100% sure if Elon's not a bad guy. Like, I don't know. He might be like the Antichrist, like not the Antichrist. That was hyperbolic. I'm not like Tucker Carlson where I'm being serious. But there's a non-0% chance Elon Musk's a bad guy, right? Like, he might also be a good guy, but I don't know, right? Does anybody else feel that way about him? Like, why? And I know that that's completely unrelated to this story. It was just on my mind. Somebody asked me that at the wedding the other day. They're like, what do you think of Elon Musk? I'm like, he could be evil. He also could be like really, really nice. I don't know. The guy was like, I know. And he agreed with me right away. Notice me, by the way, like the one person at the wedding that was like, do I know you? And I was like, I'm on the internet. Oh, you're that misfit guy, was sitting at my table. It was funny. Elon Musk and Sam Altman are fighting. Okay. I don't care. That's the end of that story. Let's get into our main event. Okay, obviously the left can't meme. We did this one. Let's get rid of those. Babylon B. Nation longs for good old days when comedians were funny and didn't wish death on people. Yeah, see, that's funny. So here's Jimmy Kimmel defending the quote joke from the show. Let's take a look.
So on Thursday, 3 days before the event, in order to keep that cherished tradition alive, I did my own version of the Correspondents' Dinner on my show. I put on a tuxedo. We pretended we had an audience of luminaries. We used old footage of the Trumps, of Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance.
Keep explaining the joke, bro.
Kid Rock, Vanilla Ice, all the members of his cabinet. And we made it seem like they were all together in a room. We had a little roast. Again, this was Thursday, and there was no big reaction to it until this morning when I greeted the day facing yet another Twitter vomit storm. And a call to fire me from our First Lady, Melania Trump, saying I should be fired because of a joke I made, again, 5 nights ago. It was a pretend roast. I said, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at her, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow, which obviously was a joke about...
Like, hold on. Do you see how... This is the second time, okay? Like, they... Every single person in that audience knows that Jimmy Kimmel already told this joke. Right? They should know that even if it wasn't intentionally inappropriate, it was perceived as inappropriate. Okay. And he just said it in an explanatory way. And these freaking morons are cackling like retards in the audience. Right? It's not even funny, like, it wasn't that funny the first time. Definitely not funny the second time, right? And they literally, like, right? So do you understand, right? There's either a neon sign over him that says laugh, right? Which I don't even think so. Or these people are literally just like, they really do think that the idea of Donald Trump dying is hilarious, which is the most likely Occam's razor explanation, right? So it's not comedy. It's not even dark comedy. It's death worship. It's celebratory of death, of their political opponents. It's who they are, right? Like when he explained that the second time, it should have been pin drop in there. But he knows what he's doing, right? He knows what he's doing. That's the thing. So this whole half-assed, not even real apology, and this explanation of, oh, it was only a joke because there's an age difference is bullshit. And that's how you know. They're still laughing at it.
Their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not, by any stretch of the definition, a call to assassination, and they know that. I've been very vocal for many years speaking out against gun violence in particular, but I understand that the First Lady had a stressful experience over the weekend, and probably every weekend is pretty stressful in that house. And also, I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it, because, by the way...
No, look, that's real. Those are real people.
Donald Trump is allowed to say whatever he wants to say, as are you, and as am I, as are all of us, because under the First Amendment, we have, as Americans, a right to free speech. But with that said...
I agree with him there.
I am sorry that you and the president and everyone in that room on Saturday went through that.
Okay, that's the end was the apology. I'm sorry you went through that. Sorry somebody tried to murder you. At the very end, just a little. I agree with Jimmy Kimmel that what he did was fully protected under the First Amendment. Right? I agree with that. I agree that he has a right to say it. I don't think that he should be fired for saying it. Right? I don't think that what Melania or Trump are doing is pressuring ABC to fire him. I think that they're rightfully saying, I was almost freaking murdered, and you keep making jokes about it. I think you should be fired. That's a personal feeling from those people, right? I think Jimmy Kimmel should be fired because his show sucks, right? Not because of that joke, not because of the joke he told before about Charlie, or the quote joke about Charlie Kirk. No, he should be fired because his show sucks. All right. Where are Jimmy Kimmel's ratings for his show? Well, recently, he's drawing in 2.2 million viewers. So look, this is, if you don't know how to research properly in order to get to the truth behind the web of lies, right? I'm going to show you how. Okay, we're going to show you how to break all this down. If you read this alone, right, and just this screenshot alone, you think he's doing very well. Right, Jimmy Kimmel's late night show is drawing 2.2 million viewers in recent weekly Nielsen reports. Oh, okay, good. Posting strong demo numbers, including 263,000 adults 18 to 49 in the prior week. Okay. So you go to this story here, which is where this is the one that it's mentioned right here, TV Insider. Okay. It's been a quiet March so far. Okay, live +3 ratings. The Seth Meyers Show, 1.1 million viewers. Late Night Colbert. ABC, Jimmy Kimmel held the second spot with 2.17 million viewers and 228 demo viewers, right? So I believe is that demographics? Where it's like 18 to 49, I believe that's what it means. So they added a lot outside of the demo with replays. I don't know how that works, but it's irrelevant because the point we're going to make here is see how they look at what they did right here, right? See, everything's highlighted blue. There's bold. Everything's bold and beautiful. It's highlighted. It's at the top, right? Look at this, the way that the fake news frames this shit. Then at the bottom, right down here, the biggest viewership was over on cable, where Gutfeld once again drew the largest audience with 3.53 million total viewers and 300,000 demo viewers. Now that show was down 5% in both measured categories. So were the other ones. Okay, so we have Greg Gutfeld with 1.5 million more viewers than Jimmy Kimmel on a network people pay for, right? Jimmy Kimmel show's free, and he has less people. So let's go back to Perplexity. Let me show you how you figure out whether or not these numbers actually are positive. Has Kimmel's show lost money for the network? Probably yes. At least according to reporting and industry estimates, multiple outlets say traditional network late night shows have been losing money. 2022 was likely the last year most or all of them turned a profit. Okay, what the reporting says. Fox Business, citing industry resource, declining viewership, ad revenue. Report says late night ad revenue across major networks fell from 439 million in 2018 to 220 million last year. So over 200 million, almost $220 million has left the late night advertising space. Also quotes network TV research says 2022 was likely the last year most or all traditional network late night shows turned a profit. Okay, so 2022, okay, was the last time that these hosts were making money, right? So why do they still have a job? Any job, my job, right? Like if I had a worker that worked for me, I do construction, I do remodeling, okay? I hire a guy for $17 to $20 an hour, all right? His job is to just be a helper, right? I call this the bucket the bucket math, right? The bucket math is I mix up like thin set and mortar in buckets. Okay, bucket costs $5 ish. Okay, I'm paying the kid 17. Let's call it 20, round number. I'm paying the kid $20 an hour. Okay, so at $20 an hour, I'm going to do the math with you here. All right. At $20 an hour, I believe that's so 60 minutes divided by 20 is is that three? No, is it $3? No, not $3 a minute. It's reversed. So a dollar a minute. A dollar a minute would be $60 an hour. So 33 cents a minute. That's what it was. So 33 cents a minute times let's say 10 minutes. All right. If it takes the worker 10 minutes to clean my bucket, I paid him $3.30 to hand me back a bucket, a used bucket, right? Whereas I could just fire him and go buy a new bucket for $5. I spent an extra $1.50, but I had him, he was wasting 10 minutes of my time, right? That's how business owners look at employees, right? Are you making me money or are you losing me money, right? So the bucket math I have is if I hand a kid a bucket and it takes him more than 10 minutes, right? I almost paid for a new bucket by the time he got back with the bucket. Does that make sense, right? And I'll fire him. I'll be like, I don't need you. It takes about a minute and a half to clean a bucket, is my point. If you're losing me money or you're even like breaking even and I'm just not happy with you, you're gone. So this is how normal businesses would think about any type of, like thing, any type of employee-employer relationship. Yet these late night shows, they keep on keeping these hosts on, and their message is very political. It's all leaned one way, right? But they still keep them on. Right? Why? That makes no sense from a business standpoint. Right? So Jimmy Kimmel should not be fired because he told a joke. He literally should objectively be fired because his show sucks. It does not make money. It's not funny, right? Now that's subjective, right? Comedy's subjective, right? Maybe those people really do think it's funny that Trump's going to die. But it's not. The numbers are right here. They're losing hundreds of millions of dollars. So why haven't they fired him over that? Right? You don't need the shitty joke. You should just be like, hey, man, we looked at our profit and loss statement and yeah. And you also have, right? Just saying, you have a comparison here with Gutfeld. He has way more viewers. He clearly makes money for the network. It's a paid network. Like, you have to pay for Fox News. So Gutfeld's got more viewers in a paid slot. That, to me, is what we should really be focusing on, right? Like, because I'm really getting tired of seeing the people on the right engage in cancel culture as opposed to making a better argument, right? Like, because, like, look, Mark Levin, I like Mark Levin and everything like that, but he's like, yes, we should cancel them. It's like, no, dude, come on, man, you're not getting it. That's how they win. They win when you stoop to their level. But if we're going to talk about their level, right, we can point out the glaring hypocrisy, which is where it's so easy. Shooting fish in a barrel is finding leftist hypocrisy. Jimmy Kimmel's net loss of 20 to 40 million per year. Roseanne was bringing in money for her show, and they fired Roseanne immediately, right? And Roseanne claims, and I think this was actually settled out of court, so I think that this is 100% true. Barack Obama and Michelle Obama got Roseanne fired because she, I don't know, took Ambien and made a racist epithet. Like, shit, it happens. But I mean, like, guys, look, I don't think that this should be the argument you focus on, right? Like, I think this is the argument you focus on. Jimmy Kimmel should be fired because his show objectively, measurably sucks and is losing money, right? Now, then you can go, okay, you can do the whole, I'm just asking questions, like, why? Why would they keep him on? Well, they keep him on because it's a propaganda machine. That's obvious. That's the only reason you would keep a show on a network that is losing money, that is clearly a political show that leans one way. Why would they see a value in the loss, right? They see we are losing $200 million. Is it worth it? And they say, the people at the network say, yes. Why? Because Jimmy Kimmel's attacking Trump all the time. Maybe Jimmy Kimmel will inspire one of his crazy followers to fucking murder him. They see the value. That's the point. They do not care about the money that they're losing because they have a puppet. They're paying for the puppet. They're not thinking like a regular business that has dollars in their, like, because that's how all businesses work. It's like, oh, we're losing how much? $200 million? You think we should get a new host? Nah. Guys gotta wake up and stop calling for cancel culture. It's not productive. It really isn't, right? Like, it's never productive. You never call for people to be like fired or canceled or whatever, right? Real quick, we got 2 minutes left. This is one last final thing I wanted to point out.
I look at that side and go, well, jokes are jokes, but the rhetoric, I think, is a little dangerous, and we've seen it a lot lately. You know?
It seems like on Saturday night there was an opportunity for a moment of unity between the press and the current administration. Do you have faith that that might happen in the next couple of years?
I always have faith in the press. I always believe in it. Jimmy's a comedian.
Here we go.
And I would argue that Caroline Leavitt didn't mean shots should be fired.
Okay, there it is.
Right? She was making a joke.
I missed it. Missed it the first time. So this is the other. If you hear this bullshit talking point, Caroline Leavitt said shots fired because she was literally at a roast. Right? She was like, shots fired. Shots will be fired. It was the White House Correspondents' Dinner is going to be a roast. Okay, so that was an appropriate joke. Okay, and Jimmy Kimmel said, Donald Trump is going to die. Stop the false equivalency bullshit. This is insane. This is an insane talking point. All right, well, we got about a minute left. Let's do the shout outs, and then we're going to send you on over. Ooh, what is that? Send you on over to Sean Farish with Ungoverned. We got Kit Kat Mar, Machine, Eileen Jimenez, Carla KMG, Carla Hare, W. Wilson, 1964, Nem Mac Jack, Don Biss. T. Mitchell, do not let the left off the hook. Yeah, keep calling out the left. Funmon, and who else? Damn, we got a slow chat today. Make sure you share this right before you guys get out of here. Get that Don Biss, a.k.a. Titank. Okay. Great guy, Gary. Winky, winky, nod, nod. LFA producer, share. Yep, everybody hit that mute or dump button when drinking. Oh yeah, I know. I forgot. Yeah, it's no fun listening to somebody's throat taking a beverage. So here we go. I'm gonna dump it right now.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not.
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Tuesday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroin Nation, coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com slash LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Tuesday to you. Happy Tuesday to ya.
You guys don't understand how fancy we are right now.
Oh.
Everyone, hold your pinkies out.
Everybody, pinkies in the air.
We're fancy around here now.
We're so fancy now. I've got a brand new board. We have a new soundboard on the way. This is going to be, if it sounds a little better to you this morning, that's because we're on a nice, it's a big, beautiful new piece of equipment. It's a beautiful thing. I have to say, it's so beautiful. Look at it. There's a lot of colors on it.
I almost just said something bad.
She almost said something bad. There's a little bit of a noise issue going on. I will fix yours in a second. Hold on. Actually, I'm going to do that right now.
Okay.
What I'm doing is just trying to hone in the... We'll leave it at that. There we go. I'm ready for this. It's like a party. Come on. Come on. Come on. You guys know you want to have fun. We also have the misfit button. There it is, right? It's like if you do an earmuff, so you could do... There it is. All right, we have a couple of cool things here. Did you say something that the people like? Applause. Yes. I am very, very excited about having this. There's also a Karen button, which I will... well, you know what? Why don't we do this? Because a lot of people got very upset. Look at this. Watch.
Oh, my gosh. I want to speak to the manager and clutch my pearls.
Guys, this is going to be a lot of fun.
And we're getting my soundboard set up soon, too.
Wouldn't you know it? I just said that.
I wasn't listening.
I know. It's all right. Yeah. We got another one coming, so we're going to have some fun. Folks, this is going to be, this is the official Karen button. This is also the Candace Owens buttons.
I don't really know. No. But I know. You know.
You sound like the turtle from...
That's... Crush from Finding Nemo.
No.
Well, you never really know, but when they know, you know.
That's Candace Owens.
She stole the line. I mean, no one understands this because no one's as big a Finding Nemo's fan as me. She stole the I don't know, no, but I know, you know, line from Finding Nemo. All right. Anyway, we're not just going to be pressing buttons and having fun with the board today, although that is part of the agenda because we're going to have a good time. It's going to be a good time. Folks, the theme of the show, the title of the show is Do Not Let the Left Off the Hook for what they are clearly responsible for. And when I say this, I don't want anyone to say, oh, here he goes again. Here he goes. This is the Karen.
So you don't want people asking questions?
This is going to be so much fun. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you want if you're going to ask a question, I'm fine with you asking the question. Ask. But when you so let's flash back to Butler. Remember Butler, Pennsylvania, the Thomas Matthew Crooks assassination attempt. Remember Tony Saruga, zipline guy? And then a guy came out of the water tower on a zip line into a black SUV like Mary Poppins or something like remember that? What did that do? What did that conversation do about zipline people and 473 shooters and all this? What did that do? It allowed the left, who's responsible for people trying to kill Donald Trump. Now you have people victim blaming. No, Donald Trump's responsible for it. If he just wouldn't talk the way he talked, if he
would stop being so disgusting.
They're like, it allowed them to evade accountability. Ryan Wesley Ruth, same deal. Tyler Robinson. I said this very early on when the Candaces of the world were like, he didn't pull the trigger. It wasn't him. It was the Jews. They blamed everyone but the left. They blamed everyone but the left. That's the problem that we're having here. If you're blaming everybody but the left, then you are basically, you're just carrying water for them. You're carrying water for the left if you blame everyone but the left. When we get involved, if there's an act of political violence that takes place somewhere, and whether it's the White House Correspondents' Dinner, whether it's Charlie Kirk, whether it's Butler, whether it's Ryan Wesley Ruth, or any of these other ones, and we start veering off track, right? The Charlie Kirk assassination attempt is by far the most obvious and the most egregious of this error that we make as conservatives. Once we start veering off track, we start blaming the Jews, we start blaming the wife, we start blaming a microphone bomb that was clipped to his shirt. I mean, folks, hand signal. That's right. No one's ever adjusted a baseball cap before. Ever. Right? It's hand signals. What is he telling them? A steal second? Every time we do something like that, and we veer off track, we always like to point out psyops and distractions. That's the psyop, folks. I hope you understand this. That is the psyop. That is the operation that the left loves, and we give it to them every single time. Whenever they are so obviously responsible for political violence, we get ourselves all wrapped up in silliness. Zipline shooters and microphone bombs, and of course, Israel, and all of these other conversations. Again, I'm not telling you don't ask questions. I'm just saying when you start asking silly questions, you need to at least at some point understand that the questions you're asking are very silly. That's it. And a lot of the times that conversation devolves into some sort of look at me, I have hidden knowledge, dangle the carrot grift, and the left winds up escaping accountability again. Don't let them off the hook, especially in the wake of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Don't let them off the hook. Okay? That's the point that I'm trying to make. Don't let them off the hook. And that's what we're going to mention. We're going to talk about this the entire time. You've got these people. Joy Reid, she's back. We'll bring out the glasses. The Joy Reid glasses are always available. She's back. She's saying, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, it could have been staged, or it could have been Russia. It could have been Russia. Could you believe it? Russia was responsible for it. I can't believe it. Hakeem Jeffries doubling down on the maximum warfare comment. Doubling down. Hey, you know what? The right, Republicans should take notes on how he handles it when the media hyperventilates over his comments, because he actually handled it better than most Republicans would have handled it. They would have folded. Granted, there would have been more pressure, so there's a different variable there. We've got all that. We've got an interesting development out of Virginia. The state Supreme Court it's looking at those gerrymandered maps saying, I don't know what you guys are doing over there. All right, got that. Lee Zeldin had a moment on the Hill yesterday. He, Representative Rosa DeLauro. You'll know her when I play her. You don't know the name, Brennan, but the Rosa DeLauro is. What's that? You can't hear on those? All right, we'll have to fix that. I don't know. I can't fix that right now. But Rosa DeLauro is one of these clowns. She looks like a Pokemon. She has the purple hair in Congress with the big old glasses. Okay. Lee Zeldin embarrassed her yesterday because of she believes in the climate change hoax. The Somali pirates, they're back. Wonder why they're back? Maybe because we shut down all the Leering centers. We've got so much. We're going to start with the what was I going to tell? Hakeem Jeffries, the left. Don't let them off the hook. We're going to start with all that. Before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends over at OFP Farms. It's OFPFarms.com, 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 promo code SHAWN. OFP Farms Mother's Day gift boxes are more than just a gift. They are an experience this Mother's Day. Give mom more than a gift. Give her a moment to feel pampered and truly treasured. At OFP Farms, every product is handcrafted right on their farm using fresh goat milk and grass-fed tallow. Rich, nourishing ingredients her skin will absolutely love. It's more than just skincare. It's a daily reminder that she deserves to slow down, take care for herself, and feel appreciated. For a limited time, you can get 20% off your entire order with the code Sean, SHAWN. Clean ingredients, small batches, real results. From the farm to her skin.
Oh.
There it is. Because mom deserves to feel this good every single day. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 20% off. Get those orders in. Mother's Day is what? 12, 13 days away at this point? 12 days away? You're going to have to get those orders in like in the next couple days if you want a realistic shot of them getting delivered by Mother's Day. Of course, a belated gift is all right too, but make sure you go to OFPfarms.com. Get those orders in now. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. Here's a quick video from the farm. All right, it's OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN, OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN. Okay, let us get to what we wanted to start with. I wanted to do this yesterday. I had this set up yesterday. Actress Mia Farrow suggests Donald Trump may have staged the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner to raise his approval ratings. Here we go with this crap. Please, I am begging you. I know conspiracy theories are fun. I know rabbit holes are fun. I understand that folks think that, you know, it's always more amusing. It's like, oh, we're going to ask questions. We're going to get to the bottom of this. I get it. And I'm not telling you that you can't ask questions and that you can't, consider other things. But usually when we do this, the left sits back and starts eating the popcorn, because what winds up happening is we wind up looking at the story that makes the most sense, right? The rhetoric from the radical left about Donald Trump, about Donald Trump's cabinet, about Donald Trump's supporters, and by the way, the woke right, where you had, Brennan pointed this out to me yesterday after the show, you had the shooter, Cole Thomas Allen, say that Donald Trump was the Antichrist in his manifesto, and you had Tucker Carlson and his wacky brother essentially imply the same thing on a podcast. Look, folks, the woke left and the woke right are shaking hands. They're not just shaking hands anymore at this point. They're arm in arm skipping down the yellow brick road off to see the wizard. What happens in the wake of these political attacks, these politically motivated attacks, these politically motivated acts of violence, is we wind up looking as a shiny object. Somebody somewhere makes a post on social media and we're like, whoa, that's got to be it. That convoluted, multi-step, hidden knowledge theory has got to be the real story. It can't just be that the radical left, who we know is crazy, who we say is crazy every single day, who we know loves and worships and revolves around death every single day. It can't just be that they're acting the way we always thought they'd act because they've always been this way. The radical left is the party of abortion. They had a mobile abortion clinic at their DNC in 2024, where it was almost like baby sacrifice outside of their own convention. They're the party of high crime, pro-crime, wide open borders. They're the party of, quote unquote, pedophile protectors, because you look at these illegal aliens that are coming into the country, and a lot of these violent illegal alien criminals have committed sex crimes against children. By the way, it's the Democrats, Joe Biden, 4 years, not a word about the Epstein files. So who's covering it up? Really? This is the party that has always been obsessed with death and violence. You see Hassan Piker. We played the clip yesterday. He wants the streets to be soaked in capitalist blood. Those are his words. Those aren't my words. Hakeem Jeffries talking about maximum warfare everywhere, all the time. Those are his words. Those are not my words. Okay? But again, when Donald Trump says peacefully and patriotically, march and let your voices be heard, that's inciting an insurrection. When Donald Trump says there's going to be a bloodbath in the auto industry if he doesn't win the election, they say that's him calling for blood in the streets. Meanwhile, Hassan Piker has actually explicitly called for blood in the streets. They don't say a word. Why do we do this every time there's an act of political violence where we see the left, who we know, I just went over all of it, we see the left, who we know loves violence, they love death, it's a death cult. And every time we see this death cult violently lash out, we somehow find ourselves getting distracted by some fairy tale story about a zipline shooter out of the water tower in Butler, or a bee cult in the Charlie Kirk assassination, or Egyptian planes, or this guy's a patsy, or that's not the real story, or if you believe the radical left is violent, that's Fed slop. All you're doing is letting the left off the hook for what they are clearly responsible for. We cannot allow that to happen again. I'm not telling you can't ask questions. I'm not telling you can't have theories. I'm not telling you can't do deep dives. All I'm telling you is that if and when in this situation, the 90-second with the creepy music on Instagram comes out and says, did you see the note that the mentalist showed? And then did you see the person in the back corner touch his right shoulder? You know, if you're familiar with Freemason symbolism, that means a shooter's coming and they were tipped. You're going to see that come around. And I want you to understand that that is an op. That is a psyop that is supposed to take your attention off the story and focus on some nonsense somewhere to once again let the left evade accountability. They do this every time. Do not let the left off the hook. Do not. We got to bring the glasses out. We have an alarm for Joy Reid now. That's the Joy Reid alarm. That's the Joy Reid alarm. Joy Reid's coming. Get your glasses on. Here's Joy Reid insinuating and implying that the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting was staged.
Don't ask any questions, even though there's just odd things that keep happening around Trump. And we know that Viktor Orban, allegedly, according to Washington Post reporting, there was a plot by the Russians to stage an assassination, fake assassination for Orban. So all of this throws in together. You're like, when something seems too perfect, people, they don't believe in it. And Donald Trump now again gets victimized by an alleged would-be assassin in front of the perfect witnesses, the press.
Okay, take your glasses off. It's now safe. We can be safe. You see how she acts all surprised that people are trying to kill Donald Trump? The rhetoric that this woman spews, I'm not calling for censorship. I'm just telling you, she is part of the problem. The radical left, the way the media characterizes Donald Trump, the way his political opponents characterize him, they are the problem. It is not a surprise that people are trying to kill a guy who you have called a Nazi for the last decade, 24/7, and not just a Nazi, a fascist, a bigot, a transphobe, a racist, a king, a tyrant, a terrorist, a traitor. These are all the things that you've called Donald Trump. Now you're shocked that someone's trying to kill him? You have pumped that information out to the general public in this country nonstop for the last decade plus, and you're now shocked that people are acting on it? Your party, Joy Reid, the Democrat Party, has normalized insanity. Men who believe they're women, women who believe they're men, people, what is this, the MMI2SG LGBTQIAA plus 7 spirit. That's you people. You got people out there who believe they're trees. Seriously. I'm a tree self. You're a what? You're a nut job is what you are. Well, on Wednesdays, I'm actually a frog. You're a frog? What do you sit on your phone eating bugs? Is that what you do? So you've got a party that has, at the mainstream level, at the top, referred to Donald Trump as a Nazi, a racist, a homophobe, a xenophobe, a bigot, a tyrant, a traitor, a terrorist, an insurrectionist, and all these nasty things. Within that party, down in the rank and file, you've got insane people. They're acting on that information, which you knew would happen. This is stochastic terrorism. And you have Joy Reid. Well, here we go again. Another attempt on Trump. Yes, there's an attempt on Trump because your party and the folks with large platforms within your party keep referring to him as the most evil person that's ever walked the face of the earth. You guys call him Hitler. It's not a surprise that people are acting on your words. Folks, please, please, please. I don't mean to sound like Sabrina Carpenter. Isn't that her song? Please, please. Stupid. I don't want to. Don't let them off the hook. Don't let them off the hook. The left wants nothing more than for all of us to get preoccupied with some sort of nonsense that somebody else was responsible for the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting than one of their own. Cole Thomas Allen donated to Kamala Harris, was a teacher in California, was a part of some left-wing group called the Wide Awakes, attended No Kings protests, thought Donald Trump was a pedophile, a rapist, a traitor, and the Antichrist, wrote about it in a manifesto, tried to kill him and members of his cabinet. That is a deranged radical leftist with all of the evidence publicly available to everybody. You would think there's no way that the left could escape accountability here. And yet I fear, just like we saw with Butler, just like we saw with Ryan Wesley Ruth, just like we've seen with Charlie Kirk, someone, somewhere, there's already a fake photo of Cole Thomas Allen wearing an IDF sweatshirt. It's funny. Every time there's a shooting, someone finds a picture of somebody with something regarding Israel on their every time. Yeah, that's fake too. That's fake too. All of the evidence is there. We know this guy's deal. The left wants to evade accountability. They know that one of their own dyed-in-the-wool leftists is responsible for the assassination attempt on Donald Trump and members of his cabinet at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and they don't want to be held accountable for it. And they are looking at this manifesto, freaking out. They are looking at who this guy donated to, Kamala Harris, and they're freaking out. He went to No Kings protests. He's a teacher in California. His family, he said some kind of radical stuff. He wrote a lot of the radical stuff in the manifesto. He referred to Donald Trump as a pedophile, as a rapist, as a traitor. He took all of the talking points that the woke left mainstream media runs with on a daily basis when they talk about Donald Trump, and he acted on them. They know that if we stay focused on this, they are going to get nailed to the wall. It should have happened with Charlie Kirk, when it is not far-fetched to believe that a radical leftist like Tyler Robinson wanted to murder Charlie Kirk because he thought Charlie Kirk was a bigot and engaged in hate speech. We see it all the time. That's not something that's new on the left. We know they act on those emotions and those feelings. This guy did the same thing. So I ask you one more time, please do not let the left off the hook this time. Because with Butler, with Ryan Wesley Ruth, with Charlie Kirk, with the anti-ICE assassin that was on a rooftop in Texas, remember that last year? We let them off the hook every single time because we get distracted by nonsense. Don't get distracted by nonsense. Keep your eyes on the prize. The guy literally wrote a manifesto with his motives. It says in there, here is why I did this. It's clear as day. There are no other explanations. You want to ask questions to go down, whatever. But the clear-cut, believable, common sense evidence is there. Don't let the left off the hook. We talked about yesterday Hakeem Jeffries and that, what was that, maximum warfare? There was a tweet that said maximum warfare everywhere all the time. Here's the tweet. Democrats defeated Donald Trump's gerrymandering scheme in Virginia tonight. We will crush the DeSantis dummy-mander. What a stupid, by the way. Gallisto. Dummy-mander? This guy, I mean, I remember with the big, beautiful bill, he kept calling it the one big, ugly bill. Remember when he spoke for like 10 years on the House floor?
Oh, yeah.
We had it on him, and you were like, Gallisto still going, what a loser. Dummy-mander?
What is he trying to say?
Gerrymander, but he took the Jerry out and put dummy in. I mean,
how embarrassing.
What are we in, like, I don't know, second grade? Oh, dummy-mander. Oh. What? That's a bigger problem than using the term maximum warfare everywhere all the time. We will crush the DeSantis dummy-mander. In Florida next, maximum warfare everywhere all the time. So now there's obviously a lot of criticism of him for using the terminology maximum warfare. Matter of fact, our short clip yesterday for the show got huge exposure on X because we highlighted this post. So again, I just want to ask this. Wait.
I'm just asking questions.
I just want to ask this, okay? Peacefully and patriotically, that's inciting an insurrection. Fight like hell, who everybody say, even Eric Adams said, a lot of people say, that's apparently inciting political violence. But maximum warfare everywhere all the time. They're like, whoa, this is the left's excuse for that line. So Hakeem Jeffries says maximum warfare everywhere all the time. And the left is like, he's citing an anonymous source that says that that's the way they're talking in the administration. Oh, so it's Trump's fault for this too. It's always Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault for this too. So Jeffries says the reason why he uses the term maximum warfare everywhere all the time, he uses that phrase, is because someone said, I heard it from a friend who, he's like, take it on the run. Ario Speedwagon has entered the chat. He's like, I heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from some other you've been around, right? That's what it is. I love it. I love this.
The song goes.
But that didn't come through. See, I bleeped it. You heard it, but they didn't hear it. How great is that? How about that? Jeffries is now saying, I'm not using that term because I want maximum warfare. I'm just quoting something that someone in the administration said. I said, really? Who said it? Oh, it's an anonymous source. Oh, really? So someone made it up. Okay. Someone made it up. Oh, they also do. Well, he's not actually calling for like violence, okay? He's he's just talking about the redistricting, right? Cuz like dummy-mander and stuff. Oh, okay. So you mean to tell me that he's using the term maximum warfare to talk about the redistricting fight? Okay, that's reasonable because that's exactly what he's doing. Fine. But you didn't apply the same standard when Donald Trump used the term bloodbath to describe what would happen in the auto industry during one of his campaign speeches. Donald Trump used the term bloodbath to describe, he was in Michigan, I believe, to describe what would happen to the auto industry if he lost the 2024 election. And they're like, oh, he's like calling for blood in the streets. No. He was describing what would happen to the auto industry if he didn't win the presidency in the 2024 election. He was not calling for blood in the streets. Bloodbath is a common term used by economists. So Jeffries, when he uses the term maximum warfare everywhere all the time, you're like, oh, well, don't take it out of context, bro. But when Trump says bloodbath about the auto industry, you have no problem taking it out of context. Got it. Again, rules for thee, not for me. I say we play by the left's rules. And the left's rules are if something you say could be twisted into, it being reasonably possible that you could have incited violence, maximum warfare, fight like hell, bloodbath, you get indicted, you get, hauled in front of a judge. You get smeared in the media. They're not doing that to Hakeem Jeffries. Dalasto. They're not doing that at all. All right. Quick break. And then we're going to go through Jeffries. He answered some questions from critics over his maximum warfare comments. And I'll tell you what. I think he's full of sugar honey iced tea. Or, as we call it, This is a lot. Okay? I think he's full of sugar honey iced tea. But I also think we should take a lesson from the way he answered these questions. It's funny when you look at Hakeem Jeffries, though, you could tell there are gears that are moving in his head, but they are moving very slow. Dummy Mander. Oh, I got him now. I called it a... Guys, you see when he posted that, you think he was like, guys... Look at that dummy Mander. It's good, right? Nancy Pelosi was like, I can't stand this guy. Shut up, Hakeem. You're making all of us look bad.
They all want you to do the frog again. I don't know what that is.
The frog. When I was like, because I said to people like, I'm a frog self. I said, what do? You sit on your porch? You start eating bugs? Okay. Is that what these frog selves do? Is that the plural of frog self? Frog selves. Okay. Let's take a quick break, get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. Do you have a Cove Pure in the chat? If you do you like your Cove Pure in the chat? Because we love our Cove Pure. This thing is incredible. Filters the water. Water tastes great. It's safe. It's healthy. It even measures TDS. That's so cool. I'm going to take a drink of my Cove Pure water now. It's great. CovePure.com/Sean, CovePure.com/Sean. Look, there's a problem with what they put in our water, especially fluoride. The government has been medicating your water with fluoride for over 80 years, not because you asked for it, not because you voted for it, but because they decided you needed it. You know what you need? You need fluoride. Well, that's not a decision that I want someone else making for me or my family. That's why we filter every drop of water in our home with Cove Pure. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now, and here is what the science actually shows. In September of 2024, a federal judge ruled that adding fluoride to water poses, and I'm quoting the court directly, an unreasonable risk to neurological health, not a fringe study, a federal court ordering the EPA to act. Then in January of 2025, a study published by JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world, confirmed a link between fluoride exposure and children's IQ scores. The higher the exposure, the lower the IQ. Sure, there are states that are making moves on this. Utah and Florida have banned it, but that process takes years to actually implement. Meanwhile, your kids, your family, they're all drinking this fluoridated water today. You need something that works now. That is exactly what Cove Pure is. Stop kicking the can down the road with the plastic filters and all this. Don't do that. Get yourself a Cove Pure. Their clear wave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, fluoride, PFAs, lead pharmaceuticals, heavy metals, anything that isn't water gets filtered out. And then it puts calcium and magnesium back into the water. So you are getting water with more than just H2O in it. You're getting some minerals as well. Go to covepure.com/SHAWN. Don't wait for the government to catch up. Take the initiative yourself. Get yourself a Cove Pure and get $250 off with my link, covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN for a big, beautiful discount of $250. covepure.com/SHAWN, covepure.com/Sean. All right.
I'm drinking it out of my copper cup right now.
She's got a cup. Let me see the copper cup.
Okay.
It's the copper cup. Let's not spill it over the brand new
Oh my
board.
gosh.
Look at that copper cup. Yeah? Like,
Copper keeps the water colder.
tastes great. All right. Here we go. Let's move into Hakeem Jeffries. We can take a lesson from this guy. Trying to take a lesson from Dalisto? Yeah. Watch. I'll show you what I mean. Watch this. This is him talking about and answering questions, responding to criticisms over the use of that phrase, maximum warfare, everywhere, all the time. Watch this.
As it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare, everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism.
All right, so there's Dalisto Obama. We got the Dalisto. He stands by his comments. Okay. I mean, at least he's being honest. He stands by his comments. Did his comments radicalize Cole Thomas Allen? Maybe. If we're playing by the left's rules, yes. Or at least those are the rules the lefts were playing by. Now they're not playing by those rules anymore because they're breaking their rules, so they got to change the rules. No, we're not breaking the rules. These are the rules now. But I want you to listen again to the end of this clip. I'm going to play it again.
As it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare, everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism.
Says I don't give a damn about your criticism, as our friend Think Responsibly in the chat says, he clearly gives a damn because he's bringing it up. Well, right. Exactly. That's definitely true. When is the last time, other than Donald Trump, I want to ask you this question. When is the last time, other than when Donald Trump said it a couple weeks ago, when he said, your critics say you're mentally unwell, and Donald Trump said, I don't care about the critics. When is the last time you've seen any other Republican elected official who has come under fire for, maybe the way they phrased something or what they said? When is the last time you've heard a Republican say to the press, other than Donald Trump, I don't give a damn about your criticism? When's the last time? I can't think of one. Maybe J.D. Vance with Margaret Brennan. I don't really care, Margaret. I don't want to share a country with these people. Maybe Vance. Maybe Rubio a little bit here with the administration as Secretary of State. When's the last time? We could learn a thing or two from that, too. We could mock Dalisto. I'll mock him. You can see, you talk about dummy man. You just look at him. There's just not a lot going on up here. There's not. Okay? What was it? Rob Reiner, he passed away, but he played Meathead in All in the Family. And Archie Bunker used to say, dead from the neck up. That is Hakeem Jeffries. He is dead from the neck up.
The lights are on, but no one's home.
The lights are on, but there's not a soul. It's this.
I think my brain works a little better even than his does.
Listen, so
say it a lot.
That is, but can we learn from that? Now, things are a little differently. If a Republican said to the media, not Donald Trump, said to the media, I don't give a damn about your criticism. You're going to have elected official defiant in face of... And yes, the media will spin it and make it look worse. They won't treat both guys the same way. But the point that I'm trying to make is, you know what? Don't back down from, unless what you said is actually bad. Again, I am applying the left's rules to Hakeem Jeffries' comments about maximum warfare, okay? I know he was talking about redistricting. It says it on the thing, dummy mander. I know he was talking about redistricting. I know that was not an actual call to arms. But I'm applying the left's rules because one of Walensky's rules is make the enemy, live by their own standards. I'm paraphrasing, but you get what I'm saying. I know what Hakeem Jeffries was saying with that post and the maximum warfare thing. He was talking about the redistricting war that's going on in this country. I get it. I'm applying their rules to his comments. The problem is they keep changing the rules and we keep letting them. Don't let them off the hook. Period. Full stop. Do not let them off the hook. Here's a teacher from Ohio, by the way. This is a guy who's not talking about redistricting. This is a guy who's just sitting in his car, fantasizing about Trump dying. Listen to this.
I wake up each morning hoping he has died. I go to bed each night hoping by the time I get up in the morning, he has died. I'm fully convinced that we can't even begin to start fixing any of our problems until he has died. For the love of all things good, just fucking die.
All right. That wasn't about redistricting. That was another teacher, by the way. Anybody from Ohio in the chat? I don't know where in Ohio that guy's from. Anybody from Ohio in the chat? That guy is a teacher in your state. The public education system is infested with those people. Infested. All right, quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Check it out.
I'm sure. Your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum, and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That's goldencrestmetals.com. Sorry about the sound issue. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Okay. I saw a couple people asking about this new Castle Doctrine law in Tennessee. This is pretty cool. It's a great bill. It has expanded the previous Castle Doctrine legislation and laws that were in place here in Tennessee. So there has been an expansion of deadly force. The law, as reported in late April 2026, permits the use of deadly force against another person when reasonably believed necessary to prevent or terminate unlawful entry, arson, burglary, theft, robbery, or substantial damage to property, including livestock, and aggravated assault against animals, meaning your pets. It expands upon existing law by allowing this level of force, deadly force, when other less severe means of protection are not deemed feasible. You cannot use deadly force on somebody who is fleeing. So this is an expansion of the Castle Doctrine laws that were in place. Under existing law, deadly force is only justified if there is a reasonable belief of imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury. They have expanded it now where it's not just reasonable belief that there's going to be imminent death or danger. It's a lower threshold. So essentially, and of course there are people, you know, the left specifically in Tennessee, oh my gosh, you're going to, what, kill criminals if they enter my house? Yes. Yeah. That's going to happen. Here's a good way not to die entering my home. Don't break in. It's pretty simple. So it is a good, it is a very good thing that we saw there with this law. It's if signed by Bill Lee, and he's not, I don't see any opposition, though you never know, would be going into effect July 1st.
Nice.
So that's on that front, the Castle Doctrine front. All right. I got a couple of fun things we're going to do here. First, I want to play this clip from Lee Zeldin. This is him with that Congresswoman, Rosa DeLauro, who looks like a Pokemon. She's got the purple hair, the huge glasses. She looks like a creature. She does not look like a person. She's a big believer in the climate change hoax. And Lee Zeldin, the administrator of the EPA, hopefully our next attorney general, just took her to school yesterday in congressional testimony. Take a look.
When climate change is flooding our streets.
Look at this woman. Look at this woman.
Our air, driving up healthcare and disaster costs. How can the EPA
Name
justify
that Pokemon
abandoning that duty to protect Americans, to appease polluters under the false flag of economic growth?
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case, you familiar with it?
No, I maybe others are. I'm not, but let me ask
But
you.
that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we as an agency don't have the authority to get creative if Section 202 of the Clean Air Act
No, but you don't have, excuse me, you do not have the right to
was
say
actually
climate
answering your
change does not exist, that it's a hoax, and that's where this administration
I
is
understand
coming
you're
from.
upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
You know what the major policies doctrine is?
You know what, let me just
You're a
say this
member
to
of
you.
Congress. You should know.
Well, you have moved from someone who defended the environment to all of a sudden
Being very
making
defensive
a-
about not knowing the two biggest landmark Supreme Court cases of the last
and
year
you are
with
very,
regards to your
you are
question.
very defensive about changing your policy and your positions with regard to the environment. Now,
Okay.
you just
Do
tell
you want
me.
me to tell you what the two biggest
No,
Supreme
I
Court
want you to
cases
tell
are of the
me.
last few years?
This is what I want you
Michigan
to tell
versus
me.
EPA,
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the questions.
Well, I answered your question,
No, you
and you
didn't.
didn't like my answer because
did
you
not
don't know what
answer the
Loper Bright is,
question.
because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is,
Chairman,
because you're asking me about Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, and you don't read it. You don't know what it says.
Listen, and what you want to do is to deny. You want
No,
to.
I actually read the law. I do my homework.
Really?
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law.
You know,
I
Mr.
read the
Chairman, I
Supreme
don't have
Court
to listen
cases.
To this, and I would say
No,
this,
what you should do
that
for your
this-
constituents is actually read statute.
This budget is at real risk.
Read
Let
your
me tell
Supreme
you,
Court.
This is the Appropriations Committee.
Oh,
you come here.
you care
and
about
you
science?
tell
Now
us-
you're threatening to defund it?
Oh my God! No, you don't fund
Because
science.
you don't know what Loper Bright is.
climate
Because you don't know what the
deniers.
major policies
You are
doctrine is. Your
climate
message
deniers.
to our folks at the EPA is that you want to
I don't
defund
have
us.
to listen to this BS.
The BS. You think I made up these cases?
Yeah, I think you have made up a
I
whole
made
lot of
I made
BS.
up Loper Bright. I made up West Virginia versus EPA. I made up Michigan versus EPA.
Woe is right. What are you doing? Why
Wait,
are you helping polluters?
All right, you're not going to find a better takedown of that creature, Rosa DeLauro from Connecticut's 3rd Congressional District, than what you just saw from Lee Zeldin. Guy did his homework. He was a congressman not that long ago, by the way. And he knows how this stuff works. Guy did his homework. I mean, she almost brought out, that Pokemon almost brought out her main attack. Charizard flamethrower. Like that was, I'd say we give that one a. Yeah, there you go. That also deserves a... Yeah, that's it. It's a great takedown. All right, let's get to a word from our friends at Silent, and then a couple timeline cleanses for you. We've got some fun stuff, but a word from our friends over at Silent. That is slnt.com/Sean. You guys know it. Your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals. They're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. You know what the worst part about it is? They don't ask. They just take it. They just take it. They're supposed to ask. They don't. That's why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now it is available to you so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just strap your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is Silent. slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Everybody going to say it with me? Silence! Silence! The chaos goes silent today. Silent.com/Sean. SHAWN. slnt.com/SHAWN. Folks, hit that thumbs up button for us here on the show. We got to have that thumbs up button. Mash it. Got to do it. Got to make it happen. Let's get into a timeline cleanse. Yeah. These are some fun. We got some fun stuff, by the way. Remember yesterday I talked to you about the guy who sounds like Barack Obama? And I said he did Obama doing a rooster. I got that video for you. It's Hey, HEY _Berg, BERG. So Candace Owens already hates this guy if he's a Berg, right? Because she doesn't like Jews. I don't know if he's a Jew, by the way. This is Hey Berg, HEY _BERG. This is so simple, but so funny. I find it funny. This is that guy I told you about on Instagram who does Barack Obama, as animals and all this. This is Obama as a rooster. Watch.
This is Obama as a rooster.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle. Do.
That's just too good. I'm sorry, that's too good. Cock-a-doodle. Do. And he does this. He did one with Obama as a cow, too. I don't have that one. But he did the whole, this is Obama as a cow. And you see him, he gets his face ready. He does his whole thing. It's right into character. It's great. I do the same thing with Trump. I puckered the lip. We're looking at it. We're declaring war on the fire ants. The queen is a loser. They have no army. They have no navy. They have no military. We bombed the larva. We bombed the hell out of the larva. Yes, they're not going to be able to do anything about it. Hey _Berg, HEY _BERG on Instagram is where I found that video. That's him. Hilarious. He did one on Obama as a cow, too. He did, moo. He's just sitting there. Moo. I can't do it. I would love to be able to do Obama. I'll study this and maybe be able to do Obama.
This is Obama as a rooster.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle. Do.
Yeah, that's him. Hey Berg on Instagram. HEY _BERG. Okay. There was another funny moment. Now, this did not happen yesterday. This happened last year, but it went viral again yesterday. This wasn't Alex Jones talking about World War XI. This was, some people did something. Ilhan Omar, Jar Jar Binks. she was, she pulled a Biden. Joe Biden, repeat the line, end of quote. It's not a joke, man. It's not a joke. She was reading remarks and, World War II, World War II. Of course, the World War involving the illegal aliens is World War III. Do I have a brunch? No, I don't. I need a rim shot.
I used to have one.
Yes, we will have it soon.
I know.
But here's Ilhan Omar. Some people did something. Apparently, I never got the memo. Alex Jones, World War 11. I predicted World Wars. I said Kash Patel was going to be fired 26 days ago. This is insane. All right. Here is Ilhan Omar. Apparently, we've been through World War 11. She said this last year, but this was going viral, and this is a fun timeline cleanse. Make fun of this nasty woman.
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI.
I mean, you should know when you're reading through that it does not mean World War XI because we haven't had World Wars 3 through 10 yet. Now, according to Alex Jones, we have. But according to the rest of the sane world, all the deep state is coming after me to buy my supplements so that we can fight back against the deep state's punishment of us. We're seeking the truth here. World War XI is right around the corner. Kind of sounds like Alex Jones and Vince McMahon, if you know who Vince McMahon is.
I bet she heard your World War 7-11 and she just got it all mixed
Yeah,
up
well,
in
it could have been.
Mm-hmm.
That could have been World War 7-11. All right. Yeah. Keith Day 777 says, I slept through 9 world wars. Yeah, we slept through World War III was last year, so we are closing at World War IV, I guess. Anyway. All right, folks, thank you so much for watching and listening. We greatly, greatly appreciate you guys being here. The thumbs up button. Jeremy Herrell coming up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. Make sure if you're watching on video, you go into any of your podcasting apps. It doesn't matter which one it is. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, I use Podcast Addict, etc., etc. Search for Ungoverned. Hit subscribe. It's all you got to do, but it helps us reach new people over there. So we appreciate that. If you guys could do that for us. Jeremy coming up next here, rumble.com/LFATV. Likewise, if you're listening on audio, go to rumble.com/LFATV. That's where you get all the video. That's where we are on video. Rumble.com/LFATV. Hit the follow button and the thumbs up button. We'd greatly appreciate that as well. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. But if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Same time, same place, rumble.com/LFATV, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry about the sound on the intro there. Sometimes weird things happen with electronic work and wiring and soundboards, and everything is perfect, wonderful, grand, fine, and great. And then out of nowhere, out of absolutely nowhere, it happens. We have had so many technical difficulties in the first 2 days of this week's LFA TV. But guess what? It doesn't matter. We're here now, and that's really all that does matter. So you are locked and loaded right here, rumble.com/LFA TV. This is live from America, and I am your ever so humble, God-fearing, and God-loving host of the show, Jeremy Herrell. It's good to be with you guys on this April 28th, year of our Lord 2026. Please say hello to the man himself, Producer Eli. It's Tuesday, and I am going to be talking a lot today because we have so much to get to, and I don't even know if I'm going to get to it all in one day, but here we are.
It's going to make it sound like maybe you couldn't hear me, but that probably wouldn't have been the best joke right now. So anyway, I'll just tell everyone to hit the rumble button, hit the share button. We got a lot of news to get to. He's got a lot of work to get to. I got a lot of work to get to. Let's get to work.
That's right. We got Marfay in the building. Jay Deeds is here. LJ Sin, Miguel Ortiz. How you doing? Good to see you. Bad Moon in the building. Chaps 169 from the Finger Lakes region. We've got Darlene Dempsey, Sky 04, Purple Snowflake, Dolly Diva, Sean Maga, Calpurnia in the building. We got Logan here. How you doing? Good to see you, Logan. Fun Mom is in the building. Deb Pollen, Janmar is here. Let's see. Barb Naylor is here. Good to see you. CJR is in the building. Good to see you today. The likes of which no one. Dana Quebb. Grammy Love. Rita is here. How you doing, Rita? And Anita West. Jennifer Webster is in the live chat. Wendell 1968. Kimberly K is here. Wild Rose. Jay Gizme. WB Patriot. Charlotte Curry. Suzanne Vermontis is here. And one more here. No ticker again, like I told you. Technical difficulties, folks. But guess what? Do you really need to read the bottom? Slam is in the building. How you doing? And M. Roach is here for some LFA TV today. Welcome, guys. Thank you. We appreciate it. More charges coming for the attempted assassination of Donald J. Trump. We told you that there was going to be subsequent charges coming. Well, not only did subsequent charges come, but more are coming as they're investigating this man, who he is, what he did, how he did what he did, and everybody was upset that there was no attempted murder or attempted assassination charges that were initially used to charge this man when they brought him into custody. And like I said, more charges would come. That's exactly what happened. We've got to talk about that. We've got to talk about the Iranian conflict because we didn't even talk about that yesterday. M. Shai official said attempted assassination of his entire cabinet. Well, that's true. This guy will never see the light of day ever again. Okay? Will never see the light of day ever again if justice is served. Okay? Jeremy, still not received my Rise Up coffee. Tried to email you, but I don't think it's going through. Well, email lfaproducer@gmail.com. It'll get to me. It'll get to Sabrina. When did you order it? How long ago was it that you ordered it? Please let me know. You see how slow the mail is lately. Some people just got their donation checks that we sent out like 3 weeks ago. What was it? Somebody had sent, I think it was Rosa. Rosa sent something to my house, and it still hasn't gotten there. And she said she sent it weeks ago. So Eli, I don't know what's going on with the Postal Service lately, but it is like the worst it's ever been, ever. I don't even know if using the USPS is even valid. I don't even know if anybody should even use it anymore, to be honest with you.
It's been horrible for like the past couple of years. Like up here in this area, we've had like 2 massive facilities shut down. But I just want to let you know, Sandy Cathy, email me, lfaproducer@gmail.com. Give us your full real name, your address, what you ordered. If there's an order number, I don't know if Jeremy does that, and I'll send it on to Sabrina and we'll get it checked out.
Yeah. And also, folks, when you do email in and you about something like that, like a missed product or something like that, let me just tell you, all the information you possibly can. There's no need to go back and forth and try to get you try to get us, have a middleman. If you want to, if there's something that you really need figured out and fixed, your name, your real name, your address, any order numbers, anything like that. That way we can get right to it and get it all fixed and figured out, okay? But yeah, the USPS is horrible. The Joy of the Lord says the USPS is bankrupt. I think some of them are shutting down. Well, that's actually true. I mean, producer Eli just said that. I know of some USPS places that are shutting down. The biggest problem is that they can't keep workers. They can't keep help because they treat their workers like absolute garbage. I have 3 people in my family that work for the USPS, and they cannot wait until they find another decent job to take that one's place because they're worked to the bone. They're treated like absolute trash, and I just hear horror stories. And you know what? They were involved in stealing the 2020 election as well. So, down with the USPS is what I say. For all you guys that are coming here for the very first time, I do want to tell you about our website. It's www.lfatv.us. Stands for Live from America TV.us. Obviously, we need to rewrap that trailer because that trailer's a little outdated there. But that's the picture of the trucker trailer when it was first wrapped. Obviously, you're on the right side if you see me, Donald Trump Jr., and all those pictures that we have up there. There's our mission statement right there. You can hear it right here. Actually, let's watch his mission statement. Let's see if some sound will come through on this. I think it should. Let's see, did that work out? It didn't look like it worked out very much, did it? Again, we'll get to the bottom of any technical difficulties that we have. Hopefully by the end of the show today. If anybody does, by the way, work for the USPS in here, and you've got some horror stories, share them with us. Because what I'd like to do is I'd like to compile a bunch of horror stories of people who work for the USPS and send that into the federal government. You know what I mean? Have like 10,000 people's horror stories of working for them or not getting their packages within a month. Pissed Off Lady said, Jeremy, so true. My son worked for them and hated it. They treated their employees awful. They sure do. They sure do. And that's not, that's, and on top of that, stealing elections. You know what I mean? On top of all that, stealing elections. So lfatv.us, lfatv.us. Send us in your, put them in the permanent comment sections down below if you've got any horror stories because, and to be honest with you, maybe it's time that you just don't use them anymore. Also, if you listen to a podcast, if you listen to MP3 audio podcasting, we also have a podcast out there anywhere you get your audio podcasts. It's just Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. You get Rise Up and you get Live from America. You know another thing too, Eli. My wife and I, for her car, we don't do any digital payments. By the way, we don't let any banks just take money out of our account. We pay our payments. When we get the statement, we write a check. We pay a payment. Now, if we're doing like services, like a streaming thing or something like that, then we have it automatically taken out. But big bills like the mortgage, car payments and stuff, we just write a check and we send it in with the statement, right? We noticed as we were going through our bills that we haven't seen a statement from our bank for our vehicle for almost 2 months. So I called him yesterday. I'm on hold for a half an hour. Eli, we were talking when I was on the phone, right? All of a sudden I get a third world Indian or Pakistani, support group. Welcome to the bank. Blah, blah, blah. Can I get your number? Can I get your name? Can I get your social security number? Can I get your account number? Can I get your when the last time you took a dump? Can I get the last time when you breathe? Can I get the last time this, that, the other? Then you get it to them all, right, Eli? And you say, here's the problem, okay? The problem is we've not gotten a statement. I'm wondering what's going on. Oh, sir, we'll look right into that. Hold on, please. Hold on. Then you hold on for 10 minutes and they come back. Sir, are you there? Yes, still here. Didn't go anywhere. Yes, sir. Can we get your address, please? Yes, here's my address. Oh, that is the problem. Your address is not the right address on file. Oh, really? That's weird. Because we've been here for 2 years. June will be 2 years. And we've been getting our mail here from you. We've been getting our statement here from you. So please tell me, wackadoo, why you do not have the correct address in your da-da-da-da-da. Oh, sir, we are very sorry about that. We are very sorry. We have gone ahead and changed the address, and it will now ship to your blah, blah. Okay, cool. What about the payments that haven't been sent in? Because now we're going on 2 months without them sending in. Are you really going to report to the credit union that we did not get our payment and blah, 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 blah? And they go, and he says, well, sir, you could pay online if you go to blah, blah, blah and start an account. Yeah, cool, I'm aware of that. I'm American. We invented everything you're talking about. I don't want to do this. I just want my statement. Just my statement. And I'm wondering, what address did you have? Oh, sir, we had the New Hampshire address. Well, that's weird, because I've been getting them up until 2 months ago in Iowa. Oh, sir, hold on. I would transfer you to somebody else. No, wait. 5 minutes later, another Indian or Pakistan woman comes on. Hello, can I have all the same information that you just gave this guy? And what can I do for you? Well, here's the problem. Oh, okay, sir. We will just, we changed that and you will get it in the mail now. Cool. What about the payments that haven't been paid? You know what I mean? What about those payments? Like, I want to make sure that nothing's going to happen here. Oh, well, we can, you can go online and pay. Nope, don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Oh, sir, well, you can pay this way. Nope, don't want to do that. I want to pay I want to pay just a normal way. Can you send me my statement? Oh, sir, yes, we will send it out to you. Okay, now I want you to make sure that you don't say, oh, these people were late on their payment or anything like that because, oh, by the way, you know what they said to me? It's a problem on our side. We're dealing with this with a bunch of customers. We had an update to our system, and a lot of people are complaining that they're not getting their bill. So they admitted that to me. So finally, Eli, I say, can I just speak to a supervisor that can understand English? Because you clearly do not understand what I'm saying. So can I have somebody who can understand what I'm saying? Oh, yes, sir, please just hold. We'll put you on with the supervisor soon. 10 more minutes, Eli. Supervisor comes on. Hello, my name is Sinji blah blah Sanji Bluda. I hear that you not to talk to supervisor. Yes, it is. How you doing today? Oh, click. Hangs up. On their end. S. Crob 10 says, you have previous statements to know where to send the payment. No, we don't. We send them in. And then we throw the rest away. No, we didn't have any previous statements. But either way, you send me a statement where it's been coming every month, the way it's supposed to, so I can send it back in and make sure that the payment is promptly paid. I am not jumping through hoops for you. But just like the USPS, Eli, every single institution, organization, business, 501c3, nonprofit, everybody just sucks today.
Yeah. And what really sucks is I have no doubt in my mind that guy wasn't looking up any of your information, and the little scumbag was just sitting there like watching like Indian Netflix or something. Yes, sir, that is horrible. Yes, I'm looking it up right now. Oh, please bear with us. Yes, everything is very busy. Lots of people complaining. Lots of people. It's horrible. We're very sorry. Let me transfer you.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody shoulda, coulda, woulda. The problem is people shoulda, coulda, woulda had their sugar honey iced tea together and just do normal stuff. It blows my mind. I wake up every day of my life, Eli, to incompetence. Everybody that I run into, almost everybody that I talk to, almost every business that I go to, almost every person that I walk by, almost every encounter that I have, almost every interaction I have is literally nothing but ignorance and incompetence. How is this the greatest country in the world when we are full of that? I do challenge that daily.
Yeah, and I full and wholeheartedly think that that video you played of the Indian guy that was saying that Trump's trying to like basically rearrange and change the whole world back to the way it was. That's a piece of it. It's a very small piece of it in the grand scheme of it all. But I want to pick up the phone and say, "Hello, my name is John Smith. How can I help you today and make your day greater with our company? We appreciate your patronage."
Yes.
You know, that's what I want to
Yeah.
hear. Damn it, not hello. How are we doing today?
Yeah.
Transfer.
And dude, and that's exactly why the other day when Hung Kao was placed in the active role of acting Secretary of the Navy, that's why I said, can we just get a regular person, a regular name? I get it, Hung Kao's a great American, he's awesome. But can I get John Smith? Right? Can I get Betty Sue? Anyway. It is what it is. I want to start out this morning with this video. And I got to tell you, the stock in Steven Crowder went up in my book for what I heard him say yesterday concerning Erica Kirk. Ladies and gentlemen, Steven Crowder.
Correspondence dinner, which is a glorified roast. By the way, this Marxist right, they now say that this is the sign of the beast. Have you seen it? And by the way, millions of people believe this. Tens of millions of people are buying this line of bullshit. And saying, you must, who's paid you if you don't think that this, is the sign of the beast? If you don't think that Israel was involved with this shooting, if you don't think that Caroline Leavitt was in on it. And then that brings us to real people are affected by this. The widow of the last guy who was actually assassinated, Erica Kirk, people take this out to go, look, she's fake crying because she looked at a camera? I hate armchair psychologists as much as the next person. Everything's a narcissist. Everything's trauma. I would wager that someone who watched their husband be publicly, brutally assassinated, by the way, with an unbelievable amount of blood, the bad actors out there hoping that you don't see the original tape, which I watched in real time too. I'm willing to bet that someone who's been through that and then is in a room with actual gunfire, probably a pretty traumatic event. And if I was walking through a hallway trying to get away from what could be an active shooter and someone had a camera in my face, I might glance at it too. Does that mean that Israel did it? Or I'm in cahoots with them? Also, learn your fucking time zones, people, Google Analytics experts. Didn't we learn from Candace Owens and the Egyptian plane thing? What's the other one? This is all staged to get a new ballroom?
Yep, that's what I said yesterday.
What? It's the first thing I thought when this happened. It's the logical conclusion. That's why they wanted to build a new ballroom. Stephen Miller used his wife as a human shield? This is what people are talking about. This is what people out there, and some people, millions of people, believe that Mossad is building something under the proposed ballroom. When we live in an actual era where there is a direct line from the left's rhetoric, their calls to action, their worldview, and these attacks. Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump 1, 2, anyone in this space who lives it, myself included, that should be the primary conversation while we collect facts. And these Marxist right-wingers telling you to stay home, telling you there's no difference between the left or the right, they just keep screwing it up. And they're fostering and hoping that there is a low IQ base. That doesn't mean the American people at large. That means the people who, without any information, gobble up the idea that Israel, Iran, Caroline Leavitt, or Erica Kirk had something to do with this because they saw a meme that can be fact-checked in 2 seconds. You can say whatever you want. That's the great era of social media, I guess. That's one of the pluses. Thank God for X. Thank God for Rumble. So don't misconstrue what I'm about to say as meaning you don't have the right to speak because people did that online too. What I am telling you is that you need to be responsible when real people are involved.
Everything that he said there was the most based in common sense thing that you can say. It used to be that if you said or made specific statements, as some people make online, about something, without saying, in my opinion, this is what I believe, it used to be that you had to bring receipts or nobody would watch you, nobody would care. Nowadays, Eli, if I switched the narrative, if I flipped the script here today, and if I knew my whole audience knew that I was doing this so that people wouldn't just leave right away, right? If I flipped the script for a, what do you want to call it, an experiment, and I started saying everything that Steven Crowder was just speaking out against, I'd be back to 30, 40,000 live within 2 weeks. If I went and said the opposite of everything that I say and believe and stand on today, if I started saying, you know, Israel's involved in everything, Trump is owned by this person, Trump's a pedophile, Trump is protecting pedophiles, if I did that today, you know how much money we'd make? You know how big the audience would be? Because people don't care about lies anymore. They want to hear it. We live in a world where people want to hear something that cannot be proved as fact. It's almost like the world is taught that the theory of evolution is fact, even though they call it the theory of evolution. People want to be lied to.
Yeah, it's become like over the past 30 or 40 years, it's like I say all the time, the country has been conditioned or retrained in the way that they think, so that horrible news is almost something they look forward to. You know, it's like that euphoric hit that they say when somebody likes their post. Oh, it's like that dopamine hit.
Yep.
Sucks.
So my stock in the book of Steven Crowder has gone way up for saying that, because you don't get too much common sense these days. And I've been critical of Crowder before, not in the way of like he's a loser or anything like that, but I've been critical of him. And man, I feel a lot better. I honestly don't remember Jeremy reporting on it. Steven should watch his P's and Q's since he's in the public eye. You talking about the stuff with his wife? That's what I was critical on him about. The stuff with his wife. That's really been the only big thing that I've been critical about him on, was the way he treated his wife. You know, during that, when she had that Ring camera going. Remember that? Trump fired the original architects and put Israeli architects in charge. Take a look at the plans for his ballroom. It looks just like the temple. I'm gonna move on. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to the Lord in prayer. How about that? Guys, please join with me and let's say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray and say, amen. Proud Veteran said, Jeremy, I just started watching you guys. Hey, man, congratulations for finding the greatest live chat that there is online. And thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming in and watching again. I always say if you stay here long enough on LFA TV, you're going to find a show or something that you love so much that there's no way that you can't come back and watch more. So I'm going to ask everybody to do me 3 favors. Number 1, if you can, please go to lfatv.us or go right in here in the Rumble Rants and give us a donation. $1 a day from everybody in the chat keeps sponsors away, keeps us from having to go out and do that so very often. Number 2, please make sure if you have a Rumble profile, like the video. If you don't have a Rumble profile, make one. It's free, it's easy, it's awesome. And number 3, don't be afraid to share. I check the shares all the time, and I'm like, man, if we would all work together, we could do so much good for this world. And the shares are only about 5%. The likes are actually more than the shares. So don't forget to do that. Julia said, Jeremy, can I get a birthday shout out? Elijah Duet. Julia and Elijah, yes. Happy birthday. God bless you. And have a great day. Annette, Jeremy, remember talking about comparison during Rise Up? Yep, exactly. Exactly. And that's why we're not going to do that. We are going to bring receipts, we're going to bring the truth, and we're going to talk about our opinion about the things that are going on. That is exactly why I said that I have so much more respect for Steven, because instead of going with the narrative, he went against the grain. That's why I have so much respect to him for what he said. And I'm glad that there's very few of us, but that are still here doing that. So Shannon says, I had a video that had millions of views of Candace, was inside a hologram machine, and said it can be home by bed, and it looks like I'm work right after it happened with Kirk, not understanding what that means. But anyway, let's lift up our cup, have our first slurp of the day. Chris Anderson got sick of the black pillar, stumbled upon your show about a month ago. Thrilled to see common sense commentary. Thank you, fellow patriot. You see that, Eli? For every person that is dropped off because they want the black pilling lies, a common sense American patriot has come in. And I'm okay with that. I feel blessed by that. You know what I mean? Been saying it. Quality over quantity.
Yeah. It's the whole reason you started this entire thing, is so that the common sense people who felt that they never had anywhere else to go, or feeling shunned in the world of news everywhere else, had a place to come to where you could speak the truth.
Yeah. No matter how bad it sucked, right? All right, let's get into the first and foremost section of the day. Yesterday I told you we were going to call 2 schools about these teachers who were popping off about how they wish Donald Trump would be dead, how they wish that the shooter had better aim, how they wish that the assassination attempt, the third one now, at least that we know of the third one anyway, would have been successful. We don't have to do that, folks. The 2 that we were going to call have both been fired. I guess everybody else in the world started calling and sending emails and going on their Facebook pages and just ranting about how this person should not have a job teaching children if they are hoping, whether in private or in public, that the President of the United States would have been killed. That kind of person shouldn't be teaching our children. Well, they both been, the 2 that I talked about yesterday have both been fired. Let's get into that. Wisconsin high school teacher has been placed on administrative leave after whining that the shooter failed to assassinate the President of the United States. Now, before we get into the story about this guy being removed and no longer teaching children, this is him. Hey, Eli, why is it always the craziest people who look like they're crazy people? You know, there's a guy that came onto my Instagram page the other day and was talking about how Trump's a pedophile and he's a pedophile protector and everything. And I showed the picture to my wife of this guy. And I said, what's the first thing that comes to mind when you look at him? And she goes, he looks like a pedophile. Then I went back to the comment that I left on his comment that said, this coming from a guy whose picture actually looks like a proper pedophile. They look like they're the ones that are driving around in the rusty old white vans that say free candy on the side. This guy looks like a beta male, liberal, cuck loser. And I'm glad he's fired.
Yeah. He looks exactly like the type of where those guys that go out and hunt down pedophiles. Like, I feel like the next video is going to see him in a supermarket trying to meet up with like some young kid, and they're like, "Nope, gotcha, mother."
Yep. There he is right there. Look at him. Looks like a left-wing dip shit-idiot. A social studies teacher at Kakana High School has been caught openly lamenting that the latest deranged assassin did not manage to take out the president. Patrick Mayer, identified as the taxpayer-funded educator, pushing his anti-Trump venom on social media, posted a now-deleted rant on X about the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. According to the screenshots shared by many people online yesterday, quote, I am not impressed with recent presidential assassins. It's an effing embarrassment. Booth, Oswald, and many others must all be spinning in their graves. MAGA with 2 A's. Make Americans great assassins again. Sad. Exclamation point. Well, not too long after that post, we get this post right here. Breaking. Teacher at Kaukauna High School in Wisconsin who complained about the shooter, how he failed to kill Trump, has been placed on administrative leave, which always happens right before complete termination. So as long as this guy isn't hired back, then good. And again, that always happens usually right before full termination. Representative Tony Wyde says this type of disgusting rhetoric has no place in our society and does not represent our values. And it is not the example that our teachers should be setting for northeast Wisconsin students. Libs of TikTok said, this is apparently a teacher at Kaukauna High School. This is who's educating your kids. But I said yesterday, what did I say? That I bet you 90%, just like in colleges, of the elementary, middle, and high school teachers are all left-wing Trump-hating TDS scumbags. I can see it in their faces when I go to parent-teacher conferences. I want to thank Pissed Off Lady first for the $20 donation. Prayers up for Meemaw Becky. I didn't see what happened to Meemaw. Eli, if you can figure that out. I want to give a big shout out to Bounds02 who gifted 20 subscriptions. That means 20 people can now watch Rumble without commercials for the next 30 days. And Patriot Mama 77, a $10 donation. Use where needed. Cadino Doctor says, it sucks. It's very hard to find a teacher with tenure. At least in New Jersey it is. Yeah. And think about the ones that we're getting today. They're all, Eli, when I was young, teachers were old. We had like 2 teachers that were in their 20s throughout my entire school tenure. When I was young, teachers, even when I can remember I can remember 1st and 2nd grade. I can remember 1 or 2 things in kindergarten, but I can definitely remember 1st and 2nd grade like really easy. And if you go all the way back to then and then take me all the way through high school, every one of my teachers were like 35 plus. Nowadays, most teachers are under 35. So you're getting the youth, right? The undeveloped frontal lobe, the brainwashed TikTok generation teachers who don't know a damn thing. That's the problem today.
Mm-hmm. You know what the other problem is, and this started in the early 2000s, probably way before, but it's way before a lot of people kept coming out, was in the early 2000s I saw an awful lot of gay people wanting to become kindergarten teachers. I actually went to school with a kid who wanted to be a kindergarten teacher, and today he is as gay as the day is long. Let me tell you, that's another big problem that's infested the schools of America.
Oh, yeah, because they feel if they're gay, then the kids also need to be gay. Hickers, New Jersey says, producer Eli, can you make a thumbnail of Trump saying, keep my wife's name out your bleeping mouth, and knocking out Jimmy Kimmel the same way that Will Smith did to Chris Rock? That's not a bad idea. That'd be a good thumbnail. I bet that would go viral.
Damn, Skippy. I'll put it on the list.
You'll put it on the list. And also, I'd like to thank Bounds02. May God bless you, Jeremy. God knows your heart, and he knows that's for him. People may look on it and be offended, but God is not, with a whopping $200 donation. You know, I was thinking about that as I was getting ready for work this morning. I was thinking about all my screw-ups. And then when I came into work this morning and I did a show on Rise Up called Comparing Yourself to Others, in which I do a lot, especially with this job, I thought to myself, is God upset with me? Or does God understand my screw-ups? And does he know that I'm a man after his own heart, like David? And the quick answer that I got was, obviously. So I'm not so concerned with what people think about me and my walk with Jesus. Jesus and I understand where my walk is. All right? All right, we got another teacher, folks. Another teacher sacked after mourning how Donald Trump had survived the assassination attempt. An American teacher has been sacked. Now, this is coming from overseas, talking about what's going on in our education environment today. And the whole world knows that we have terrible teachers. That is why Americans today are inherently ignorant and dumb. You know, when Anna Perez was here, Eli, in the beginning of her show, what was that word she always used, Eli? That word that Anna Perez always used? Can't remember what it was. You know what I'm talking about? She overused it all the time. I can't remember what it was. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Either way, you got it? What is it?
We must never acquiesce.
Yes, acquiesce. Well, in that intro to her show where she was talking about acquiescing, one of the things that she said are Americans today are inherently ignorant. And I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that because she was absolutely spot on correct when she said that. Americans today don't know anything. Why do you think we're doing Patriot Pals? We're doing Patriot Pals so kids will learn again and not have to deal with these teachers that teach them nothing but garbage. The world knows that Americans have terrible teachers. Sacked after posting a video in which she appeared to say that she was disappointed that Donald Trump survived the assassination attempt on Saturday. Corrine Baum, a teacher for preschool provider Bright Path, posted a clip on TikTok captioned, "Waking up to the news, but not that news." In that viral video, she said, man, there's been a few creators on here saying that like Friday or yesterday could have been the day, and then I wake up to the news, but not that news. We're going to have to pay really close attention to what they're trying to actually distract us from. Remember that video? She has been fired. And if you don't know who I'm talking about, it's this lady right here, whom we played yesterday, whom we said we were going to call that Indiana school and get her fired. She's been fired already.
Man, there's been a few creators on here saying that like Friday or yesterday could have been the day. And then I wake up to that news, but not that news. We're going to have to pay really close attention to what they're trying to actually distract us from.
We're going to have to pay really close attention to what they're trying to distract us from. I have a feeling that a squirrel would distract you from almost anything. Malin M123 says, evil is spreading and we need to make people aware and fight back. Evil is very powerful. Well, and guess who the first population demographic is that they're coming after? Who's the most vulnerable, Eli? Eli, who's the most vulnerable in our population, in our society? Who's the most easily brainwashed? Besides Democrats. I'm just talking about age group. Who would you say it is?
I would personally say young children, as their minds are like sponges and just suck up everything information-wise that they can.
Absolutely. Do you remember that gay video, Eli? The montage video of all the gays that looked like they were in the Brady Bunch setting? And they're all singing, we're coming for your kids, we're coming for your kids. Remember when we played that 3.5 years ago? It's exactly what they're doing. From the womb to the tomb. You might think it's from the cradle to the grave. It's not. They want them from the womb to the tomb. That's why they want you to either kill them or let them live so they can become Democrats, one of the two. From the womb to the tomb. That's why we created Patriot Pals. That's why I want everybody to share that. Look, I put the entire show on Facebook. The entire show is on Rumble. Grab the show. Grab the link. Share it. Tag the White House. I sent it to the people that I know in the White House, all who have small children, by the way. And I said, get this to the president. The world needs to see Patriot Pals. Is there anything out there is there anything out there like Patriot Pals? I think there's like one other show, one other kids show that I've seen that's about patriotism. It's about love for country, family, and God. But there aren't many, I'll tell you that. There aren't many. And that's why we got to fight back, and that's how we fight back. Now, as far as the DOJ and the FBI are concerned, you need to nab these people off social media immediately. Check this out.
Wilkes Booth, if you can hear us, if you are with us.
John Wilkes Booth,
please. John Wilkes Booth, if you're if you're listening, please.
Let me get this straight. Dumbass! You have a fully reloaded shotgun, but you chose to use a one-bullet.
We're not even sending our best to fucking assassinate. Cause what the hell was that? Lee Harvey Oswald would never, bitch. John Wilkes Booth would never.
John Wilkes Booth, if you can hear us, if you are with us, please. John Wilkes Booth, if you're...
First of all, that was posted by Chris Ripa. You guys, you'll see sometimes Chris will raid the stream here on Rumble. He's a good dude. I like him a lot, actually. And him and I are Instagram collaborators. John Wilkes Booth, Lee Harvey Oswald, or whoever else has been painted as the assassin in some of these assassination attempts, they're heroes, folks. They're heroes to the left. They look to these people as heroes. Yesterday, Will Johnson's thumbnail actually said that. They wanted this guy to be a hero. I won't even say his name. They wanted the Butler, Pennsylvania assassin to be a hero. They wanted the Palm Springs golf course assassin to be a hero. They want to memorialize these guys. Hey, Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you look up when John Wilkes Booth was killed? You want to know the crazy thing about while Eli's looking that up? Or when he died? Do you guys know that Abraham Lincoln's grandson saved John Wilkes Booth's grandson from drowning? Did you know that? Tell me that isn't absolutely godlike. It was either his grandson or his great-grandson. I think it was his grandson. I'd have to look back on that. That was years ago. Eli, when did John Wilkes Booth die?
Surprisingly, a couple days ago, April 26 in 1865.
1865. 1865, and these people are still memorializing him today. 1865, and the Democrats who killed Abraham Lincoln for freeing the slaves still memorializing him today. Tired said, why am I blocked from mentioning her? I don't get it. I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody's blocking you from doing anything. Dixie Lee said it was his grandson. Okay. So, Eli, did you know that? Did you know that Abraham Lincoln's grandson saved John Wilkes Booth's grandson from drowning after his grandfather killed his grandfather? Republicans are about life and saving people. Democrats are about death and enslaving people.
There are way too many weird little coincidences like that all through history in this huge world.
Yeah. It's almost like the first two cars ever in existence crashed into each other. Like, what? You know?
Yep. If anybody didn't know that, in the entire state of Ohio, there used to be only two cars. Those two cars got into an accident with each other. That is all.
Crazy stuff. Hey, did you want to know some more history? My family tree goes back to Francis Scott Key, the guy who created what we know as the national anthem today. And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. He is my great, 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 great uncle, I think it is. But yeah, our family tree goes back to Francis Scott Key. So, pretty crazy stuff, right? But again, these people are memorializing somebody who died in the 1800s because he killed a president that abolished slavery. Oh, Lee Harvey Oswald, if you could hear us. They don't even know who killed Kennedy. And they're memorializing the person that we know today as the person who did. Right? Kimberly said, great family heritage. Yeah, I know. It's really cool. My aunt found that out. My aunt is very, very big on all that family tree stuff. So, Julia, yes. Happy birthday, Julia. Life like, I'm late, but dude, that's cool about your great-great uncle. Yeah, you know, when I found that out, I was like, I knew there was something. I knew there was something. Nancy says Abraham Lincoln is in her family tree. Well, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Didn't know that. Teapots, no wonder you're so gifted. Well, I wouldn't say gifted. And thank you. See, I want to say something about the joy of the Lord and Slam. I mentioned you guys this morning during the Rise Up show. I said, I was talking about Dotsky. Remember yesterday when we banned Dotsky from the live chat? Well, whoever that person is came into my Instagram messages last night, told me that they hope my show gets taken away from me and that I fail and life sucks for me and all this other stuff. And I was like, wow, okay, cool beans. Way to go. And anyway, they came back with another profile this morning and complaining about being banned. And I said, I don't just ban people who I don't agree with. The joy of the Lord and Slam are in here every day. And how much do we disagree? How many people have asked me to ban people that disagree with me? I don't do that. I ban people who are demonic, who use the Lord's name in vain, or who hijack the chat. That's all. I love having disagreements with people. All right. Representative Raha Krishnamurthy, that's another problem that we have in this country. Blaming the president for all this.
I want to play some of what President Trump said about political violence yesterday. Let's watch.
You go back 20 years, 40 years, 100 years, 200 years, 500 years. It's always been there. People are assassinated, people are injured, people are hurt, and I'm not sure that it's any more now than there was. I do think that the hate speech of the Democrats, much more so, is very dangerous. I really think it's very dangerous for the country.
How do you respond, Congressman?
Well, I think that definitely the rhetoric needs to cool, but remember, his own rhetoric has inflamed the discourse in a way that we haven't seen before. I mean, just his Truth Social post the other day talking about ending Iranian civilization, or even his repost a couple days ago about how India is a hellhole and people like me, Indian Americans, are a problem in this country, only inflame the political discourse.
You are a
It's
problem.
got to come down. The discourse has to cool down, that it starts with the president. Of course, it extends to all of us. But to say that it's only one party doesn't really make sense and goes against all the facts.
Yeah. You are a big problem. Your people in our country are a big problem overall. So are Muslims, and so are any other Middle Eastern countries. It is a big problem that you guys are here in such big numbers. Absolutely. Somebody said hip-hop patriot, free speech everywhere. No. Yeah, free speech everywhere, but free speech has consequences too. Just like I have free speech to go say things, and if I get consequences, that happens. Free speech does have consequences if that speech doesn't align with the message that we're trying to convey here. And yes, you can even have a difference of opinion. That's a message too. That's not the kind of free speech I'm talking about. Everybody here knows that, by the way. But if you want to be honest, yes, your people are a big problem to this country. Absolutely. I'm not saying that Indian Americans are a big problem. I'm saying that the number of you in this country is a big problem, especially since a lot of you paid to get a gold card to be here. And now you've hijacked the quickie mart markets and the dentist markets. Here's him again.
I'm Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy. I just went on CNN to talk about the attack that happened with regard to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Thank God neither the president nor any guests were harmed, but this level of political violence has got to come to an end. Trump went on TV and said that Democrats were to blame for the political violence and the heated rhetoric, and this is coming from the person that actually said that Iranian civilization should come to an end.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That's a damn lie, and you know it. He didn't say Iranian civilization should come to an end. He was talking about the regime. He was talking about the way of life in Iran and the way the people are completely living under a tyrannical rule and they die by the tens of thousands. But you wouldn't say that because you're an Indian American who doesn't understand our values. It is Democrats' problem. Name me a Republican that's killed a Democrat of any prominence in the political spectrum in the last 100 years. Name me one here in America. I'll wait. I'll wait, Indian American. I'll wait for you to answer. I'll wait for you to answer this question. Name me one. I can name tons of Democrats. Charlie Kirk, most recently, killed by a Democrat who was radicalized into believing things that people like Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump want to take away your rights. Did Donald Trump say that every Iranian person should die or that their civilization and the way it is should? Hey, I just got a message back from the White House. Well, not from the White House officially, but one of my contacts in the White House. I sent them, because they have a baby, a young daughter. Not a baby, but a young daughter. And I sent them the latest episode of Patriot Pals. And I said, hey, I hope all is well. I know you guys there are all about families in the White House, and a lot of you have little ones. We started a kids program from LFA TV Kids called Patriot Pals, and I would love for the administration to see it. Sent it to her, and she just messaged me back with a big exclamation point saying, thank you so much for sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, you never know. Imagine seeing Patriot Pals broadcast from the White House. How cool would that be? How cool would that be? Huh? Hakeem Jeffries was actually pressed by the mainstream media about rhetoric. And he doesn't repent for a damn thing. He doesn't feel bad for anything that they've said. Again, just like every other time, Donald Trump, bad.
I know you said you stand by your comments. At the same time, you have been the subject of threats as well. So with respect to this comment about maximum warfare, even if it's about redistricting, why not tone down the language here in this moment?
I think that what's interesting to me, as you pointed out, is that the so-called White House press secretary, who's a disgrace, he's a stone cold liar.
Stop. Do you know how many words that are in my mouth right now that I want to use that I'm not going to use because I'm trying to exercise self-control as one of the 9 fruits of the Spirit? It's going to be very hard for me to hold my cool in D.C., which is probably why God is having Cassandra Watkins come with me. Because if that guy said that to my face, I would snap. Now, I have worked on some pre-calculated questions that I'm going to bring with me to D.C. so that I at least have some sort of direction. And I'm going to say to Hakeem Jeffries, if I get lucky enough to see him, do you think it's retarded that a person can't answer a simple question without saying Trump bad, Orange Man bad? Because every time you speak, instead of answering the question, you push it right towards Donald Trump. Were you elected to talk bad about Donald Trump, or are you just retarded? Like, that's about as far as I will get. That's about as far as I'll get. Talking bad about Caroline Leavitt like that, whom I know personally. Not very well, but on 2 different occasions sat and had good conversation with her. Sweetest, most wonderful person you could ever meet. You son of a bitch. And yes, I'm sure your mother was.
Had the nerve to stand up there and read talking points being critical of statements all taken out of context that Democrats have made and didn't have a word to say about anything that MAGA extremists have said or done, including providing aid and comfort to violent insurrectionists here at this Capitol on January 6th who brutally beat police officers.
Right there, if I was a reporter, I'd say, can you tell me one person who got charged with insurrection? Oh, none? Then maybe you should shut your mouth, low IQ, Team you Obama. Just saying. And then I'd go back to sitting there.
The president then pardoned those violent rioters.
I guess they're no longer guilty then, are they?
Many of whom have gone.
Pardoned. Do you know what pardon means? Or is your name too foreign for you to understand American law and how it works? Just like we can't go after Hunter Biden because he was pardoned, right? Otherwise, his crack-cooking, coke-sniffing ass would be behind bars faster than you could say Donald Trump bad. Cool Truck said, why the F is Mike Johnson not censoring this commie POS?
Back into communities across the country to reoffend. And as you pointed out, one of whom threatened to kill me. He said, kill the terrorist. Where did that language come from? What Republicans use that language?
Hold on. Are you a terrorist?
Why did that?
Are you a terrorist? Here's the thing. Republicans don't use the language that you guys use. They just get pushed to a point where they shoot you. We're not there. But that's where you're trying to push the country to go, clearly.
That pardon MAGA extremists, violent insurrectionists, choose to use the language of terrorism directed at me when he threatened to kill me at an event. And so how can we take them seriously when they raise these partisan attacks and completely ignore the fact that a lot of folks, including Governor Shapiro, his home was attacked by an arsonist when he and his kids and wife were there.
Yeah, here's the thing. It wasn't a Republican, though. You forgot to mention that part. If it was a MAGA Republican, you would have said just now, by a MAGA extremist Republican. So you're just naming people who have gotten threatened, naming people who have gotten attacked, but you're not saying who it was by. See that?
And this so-called White House press secretary wants to lecture America and lecture us about civility. Get lost. Clean up your own house before you have anything to say to us about the language that we use.
So, that was his attack on Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. You see, the problem with Hakeem Jeffries, or actually the problem with Congress, is there's no real men to stand up to him. And any person who could stand up to him is afraid to get in trouble, afraid to get censured, afraid to get kicked out of Congress. They walk the halls of Congress with this douchebag daily. They see this fish-eyed loser daily, and nobody holds him accountable. Nobody calls him what he really is. Boy, this guy Eli better pray that I don't run into him. He better pray that I don't run into him, because I won't let him speak. He'll either have to leave or they'll have to remove me.
Don't forget about the press also, who they will not call this man out on his lies. You see, if I was there and I had a microphone in this man's face, and every time he spit out a lie, I would say, that's a lie. You're a scumbag. You're not telling the truth. In an exponential way, Donald Trump is horrible.
That's exactly how he talks. Barricade said, Jeremy, thank you for unblocking me. I never unblocked you. But thank you for being here. So whatever reason you couldn't get here wasn't our fault. It was something to do with Rumble. Active Girl said, oh my gosh, Jeremy, I want to jump through my TV screen and slap that POS liar. I normally don't feel like this. Yeah, I know. When you attack an expectant mother, soon-to-be mother, who does nothing but great things for this country, and you're a piece of trash like Hakeem Jeffries, it's hard not to have somebody want to beat the ever-loving snot out of him. Like I said, he better hope I don't run into him. It won't be a good day for him.
Mr. Leader, I want to get your response. I realize this quote is a quotation from someone else. You Republicans continue to hit you over saying maximum warfare everywhere all the time in your tweet after the Virginia election. So I want you to respond to that. And from a macro perspective, if you can, what are you advising your members to do about rhetoric right now that you can criticize the president without facing GOP criticism?
Political violence in any form directed at anyone, whether that's the right, the left, or the center, is unacceptable.
Really? Hold on. Stop. Then why did you say warfare? Then why did you say this warfare needs to continue and we need to take up in the street? We need to take it up in the streets. Why'd you say that then? Period. Full stop, sir.
It's unacceptable. Period. Full stop.
I hate when people say that. Hate it.
The notion
stupid thing to say.
that any of us are concerned with so-called criticism from these phony Republicans as it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism.
Wow. You don't give a damn about the people's criticism. Eli, he doesn't give a damn about their criticism. Well, you know what he is going to give a damn about? If I get lucky enough to run into him, he's going to care that he's not allowed to speak because I'm going to talk over him. I'm not going to let him spew his lies to the camera. Every time he talks, I'm going to talk over him. They're going to have to get a binding resolution from the United Nations to keep me from speaking over this lying, woman-abusing scumbag.
Yeah, but you see, Jeremy, every once in a while, if he gets worked up enough, he throws his arm out, and, he don't give a damn if you're going to yell in his face. He's going to yell in your face right back. Donald Trump is a bad man.
Donald Trump is a bad man. Donald Trump is bad. Donald Trump is bad. Here's what he said outside. Hakeem Jeffries. This guy is, you know why this guy's lashing out? Because he knows if the Republicans win the midterms, he will be voted out of leadership for the Democrats. This is his one and only chance to get Speaker of the House. If the Republicans keep the House, I will guarantee you that Team Obama gets voted out of Democrat House leadership. Guaranteed.
Listen, President Trump is calling on Jimmy Kimmel to be fired by ABC due to a joke that he made. You might have seen this. What's your take on this?
My view generally is that, of course, political violence should be denounced across the board.
But
it has no place in the United States of America, whether it's directed at the left, the right, or the center. Yeah. Everybody needs to take the temperature down.
So are you telling Jimmy Kimmel he needs to take the temperature down? No, with respect to
Jimmy Kimmel, I haven't seen the comments that prompted Donald Trump to respond, and so...
Kimmel made a joke calling Melania Trump an expectant widow, and this was on last week's show, and now, of course, after what happened this past weekend, Trump is saying he should be fired.
Yeah, listen, I think that Jimmy Kimmel can speak for himself. The notion that Jimmy Kimmel should be fired, everybody needs to take the temperature down. That includes Republicans and Democrats, people on the left, people on the right, so we can get to a place where we can debate ideas. That's all fine. But this political violence, which we've seen come from all corners, is unacceptable.
But do you think he should apologize then?
You can ask that question of Jimmy Kimmel. I haven't seen the context with which those statements were made.
Liar. You've seen the context in which those statements were made. You know who I know? You know who I don't negotiate, Eli, or who I don't exchange ideas with, or who I don't debate? Terrorists and Democrats. Because there's no sense in doing it. There's no basis of truth. So I'm not going to negotiate with you. I'm not going to trade ideas with you. I'm going to crush you every chance I get because of what you guys have caused, the environment that you guys have caused because of your hatred for Donald Trump.
I love how that Weasley little scumbag, too, there, right toward the end, also said, what was it, something along the lines of, that's to end, the violence and the rhetoric on both sides. Oh, both sides, please. Explain exactly what you're talking about on your side, because we know exactly what it is.
Absolutely. And what he's talking about is President Trump and Melania Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, calling for ABC, Disney, owned ABC, to finally fire Jimmy Kimmel because his audience that he speaks to are these terrorists who try to kill them. They hear the garbage from these people's mouths. Hakeem Jeffries, Jimmy Kimmel. And there's no place like that for a Disney-owned company. That's what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get started here for the second hour, I want to thank Rumble Wallet. I want to thank Rumble in general. Rumble has been such an innovator, such a pioneer in free speech platforming that even the government of the UK, you want to know why I can't stand the UK so much? This is one of the reasons. That the government of the UK couldn't even get LFA TV removed, and we're not even that big. Imagine the flea that we are on the back of globalists. So Rumble was faced with an ultimatum. Get rid of 5 channels. LFA TV was one of those channels. So was Russell Brand, one of their own. And Rumble told him to stick it where the sun don't shine. And that's what I love about Rumble. And they pioneer stuff like this. They also pioneered Rumble Wallet. What is Rumble Wallet? Well, do you guys have Google Wallet? Or do you guys have any kind of wallet where you put like your barcodes to get into the gym, your card, your debit card or anything like that? Well, Rumble Wallet is like that, except it's for your digital currency. It's for your Tether US Gold, your Tether, your Bitcoin. Any digital currency that you have can be consolidated in one spot, secure, safe, yours forever, and yours to protect you and your family. You can also tip creators like me. I've gotten tips through Rumble Wallet. I didn't even have Rumble Wallet until people started saying, hey, I want to tip you this way. I get to keep 100% of it, and it can't be touched, no middleman. That's what I love about it. I get 100% of it. Or anybody that you tip, even Steven Crowder, who we highlighted this morning, if you watch his show and you tip him. You can download Rumble Wallet by going to wallet.rumble.com if you're doing it the old school way. You can click that QR code on your TV right now with your phone and pull up a tab for after the show, or you can go to your Apple store or your Android store, your app store, and get Rumble Wallet there. It's awesome, it's quick, it's effective, and ladies and gentlemen, if you're talking about your diversifying your portfolio, digital currency, not centralized digital currency is something that you might want to look into. And a big shout out to Rumble for making this disruptive technology. Empowering voices, enabling transactions today. Wallet.rumble.com. And a big shout out to them for sponsoring here every single day. Also, Chef IQ. Somebody asked in the live chat a little while ago, what is that thermometer sponsor that you got that takes the temperature of the food that you're cooking? This is it, folks. This is it. ChefIQ.com. You want to know how cool this is? You want to know how easy this is? Here's what you do. You take those thermometers that you buy and you put them in the meat that you're cooking. You put them in the meat that you're cooking, and when you put them in the meat that you're cooking, you then set to what temperature you want it cooked to all the way through, and it actually gauges it for you and gives you live updates as to where and what percentage that your dinner is done. Now, the cool thing is you can get it for 30% off right now. What a great Mother's Day gift. What a great Father's Day gift. ChefIQ.com, promo code LFA. That's ChefIQ.com. Promo code LFA. One more time, ChefIQ.com. Promo code LFA with barbecue season coming up, cooking out season, and plus just for every day at home. Chef IQ. They're awesome. They're effective, and the app gives you thousands of different recipes that you can use, and it's definitely a great gift. My wife loves it, swears by it, uses it constantly, and it's made her cooking job that she loves to cook, and it's made that job a lot easier for her. America's favorite wireless meat thermometer, ChefIQ.com, 30% off by going there today and using promo code LFA. And a big shout out to them for being a sponsor here. Okay. Debbie said Disney's new CEO doesn't appear to be any smarter than the last one. They're about to lay off 1,000 employees, but yet they're keeping Kimmel. Not smart. Gina Marie said she needs one. So if anybody out there in her family is listening, she needs one for Mother's Day. Okay? All right. Moving right along here. Representative Andy Ogles, who's been on this show before twice. Hopefully get him back on soon. And I'm also hoping that he's a guest with me down in the Rumble studio in D.C. when I get there and do the show from there. I also talked to a couple other representatives. Randy Fine, I think he's going to join me down there. Of course, it's going to be co-hosted with the great Cassandra Watkins. But let's get into something that Andy Ogles said, and I would like to know who the name of the female reporter is. Roll it.
The reporter, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it. There was a reporter in the room who was under a table, and when the shots went off and everybody's hiding, she said, "I hope they killed the Orange MF." That was a journalist in the room who was hoping that when she stood up, the President of the United States would be dead. So I'm coming to a public venue where I know it might be hostile to expose myself to an honest dialogue, an open dialogue. And if you ask me a question and I don't have an answer, I will get you something in writing, or we can talk on the phone. But when you have members of the press openly enticing, hoping, talking about killing the chief executive officer of this country, again, Muslim, Jew, Hindu, I don't care. That's a problem.
I'm sorry, what did she say?
I hope they killed the Orange MF. There was a reporter, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it. There was a reporter in the room who was...
Who said it? Who said it? Was it Margaret? Was it Margaret Brennan? Was it Caitlin Collins? I doubt it was Caitlin Collins. As much of an idiot as she is, I doubt she'd say something like that. Was it somebody from 60 Minutes, ABC? CBS? Who was it? I'd like to know who it was. Name her, expose her. I love Andy Ogles. I love him. I do. I don't have a direct contact with him, but I do have a direct contact with his comms person. I'm going to reach out to them after the show, and I'm going to be like, is he willing to say who it is? Because these people need to be held responsible. I hope they kill that Orange MFer. You're saying that at the dinner? What's her name? I'd like to know who it is. Billy said Nicole Wallace gets my vote. Could be her too. Female reporter. How many of them are on the opposite side? Who could it have been? Had to be from, oh, you know what? It could have been from MS Now. Carla said it right. It's either CNN, The View, or MS Now. One of the two. Three, I mean. Absolutely. Larcy said, did anyone see the picture of Savannah Guthrie with the assassin? Was that real? I saw that floating around. I don't know if it was AI or not. I'm not sure. I could care less about Savannah Guthrie and her nonstop round-the-clock primetime treatment that she got from her and her Trump-hating mother. I'm not saying I wish anybody was dead. I was saying I could care less about the story. I never once... Eli, did we ever report on Savannah Guthrie and her mom? Other than to say that who cares about it being national news? Like, I care about a woman being abducted or kidnapped. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I don't care about it in the way of it being national news, taking precedence over everything else, being nonstop, round-the-clock Fox News and other people's... Like, did we ever talk about that? I don't think we did.
I think the only time we ever mentioned it was to say that it was so much of a story on everyone else's networks that they just kept on with it.
Yeah. Gina says Alina Habba is going on The View tomorrow. This should be goof. Oh, I can't wait for that. I can't wait for that. In the Biz said Jimmy Kimmel must be investigated for his comments. I think a lot of people that should be investigated are not. You guys probably all saw this picture floating around social media, right? After the assassination attempt. What do you think was on that card? What do you think was on that card that President Trump was reading right there? Do you think it was a note that said, we got to get the hell out of here? Somebody's trying to kill you again? What what was on the card. Oz Perlman tells us what's on the card. Eli, what's up?
I don't know if this is what you were about to get into, but I saw something on this the other day. Another type of conspiracy thing, I think. But somebody was saying that guy right there is an Israeli magician or something, and he was in the middle of a trick, and I don't know.
No, I think he was some kind of illusionist or something like that. But anyway, let's get to it. Since that picture went around all over social media, and people were saying that this guy was some Israeli, this, that, and the other that was in on it, let's go to the actual video, shall we? Now, in this video, who do you see here? You see President Trump. You see Melania Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, right? This looks like Caroline Leavitt right here. Let's go to this video real quick. Yeah. So as you can see there, he revealed something to Caroline Leavitt, right? That was Oz Perlman. The video prompted users on social media to question and create theories about what was written on the card. Now Oz Perlman has revealed what was written on the card. Perlman, who's a notable mentalist, told USA Today that just moments before the gunman opened fire at the event, he was performing a trick where he was going to guess the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's baby's name. The mentalist noted that Leavitt had kept the baby's name private and revealed that on his White House card was the name Vivian, which Leavitt had confirmed is the name that she has selected for her baby. But that didn't stop social media, did it? Nope, social media were saying all kinds of stuff, right? This Israeli guy was revealing things to them on cards, telling them this and that, passing notes that were private. It's like, dude, did you not see that? By the way, he also went on Joe Rogan and guessed Joe Rogan's ATM PIN code as well. Eli, I'm just going to tell you right now, I am never around these kind of people. Illusionists, tricksters, magicians. They're like actors. They lie for a living, right? Now, it's under the guise of entertainment. But if somebody's out there guessing the name of your baby or guessing your PIN code or guessing your social security number or something like that, something's evil about that. And I don't want that stuff around me. Tarot card readers, palm readers, any of that stuff. Stay in your own lane, bro. Stay away from me.
I never bought into it a whole lot anyway, because I always thought to myself, oh, you're a psychic? What are the winning Powerball numbers? Oh, well, it doesn't work like that. Well, of course it doesn't work like that.
Well, they say it doesn't work like that, Eli, because what these people do is they're really... You know, like when you're playing poker and somebody says that somebody has a tell? So these magicians and these illusionists look for tells, and they ask questions. It's almost like, I'm seeing somebody in your family with green eyes who's very sad. Oh, my cousin has green eyes. Yeah, they just broke up with somebody. Oh, and they ask questions to get you to kind of divulge information. But either way, I don't want those people around me, bro. Stay over there.
Yeah, that's just the thing. Then that's fine. Call yourself a trickster or something like that, but don't call yourself a psychic, because you're not really predicting anything.
That's
Reminds me
right.
of that Seinfeld episode where George goes to see one, and this girl's like, I'm thinking of some girl's name with a C, and he's like, my God, my brother dated somebody with a girl name, started with Celeste, and she was like, do you think about her a lot? And he's like, when somebody mentions her name.
Exactly. Paul Sperry says this: federal investigators are looking into the possible connection between the arrested would-be Trump assassin Cole Thomas Allen and Stacey Abrams' fair fight action, as well as the radical Black Lives Matter movement developing. Don't tell me that Stacey Abrams was getting federal dollars and donations into the fair fight action and funding somehow, some way, or responsible somehow, some way for Cole Thomas Allen, or even the Black Lives Matter movement, which we've already... How many people have been arrested for fraud in Black Lives Matter already? So as this goes on, I told you yesterday that more charges were going to come. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got those charges. Do you remember yesterday when people in the chat were saying it's BS that he's not getting attempted murder charges? Well, he is. He is. He's getting charges of attempted assassination, discharging a firearm with the intent to hurt or kill. The attempted assassination of President Trump is a lifetime imprisonment, up to a lifetime imprisonment. Others are minimum 10 years or 20 years in prison. So he has been charged, and more charges are coming, okay? Just as we reported yesterday. These kind of cases, as they investigate them, they're going to find out more stuff. They're going to find out more intent. They're going to find out more motive. And when they find that out, they're going to charge them. The reason why he was only charged with what he was charged with at that exact moment was because they knew for sure they could charge him with this kind of stuff. They didn't know at that moment in time, at that exact moment in time, that he was there to kill the president explicitly. It could have been the vice president. It could have been a TV personality. Could have been Pete Hegseth. Who knows? But as it goes on, you're going to get more charges.
The hearing has wrapped up. It was very brief, just a few minutes long. They did set a detention hearing for April 30th. I mean, clearly this person's going to remain in custody now and likely forever. May 11th is a preliminary hearing.
Likely forever. So May 11th is the preliminary hearing. Here is Judge Janine Pirro talking about it further.
Todd Blanche just indicated to you the charges. Those charges are only 3 charges that are in the complaint that has been presented in federal district court about an hour ago. There will be additional charges as this investigation continues to unfold. But make no mistake, this was an attempted assassination of the President of the United States, with the defendant making clear what his intent was. And that intent was to bring down as many of the high-ranking cabinet officials as he could. This is the kind of situation that we cannot tolerate.
Let's paint a picture for you, shall we? By the way, we're number 7 on the leaderboard, and Wendy Bell is beating us by 200 people, and Timcast is even beating us today, folks. Not good. Please help us share. We don't want Timcast beating us. He's not even a real Republican. You know what I mean? Or even a real Trumper or a MAGA. It's fair weather. Can't let that happen. All right. Let's paint a picture for you. You saw how fast he ran by Secret Service, right? He knew he only had one window to get in, and that window would be it. Imagine had he got into the ballroom. Imagine had he got in the ballroom with his gun. He would have aimed it right up at the stage, center stage, where President Trump and Melania were. Imagine if Melania was shot and killed. President Trump was shot, not killed. Imagine if, I hate to even say it, but imagine had Caroline Leavitt, a pregnant mother, been killed. He wanted to kill as many people as he could. Thank you, Lederer. Had he got into that ballroom and aimed center stage, the world would be in disarray right now. The world would be on fire right now. If they were to succeed in assassinating President Trump, not just attempt, but to succeed, people will rise up. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Maybe they're trying to spark World War III or World War XII if you're Ilhan Omar, who said that we've had 11 world wars. America is inherently dumb. I cannot have a conversation with them. They are so dumb. But says that there's 11 world wars that we've had. We'd be singing a very different tune today if that was the case. So when you say Secret Service didn't do their job, what's the job? Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you look up what the job is of the Secret Service? Har says, why talk like that? Don't want to imagine anything like that. It's the first thing you thought of when you heard of an assassination attempt. So you've already thought of it. I talk like that because it's my job to talk like that. It's my job to paint a picture of what this world would be like if Democrats had their way, to hopefully turn a few Democrats away from being Democrat. Eli, did you hear yesterday? Made national news. The mayor in Claremont, New Hampshire, where you and I lived for years, in Claremont, New Hampshire, just turned from Democrat to Republican after the assassination attempt. Now, the mayor in Claremont, New Hampshire holds no power. It's a weak mayor system. They're just there to vote, right? But he turned from Democrat to Republican yesterday after this. It is my job to point out what these people are trying to do. Eli, what's the job of the Secret Service? What is their main function?
The United States Secret Service has a dual mission of protection and investigation. Agents protect national leaders, their families, and visiting heads of state while also securing designated national special security events. Simultaneously, they investigate financial crimes, including counterfeiting, bank fraud, and cyber-enabled fraud.
So their main job is to protect the people in office, right?
Mm-hmm.
Eli, did anybody get hurt in the administration on Saturday? Did anybody get shot, struck, hurt, stabbed, beat, killed? Anyone?
Not a one. Only one little asshole got tackled, and we all know the fatal end of that one.
So even though Secret Service isn't perfect, they did their job and kept the administration safe and didn't let that guy get in the ballroom?
Absolutely, and I kind of sort of hate to say this, but even Porky Patty there, who still somehow has the job with the Secret Service, yeah.
Yeah. Carla said Trump fell. Not the case, actually, Carla. He didn't actually fall. Do you know what really happened? Does anybody in the chat want to inform Carla on what happened? Trump didn't trip. Trump didn't fall. Trump went down to do something. Does anybody want to know? Does anybody know what that is? There you go, Suzanne. Melania was crawling in front of him, and he was helping her up when they got to the door. It's exactly right. It's exactly right. Now, he might have, in the process of people pushing him, holding him down, guarding him, Melania on the ground in front of him, he might have, but they were told to get down, take cover, and he was helping her up. There's actually a couple camera views of it that show it. It's exactly what he was doing. But the left will say, look, he can't even walk. He was complaining about Joe Biden going upstairs.
Recall that it was on March 2nd that the president indicated that he would be attending this public event at the Hilton. And on April 6th, that's when Cole Allen first made a hotel reservation at the Washington Hilton for 3 nights, the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th. It was on April 21st that he traveled all the way from the West Coast, from his home near L.A. He gets to Chicago on April 23rd and has been indicated he arrives in D.C. on the 24th, and he checks into the hotel at about 3 p.m. He stays overnight. He is very much aware that the president and the first lady entered the ballroom at 8 p.m. And it was at 8:40 that he made a decision to rush the ballroom. And thank goodness, law enforcement, the Secret Service, was able to prevent him from getting into that ballroom. He was not injured other than some kind of scrape on his knee. You may recall that it was on March 2nd that the president indicated that he would be attending this public event at the Hilton. And on April 6th, that's when Cole Allen first made a hotel reservation at the Washington Hilton for 3 nights, the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th. It was on April 21st that he traveled all the way from the West Coast, from his home near L.A. He gets to Chicago on April 23rd and has been indicated he arrives in D.C. on the...
So their investigation is showing his entire trip. Now, somebody said in here he should have never been that close. Absolutely. 100% agree. 100% agree. But Trump's still standing and nobody in the administration shot. The hotel convention room wasn't a bloody massacre. Ultra Lady said, do you all think that Allen thought he was going to be gunned down? Absolutely. Absolutely. His main goal was just to get into that event room and start shooting. That was his only goal. You have to think that I'm going to die when I do this. You can't be so stupid to believe you're going to get away. Carla said, don't you think he had help planning and paying for the whole thing? Well, that is what Paul Sperry's talking about. That they're right now investigating a possible connection, and I believe it would be financial, but it doesn't say that, between this man and Stacey Abrams and the foundation that she belonged to, which is also tied to Black Lives Matter. Yes. Absolutely. But now he's alive and now he can speak if he does. I don't know. The Joy of the Lord said he should have been gunned down. I saw something online that said dead people don't talk. At least we got him alive. Yes and no. Depends on what he says. If he says nothing, then would have been better to put a bullet in his head. If he says something that implicates somebody else and gets life in prison, I don't want to pay for the guy. Maybe he'll get prison justice. Maybe he'll just get prison justice. I don't know. Bucklebrush says, can't let hotel guests bring in bags of guns days before the president is there. It reminds me of the Mandalay Bay shooting, doesn't it? It almost reminds me of, it almost makes me think that they were allowed to. Because you remember the Mandalay Bay shooter in Vegas? Remember he got all those guns up to his room days prior? Was living up there with tons of guns? Fireboss said 6 shots all missed. I don't think it's been reported how many shots have been actually fired. I've not seen that anywhere. If you've seen how many shots were fired, I would love to see that because I've not seen that anywhere. And what bullets came from what guns and hit which people. Bethany Miller says, you'd think Secret Service was thinking of that. Well, that's why I'm wondering, because the same thing happened, like I said, the same thing happened at Mandalay Bay. Anyway, moving on. Senator John Fetterman breaks with his party once again. Says the Democrats should support construction of the White House ballroom after the White House correspondent's attempted assassination. Anybody want to bet that Fetterman doesn't change his party to independent, but rather changes it to Republican? And if he does change it to independent, he's going to vote with Republican every time. He'll be like a Bernie Sanders type, but voting with the Republicans rather than the Democrats. Here is John Fetterman.
Drop the TDS. Let's just build this ballroom. And we always, as Democrats, we want to be the party of abundance, but we have a history shutting things down or taking years and years to do the very basic kinds of a thing of construction. And the president is not going to be in office when that thing's even going to be finished, so this isn't really him. But so that's part of it. And the concern, you could have a lot more inclusive and frequent and secure, the most important, secure events just in a facility like that. I never really had a problem with it to begin with, but I've been at events where people are in tents. I mean, it's just like, that's not the most powerful country in the world where people trudging around in sod, in tents for state events. So like, that's part of it. That's really the reality here. And after that event, we got so lucky as a nation. So why are we arguing about, is this too big? Is it too this or too that? It's just, I mean, let's do this.
Let's do this. President Trump said this in a True Social post. What happened last night is exactly the reason that our great military, Secret Service, law enforcement, and for different reasons, every president for the last 150 years have been demanding that a large, safe, and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of the White House. This event would have never happened with a militarily top secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. He says it can be built fast enough, especially he's a builder. He understands these things, right? He says it can be built fast enough. While beautiful, it has every highest level of security feature there is. Plus, there are no rooms sitting on top for unsecured people to pour in. And it is inside the gates of the most secure building in the world, the White House. The ridiculous ballroom lawsuit brought by a woman walking her dog, who has absolutely no standing to bring such a suit, must be dropped immediately. Nothing should be allowed to interfere with the construction, which is on budget and substantially ahead of schedule. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. Like I said, Lindsey Graham addressed this too, but I won't play his video because I can't stand the guy, and it's really not news. We already have the donations for this to be done, or not necessarily the full donation amount, but we have the donors. We have the donors' declaration that they'll help all the way through. So I don't understand what the problem is. Now, what about underneath? The military, that won't be donor money. That'll be taxpayer money. The military facility underneath the ballroom, that'll be taxpayer funded. The ballroom itself will be not taxpayer funded. And now everybody's saying, well, Donald Trump said it was going to be a ballroom paid by taxpayers or paid by the donor. Now he's saying it's going to be paid by taxpayers. No, not necessarily. What he's saying is that the military bunker and whatever facility goes underneath the ballroom will be paid for by taxpayers. And it should be. It's for the military. Ultra Lady said, Jeremy, I'm dying. You don't like Lady Lindsay? No, I don't like flimsy Lindsay Lady G. Not at all. Anybody remember this guy? John Hinckley Jr. Anybody remember him? Let's see how many Smarties we have. Let's give some Smartie Awards away today. Does anybody know who this guy is? Anybody who's my age or older definitely knows who this guy is. Who is it? He does look like Bannon, doesn't he, on the left there? Give that guy long hair, Eli, and a pissy-smelling chair. That's Bannon right there. Anybody? Gina says, an assassin. Yep. Tried to kill Ronald Reagan. That's exactly right. Was it 1981? Or 1982? Something like that. Tried to shoot Reagan. Yep. One of the weird coincidence, and he pointed this out. John Hinckley Jr., the man who attempted to assassinate Ronald Reagan, 1981. I was right about that. Guess where it was? The Washington Hilton. Speaking of TMZ, Hinckley said that the recent shooting attempt was spooky because it occurred at the same venue where he carried out his 1981 attack. Hinckley stated that the Washington Hilton is not secure. Well, how would you know? It's been 40 years, sir. How would you know whether it's secure or not now? And urged the hotel to stop hosting major high-profile events because bad things keep happening there. Unless you have a secure White House event, bad things are going to happen everywhere these days. You can't have a rally outside. You can't go golfing. You can't go to an event with Hilton or anybody else. It's not Hilton that's the problem. It's Democrats that are the problem. Democrat assassins are the problem. Gina said, I was 10. I remember it like yesterday. Well, I don't remember watching it live, but I do remember watching it as a kid. When I was in first or second grade, they were showing it. And that was in 1985. So 4 years after that, I was still seeing it. It was still the talk of the town, right? Imagine this. Hinckley is calling on Hilton to stop holding events. Might as well say Jeffrey Dahmer is telling people to stop eating meat. Nobody cares what he says. The only thing that people should be saying right now, hey, Democrats, stop trying to kill President Trump. It's the only thing that should be said right now. Hey, Democrats, stop trying to kill President Trump. Coleman said Hilton is woke. I highly disagree. Says they probably set it up. I highly disagree. Highly disagree. All those hotels that we were talking about, were those people that were bought and owned by Hilton, like Homewood Suites and things like that were bought under the Hilton brand. Every one of them that tried to discriminate against ICE agents were not only delisted by Hilton, but they were taken off Hilton's website. So if people were looking for Hilton, they wouldn't find those hotels to stay at because they were discriminating against ICE officers. So I would say their actions are highly. I disagree with that because their actions show that they were actually against what those hotels were doing. Now, if you've got other information on Hilton that talks about how they're super woke, I would love to know it because I'm a Hilton Honors member, and I wouldn't be a Hilton Honors member if I found out that was the case. So please let me know if you have any other information about Hilton. But their recent actions that I see were standing with President Trump and ICE, saying that that these hotel chains that they bought up under their umbrella have no right to do that. So I'm just saying, I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying if you have any other information that I don't have, give it to me. Because I don't want to be a Hilton Honors member if I find out something else. Okay? R-Star said switch to Marriott. Highly disagree with that too. Marriott was the hotel that locked everybody inside of it on January 6th. Producer Eli and I were there. We got out before they locked them all in. Once they locked them all in, they started discriminating against them and kicking out the people that were there for the January 6th rally, and then worked with the feds to give them names of the people that they were seeking that were in and around January 6th, or in and around D.C. on January 6th. So I was a Marriott member. I left Marriott to go to Hilton after that day because I travel a lot. Now I go to Hilton and I don't go to Marriott. So, the more you know, I guess. True International Pressure said Hilton stopped letting those hotels use their brand name. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And like I said, maybe the hotels have changed since then. Maybe Marriott's changed. Maybe Hilton's changed. I haven't seen it. But I will say that the Marriott literally locked people in. Producer Eli and I were outside of the Marriott. And you know how they have a revolving door? Those revolving doors? They locked those. They weren't letting anybody out that were trying to get out. There was tons of people in the when you walk in, there was a ton of people in the lobby with MAGA hats on that could not get out. They were stuck inside. They wouldn't let them out. Producer Eli and I were already on the street trying to get our truck to get out of there. Lucky we got out, but Eli, ever since then, I'm all set with Marriott.
Oh, yeah, I'm kind of all set with DC.
Yep. A lot of people said they can't afford Marriott or Hilton. Marriott and Hilton are actually pretty affordable because they own so much. Like you can get a great room for $150. A great room for $150 a night. You can get a decent room for $120 a night. Sometimes if you look for deals, you can even get them for under $100. So they're not like they used to be where like only the rich people stay, right? But anyway, moving on. J.D. Vance answers questions about going to prison.
What did you advise the president initially as he considered his actions in Iran, and what are you urging him to do now, especially with Americans seeing higher prices at the pump and some of the fallout from that across the economy? Do you express any concerns like those you've expressed in the past on the possibility of these extended wars?
Well, Bill, I appreciate the question. I know you guys have to ask it, but imagine the situation. We're in the situation room where you can't even take your iPod in there, or your AirPods, I guess what they're called. You can't take your iPhone in there. You can't take anything in there because it is the most classified space anywhere in the world. And I sit there with Pete Hegseth and General Kane and Marco Rubio and the entire White House team, and the president and I and the entire senior team are talking about the options and about what we need to do and about how we must best protect the American people. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not going to show up here and in front of God and everybody else tell you exactly what I said in that classified room, partially because I don't want to go to prison, and partially because I think it's important for the President of the United States to be able to talk to his advisors without those advisors running their mouth to the American media. Thank you all.
Press.
I love what he said there. Love what he said there. And for all those people that think that the Trump administration officials are going to go to prison after Trump's done being president, do you guys not remember the Supreme Court ruling that anything that is done in the capacity of being president of the United States of America and the people that he orders to do things have absolute immunity? Right? Unless you can prove that they were knowingly breaking laws of the land and putting themselves above the law. But like Obama's drone strike on American citizens, can't be prosecuted for that. Official acts. But Obama orchestrating a coup against the President of the United States, lying to FISA courts and making up stories, using the full weight of the federal government to weaponize against your opponent, that you can go to jail for. That you can go to jail for. But who knows? These days, with the judges that we have, who knows? All right. Black pillars. I want to get back to the black pillars for a minute. The Hodge twins have become huge black pillars, right? If you guys don't know what a black pillar is, everything that you see Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nick Fuentes, all these people, Alex Jones, Owen Schroyer, everything that you hear from them lately has coined them the label black pillars, meaning they're not red pillars, they're not blue pillars. These people are saying, you're all crazy. Trump is just as bad as everybody else. And now take the black pill, which the black pill is wake up. Israel owns everything. Israel runs everything. Israel runs the government. Israel bad. Trump's a puppet of Israel, and Trump's a pedophile. That's black pill in a nutshell, right? Shannon says, I'm looking at the articles right now that the Hilton in Minnesota wouldn't let the ICE agents in. Wrong again, though. That is a franchise owned by Hilton that Hilton bought when they weren't letting those ICE agents in, and Hilton delisted them from their website. Unless a new one happened that I don't know about. Hilton spoke up on that and said, not happening. And I believe that's what you're talking about. Yep, Jimmy Dore as well. Jimmy Dore's another retard. The Haji twins, we call them now, because they're all in it for Islam, it seems. They had Alex Jones' son on the show.
How much have your dad supported Trump?
I mean, Die Hard, he was the first ever major interview Trump got was on InfoWars, right?
Right. And he's recently turned on you, Dave.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and give you the original Trump quote and then the new Trump quote. Now, Alex, you're a good man, a great man. I will not let you down. You'll be very impressed, I hope. He's gone from that's Trump to my dad. Now Trump's low IQ, or not Trump's low IQ. Alex is low IQ. Alex is withered. I forget the exact terminology he used. They're all losers. They're not MAGA anymore. I decide what MAGA is. Well, MAGA was never about you, Trump. MAGA was about what you promised to do for the country. And when you leave all that behind, it's not MAGA anymore because it's not about America. It's called MIGA.
Stop. Stop, stop, stop. See what they're doing? You see what they're doing, right? He's switching from this is what's going on, but the reason why is Israel. He's going to say make Israel great again. Why did President Trump start saying that about your fat-ass, sloppy loser dad? Why did he start doing that? Because your fat-ass, sloppy loser, blow-in-the-wind father started criticizing Donald Trump and calling him names, saying he was protecting pedophiles. What promises has Donald Trump not come through on or working on right now? If you say he didn't drain the swamp, tell me what's going on in the Southern District of Florida. Rick says, breaking, the Virginia Supreme Court today denied a motion from State Attorney General Jay Jones to lift the stay on the certification of the state's redistricting referendum results. Exactly. Awesome. Love it. That's good news. Let's go on further with Alex Jones' retarded son. So here comes Israel. Ready?
All right, it's make Israel great again. So my dad, he's been out there saying, because he's anti-war, these MIGAs are crazy. All right?
MIGAs?
These MIGAs are crazy.
These
all right?
MIGAs are crazy.
And that has...
These MIGAs.
And because, as we all know, the rule is you have to roll with your MIGAs. Trump is having to roll with, his Mark Levin, his Miriam Adelson. He has to do what they say. Yeah. So, of course, he comes out and attacks all the original supporters, the Tucker Carlson, the MTG, the Megyn Kelly, the Alex Jones. And you look at my dad.
So you're saying that Trump came out and started criticizing the Haji twins, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, MTG, Nick Fuentes. You're saying that he started going after them because they started exposing Israel? Is that your narrative? Is that your spin to the whole story? Because what actually happened is they started talking about Israel. Trump didn't say a word. They started talking bad about Trump. Trump counterswung. And now he's beating these people into oblivion. And your dad's one of them. They said, Eli, starting next week, they're no longer flying under the InfoWars banner. They're going to change it all up because The Onion now owns Alex Jones. The Onion owns Alex Jones, regardless of the name that he puts on it. You can put a lipstick on a pig, you can put perfume on a turd, and it's still a pig, and it's still a pile of shit. Like Alex's son here.
Those other people, they've been more critical. Candace Owens especially, and Tucker especially. My dad literally waited at the door, and I give this analogy very specifically. This isn't to denigrate or disrespect my dad at all. It's just to show my dad's loyalty. Like a dog at the door waiting for the soldier to come home for 7 years, for 10 years plus. Please, Trump, just come in and save the country. Please, Trump, just come in and stop the lawfare. It affected both of us too. Like Trump got sued by the same exact people that sued us. Now they're his best friends. Trump comes home. Trump comes home. The dog's there. My dad's there. Trump, you won. You're here to save us, right? Boom, boom, boom. Smash the dog's head in. You don't think people are like that? There are plenty of people.
Eli, his name is no longer Alex Jones. It's Alex Owned. That's his new name. Maybe because Alex is owned by the left now, because he's owned by The Onion. They're the left. Maybe because he's owned by the left and he can't leave. He can't do anything about it. Maybe that's why he's projecting and saying Trump is owned by Bibi Netanyahu.
I'm honestly surprised that Alex Jones is even doing a show. I guess he has to do a show under that lawsuit or whatever, but you can now call your show, the name of your show, The Truth, The Whole Truth, and Nothing But the Truth, and I'll never believe it because you're owned by The Onion.
The Onion. No more Alex Jones, it's Alex owned. And the Haji twins post one thing on X and the complete opposite thing on Facebook because they have somebody doing their social media for them. Unlike people here at LFA TV who do it themselves.
People like that around the world. And whether that's somebody doing that to their poor dog or Trump doing it to my dad, it's the same metaphysical concept. You have someone that's perfectly loyal to you, loyal to your mission, what you said because it was good, and then you invert yourself, become evil, and then you attack him.
Yeah.
What else is expected to happen? And my dad has gone out there and said, hey, I'm just anti-war, I'm anti-genocide, I'm anti-child murder. What is going on?
Hey, I'm just asking questions. Hey, I'm just anti this and I'm just anti that. I'm just asking questions. You son of a bitch. Frogs are gay. Alex used to be cool. You know, what's that old saying? You either die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain. Alex Jones been doing this shit way too long. He's no Rush Limbaugh. Never was. He had the opportunity to be. Then he got all crazy. Maybe his supplements had steroids in it. I'm not sure. Maybe he got the shot. Maybe he got the clot shot. I don't know. Somewhere along the lines he changed. And you know what's funny, Eli? These people are saying that Israel tried to kill Donald Trump on Saturday. Well, that's weird. I thought Israel needed Donald Trump in office in order to call the shots with the U.S. military so they could puppet the U.S. military and the firepower and the military might that we have to do their bidding. If they killed the guy that they puppet, why would they want to do that? That's weird. Unless the guy's not their puppet and then they try to kill him, which blows up your whole bullshit narrative then too. You see how nobody ever really thinks this through? You see how people just pop off and they don't even know what they're talking about? Again, why would Israel kill the guy that they puppet? So that they have the access to the largest military in the world to do their bidding and kill Iran for them. Oh, let's go kill him. Why would you want to do that? Unless he said, I'm not doing your bidding, and in which case, you don't have an argument to begin with. So you're kind of just a retard. See what I'm saying? That's why. Eli?
I don't know. I don't know about that, Jeremy. See, there was this one time I saw Netanyahu get out of his car, and he was sitting on, like the passenger side in the back. And when he got out with his right leg first. I've seen Trump do that same stuff. Don't tell me they're not working together.
Conspiracy theories. Marjorie Taylor Greene said the same thing. Trump started calling me names. Trump started going after Tucker. Trump started going after Alex Jones. Why? Why? What could have happened? You think Trump woke up one day and said, these people are too close to the sun. Eli, they're too close to the sun. And I know the sun. Nobody knows the sun like me. Look at my hair. Look at my skin. It looks just like the sun. Nobody knows the sun better than I know the sun. Matter of fact, it used to be called Trump until modern day, and they changed it to sun. I know the sun. They flew too close to the sun. They know about Israel. The jig is up. The jig is up. Back in my day, a jig was something completely different, but the jig is up. They got too close to the sun. They know. So I'm going to have to wake up today, and I'm going to have to go in on every single one of them. I'm going to have to call them names and call them out. No. He started doing that after you started punching him. Now he counterpunched you, and you, the bully, is crying, oh, he hit me back. Right, Eli? Did you catch that little joke I threw in there, by the way?
I know the sun. I know the sun so well. I had a few of my own, but I didn't stop there. I said, no, you can know sons, but can you know daughters? And then I had some of those too. That's how good I am.
Sorry, I'm going off on a weave here. I'm the king of weaves. Nobody knows a weave like I do. Unless your name is Jasmine Crockett, then you know it's pretty unbelievable. All right? Here's Marjorie Taylor Brown, because we all know what happens to grass when it's exposed to sun.
Or not 100% completely loyal. And they say it. They put out these gross memes, trust Trump. And then they call people panicans. So it's like whipping you back into the cult. Get back in here and drink your Kool-Aid. And you better like it. And you better, when you leave these doors, you will defend him at all cost. And that's what they demand. And if you have even your own opinion or say otherwise, then you're kicked out of the cult. You're
Right.
declared the worst person. Look at how he's treated Tucker Carlson. My goodness, Alex Jones, I love both of those guys so much. Candace Owens, he talked horribly about her. Megyn Kelly, I love Megyn. Like, look at what he's doing. He is taking the best defenders he had, the loudest voices, and basically setting them to the side and just trying to tear them to pieces.
You forgot about the most retarded, too. You forgot the biggest whores as well. Biggest liars and the cheats. You, Alex, Candace, and the biggest the largest deceitful person on planet Earth, Tucker Carlson, whose daddy was CIA. It's like Ruben Gallego's dad being in the cartel. Apple didn't fall far from the tree. His best defenders. Why do you think he went after each and every one of you dipshits? And by the way, notice what show she's on here. Pop this up here. See this? The Shannon Joy Show. Eli, who rated our stream last week? Shannon Joy. Remember I said she used to want to be on LFA TV and I just never got to that point, never really allowed her to come on? Glad I didn't. Because look at that. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Shannon Joy. Scissor Sisters.
Absolutely disgusting. You know what's great about this, though? Every time they fall from grace, their backgrounds of their interviews get less and less. You know, it starts out in a nice hotel, and maybe a nice condo, and then a motel room. So Marjorie's on her way down.
Scriptall said, I saw Brian Glenn post a pic with MTG saying he loved this woman. I told him he needed to run away and check himself for diseases and crabs. Godchick says she changed long ago. I remember when she avoided answering your questions, Jeremy, years ago. What state was that in? Atlanta, Georgia. When I sent Will Johnson and Laura Loomer down to represent LFA TV for the arraignment of Donald J. Trump, and she had Forgiato blowjob protect her from answering hard questions from Will Johnson, who was her friend who she tried to have sex with at a hotel room.
Mm-hmm. Because he knows he's wrong. He knows he's wrong. Yeah. He knows he's lying. And it's gross.
He knows he's wrong. He knows he's lying. And it's gross. And it's gross. Yeah, that's what Coy Griffin said about you, too. You guys remember Coy, right? Anybody who's been here long enough remembers Coy Griffin? Raise your hand if you know that name. That's called airing dirty laundry, folks. That's what I'm doing right now. Airing dirty laundry on these people. B-Ob said, I remember when MTG copy-pasted her spam post on Telegram a few years ago, and I corrected her. Kelly says, Candace keeps saying that Loomer is a biological man. Of course she would. Loon conspiracy crap. Mr. Shy Official says, get in the kitchen and shut up. She couldn't even make a sandwich. Why do you think her and her husband had a falling out? She couldn't be a proper wife. Not to say proper wives need to make sandwiches, but proper wives know how to make their husband a good sandwich. It's like a proper husband knows how to provide and protect for his good woman. See how that works out? Eli?
I'm afraid she'd probably put a piece of bread between two pieces of meat.
She probably would. Salami on the outside, bread on the inside. Mayonnaise on the outside of the salami. These people are literally worse than these people.
You know, now that room was full of some of the most important political leaders in the country right now.
Right.
Now they know, they've lived it in their own flesh, the fear that our school children go through.
Yes.
Now they know what it's like to have to jump under a table the way that school children jump under a desk. And we are a country that is vulnerable to this. We have now seen shootings in malls, in churches, in temples, and Walmart.
Yes. We saw it
in
with the Republicans.
And so, you know, I still don't understand how Congress took no action after Sandy Hook, after 20 children between the ages of 6 and 7 were killed. But maybe now that they have felt the fear themselves, they will do something.
But what I
on
don't
gun
understand
reform.
is how.
But now that that room was full of some of the most important.
Now he knows what it's like to be in an active gun situation. Eli, can you do me a favor? For rhetorical purposes. Can you look up what happened at Butler, Pennsylvania to Donald Trump? I'm just curious here if these people are retarded or if they just don't know. Or maybe it's us. Eli, what do we got here?
Did I really need to look that up? We all know it was an assassination attempt, but I'll read it anyway. On July 13th, 2024, an attempted assassination of U.S. President Donald Trump occurred at the campaign rally near Butler, Pennsylvania. Gunman Thomas Matthew Crooks fired shots from a nearby rooftop, wounding Trump in the ear, killing attendee Corey. I always say his name wrong, and I feel so bad about it. Comparator, I believe that's it. And critically injuring 2 others. Secret Service agents shot and killed the attacker.
Yeah. Wow. Isn't that weird? Finally, he knows what it's like to be in an active gun shooting. Huh. Eli, when was that? What was the date on that, real quick again?
July 13th, 2024.
Wow, no shit. It's April 28th, 2026. So it looks like he knew what it was like to be in an active shooting 2 years ago. Dipshit idiot Anna Navarro. Stop with your bullshit accent, by the way. Just try to make yourself more Latina. It's so fake. You're so fat. Cut it out.
And on top of that, Ms. Navarro, maybe you could tell us the types of people and their political affiliations who have done all those other shootings. They're leftist trans.
Super 3 Mom says, why does everyone show The View? Well, it's a good question. Why does everybody show Caitlin Collins? Why does everybody show Ilhan Omar? Why does everybody show Anderson Cooper and stupid shit that he says? Why do people show Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer? Because little by little, you can expose who these people really are. And then short clips of these shows get shared. And in those short clips, which most people consume, they see stuff and they're like, yeah, that's a good point. That guy just called Anna Navarro out. That's a good point. I'm wondering why I do watch The View, actually. Now, not the hardcore View fans, but the dummies out there. The people who don't follow politics. That's why. To show how incredibly stupid the left really is. And I don't think you could talk about stupid without talking about Ilhan Omar. But before that, this. It would be incredibly stupid if you have a bunch of unsecured debt and high interest credit debt and you're continuing to pay off the minimum, or you're thinking about taking the money that you saved and paying off the entire bill. That would be stupid when you have another opportunity and another option in order to not do that. It would be smart, if that is a situation that you're in, to reach out to donewithdebt.com and let them know that Jeremy Herrell told you about them on that questionnaire on the right-hand side. That would be incredibly smart. Let's say you have $10,000 in unsecured credit card debt and you're just paying the minimum. Let's say you've been saving, you got your taxes back, and you have money saved, you have $10,000 to pay it off. Why would you do that? Why would you do that when you've probably already paid them 10 times over what you owe them? Done with Debt will make sure you don't do that. They'll make sure you keep majority of your money. They'll make sure they get you back on a path of financial freedom to where the only debt you're paying is good debt. So, 888-322-1054. Broseph Stalin said, I have no credit card debt. Then you're perfect. Then you're perfect, bro. I mean, not perfect. I'm saying then you're perfect here. You don't need to call these people. Other people would like to get where you are. This is the way to do it. They specialize in resolving your debt. 888-322-1054. Speak with a debt professional today and get to a point where you're like Broseph Stalin, where you're not paying the slave labor to credit card companies. Donewithdebt.com, 888-322-1054. And once you do donewithdebt.com and you save that money, And you're like, what do I do with this money? If I was you at our age today, if I was you, I would put it away for retirement. I'm 46. My wife is 39. We are thinking about retirement right now, and we don't have a 401k. So we're like, what is the best place to put our money in? You know, I've always said that real estate and precious metals are the best place to put your money. I'm going to go ahead and say precious metals is the best place to put your money. Real estate is the second best. And I'll tell you why. Because if you own precious metals, you're not paying a maintenance fee. You might have a storage fee if you've got that much. But you're not paying a maintenance fee. Lem 1 says done with debt is great. They sure are. I use them too. You're not paying any maintenance fees on owning gold and silver. You're also not paying taxes every year on it. You just have it until you sell it. Now I'm going to ask a question here of the internet. Ready for this? What was the price of silver in 2006? Holy moly. The price of silver in 2006 was $11.55. What was the price of gold in 2006? So remember that, $11.50. Price of gold was $603 an ounce 20 years ago. Today, silver is $73.69. Gold today is $4,605. You hold that for 20 years, and you're going to see it's one of the best places to put your retirement. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. That's GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Broseph says, I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid others view my view of hoarding wealth as counter-revolutionary tendencies. X Machine said it broke 5,000 at one point, didn't it? It got to 5,600. And every expert out there on precious metals, every one of them says by the end of this year, 6,000 for gold again. Think about that. So, 20 years, hold on to it, and you'll see what happens. All right, getting back to it. Where were we at? Ilhan Omar. Now, this video is old. This video is not new. All right? This video is old. It's not new, but it's resurfacing now to show you how incredibly stupid this woman is, Ilhan Omar. She's a brain dead. You know what, Eli, remember when you used to say to people, oh, that was a brain fart? Ilhan Omar is a brain fart. She is a walking, talking brain fart. Somalian third world piece of shit that belongs flushed down a toilet. Personal opinion. Right? Will Skip said, I moved my IRA into metals. Awesome. Awesome. You know, palladium and platinum is good too, by the way. So this video's resurfaced because she's such a retard and everybody's talking about her now.
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI.
No shit. She got her education from the Quality Leering Center, I guess, Eli. From the Quality Leering Center. World War XI. She's a congresswoman. Which tells you that you can be the smartest retard in the room and still win an election. Anybody with common sense, even if reading that wrong, would go, wait a minute. Before I say this, there's not been 11 world wars. Eli, if that's the case, what the hell happened in World War IX? Who the hell did we defeat in World War VI? Right? What a hell of a war that was in World War IV. You have to be an absolute ignorant dumbass. Which is why when people come up to her and say, can you answer me this question? She's like, I can't believe you believe this. You're so stupid. Bitch, you thought that there was 11 world wars. That diaper on your head is squeezing your brains too tight.
I guess maybe we all must have been in a coma for like the past 50 or 60 years. She's so dumb she's not even inbred. She's in dough. That dough hasn't risen and will never become bread.
What was the old saying, Eli? She's so dumb it takes her 2 hours to watch 60 Minutes?
Damn, Skippy.
I don't get it. I've been here for 60 minutes plus 2? Times 2? I cannot watch this in 1 hour because I don't understand. Quality leering right there, sir.
And how do you do war? Remember how she said the way they were doing war? How do you do war? Is it like how you do your brother?
Yeah, I bet you she says, let's go play bowling. You don't go play bowling, Ilhan. You go bowling. Let us go play the bowling.
We roll the ball down the Gaza Strip. I mean, oops.
I'll bet you she says, let's go do pot. Let's go in the woods and do pot.
Does anyone want to do the marijuana?
Would you like to smoke drugs with me? But if you ask a Somalian or a Somali, I don't know what the proper term is to call these trash bags. Donald Trump called them garbage. We'll go with that, right? Donald Trump said, Ilhan Omar is garbage. He said, Broseph Stalin says, I'll do the pot. he says, Ilhan Omar, she's a garbage person. All of her friends are garbage. He literally said that. That's almost as bad as saying Kim Jong-un, he said a horrible thing about Joe Biden. He called him mentally retarded. He said she's a garbage person and her friends are garbage too. Oscar the Grouch is there as their president.
They're actually one step lower than Garbage Pail Kids. At least the Garbage Pail Kids are cute.
We'll call them garbage people. Jilly says, I don't watch Jeremy to be polite. I watch Jeremy to bring the truth. Kick ass and take names of these POSs. Did somebody in the chat say that I wasn't nice? Aw. I'd be nice to them as long as they're not a retarded Democrat. But let's listen to what the Somali says about how valuable they are, even though they think there was 11 world wars.
Not Minnesotans, Somalis brought more than just built they didn't just build the economy, but we contribute to the soul of this great state. And I want to remind you that no human is illegal, ever. You are not illegal. Our neighbors are not illegal. And yeah, thank you.
No human is illegal, and we built this we paved the we built the we built things here, economy, and yeah. Bye. Hey, Eli, can you do me a favor? Look up for me what the percentage of Somali, the population here, is on welfare, state aid, or some kind of government help or assistance. Pretty sure it's really high. That means only 20 or 30% of you are worth anything. And I have a hard time believing that the 20% or 30% of you that are actually worth anything have high IQs like Elon Musk, because you all are inbred. But I'm pretty sure that the percentage of Somalis that are on some kind of state aid or government assistance is like 60% or higher or something like that. Not 100% sure. What do we got, Eli?
Nope. You were totally wrong, Jeremy. Overall households, approximately 71.9% to 81% of Somali immigrant households in the U.S. receive some form of means-tested welfare benefits, including cash assistance, SNAP food stamps, or Medicaid.
Wow. Well, yeah, they've contributed so well to this country. Oh, I can't wait. What else you got there, bud?
Excuse me. That was just overall households. Next step down, households with children. Nearly 90% of Somali households with children in Minnesota alone are reported to receive some type of welfare. Let me see, long-term dependents. Even after 10 plus years in the United States, around 78% to 86% of Somali households continue to rely on some form of public assistance.
Garbage people. Now, that's not saying that people that are on government assistance or state aid are garbage people. No. See, these programs, albeit most of them came from Franklin Roosevelt, who I think was one of the worst presidents we've ever had, but that's my personal opinion. Socialism came from that president, but that's just my opinion, based on history. They were built for people for safety nets, not as a lifestyle. Somalis are so stupid, they're so low IQ, ignorant, and dumb, seriously. That's not me being racist, that's me being factual. It's not my fault that they sleep with each other and they produce children with two heads, or heads that look like the Martians from Mars Attack. Eli, that's what she looks like. Right when they put their diapers on their head. Mars Attacks. They're all on state aid. They're all on government assistance. 90% of there's kids in the household. Why? Because they're inbred. And inbred could not be high IQ. It's impossible. Inbred means inherently you are a retarded person. Eli.
Yep, and you all remember those percentages and facts the next time they say, we are the fabric of America. That type of fabric was like taking an old, ripped up, dirty snot rag and sewing it to the American flag. That's how they pose as a friggin' fabric to this country.
Yeah. Me and Eli said it a billion times. Islam does not create anything but mosques and terrorism. Mosques and terrorism. Eli, I would be hard-pressed to think that any Muslim has ever invented anything of use in 2026 to the general population. You know, like a microwave or a phone or a car or a house or anything like that. They build mosques and terrorism.
Did you say in 2026? I'd say frickin' since the beginning of time.
Yep. Somebody said we need a retard button. If I pressed it, would it sound like this? Actually, I'm wrong. If I had a retard button, it would sound like this. Hi, I'm a Democrat, and I approve this message. That would be better, right? Slam said all Muzzies need to die. Wow. That's the harsh words right there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the FBI and the feds are all over Minnesota right now. Or as I call it, Minnesomalia. They went to the Quality Leering Center and at 20 locations, Eli. What do you got? What's so funny?
I was just so curious. I typed in Google Muslim inventions. Nothing recent, and I'm talking within like centuries. Muslim inventors during the Islamic Golden Age, boy, it's been a while, 8th to 13th centuries, pioneered foundational technologies in medicine, engineering, and science. Key inventions include the hospital, coffee, the camera obscura, crankshaft, university, mosque, soap. They don't use it, but I guess they invented it.
They also invented bestiality. Bah, bah, bah. I bet their first kids were actually birthed by sheep or goats, Eli.
Oh, and I'm sorry, early surgical instruments. Knives. Those have been around for a long, long time.
They probably invented beheading, too, if you don't agree with them. Much like the Democrats kill people who don't agree with them. Isn't that weird? FBI raids child care facilities in Minneapolis. More than 20 locations have been targeted. All the fraud coming to a head. I guess people are really going to start getting arrested. I think this is their attempt to go after Tim Walton, Ilhan Omar, and Keith Ellison and all the bigwigs. But I guess we'll find out, won't we?
Breaking news. Let's get to this real quick. Just in the last hour here, federal authorities have raided more than 20 locations. That's according to the DOJ, including child care facilities in Minneapolis. So it happened this morning. It's part of a sweeping fraud investigation. The raid, by the way, appears to have largely targeted Somali-owned businesses. We'll obviously continue to monitor the story as details come in. But Allison, when I heard Somali-owned businesses, largely them, I can just hear AOC and Ilhan Omar, and here we go in terms of, the evil Trump administration targeting Somali-owned businesses. We'll see how this develops.
I mean, come on. The evidence is...
These are my friends over at RIV. I know each one of these people that are talking. They seem to be... killing it still, and they're good people. Those people that are there on RIV that you just heard talking there, know them all, Dr. Gina, David Brody, great people. But one thing that I will speak up on, he said Somali-owned businesses. Eli, Somalis don't own businesses. Who owns businesses? The taxpayers own those businesses. Because the taxpayers are the ones being defrauded to pay the bills and to enrich these disgusting third world shit turds' homes, lives, cars, lifestyles, and everything else. But I digress. Move on.
It's out there. It's like, open your eyes, see what you see. We've seen the video. Nick Shirley is out there bringing it to us. So don't play that. Sorry.
And I think the bigger picture here from the administration's perspective is that they're not just using this issue as a dog whistle. They're still actively investigating and actively going after the fraud. And I think that's good to see. People want results, especially when it comes to our taxpayer dollars. People want the U.S. government to follow any evidence that they have to pursue this case and to get that money back for the American people, or at least hold offenders accountable. And so kudos to the administration for continuing to push on this issue.
100%.
So we have some.
Amen. Amen. By the way, that wasn't Dr. Gina there. I thought it was to begin with. Eli, there's a joke in the live chat. You want to know what it says? It says, Somalis invented the toothbrush. Otherwise, it would have been called the teeth brush.
That's good stuff.
Somebody said, Jeremy, do you think they'll actually find anything with these raids? Well, that's a good question. Because it seems like after Nick Shirley was there, they went into panic mode and started shutting everything down. Probably burned a lot of files. But guess what? Everything today is digital. They're kind of screwed one way or the other. Because everything is digital. At least the money coming from the state going to them is digital, right? So, should be able to find that out pretty easily. But it would be called the teeth brush. That's hilarious.
Raids targeting federal fraud currently underway. Federal agents seen leaving the Quality Learning Center. And Brooke Taylor has more on that and what they're looking for. Brooke, good morning.
Hi, Bill. Good morning. Yeah, we have had a photographer there at the daycare since this morning, capturing video of those federal agents just going in and out of the building, collecting evidence as part of the DOJ's fraud investigation in Minnesota. Take a look at this video here. Sources tell Fox that federal agents are raiding about 22 businesses across Minneapolis this morning. And sources say many of them are tied to Somali-owned operations. All of this comes after that viral YouTube video from Nick Shirley. It was back in December. In that video, he visited different child care centers. And you'll remember they were either closed or there were just no children inside, despite receiving state child care funding. Now, the location that you're looking at right now, it's the Quality Learning Center. This is the daycare. It went viral. It blew up on social media because of a sign outside with learning that was literally misspelled. The education sector secretary at the time claimed that the daycare received $1.9 million while, quote, masquerading as a daycare. And then shortly after that, the Trump administration announced it was freezing child care funding to Minnesota and calling for a full audit of certain daycare centers. And just checking my emails now, it looks like we got a statement from DHS sharing, quote, Homeland Security investigations in cooperation with our law enforcement partners executed criminal search warrants in Minneapolis relating to the rampant fraud of U.S. taxpayers' dollars. And as you could see there, federal agents still outside one of those daycare centers where they have been the last few hours.
Real quick here, I just want to Slam, I answered you in the live chat. Slam said, oh, great, another investigation that'll take a year or more, so don't hold your breath. Well, actually, I would say that Nick Shirley actually pushed that investigation along quite a bit, right? He's already gave them, he handed up to them his investigation on a silver platter. Then went in and hung out with J.D. Vance for a while because J.D. Vance is head of the fraud team, sat in D.C. with J.D. Vance for a couple weeks, and then went to California. Went back to California, I should say. So I would say that a majority of their investigation, at least to get them on the right track, at least what would have taken them a year to figure out, Nick Shirley already did for them. This is why independent journalism and independent reporting is so important these days, because mainstream media is not going to do this. We have to. We have to. And a big shout out to Nick Shirley. By the way, we're number 5 on the live leaderboard right now, just ahead of the Charlie Kirk Show, right behind Bongino and the Wendy Williams Show. Question here is, I wonder how long Nick Shirley's safe for. These people are going to go after everybody that is an existential threat to their livelihood, which is all fraud, lies, abuse, stealing, cheating, breaking the law, and living like some rogue, dictator. They all think that they're in charge of everything. You see how they act here? No, you don't do this. Eli, remember down when we were in Universal Studio? Please get out of my wife's way. Get out of my wife's way. Bro, do you know where you are? You're lucky I don't curb stomp you right now. What are you talking about? Get out of my wife's way. You're in her way. You're in my country. You better stop smelling like curry and move on.
Yep, that about made me sick every single time I go to somewhere like that. People from those countries are just standing around. What are you doing here? Doesn't look like you came here to have fun, so why are you here?
Yeah, you're in Universal Studio, a place where you should be happy, and you're, get out of my way. Yeah, you see them on roller coasters and stuff, Eli, too. They're sitting there like this. What? Get out of here, dude. Get out of here.
And I'm sorry to have to kind of word it like this, but a place where most ass-busting, hard-working Americans work tooth and nail to maybe afford to go once in their life to bring their kids to. These people can frickin' go every weekend, and they're just down there because it's not appreciated. A, they don't get it because they don't understand the culture. B, it doesn't mean anything because they can just go there whenever they want to.
Somebody said, rich people, stop buying Starbucks and send Nick Shirley half your paycheck. Yeah. Hey, look, we all got to work. Look, all of us are in this together. The people that are investigative journalists like Nick Shirley, James O'Keefe, Nick Sorter, those people, that's what they do, and they should be funded. The people who report the news that they do should be funded by the people, because nobody's going to do this for us. What I don't like, and I understand why they do it, I get it 1,000%. It's good for them. It's good for their donations. It's good for them to keep going, and it's good for them to get the word out to millions of people. I 100% understand why they get it. But nothing makes me more mad, Eli, when I see people like Nick Shirley and people like James O'Keefe going on Fox News to deliver what they found. It's like they haven't earned the right to be able to get all your hard work, bring on their multi-billion-dollar network that tried to help steal the presidency just so they can get it out because they have nothing else. Because their journalists aren't where the real stuff is going down. We're the new media. All they do is take their shows, their talking points, and their information from us, package it up like they did something. I almost wish that everybody would, but, I get it. I understand.
As far as who's been assassinated between Abraham Lincoln, MLK, John F. Kennedy, Charlie Kirk, that you're going after people who are doing something good for society. They only go after the people that are actually creating an impact. And for that same reason, I believe that's why people come after me for exposing fraud, because it is making an impact and it is taking down billion-dollar fraud industries. And so when you're doing something good and you're doing something impactful, a sign that you're doing something good is actually by receiving pushback from the opposition, because we've learned that the fraudsters do complain the loudest, and those that are committing the crimes are also complaining the loudest because they don't want their crimes and their fraud to be exposed. And so when you're doing something impactful for the common good of the people, be ready and expect the opposition to come after you. It's just a sad reality that we are living in. I don't think that it's going to change anytime soon. In fact, it might only get worse. So I just want to share this perspective with you guys. And what happens in public affects what happens in the private. For instance, if people are calling you all sorts of things and creating all these sorts of narratives and lies in the public, what happens to you privately is a bit different. The perspective from an outside then affects who people think you are actually. And for instance, in my case, I remember I exposed this fraud, and I remember just receiving like an onslaught of messages, both positive and negative, from people I haven't talked to in years. And some people are obviously in support, and some people are saying, like, why are you doing this? Like, what's this? Like, calling you all sorts of stuff, when in reality, you're just going about doing a public service. Or you have a lifelong friend who is no longer your friend for simply just exposing that, or family members who just stop talking simply because of that, or just friends that one day you're talking, you're having a great conversation, and before the fraud, and then you expose the fraud and never ever to be seen again. It's just really weird stuff that happens when you go out and you do something that does make a difference. And that's just kind of the consequences, and maybe not so the consequences, but what happens when exposing the truth.
There are consequences for exposing. Absolutely. And he's going to have to, probably for years, deal with some kind of security risk to his life. All right. Let's get into I want to say this real quick. Slam just said something in here. My wife at the store had some ribs in the cart. Started adding up and had to decide to put the ribs back, while a Somali had a cart overflowing, and we watched them get into a BMW. Yeah. I know. I was at the gym last night, coming down the stairs, and I smelled something horrible. These two Pakistani women, one wearing a headscarf, the other not. We're at the bottom of the stairs as me and my wife were walking down, and I got this rank freaking smell. I knew right away it was them. And I was like, oh, man, these people stink. They just do. I don't know what it is. And they're sitting down there going, and I walked right by him and I said, it's America. Shook my head and kept walking. Germany says that America is being humiliated by Iran's leadership, said the German chancellor. Good, let these people rot. Let these people die. Pull out of NATO. Let these people get overrun. Germany is nothing without the United States of America. NATO is nothing without the United States of America. Europe is nothing without the United States of America. It's finally time to let Germany pound sand. Don't buy cars from them. Tariff the shit out of them. Don't sell them energy. Bleed them out. See, President Trump wants the whole world to buy from us because he wants to be able to turn somebody's economy on and off with the flick of a light switch. I can't stand Europe. Now, are there places that I'd like to visit in Europe? Yeah, places that you want to visit since you were a kid. But I can't stand the European way of thinking. I hate it. Just as bad as I hate the Middle Eastern way of thinking. I'm literally becoming one of these people that just think America, not America only as far as in trade and stuff like that, but America only as far as in respect. I'm starting to disrespect pretty much everybody at this point because Trump is forcing them to show their true colors. And if Germany thinks that America is being, what was the word that I used? Being humiliated by Iranian leadership. Let's see how fast Germany can be humiliated, shall we? Still pissed off that we beat you in World War II? Same way that England is still pissed off that we beat them in 1775? A seemingly ever-widening rift between Europe and Trump's America is emerging as the war with Iran drags on, exposing not only strategic confusion but growing skepticism among Americans' closest allies. We don't need them for anything. Really, if you think about it, what do we really need Germany for? What does Germany do for us? Besides vehicles, some trade. They don't give us intel. We get more intel from Israel than we do pretty much most of the UK. I mean, most of the European Union. Speaking publicly to students in Germany, Merz, who leads the center-right Christian Democratic Union, talk about an oxymoron, warned that the United States appears to have entered the war without a viable endgame. How would you know? Appears was the correct word. Quote, the Iranians are clearly stronger than expected, and the Americans clearly have no truly convincing strategy. Really? Huh. No truly convincing strategy. Let's play this video from Japan. U.S. crude oil just landed in Japan. 900,000 barrels from Texas through the Panama Canal. No Middle East routes, no Hormuz risk. Countries are choosing U.S. energy, and President Trump has made us the world's gas station.
の原油およそ91万バレルを積んでいます。先月22日にテキサス州を出発しました。中東情勢が悪化した後、ホルムズ海峡を通らない代わりの調達ルートとしてアメリカ産の原油が日本に届くのは初めてです。原油はコスモ石油の製油所に送られる予定です。コスモ石油は今回、大型のタンカーよりやや小さいパナマ運河を通過できるタンカーを使って原油を輸送しました。このタンカーはアメリカ産の原油およそ
That's no real strategy, huh? Occam's Rooster just said U.S. dollar hit the highest trade rate over 51% since 2023. Yeah. No real strategy, though, huh? Yeah. You know, Iran is begging Trump to do something quickly because they say their infrastructure from the inside is not sustainable. That just came out today. Huh. Wayne Davis said my 2004 Silverado has 253,000, still runs great. I have a 2021 Chevy Silverado. I ain't getting rid of it, especially not if they bring in that stupid new cameras in the vehicles. I don't think President Trump is going to. I don't think he's going to let that actually proceed. By the way, no real strategy. Speaking of wars, not really going to touch much on that because we know what's going to happen. We know it is happening. Here's what John Solomon said about the Ukrainian war and the money they were getting from USAID. Again, tell me, all you black pillars, how that wasn't America First to get rid of USAID.
We're going to cover one thing we broke overnight. A lot of you probably heard about it over the course of the day. The United States government, the National Security Agency, intercepted conversations of President Zelensky's government in Ukraine in 2022, late 2022, conspiring with federal workers at the USAID to come up with a plan to take $200 million of USAID money. That is your money, folks, taxpayer money, route it through a series of transactions, move it into the United States, and launder it into Joe Biden's 2024 campaign and the Democratic National Committee. We have the intercepts for the first time. Tulsi Gabbard's team was willing to declassify them. There is now an investigation underway, beginning with USAID, to look at who was involved, whether any crimes were committed, and if that is the case, to refer that to the FBI in the next few days. Those declassified documents up at justthenews.com. You can go check about it today. Members of Congress have been clamoring all day to get their hands on the documents. I expect Tulsi Gabbard to make a statement later tonight.
Which they did, and which they ended up referring to the DOJ or the FBI and the DOJ, just like many other things that have been referred. But apparently that is another open investigation now that it has been referred. Hey, Eli, no kings. No kings rallies. I thought the idea of having a no kings rally was to say no kings on U.S. soil. That's what they kept saying. No kings on American soil. None. No kings, no matter what. America doesn't have a king. And I remember them saying things like, we honor no kings on American soil. But if that's the case, then please tell me, what the hell is this? That's the king and his mistress queen right there. Two completely incompetent dipshits, but whatever. I don't even know why we're having the monarchy come here. They have no power, none whatsoever. They're literally just faces of a nation. They haven't been here since, I believe, 70 years or something like that. Not him, but royalty. But isn't that a king on American soil? You want to know what's weird? I haven't seen one person with a no king sign out, Eli. Not one. I've seen no kings rallies. And as this motorcade's coming through, I'll be hard pressed here if I see. Let's see. There's the motorcade. There's the royal motorcade. Not so royal, though. They have no power. They're just worthless people living off the taxpayers of England or the UK, whatever. I don't even know how it's separated over there. Don't care. Funny thing about that king is he's all about Islam. Islam has a place in our country forever. Yeah, right. Who's gonna pay your lifestyle when Islam takes over there, dipshit? Yeah. Why is he even here? Why is he here with his mistress queen? Who cares? But I didn't see one no kings protest. Nowhere. Not a sign. Not anything. And who's gonna pay their lifestyle? Isn't his family truly full of pedophiles? Isn't his brother a pedophile? Eli, what relation is Prince Andrew to King Charles? They're brothers, correct? Can you look that up? Maybe it's his nephew. I'm not sure. I don't care about these people whatsoever, this monarchy. But I believe that Prince Andrew is the brother of King Charles. Is that how that goes?
Prince Andrew is the younger brother of King Charles III, as both are children of Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip. Okay. All right. So, all right, let's play this out here. So, Prince Andrew is on the Epstein files and on the Epstein list and done the Epstein stuff more than anybody that they're claiming a big name person has been. I don't see one Epstein protest about these guys coming, Eli. And I see no kings. No kings protests and no Epstein protests. Isn't that weird? Are the Democrats okay with literal pedophiles and kings coming to the United States? But yet they protest what they call as a pedophile and a king who's neither? Did I get that right? Yeah, that sounds about right. Checks out.
Yeah. Isn't that weird? Janmar said royals love Islam. They sure do. They sure do.
That being said, I can at least tell you the people of England are kind of becoming fed up with these clowns, because they stand outside the palace gates all the time now. Screw you, you pedophiles! We want you out of here. Piss off, right?
Yeah. Yeah, somebody told me the other day the UK hates Trump. I'm like, really? Because I remember after Charlie Kirk died, seeing millions and millions of people in the streets with freedom hats and MAGA hats. So that's weird. Maybe it wouldn't show that they hated Trump as much as you say they do if you allowed them to have freedom of speech in the country. Just saying. All right, in the essence of time, Tony Fauci. You guys have been waiting for this, right? Former senior advisor to Tony Fauci, Dr. Anthony Fauci, for being proper, has been indicted for allegedly hiding records during the investigation into the origins of COVID-19. Now, who's this again? David Morans. Moron, more like it, right? Because of dumb. David Morans, who worked for Tony Fauci from 2006 until 2022, quote, deliberately concealed information in an effort to suppress alternative theories regarding the origins of COVID-19. And he's been indicted. So my question here, Eli, my question is, when are we going to indict Tony Fauci? When are we going to indict the man who said, I never told people to lock down. I never said 15 days to slow the spread. We did not shut down schools. We did not shut down religious facilities. We did not shut down educational facilities. We left it up to the people of the state. When is that, loser? Tony the rat-faced Fauci. When is he going to be indicted? Well, if his top senior advisor's just been indicted, I have a feeling that Tony Fauci probably knew something about it as well.
Well, yeah, the scumbag did. He needs to be indicted, whatever, sent to prison as soon as freaking possible. We've been waiting too long on that one.
Let me ask you this. If you had a say-so, Eli, in who would be hung in the public square first, Tony Fauci or Alejandro Mayorkas, who would you have hung if you only could choose one?
Well, the problems of Alejandro Mayorkas, though extensive, can be fixed and cleaned up, albeit over time. So I'd have to go with Fauci, because the shit that he got into people's bodies is going to last them a lifetime.
I wonder if Lake and Riley would agree with you on that, or Jocelyn Nungare, or the 7-year-old who got shot in the stroller. You know what I mean? Not. I'm just saying, pretty permanent what Alejandro Mayorkas did too, though. In a lot of ways.
I completely and totally agree. I didn't mean to, dissuade from them at all. I was more focused on what he brought in. We can get out. You can't get out of your body what Fauci put in.
No, that is true. That is true. So hopefully Tony Fauci gets it too. I want to show you a video went around social media yesterday. This is a shocking video showing Turkish children tearing up the American and the Israel flags on stage during a school ceremony where they get nothing but rounds of applause from the people. Turkey. Rip up a picture of Donald Trump. This girl rips up an American flag. Next one is an American flag. Next one is an American flag. Then another picture of Donald Trump. Or maybe this picture next is Bibi Netanyahu. Nope, that was Trump. Yeah. Why we let any of these people live, why we do any deals with these people, I'll never understand. Hey, Eli, I might be making my way to a town in Illinois known as Little Palestine, suburb of Chicago, Bridgeview District. Might have to make my way there. It's a few hours away. Check this out. Bridgeview, Illinois. Welcome to Little Palestine. Slam, myself, and others have been trying to warn you for a very long time about the takeover of Islam in this country. They've taken over the Democratic Party already, if you ask me. And their goal is to take over the entire country. So, Eli, guess what I did? Guess who's coming on the show tomorrow just to piss some people off? Jake Lang. That might even piss off some people here at LFA TV who don't like him. But nobody's going harder against Islam than Jake Lang. You saw what he did up there in Minnesota. You saw what he did in Dearborn. You saw what he did in Texas. You saw what he did in New York. Carrying the little pig, putting the bacon on the Quran. So Jake reached out to me this weekend. And he said, hey, brother, long time no see. I'd love to come on your program. Let's make things happen. And I said, Jake Lang on Live from America? Boy, this ought to cause some controversy. I'm in. He said, send me your number. I said, I'm in. He said, let's make a nice little graphic that we can both share on social media and piss people off and bring a bunch of trolls in. I said, I'm in. And then we shared some Bible verses. Jake Lang is coming on tomorrow, Eli. That ought to piss off a lot of people. And you know what? I'm all about it. Love it.
It's actually crazy you said that. I won't be able to make the show tomorrow. Love to stay, but I got a thing.
Fun Mom said, Jeremy, I could never be mad at you. I'm a loyalist, just like I am President Trump. Well, be careful. People say, Jeremy's not Jesus. Yeah, we get it. Calm down. So, in light of the fact that Mr. Jake Lang will be coming on the program tomorrow, I figured I would end with this.
Well, hear this. If somebody breaks into your home and gives birth in your living room, are you going to add that person into your will? Is that now a member of your family? This is what we're talking about here with birthright citizenship. People are breaking into our country, having their children, and all of a sudden we're writing them into our will. We're making them part of our family. If somebody did it to your home, then you wouldn't ever, you'd kick them out. You wouldn't make them part of your family and make them a dinner meal. You would kick them out. So why is the Supreme Court not understanding? Very simple logic. I believe that God will move the heart of these men and women to do the right thing, and that President Trump's pressure, we need keep on it. He was here on April 1st during some of the oral arguments, and his presence here is super strong. We need to continue to put the pressure on the Supreme Court, because honestly, these woke judges, they've been running rampant and wild, drunken with power, and they think that they can dictate the future of our country from behind the bench. We need to show them it is we the people who dictate the future of this country, and they need to abide by our will and not do things that are outside the best interest of every American.
Yeah, it was actually. So he's coming in tomorrow. You guys are not going to want to miss that. Eli will make the graphic today for it. We'll share it out all day today. We'll share it out tomorrow. Tomorrow, Jeremy Herrell, Jake Lang, Live from America. Be there or be stupid. There are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high. Hold on. Breaking news, Comey was just indicted for the 8647 shells? Are you serious? Is that for real? Eli, look it up real quick before we go. Is James Comey just indicted for the 86-47 stunt that he pulled on the beach? If that's the case, oh, where are all those people that say nothing's going to happen now? And was it in Florida? Oh, please tell me it was in Florida. Please, please, please. What do we got, Eli? It's probably not out on mainstream media yet. It's probably just on social now. Well, I'm sure Will Johnson will have it next. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, Jake Lang, Jeremy Herrell, right here. Keep your family, your pets, your friends safe. Keep them close. And whatever you do, never, ever, ever stop spreading the gospel. Eli, remember, when you go look for stuff, don't look at mainstream media. They don't know. Social media knows. We know. People know. Go to places like X. Type it in the search bar. That's where you find it. Screw MSM. Screw Google. Don't look there. Not for stuff breaking news, anyway. Guys, we love you. God bless you. Will Johnson will carry this show or carry this information into the next show. Have a great day. Peace.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. And it is true. I'm looking at it right now. James Comey has been indicted. And it's interesting that James Comey has been indicted for what I have to share with you next, right here on the Culture War.
You believe Donald Trump is an existential threat to the rule of law in America?
I do, yes. I think were he to become president again, I don't think America has ever seen and is ready for what he would try and do to the system of justice.
It's an existential threat to our freedoms and security. None, except Trump.
Existential threat.
Trump is a existential, urgent threat to our democracy.
Existential threat that he represents to our democracy.
We the people, united, mobilized, and voted down this existential threat to democracy and freedom.
He's an existential threat to democracy.
If we truly believe, as many of us do, that Donald Trump represents an existential threat to everything.
It's about patriotism. There's an existential threat, this administration, to our democracy.
And I think that, look, I believe that the president is literally an existential threat to America.
And he is an existential threat.
I pray to God in heaven, God reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. Pray for the people that listen to this. We want more. We want to hate the son of a bitch so much that we can't see straight.
Yes, the left, they are the violent ones. Existential threat. That's exactly who these Democrats are. Existential threat. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Oh, I'm a little blurry there, aren't I? All right, I'll fix that in just a second. But yes, James Comey has been indicted for the 8647, and he's totally in trouble. Did y'all like that little video that I made? Y'all like that? So I put that together talking about the existential threat. And that's exactly what we're talking about here today. They have been pushing this all this time. I can't even concentrate because I'm so out of focus here. Y'all hold on one second. Let me fix that. How's that? That much better? All right. Cool beans. Existential threat. You know, all over the social media and all over the network news, they're all constantly saying that President Trump, they've been saying this for years, that he's an existential threat. And right now, they're trying to tone down what they're saying. We need to tone down the rhetoric. as I've mentioned multiple times, they never want to take responsibility for them being the ones encouraging, influencing these simple-minded, left-leaning, lunatic liberals for wanting to try to attempt to assassinate President Donald J. Trump. They never take responsibility for it. They never come out and say, well, you know what, maybe it is something that we're doing. They're not even saying that. All they do is come back and say, well, you know, President Trump, he has his rhetoric. He has his rhetoric. President Trump, what he's saying. They've been saying this nonsense about President Trump ever since he came down on the escalators. Oh my goodness, we've got to stop him because he's not going to comply with the lie. He's not going to comply with the evilness that they have planned for this world. President Trump has disrupted everything that they have been working for. He disrupted everything. There's no wonder why people don't like these Democrats. And yes, we are divided in this country. On my personal website, it is called Unite because we're not united. It's literally called Unite America First because the country's not united. And you know what? People don't want to be united. And to be honest with you, I don't know how we can unite with people that's targeting our children with this perversion. I don't know how we unite with people that's trying to allow illegal criminals to come across our southern border and take the lives of American citizens. How do you unite with something like that or a group of people like that? How do you unite with people that's advocating and fighting for the criminals in the United States of America, doing cashless bail? Please explain to me how you can unite with something like that. You can't. Evil cannot unite with good. Can't do it. If you bring evil into the midst of good, at some point the evilness takes over. That's just the way it is. That's the very reason why God kicked Lucifer out of heaven, because you cannot have evil and good coexist. It doesn't work. So right now we have the Democrats and we have the Republicans, and the Republicans are not all peachy. They're not all angels, but at least they're fighting for America that we love. At least they're attempting to fight for it. The Democrats want to destroy the country. They are what's represented as evil in the country. The Democrats are the enemy of the people. Now, I'm not saying this because I want people to go out and start being violent towards these leftist lunatic liberals. I'm not saying that at all. I've never said that. I've always been against the violence. But this entire time for the past 10 years, how many times have you heard them say President Trump is an existential threat to democracy? President Trump is an existential threat. So many times. The video I just shared with you, I put that together 30 minutes ago. Because there's so many, and you know what? There's so many other videos with so many other people saying President Trump is an existential threat. All of them have been saying it. All of them. I could have spent more time and made the video 5 minutes long with all of them saying that. But then they want us to believe that the reason why we have the violence in the United States of America is because of President Donald J. Trump, not because of what they've been saying, but because of President Donald J. Trump. Like, listen to Joe Biden. Listen to Joe Biden here. This idiot Joe Biden, he was pushing this whole thing out there that President Trump was an existential threat. President Trump is the problem. And they even talked about the transfer of power. Remember when the American people rose to the occasion, our constitutional rights said no to everything that the Democrats were doing to President Trump? Remember that? Well, listen to what Joe Biden has to say here. Then I'm going to play another one from Karine Jean-Pierre, just a short one. I'm so happy she's no longer there, but just listen to this.
You called your opponent an existential threat on a call a week ago. You said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye.
Y'all remember this? Do you remember this? At what point did President Trump say that we should put somebody in the bullseye? At what point did President Trump say that we should target people At what point? And what do you think people hear when they hear that? Or what do they think when they hear that?
There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate that
I didn't say
words
crosshairs.
matter.
I was talking about focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing.
Oh, my goodness. You remember that? Focus on what he's doing. Because he realized what he said after the fact. They've been wanting to eliminate President Trump for how long now? This is nothing new. They've been trying to plot on how to kill President Trump. They tried to take President Trump out in the first election, his very first one. Remember, they brought up the whole Russia collusion. They said that President Trump was colluding with Russia. Basically, essentially saying that President Trump was a traitor. And according to the Constitution, what happens or was supposed to happen to traitors? They had this whole plot. Obama, all of them were doing this. And oh yeah, it reminds me, James Comey, I looked it up really quick. And it's actually on the Communist News Network. I saw this exclusive. It says Justice Department indicts former FBI Director James Comey for the second time. Former FBI James Comey was indicted Tuesday over a photo of seashells, officials said, threatened President Donald J. Trump. See, they kept all of this threat. Now, look. The reason why I'm saying this, because even all of those that were saying President Trump is an essential threat to the United States of America, to our democracy, every last one of them that have uttered that words, they should be picked up, indicted as well. They should be picked up as well. They said this is marking the administration's second attempt to prosecute one of the largest political opponents. This is a CNN, of course. This is, of course, CNN. Trump has faced long press for his political adversaries. This is CNN. To face charges. They act like they didn't go after President Trump. They act like President Trump didn't do anything, like they didn't do anything to President Trump, wait a minute. They have a mugshot on President Trump. Have we forgotten about that? How many other presidents in the history of the United States of America do they have a mugshot on? How many? It says, including the former FBI director, he sees a key leader in the perceived efforts to weaponize the Justice Department, the justice system against him. So James Comey said that they're weaponizing it against him. This is so rich. James Comey put 8647. This is the story. He was just walking along, minding his own business, not doing anything. The former failed FBI director, James Comey, just happened to come along some seashells by the seashore that said 8647. He did. No one else but James Comey. No one else came across that. He actually advocated for people to try to assassinate President Trump. What do you think that means? Are we stupid? Do they really think we're stupid? If I went out there and I started putting, what number was Obama? 44? What if I started putting signs up there everywhere saying 8644? What if I were to put up signs say 8644? Do you think, I'm not admitting that I put them up there. I just happened to walk by and I saw a sign that said 8644. Do you think that I would get a visit from the Secret Service that works for Obama? Of course I would. They would say, what are you insinuating here? We all know that 86 means that they want to eliminate. That's exactly what it means. And we're supposed to believe like, oh, there's nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Here's Karine Jean-Pierre. Karine Jean-Pierre getting asked a question about them saying President Trump is an existential threat. And she blows it off like it's nothing to it. Like, there's really nothing. And you know what? We've heard them say it so much. It's almost like we've gotten used to it. Like it's not really that big of a deal. It's just an expression that they're saying, but it's not at all.
It's been more than 2 weeks since the election. This was an election that elected a man that President Biden has repeatedly referred to as an existential threat. So why is it that the American people have not heard President Biden talk about this threat since the election?
Now you hear that? Why? She said, why? How come we haven't heard Joe Biden mention or talk about this threat? Meaning that President Trump is the threat. How come Joe Biden's not really getting deep into what the actual threat is? That's what she's asking. That is exactly what she is asking. Why is Joe Biden not going into detail on the threat, the existential threat? Have you ever looked up the definition of existential threat? Actually, I did it yesterday. I did a little video on it. I went on there and I asked AI, what should we do about a person that is an existential threat? And I'll show it to you. I'm going to show you what I said. I'll show you what I said.
Because there was an election and the American people spoke. Mm-hmm. The will of the American people were very clear, right? And so the president is now in a situation where we have to deal with a peaceful transfer of power. Mm-hmm. We have to respect the will of the American people. And that's what you have been seeing from this president, trying to lead by example to make sure that that happens. But we are now in a position where he believes he has to lead by example and show what a peaceful transfer of power looks like. And so that's what you're seeing from this president. And, to the points that you made, I've been asked about existential threat. I've been asked about threat to our democracy. The president is always going to be honest with the American people. He feels like he is obligated. What he said still stands. But we are now in a different place.
Y'all hearing this? You hearing this? So she just said it right there at the end of the clip that he still sticks with thinking that President Trump is an existential threat. She said it right there. Now, this is on my X page. This is on my X page. And I want to share this with you. What was said, this is a video that I did on my X page. And I want y'all to listen to this. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger here. This is a video I did on this, talking about existential threat. So again, I went on to AI and I asked AI the question, what is an existential threat? Listen to this. Listen to this. When you turn on the television, when you go on social media, what are the Democrats saying about President Trump? They're saying he's an existential threat. What does that mean? Of course, a lot of people never even go look up the definition of existential threat. What does it actually mean? Well, there's a lot to it, actually. And the Democrats are saying this for a particular reason. They've been saying this for some time about President Donald Trump. Now, of course, I went on and I went and asked AI, what is it when they say this about a person? I'm going to ask the question. I want you to listen to what AI has to say. When a person is an existential threat, what should be done about that person? Listen.
If a single person is a genuine existential threat, you neutralize them fast, by any means necessary. You don't debate, you don't negotiate, you don't wait for perfect evidence. When existence itself is on the line, the threat ends. Full stop.
You don't even wait for evidence. This is exactly what's happening. Oh my goodness. Every last one of these Democrats that are calling President Trump saying that he's an existential threat, this is exactly what they're talking about. They're talking about eliminating the President of the United States of America. Every last one of them that's been saying this. So you know what? Every single one of them that have said that. So that's on my X page where I played that, and it actually has quite a few views on it. Not as many as I would care for because, that how the algorithm and all that really sucks everywhere. But it's just the point. Eliminate them. So people hearing them saying that President Trump is an existential threat for all of these years, all of this time, President Trump is an existential threat, all of this time. And we're supposed to believe like, well, you know, it's really not that bad of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. President Trump, they all say that President Trump should be removed. Every last one of them saying it. Listen, I got a couple clips, and some of these I've had in there, but there's a little bit longer that I put in my little video in the beginning.
Trump is a existential, urgent threat to our democracy. He promises to rule as a dictator on day one, promises a bloodbath if he loses, promises to replace civil servants with his loyalists. So that's the contrast I think folks are going to see tomorrow night, and we're excited to make it.
Did you hear the lies in there? He said he promised a bloodbath if he loses. And he wasn't talking about the country. He was talking about the auto industry. They know this, but they're telling people that's not what he was saying. That's not what he's referring to. And we all know it. Here's another one.
Yeah, I am pushing to make sure that we can focus on what the danger lurking down the road is that if we don't make sure that we rally and focus on Donald Trump and the extremist good versus evil existential threat that he represents to our democracy, then we're going to end up back there again. And that's the nightmare scenario my constituents want to avoid.
That's where we're going to end up again with the nightmare scenario. They tried to kill the man to prevent him from going back into the White House. And then they have the nerve, the audacity. I like saying that because they do. They have the gall to say that you and I, because we're MAGA Republicans, because we love this country, that we are the violent ones. And let me bring this to your attention. I'm going to tell you exactly what it is. And I've said this so many times before because it still reigns true. That when you and I tell them the truth and they feel upset, they get into their feelings, and then they start getting angry, and then they want to lash out at us because we tell them the truth. And they want to be violent towards us. That's where they're getting this whole idea that we as MAGA Republicans, we as Christians, we as that love our country, they get at us saying that we're the ones inciting the violence. That's why they have it stacked up against us, because they're being violent towards us. And they're saying the violence is because of what we caused them to do. I hope I explained that. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you? Did I explain that okay? See, they want to be violent towards us. And because of that, we're the ones that incited the violence. We're the ones that caused the violence because they were violent towards us because of something that we said. Because of something that we said. Well, thank you so much for the super chat, B.A. Peters. Thank you so much. Hey, Will, it is so good to see you today. You are a very gracious host and on the ball. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm still working on trying to get the American flags, but here's some balloons for you for that. Anyways, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that. Here's another one that I played. And some of these I just played in my little intro there. It's not my intro. It's just the beginning clip that I played these videos showing this. And listen to this.
Donald Trump cannot be president again. He's an existential threat to democracy. Now, what I think, thank God, Democrats are not Republicans. Republicans just flock in one line. That's something that endangers democracy. That's what happened in the 1930s. The Germans just walked in line with Hitler and Stalin. They just walked in line.
You hear that? So here he is comparing President Trump to Hitler, saying Nazi Germany. When you tell people this, what do you think that's going to do to people that are mentally challenged. I'm not going to call them mentally ill. Maybe they are just mentally ill. But I say they're mentally challenged because some of these people are intelligent. There's a reason why I say they're mentally challenged. Listen to Jake Snake repeat basically what this dude just said.
The dehumanizing rhetoric of Adolf Hitler is once again alive and well on a national political stage. This time, of course, in the United States. Donald Trump, a couple times over the weekend, referred to immigrants from South America, Africa, and Asia. He did not mention Europe. South America, Africa, and Asia as, quote, poisoning the blood of our country, which it's not hyperbole. That does very directly echo Adolf Hitler's language before World War II. To open up a copy of Hitler's Mein Kampf, you would find the Nazi leader describing the mixing of non-Germans with Germans as poisoning. There's really no other way to say it. Donald Trump's language mirrors this directly.
Oh, my goodness. This is the rhetoric that we all been talking about. And he's one of the biggest ones out there saying, don't we think we should stop doing the rhetoric, the hateful stuff? Like he's never done it. Every last one of these radical leftist lunatic liberals, every last one of them act like they have nothing to do with any of it. They haven't done anything wrong. They haven't said anything that would cause someone to possibly go out and want to be violent towards somebody else. One of the videos I did, I talked about me walking around with my MAGA hat on. There's people right now, and I'm guaranteeing, and look, I get it. I get it. You don't want to have the physical confrontation with these people. I get it. But there's so many people right now that won't put on a MAGA hat simply going down to the store. Why? Because people are afraid that these lunatic liberals, because they've been indoctrinated to believe that MAGA Republicans are white supremacists, are neo-Nazi supporters, that they might get attacked. Now, I wear my MAGA hat everywhere, and I just wait for one of them to say something to me. And with me being a black guy with dreadlocks, it doesn't compute for them. They don't know how to register it. They want to call me racist, but then they have a problem with it. And then they go, oh my goodness, what is wrong with this picture? For example, the other day I got out the car and Shannon was with me. And there was this black couple walking up to me. And the black woman was looking at me. She was like, what? She really wanted to say something. And I'm just walking by, proud to be an American. Got my MAGA hat on, and she's just like really eyeballing it, and she didn't say nothing. And she's walking with her husband, I'm assuming it's her husband, say nothing. And I'm like, I want you to say something. I want you to say something. And I'm not going to be mean. I'm not going to be violent towards you, but they want to be violent towards me. They want to be violent towards you if you wear the MAGA hat, especially if you're white and you're walking around with a MAGA hat on. They just automatically associate you with racism. There's no association there. If you're wearing a MAGA hat, you're the opposite of racism. Let me say that again. If you have a MAGA hat on, you are the opposite of racism. The Democrats have been pushing racism. They want the racism to stay alive. This is the reason why they have the SPLC. The SPLC is all about that. It's all about the racism. Why? Because they were paying for it. They want us to believe that we're supporting a king when they say that President Trump is a king, and President Trump is not a king. He said it multiple times that he's not a king. They don't care. They want President Trump to be a king. And then you have these idiots like Robert De Niro coming out talking about President Trump.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to share this event with so many committed people here in this room and out in the streets. And I'm proud to stand with an Indivisible and all the organizations promoting No Kings. The concept of No Kings is a great rallying cry and hugely successful as millions of us have answered the call. I support this movement 150%. Amen. But when the crowds are chanting "No Kings," what I'm really hearing, as we all know, is "No Trump."
That's right.
There have been other presidents who have tested the constitutional limits of their power, but none have been such an existential threat to our freedoms and security. None, except Trump.
None, except Trump. Existential threat. He's been the only one that's been a threat to their security. Trump. And where are they getting that from? Why are they doing that? They're doing that because we're truly in a spiritual battle. And the evilness that has engulfed these people are trying to convince the rest of us that President Trump is the enemy when they are the enemy themselves. And again, they have made themselves to be that. We didn't make them out to be that. They've done that. We're not, and I'm not saying that for people to go out and be violent towards them. Not at all. Because we're not violent. We are Christians. We're not calling for violence, but they do. They've even justified the violence against us. And part of that justification for them is because they said President Trump released the J6 prisoners, validates the violence that we as MAGA Republicans and President Trump is receiving. They said it validates it. They're actually saying President Trump deserves this violence that he has received because he released the J6 prisoners.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15. And in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Is that the so-called White House press secretary, who's a disgrace, she's a stone-cold liar, had the nerve to stand up there and read talking points being critical of statements all taken out of context that Democrats have made and didn't have a word to say about anything that MAGA extremists have said or done, including providing aid and comfort to violent insurrectionists here at this Capitol on January 6th, who brutally beat police officers. The president then pardoned those violent rioters, many of whom have gone back into communities across the country to reoffend.
Do you hear this? Every single time somebody tries to assassinate President Trump, or they get someone on their side, is all in the news for the violence, they bring up January the 6th. Every single time. Every single time. Without fail. Now, there's a video with Van Jones talking about January 6th as well. But first, let me play for you what Caroline Leavitt had to say about Hakeem Jeffries, why he got why his panties got a knot in them. Okay?
Them to do crazy things.
Listen.
And unfortunately, it's not just the media, it is the entire Democrat Party has made their pitch to voters across the country that Donald Trump poses an existential threat to democracy, that he is a fascist, and that they compare him to Hitler. I mean, these are despicable statements that the American people have been consuming for years. And so many mentally perturbed individuals are led to believe these words are truth and then are inspired to act on it. I have a whole host of examples that we can share with you after. It is pages and pages of major Democrat Party elected officials saying, such as Rep. Hakeem Jeffries just this month said, "We are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time." Governor Josh Shapiro said heads need to roll within the administration. Senator Alex Padilla said people are, quote, dying because of fear and terror caused by the Trump administration. Senator Elizabeth Warren, President Trump is making the country look like a, quote, fascist state. Senator Adam Schiff saying President Trump using a dictator playbook. Senator Ed Markey calling President Trump a dictator, saying that this administration's actions are authoritarianism on steroids. Governor J.B. Pritzker, never before in my life have I called for mass protest disruptions. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. You have Rep. Presley saying, "We'll see you in the streets." Rep. Monica McIver, a Democrat representative on Capitol Hill, "We will not take this shit from Donald Trump. He thinks he's a dictator. We are at war." These are Democrat elected officials calling for war against the President of the United States and his supporters. I could go on and on, but again, when you have people in positions of power that are saying things like this every single day for years, you are inspiring violence by people who are already mentally ill. And that's what we've seen against this president for far too long.
Constantly saying the hateful stuff, and no one in the press actually even went and talked to anyone that she referred to about them saying the hateful rhetoric that they were saying to cause these lunatics to want to try to assassinate President Trump. Remember, this is not the only time that President Trump is not the only one that they tried to assassinate. They successfully did Charlie Kirk. Remember, they wanted to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh. Remember, every time you have a person or a group of people that's doing something positive, the Democrats will find some idiot out there to be violent, to go and try to assassinate that person. Constantly happening. Will, why does Trump not shut down the propaganda mainstream media? He could do it. What is he waiting for? The reason why President Trump is not shutting down MSDNC or the Communist News Network or ABC, CBS, 60 Minutes, what have you, because we have the Constitution. And if he were to shut that down, regardless of them saying what they're saying, we don't like it, it's still considered First Amendment rights. Because what's to stop them from doing it to us? Right? So I'm on here on LFA TV and I get to say whatever it is I want to about these Democrats, right? Because I get to talk about all the demonic stuff that they're doing. They were shutting us down before. Part of the reason why LFA TV exists is because of the censorship that was taking place. Now, again, we don't like it. Now, should they lose their FCC license? Absolutely. That's completely different. I think their FCC license should be revoked. I don't even know why they're still allowed to have them. The reason being is because of your statement. They put out propaganda constantly. They constantly put out propaganda. And the reason why they're able to put out the propaganda is because of what Barack Hussein Obama did. Barack Hussein Obama made it to where the media in the United States of America can put out propaganda against the American citizens, AKA pretty much might as well be the CIA operative news network. Right? They should just call it CIAN. Because that's exactly what they're doing. They're using the media to manipulate people on a major scale. So that's the reason why he hasn't shut it down. But they should lose their FCC. They should lose that. I don't even know why they're still even allowed to have them. Because they've done so much damage. Now, President Trump has talked about an existential threat himself. He's actually referred to it not too long ago. Because there is an actual existential threat against Christians. Against Christians. The same Christians that the Democrats don't want to have nothing to do unless you say like James Tallarico, call yourself a Christian, but you're in support of everything perverted under the sun. Listen to what President Trump said about what the existential threat is.
Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria. Thousands and thousands of Christians are being killed. Radical Islamists are responsible for this mass slaughter. I am hereby making Nigeria a country of particular concern. That's a legal definition. When the Christians or any such group is slaughtered, like is happening in Nigeria, 3,100 versus 4,476 worldwide. What horrible numbers. Something has to be done.
Something has to be done. Something has to be done. And of course, this is what the Democrats don't want. They don't want anything done about this. They want to eliminate as many Christians and Jewish people. They're not exempted as. They want to eliminate as many Christian people as possible. Why? Because they believe Christianity is in the way of the perversion that they want to implement on the planet. See, because we have Christianity, it's telling them no. And they don't want to be told no. Christianity is against the whole transgender thing, and they know this. They're for transgenderism. Christianity says that we need to have a sovereign nation. We need to follow the law. The Democrats say no. They want open borders so criminals can come in. They want a one world global system. Christians believe that marriage is between a man and a woman. The left, the radical Democrats, say no. And they never want to talk about the violence that's happening towards Christians because they hate Christians. Now, if you say something against Muslims, then they'll come to the rescue. Then they'll say something. You can't do it. You're anti-Semitic all of a sudden. But you never hear them saying, well, you're being anti-Christian because they are anti-Christ themselves. Have you not noticed that? How many times have you heard MSDNC, CNN, ABC, CBS? How many times have you heard them talk about anti-Christian movements? But you hear them say it all day long, you're anti-Islamophobic or you're anti-Semitic. You hear that all the time. But when it comes to Christians, nothing, crickets. These people are actually calling for more violence. They actually want violence on the streets of America. Listen to Hakeem Joffrey's actually calling for the American people basically to rise to the occasion and hit the streets, fight. Now, if you're telling people saying we're going to fight this all the way to the voting ballot, to the voting box, and then we understand what he's saying. You know, he's asking people to get out and vote. That's a form of fighting, right? Not physically fighting. But what if I tell you that I want all of y'all meet me so-and-so, and we're going to fight in the streets? Do you think we're just going to get together and rally, peacefully rally? No. If I tell you to be someplace, because we're going to fight in the streets, not you and I fighting each other, we're going to fight the people in the street. What am I telling you? I'm actually advocating for violence. Am I not?
We are going to fight it legislatively. We are going to fight it in the courts. And we're going to fight it in the streets.
And we're going to fight it in the streets. What do you think he's suggesting there? We're going to fight it in the streets. What could he possibly be saying? Meaning that we're going to go out and peacefully protest? Then why don't you just say that? But as soon as you tell someone that we're going to fight it in the streets, what do you think is going to happen? It's just like I played for you earlier, how they're trying to refer to President Trump being a Nazi. Listen to this one on the Communist News Network as this guy is trying to say that, yep, we're repeating Nazi Germany all over again. Someone needs to stop him. Someone needs to stop him. And the idiot female over there just, yep, not saying nothing. Not saying, well, hold on, wait a minute. President Trump is not pushing any Nazi agendas here. I'm not going to allow you to do that here. She doesn't do that because the agenda is to make President Trump out to be Nazi, Hitler.
I believe we're on the path that Nazi Germany went down under Hitler. And I say that as a political science and history major, as someone who has studied history. And the parallels are very, very clear. This administration is trying to erase trans people. This administration is trying to put obedience over duty to the country. This administration is trying to thrust our country into turmoil in order to reap power for themselves.
Oh, my goodness. How was this not hateful rhetoric? If President Trump was trying to be like Hitler, I would have never gone to the White House, not once, but twice when President Trump was in office. If he was trying to be like Hitler. If he's trying to be like Hitler, he's not doing a good job at it at all. They're justifying the violence that they're pushing against us. They're justifying the violence. You remember earlier I told you about how Van Jones was saying that President Trump, essentially this is what he's saying, because President Trump released the J6 prisoners is the reason why the violence that is being pushed against him and us as MAGA Republicans is justified. Saying because President Trump released violent offenders, it's okay for this violence. Now, he's not saying it in those words. And y'all listen to it. Maybe I'm just reading into it. You tell me in the chat what you think Van Jones is saying.
Van, I mean, we've heard this debate before. It's taking a similar shape now that we have seen in the past. Do you think the political speech is at the root of political violence?
Look, I think it's pretty hot out there. And there's a lot on both sides of just, pretty extreme rhetoric. But I don't think that the Trump White House is going to get a great hearing from Democrats because he himself has been so inflammatory, so incendiary. I think once he decided to let the January 6th insurrectionists off the hook, Democrats just, I think, walk away from the conversation because.
You hear this? Oh, so when he let them off the hook, he's saying that Democrats just walked away from the conversation.
Because that's actual violence.
Oh, that's actual violence. Not them burning half the country down, $2 billion of insurance claims. Not them attacking police officers sitting in their police vehicles eating lunch. Not them assassinating Charlie Kirk. Not them 3 attempts trying to assassinate President Trump. Not them if you're a white person, a black person, it doesn't matter who you are, walking down the street with a MAGA hat on getting attacked. None of that is actual violence. None of that is actual violence, but the Fedsurrection, where they've already proven that there was feds there infiltrating to cause more of a disruption. That's the real violence.
You can't have more political violence than attacking a joint session of Congress during the transfer of power. And
it wasn't people attacking on January the 6th. That's the only thing that they have. It wasn't people. People wanted their grievances heard. People were hoping that Judas Pence would have done the right thing. That's what people were hoping, that Judas Pence would have done the right thing. No one was there to physically attack anybody on Capitol Hill. It's like the dumbest thing ever. Because if you're going to take over the federal government, not only do you have to take over the Capitol, actually the Capitol be the last place you take over. If you're going to take over the federal government, you know the first place you're going to go to? The Pentagon. You're going to go to the Pentagon and you're going to take over the White House. The Capitol where those weak in the knees, spineless Republicans, they're not going to do anything. They're just going to sit at a distance and watch. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's like the most idiotic thing ever.
You know, he not only was a cheerleader for it, he literally signed off on it and let all those people go. So I think that violence is a part of this conversation too. I wish everybody would tone it down. I try to tone it down. Every now and again, I say some dumb things I regret. But in general, I think everybody could tone it down. But I don't think one side can point to the other at this point.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You can point to the left for everything that they've done. 100% you can point to the left. You know, during the White House correspondent dinner, did y'all see the video where this young man was talking about how this lady in the press corps was saying, I hope they killed the orange MFer? Did you hear that? I got you. I got you. Watch this when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
There was a reporter. I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it. There was a reporter in the room who was under a table. And when the shots went off and everybody's hiding, she said, I hope they killed the orange MF. That was a journalist in the room who was hoping that when she stood up, the president of the United States would be dead. So I'm coming to a public venue where I know it might be hostile to expose myself to an honest dialogue, an open dialogue. And if you ask me a question and I don't have an answer, I will get you something in writing or we can talk on the phone. But when you have members of the press openly enticing, hoping, talking about killing the chief executive officer of this country, again, Muslim, Jew, Hindu, I don't care. That's a problem.
I'm sorry, what did she say?
I hope they killed the orange MF.
Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that? I just typed it in there because the first time I heard it, what did he say? Because that's why they were asking him again to repeat what he just said. And he says, the reporter, the female reporter, what he's saying, and I put it in the chat. I hope they killed, I should put ED on there, the orange MF. So I wish he would have said the reporter's name. Who is this reporter? So we can go talk to her and ask her, did she actually say it? Did you actually mean it? Because coming from the left would be no surprise. Would not be a surprise. Do y'all know who the reporter is? Yeah, I'm so want to see it. Expose her. Expose her 100%. I mean, if you're going to go ahead and come out with that allegation, I mean, you might as well go ahead and spill the beans. Tell it. Tell it. And I'm not asking you to dox her, but if she's in the press, people are going to know who she is. Yeah, you know what, right here. Give the name. You know, that's what he might be. I don't know if he might be a liberal himself, but just he's probably saying something because he's like, it's probably eating him up that someone actually said it. Give the name, coward. Don't say, yeah. I normally don't put those curse words up on the screen like that. Try to do it without the curse words so I can highlight them more. Yeah, okay. I started to put another one up there. Actually, let me see. Actually meant to who's joking while they're under the table. You know, I don't know. I don't know. But you know what? Talking about joking, let me share this one with you, because everyone is aware that, what's the name? Is it Kimball? Is it Kimball? If I'm not mistaken. Let me play it, then we'll talk about it.
Now, the new joke has reignited Trump's anger.
At the correspondents' dinner, typically someone funny shows up and roasts the luminaries and the president and everyone, but our president is a delicate snowflake.
It started last Thursday when Jimmy Kimmel skewered the lack of a comedic MC at the upcoming White House Correspondents' Dinner by hosting a pretend roast of his own.
And of course, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Initially, Kimmel's comments didn't get much pickup. But after Saturday night's attempted attack at the real Correspondents' Dinner, the First Lady issued a rare rebuke of Kimmel, writing in part, "Enough is enough. It is time for ABC to take a stand."
Yes, it is time for ABC to take a stand. They should cancel that dude. You know why? Now, I'm all for free speech. I'm for it. I'm for free speech. But there's a limit when you're actually inciting or calling for the death of somebody else. You have exceeded that free speech limit. Does that make sense? Calling for the death of somebody is actually inciting violence. That's not free speech. Free speech just get to say, well, I don't like his hair. Orange man bad. You can say that, or F Trump. You can say that all day long. But he straight up said to Melania Trump that she looks like basically a soon-to-be widow. He wants Trump to die. And the reason why I'm okay with them canceling him, because they were not that I even care for him. Talking about Dave Chappelle, I don't really care for Dave Chappelle. He's really not all that funny to me at all. But they were trying to cancel Dave Chappelle because he was talking about the transgender. And he wasn't talking about killing transgender people. He was making fun of them. And it was funny. And they didn't like it because he was making fun of transgender people. He's making fun of the gay community. There's one joke where he's talking about, the gay people, the L's, the element, the L, the M, the P's, the LG, the G's. But then here come the T's. And the rest of them, they say, oh my goodness, the T, here comes the T's, messing it up for the rest of us. He's telling this joke, and it was funny. They canceled that dude's tour because he was making jokes. But here, Jimmy Kimmel is calling for the assassination of President Trump, and they're not going to do anything? Come on. And then we have this attempt on President Trump's life? Come on. Help me understand. Help me understand. These people will forever be evil. We're in a different stage. We're in a different stage of our planet. And for me, it's almost like it's just about to explode, like it's about to pop. Do y'all feel the same way, or is it just me? I mean, all this animosity, and it's just building up. And at some point, it's just going to pop. Maybe it's just me. All right, everybody, that's it for me. I will see you tomorrow morning at Rise Up. I'm going to talk about a lot of this stuff on a biblical scale. I'll see you tomorrow. But here, right now on LFA TV, Kevin Smith, Loud Majority. See you tomorrow on the Culture Wars.
everybody? What's going on, everybody? Tuesday, April 28th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Lee Zeldin did some testifying before Congress over the last couple of days, and as he usually does, left some Democrats in his wake. One of them is the child of a guy who's a convicted felon and is currently spending some time in federal jail for taking bribes from the Egyptians. And the other one is, I don't want to be rude. To an old woman. But she kind of looks like what Miss Hannigan would look like if she switched from alcohol to crystal meth. So I do want to thank Rose Deloria for that. We're going to have so much fun with that one today because it's just fun. It's just fun. Also, a new report out from the Daily Mail suggests Donald Trump may actually be Scottish royalty. So, despite the fact that Democrats have marched all through the streets for the last several months, hooting and hollering and hemming and hawing about no kings. Turns out Donald Trump may, in fact, be a king. Actually, which is funny. Which is funny to say the least. Really funny. I'm enjoying every single bit of that. Also, James Comey got indicted again. I don't think it'll go anywhere, but you know what? Hopefully we're just causing him to lose a shitload of money because he's a very, very, very no good, very bad man. Another person losing a lot of money is every Somalian daycare center in Minnesota, as more than 22 of them have been raided over the course of the last couple of days, including the Quality Leering Center, which I'm very happy for that. AC Knight likes the hair. Good. Yeah. Let the flow go, baby. Let the flow go. Oh, yeah. And Democrats continue to defend violence over and over and over again. You got Timu Obama out there being Timu Obama. And you got Ro Khanna out there defending genuinely one of the worst people in America, Mehdi Hassan, who I think may be a big bitch boy. We'll get into all of that. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling. Let's get the live chat. Let's get the live chat up onto the screen. Oh, hold up. Well, here we go. We got some feedback there. We got rid of that. Bingo, bango. There's the live chat. Before we get on, guys, do me a favor. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. You guys can use promo code SPLC to get free shipping, baby. Promo code SPLC because the Southern Poverty Law Center has taken enough out of my damn pocket. So, you know what? I'll put a little bit back in yours. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com and use promo code SPLC to get your I voted for this t-shirt. You can wear that to every single family event and bother your annoying in-laws. Go ahead and do it. Go to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Oh, yeah. Let's dive right on in. So let's start with Lee the Legend Zeldin. Let's start with that one. Obviously, some people, many people, myself being one of them, would very much like to see Secretary Lee Zeldin turn into Attorney General Lee Zeldin. I don't think I'm high. I think it would be a safe. I think it would be a safe assumption that I'm not exactly hiding my feelings on that one for several reasons. Selfishly, because he's my friend, but practically because I think he would do a very good job. I think he would do a very, very good job. And over the course of the last few days, we've seen exactly why. Because simply by his very presence, he is able to break Democrats into itty-bitty pieces. Simply by sitting there. First, we're going to start out with Gold Bar Bob Menendez Jr. That's right. This is the son of Bob Menendez. You all remember him. A man who believes in America so little that he had to accept bribes in the form of Egyptian golden bars and then apparently leave them in his coat pocket inside of his closet. Yeah, he's in jail right now along with his wife, but for some reason, his son, who knew nothing, is still able to serve in Congress. Not really sure how the hell that one works out. I'm pretty sure if my old man was on the take by the Egyptians, I might know it. I don't know. Maybe Gold Bar Bob Jr. just, maybe he doesn't get invited to Sunday dinner and they don't discuss their Egyptian bribe taking. But, let's just watch this and enjoy it.
Other crazy stuff. You said other stuff, crazy stuff today, okay? That the Biden administration, I mean, are you going to do anything at some point? I mean, how many instances?
You ask a question, give me an opportunity to answer.
Because I moved on, and you've done this numerous times. So listen, I just want to ask you a question. You've said that the Biden administration with the IRA had more funds than the EPA knew how to spend, and there was waste, fraud, and abuse, right? And this was going out to people that were in the Biden orbit. You had said that earlier. Yet I'm curious if you have any issue with the fact that during the 2024 campaign, the president asked the oil and gas industry for $1 billion in exchange for supporting these rollbacks that the EPA is administering now. Is that at all an issue for you that the president said to the oil and gas industry, give me $1 billion and I will do your work? Isn't that not the work that the EPA is doing today?
I don't know. Are you actually asking questions?
I'm asking a question. Are you going to give an answer?
I'm going to start an answer and then you're going to cut me off. Is that how this works?
All right. Well, if that's going to be the case, then I have another thing for you. What do you think about the $220 million ad campaign that Secretary Noem had with the DHS that went directly to Trump? I'm talking. That went to Trump operatives. Did you speak out against that as a member of the administration?
How about the fact
did you
that
speak
the Biden
out?
EPA
Did you
was
speak
giving
out against that against
dollars
member of the
to
administration?
former Obama and Biden officials? How about the conflicts of interest during the Biden EPA that you don't want to uphold?
All right, what about in the Trump administration? Well, if you want to talk about the Biden administration, talk about the Trump administration. You're a part of the administration.
And you don't want
say
the
that Secretary Noem was wrong. Say that
talk
Secretary
about
Noem was
the
wrong.
EPA.
You're not going to.
Are you going to say that your dad is a traitor to the United States? And if we're being honest here, if we lived at a time where the leaders of our country had any balls, would probably be hanged. I mean, if you take bribes from foreign countries, I don't know. Are you going to speak out against that? Of course not, because you're a politician from New Jersey, which means it's sort of baked into the fact that you're corrupt. It's like politicians from Texas wear funny hats. Politicians from Minnesota are stupid. Politicians from New Jersey are obviously on the take. Now, it would make a little bit more sense to me if Gold Bar Bob Menendez Jr. Were on the take from the Italians. But, it turns out not even the Italians will have him in North Jersey. So he had to stoop so low as to take money from the Egyptians. Are you going to speak out against that? Probably not. How's your dad doing in federal prison? Is he getting good at tennis? Whatever the hell it is they do in Club Fed. Of course, I don't know if you've seen Gold Bar Bob before he went away, but if he's in a real prison, I'm sure he's getting tossed around like a dog toy. But hey, he didn't know any of that. Nothing. Speaking of not knowing things in the tri-state region, let's head on over to Connecticut. Let's head on over to Connecticut, the state best known for being where they air the Maury Povich show, and nothing else. And let's take a look at Rosa DeLaurier. Rosa DeLaurier. Of course, you guys all know her. She's the member of Congress with purple hair that yells for really no reason whatsoever. Somehow she found herself the chairwoman of some subcommittee involving the environment. I don't really know why. I'm not sure if you've been on the waters off of the coast of Connecticut, but they're disgusting. So maybe, having her chair that committee is not the best thing in the world. But she got into it with Lee the Legend Zeldin as well. And look, I feel bad that I have to show you this whole thing because she literally becomes the meme, like old lady yells at clouds. But, she's evil. So let's laugh at her.
The budget proposal reads like a climate change denier's manifesto. When climate change is flooding our streets, poisoning our air, driving up health care and disaster costs. How can the EPA justify abandoning that duty to protect Americans to appease polluters under the false flag of economic growth?
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case, you familiar with it?
No, I maybe others are. I'm not, but let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we, as an agency, don't have the authority to get creative. If Section 202 of the Clean Air Act,
no, but you don't have. Excuse me. You do not have the right to say climate change does not exist. That it's a hoax, and that's where this administration is coming from.
I understand you're upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
you know what the major policies doctrine is.
You know what, let me just
you're a member of Congress. You should know.
Well, you have moved from someone who defended the environment to all of a sudden
being very defensive about not knowing the two biggest landmark Supreme Court cases of the last year with regards to your question.
You are very defensive about changing your policy and your positions with regard to the environment.
Okay.
Now, you just tell
Do you want me to tell you what the two biggest Supreme Court cases are of the last few years?
This is what I want you
Michigan
to tell
versus
me.
EPA.
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the questions.
Well, I answered your question,
No, you
and
didn't.
you didn't like my answer because
did
you
not
don't know what
answer the
Loper Bright is,
question.
because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is,
Chairman,
because you're asking me about Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, and you don't read it. You don't know what it says.
Listen, and what you want to do is to deny. You want
No,
to.
I actually read the law. I do my homework.
Really?
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law.
You know,
I read the
Chairman, I
Supreme
don't have
Court
to listen
cases.
to this, and I would say
No,
that,
what you should do for your constituents is actually read statute.
Budget is at real risk.
Read
Let
your
me tell
Supreme
you,
Court.
This is the Appropriations Committee.
Oh,
you come here.
You care about science? Now you're threatening to defund it?
Oh my God! No, you don't fund
Because
science.
you don't know what Loper Bright is.
climate
Because you don't know what the
deniers.
major policies doctrine is. Your
climate
message
deniers.
to our folks at the EPA is that you want to
I don't
defund
have
us.
to listen to this BS.
BS. You think I made up these cases?
Yeah, I think you have made up a whole
I
lot
made up Loper Bright. I made up West Virginia versus EPA. I made up Michigan versus EPA.
Woe is right.
I could watch that all day. I could watch that all day as her dentures quickly slide out of her mouth. I could watch that up, down, left ways, and sideways. But then, like most Democrats do, because Democrats want you dead, they want me dead, they want Lee Zeldin dead, they want Donald Trump dead, then Miss Hannigan on crystal meth then suggested, when Lee Zeldin contorted her in a very sort of Kama Sutra-like way, she then suggested maybe he should go drink Roundup.
And Compliance Office.
Glyphosate.
Is that your question? I'd say don't. If your cup was filled with glyphosate, I'm telling you as the administrator of EPA, don't drink it.
Thank you so much for agreeing to what we need to
I don't know what the
do
question
all
was.
along.
You're holding up a cup saying glyphosate.
You know,
Don't drink it. Don't inject it.
maybe you should try doing that. Okay, excuse me. Okay, I'm going to move on to a second question, Mr.
Glyphosate, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly, is the ingredient in Roundup that gave everyone cancer. And Miss Hannigan in Breaking Bad just suggested Lee Zeldin should drink it. Maybe glyphosate is what she puts in her hair to get it that color. I don't know. Because, of course, as I said, they want you dead, they want me dead, they want Lee dead, they want Trump dead, they want everybody dead. Because, they're violent people, and they're not very nice. Although I will say that on top, I feel bad because I do like Carol Burnett. So I don't really, want to do the Miss Hannigan line. I put that on Twitter, and I got ripped apart about it. So instead, I will just refer to her as the lead singer from Jane's Addiction. Because those are the same people. Now, normally I wouldn't make fun of the way somebody looks. That's not true. But normally I would say I shouldn't do that. But when you tell my friend to go drink Monsanto carcinogens, I get a little mad. So, lead singer of one of the most overrated bands of all time. I'll probably take crap for that too. But, she's from Connecticut. So what the hell are they going to do? What are they going to do? throw their trust funds at me, or, Candace Owens, whatever. Guys, believe me, I got thousands of those. I could do that all day. But it's just fun. It's just fun. Maybe that's it. She puts glyphosate. Am I saying that correctly? Glyphosate in her hair. Maybe that's what gets it to. Maybe that's a. Maybe help me out here. Who the hell knows? Who knows? But let's move on because, making fun of corrupt New Jersey Democrats and ugly people from Connecticut, I could do an entire series on that one. I could do that all day. Have you ever been there? To either place. But let's move on because speaking of obnoxious people from New Jersey. No, you know what? We're going to hold off on that one. We're going to hold off on that one till the end of the show because my friend Jack Posobiec decided to destroy someone's career, and it's just fun to watch. It's just fun. What do we got? 3:20 here. Yeah, you know what? In just a second, we'll get to the Quality Leering Center as well as the other 21 Somali daycare centers that were raided by the FBI today. Just to be clear, for all the nothing ever happens people, things are happening. Nothing ever happens. Nobody goes to jail. Here's things happening, and I'm sure people will still complain about it. Before we get to that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So, good news out of Minnesota, very good news. The FBI and HSI have executed 22 search warrants for daycare fraud in Minnesota, including the Quality Leering Center. That's right, from the Post-Millennial. Those who allege to have committed fraud in Minnesota by taking government money to run daycare centers without providing any services may soon face justice. 22 search warrants were executed in Minnesota. Just this morning, the DOJ confirmed to the Post-Millennial and Human Events that 22 federal search warrants were executed this morning in Minnesota, which were not immigration related, but fraud related. Now that's key. There's a reason for that. That's very key. The DOJ spokesperson said that today, federal, state, and local law enforcement is involved in a court-authorized law enforcement activity as part of an ongoing fraud investigation. Concerns about the fraud in Minnesota, specifically within the Somali community, have been growing for years. We know about the Feeding Our Future scandal, and we know about what Nick Shirley broke over the course of the last several days. Here was actually local Minnesota reporting.
Right now, with some breaking news developing right now at 8 o'clock that we are following. Federal agents are conducting search warrants across the Minneapolis-St. Paul area.
Bill Keller joins us now with the very latest. And Bill, tell us what you've learned, what's going on here. Good morning.
Well, it may not look like it, but this is actually a very active scene. I'm going to step out of the way and show you that all these vehicles that look like unmarked vehicles are just that. They are not lights and sirens, not heavily labeled vehicles, but we're talking about FBI and Homeland Security investigations. What you're looking at right now is the Somali Senior Center. We're in the West Phillips neighborhood. This is one of nearly 24 spots where we're told that federal agents will be stopping today. Now, according to the FBI and Homeland Security, agents are currently executing 22 warrants. Now, this is across the city of Minneapolis. We're told this is a federal fraud investigation that is largely looking into some Somali-owned businesses And this is not an immigration-related incident. Now, according to the special agent, Matthew Vogel, there are federal, state, and local law enforcement that are doing this as part of this ongoing criminal investigation. Again, just developing. This has been going on for a couple of hours now, but again, this will be going on at several locations throughout the Twin Cities, primarily here in Minneapolis. Again, we're waiting for FBI agents likely to be coming out of this building with boxes of evidence. We're going to stay out here throughout the morning and bring you the very latest as news develops. For now, though, we'll throw back to you guys.
Yeah, 22 search warrants. So this is quite the operation. All right, Bill Keller with the very latest in this break.
Well, it's quite the fraud, so it would lead to quite the investigation. That would stand to reason. But of course, they're standing outside of something called the Somali Senior Center. What the hell is that? Well, it's just one of the hundreds of daycare and elder care facilities that are around the Minneapolis and St. Paul area, around the Twin Cities area, where these Somalians set up completely fictitious care facilities and then rob the government of funds in order to do it. But of course, that's not the famous one. That's not the one we're all looking for. That's not the one that everyone's got a t-shirt of. Of course, the one I'm talking about would be the Quality Leering Center.
Find out.
Hi, Bill. Well, the DOJ tells Fox that a total of 22 businesses across Minneapolis were raided by the FBI as part of this DOJ fraud investigation. And sources say that many are Somali-linked businesses. So our cameras were there as agents went in and out of one of those daycare centers collecting evidence. It comes after a viral YouTube video back in December from independent journalist Nick Shirley. He visited multiple child care centers that were either closed or had no children inside, despite getting millions of dollars in state funding. A spokesperson with the DOJ sharing this statement with us, quote, "Today, the FBI with federal, state, and local law enforcement is involved in court-authorized law enforcement activity as part of an ongoing fraud investigation." Now, one of those search warrants, as you mentioned, searched at the infamous Quality Learning Center. It blew up all over social media because of that sign outside, which misspelled learning. The manager at the time denied any allegations of fraud at that facility and said that it was visited before operating hours. But online records show that the daycare's license has been listed as closed since January. In late December, the Trump administration announced it was freezing child care funding to Minnesota and calling for a full audit of certain daycare centers. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance, reacting to our reporting just a little while ago on X, he shared, quote, "The task force and the DOJ will be relentless in exposing these fraudsters wherever they may be hiding." Now, our photographer tells us that some protesters showed up to one of those daycares. They thought that our cameramen were with ICE. And again, the DOJ says this has nothing to do with immigration. This is about the DOJ's fraud investigation.
All right, Brooke, thanks. More on that coming up, no doubt.
And that's why it's important. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure some of the people committing this fraud are absolutely illegals. But by making this a DOJ investigation, when the jackass protesters show up with their ICE signs, these people have the ability to go, "We are not with ICE. No one is being deported. This is a criminal investigation," just making them all look stupid. Now, don't get me wrong. I think you're here illegally. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get up out of here. So, you know, good stuff all around. But nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. No, it just turns out that we live in an era, we live in a time where information, demand for results move quicker than the criminal justice process. And I can understand why it's frustrating. I really can. But things are happening. Things are happening, as I promise you. There is nobody on planet Earth right now that wants to pick up a win more than the people at the DOJ, Kash Patel. They need a win. People are getting antsy. And a lot of things are coming out in full blast, like right before the show started when they announced that James Comey would be indicted again.
Has
indicted former FBI Director James Comey for a second time. Justice correspondent David Spunt's got the story. He's here in Washington. Hey, David, they're going to go at it again.
John, they're going at it again not even a year after they went at it after the first time. We're told this via several law enforcement sources. We're told this is related to an Instagram post from the former FBI director last year when he posted on the beach. You may remember there was a formation of shells that said 8647 that were in that pairing of 8647, and he said something along the lines of, "Isn't this a curious formation that I just found while walking on the beach?" Well, critics to that post immediately pointed out that 86, at least in the restaurant world, means to get rid of or to kill something from a menu, 47 meaning the 47th president of the United States. So Comey did speak with the Secret Service, did speak with federal investigators. At the time he was interviewed last spring or early last summer, shortly after that happened, no charges were ever filed, but now it appears that he has been indicted today. We're working to learn more about the indictment. We're waiting to see if officials have anything to say on this. That is the post that you see right there, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk," from former Director James Comey. Now, you also remember that he was indicted last year as well for allegedly lying to Congress.
Yeah, it turns out you're not allowed to threaten the life of the president. Who the hell would have known? It's almost like you would think that the FBI director would have known that sort of information. He had no idea. He had no idea because he's totally incompetent. Now, look, I don't know if this will lead to a prosecution. I don't know if it will lead to a conviction. I don't. However, I do take great solace in knowing that James Comey will just have to suffer a little bit because he's a dumbass. And he would do it to us in a heartbeat. As a matter of fact, he did. He did it to many Republicans all over the country, up, down, left ways, and sideways, all over the country, including President Trump. So, you know what? If James Comey's got to piss away a couple $100,000 on lawyers, maybe he can take it from his book deal. You know, the book that he wrote that nobody read. Maybe he can take the money out of his book deal to go defend himself in court, because it is true. You can indict a ham sandwich. You can also indict a 6'10" corrupt FBI director. So, you know, shit happens. Shit happens. But you shouldn't threaten the life of the president. You shouldn't do that. Particularly, you know, when people continuously try to kill him. I don't know. Just me. Speaking of Damas's, if you guys aren't too tapped in to the online world, if you guys aren't like Twitter people, you don't live online like I do, and I hope you don't, because you're probably a lot happier than I am. There is someone from the subpar state of New Jersey. Her name is JoJo. Now, she is among the collection of idiots on Twitter who have found a way to amass 1 million followers over the course of the last several years by being as crass and disgusting as humanly possible when it comes to President Trump. You know, there's a lot of them. I'm not going to say their names, but you guys know who I'm talking about. Well, these are the sorts of people that like to make obtuse claims. Like when somebody writes a manifesto and it names somebody in it, and then they use it as justification for the reasoning they committed this mass atrocity. Oh, this shooter watched Tim Pool's show, therefore it's Tim Pool's fault. Now, obviously, that's ridiculous. And I have said it numerous times. Look, the guy that shot Steve Scalise was a Bernie Sanders supporter who was yelling about health care being a human right. And I still said that that is not Bernie Sanders' fault. I did say that. And I meant it, because it isn't. However, I do not like this person, JoJo from Jersey. I don't like her on a plane, and I don't like her on a train. So she's actually got me blocked on Twitter. So she's not going to see this anyway, so I really don't give a shit. Well, she was on Piers Morgan's show, and Jack Posobiec, my good friend Jack Posobiec, decided to throw her logic directly back into her face. And, well, you know, I wouldn't normally show this, but I just don't like this woman. I just don't.
And try to kill people and allegedly try to kill people. And
by the way, those filters are working overtime. Could we lower the saturation just a little bit, Joe?
You, because the killer shared your post calling to nullify the results of the 2024 election. I have it right here on his archive account.
So she's responsible first of all, I didn't know that. So are you trying to attribute what happened? Are you Jack, be very fucking careful right now, asshole. Are you trying to insinuate? Excuse me. If you are trying to draw a line between me and what happened
not drawing a line. He
in
drew the
Washington,
line.
then what you just said is
He drew the
extremely
line by sharing your
irresponsible.
post.
So what?
He decided to take your words into
okay,
action.
how many times
He
have you
decided to take your words
how many
into
times
action
have you
when
shared
you
Donald
called to
Trump's
nullify
rhetoric?
the post.
How
Here's,
many,
I'm happy
Jack,
to send you this, by the way.
How many times
it's right
have
here,
you
November
retweeted
13th,
something that Donald Trump
2024.
said?
Okay, don't talk over each other.
He decided to
Boy, that was a
nullify the
really
election, just like you asked him
that
to.
was a hefty accusation that he just lobbied at me. I have
Not an accusation. I have that right here.
That has nothing to do with me, Jack. You're trying to tie me
Your post
to
has
someone
nothing
who
to do with you?
allegedly tried to kill. Excuse me.
What
So
do you
you're
mean alleged?
telling.
What's alleged about it?
Now, I guess that's what happens when you run out of boxed wine and you melt down on television. But you know what? Sometimes you got to take the repulsive Democratic narrative and throw it directly back in their faces because Democrats have no shame. None whatsoever. And when we sit back and we battle people who have no shame, who have no morals, who have no bottom, who have no scruples whatsoever, who are willing to bring a gun to a knife fight, sometimes you got to throw it right back in their face. Because Democrats will never call out their most radical people. They never will. And because of that, the most radical among them do crazy shit. Like, for example, there's another very online person. His name is Hassan Piker. He's a communist. He's also a terrorist. He was also filmed on his live stream electrocuting a dog. That happened. I mean, it's not conjecture. He was electrocuting a dog on his live stream. He has said such lovely things as America should adopt Chinese-style communism. You know, an economic system that led to the death of about 100 million people. He has also said that we should kill every landlord. Lovely fella. He's said things like, America deserved 9/11. Minor little things like that. So, when Democrats get called out on supporting people like Hassan Piker, genuinely vile human beings, they can never figure out a way to do it.
Okay, here's Hassan Piker and some of the things he said.
If you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
I'm pro stealing from big corporations because, you know, they steal quite a bit more from their own workers. Brian Thompson, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder. Virtually every American has a similar experience, a shared experience where they have a loved one that spent their last days instead of spending them with their family, spending it on the phone, talking to their healthcare provider.
I mean, this is just some of the stuff that he said. He says the Hezbollah flag is dope. He likes Hamas better than Republicans. Landlords are MFers. And you go and sit down with him and you put your reputation on the line and you want everybody else to take a step back?
Well, Brian, because I have said that Hamas is a terrorist organization, Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. I was one of the first people who condemned the shooting of the United Healthcare executive. But millions of people follow Hassan Piker. Why? Because he's speaking about some of the frustrations. He's speaking about the fact that people don't have health care in America. Well, there are a lot of people on the podcast world, et cetera, who say things that are outrageous or sensationalist, and I push back when you do that. But we have to understand the anger in this country of people who feel they can't buy a house, they can't afford gas, they can't have health care, they're upset at the system. It's one of the reasons Trump won twice, and we have to engage while condemning the violence. But if you look at, I never engage in approving of violence, approving of the incitement of violence, and I'll condemn it when I hear it.
Congressman, I just can't believe you choose to go on. I mean, Cory Booker and others have not.
I mean, you're right, Ro Khanna. You'll never condone violence. You'll just condone the people who condone violence. You see, because elected Democrats know what their role is. They know their role is to never step out of line, to be as radically left-wing when they get into government as humanly possible. And in order to stay in office, they have to appease people like Hassan Piker. But Republicans will run away from me for saying maybe the most benign things on the internet. Because while Republicans hide from me, you know, many of you know this, is that I'm not really that right wing. I'm more of a populist. Pretty tepid compared to the things you see on the internet. But the left will engage in whatever craziness they want, and rational Democrats like Ro Khanna will never call them out. So much so that the leading candidate for the Democrat Senate seat in Michigan is routinely campaigning with this giant communist. People who advocate violence on a daily basis. People who think that we ought to defund the police. People who think that criminals should run rampant and that America deserved 9/11. Abhorrent things. Just to get clicks. Seriously, that big... He electrocuted a dog live on his show. You can Google it and see it for yourself. I'm not making this shit up. And we all know here in America, you know, OJ killed his wife and got off. Michael Vick killed a dog and got 6 years. So, you know, now there are some cultures around the world that don't value dogs the way we do. I'll leave that there. I'll leave that one right there, and you guys can just take that how you want. You all can just take that any way you please. Which is good. Which is good stuff. Because Democrats continue to stay together. They stay united. They may bicker back and forth, but they don't really attack one another. For example, there's a teacher here on Long Island who literally wished death upon her students and their parents for voting for Donald Trump. And she got to keep her job. Got to keep her job. Here's another example of another person who may be teaching your children, who tweeted out, "Make assassinations great again," and praised famous assassins. He's been put on administrative leave for a little while. He's going to get a 6-month paid vacation until he's allowed to return to his job.
Kaukauna High School teacher is on administrative leave after making a social media post about Saturday's shooting in Washington, D.C. New at 5, Samantha Cavalli has local reaction and the district's response.
Shock and concern Monday after a social media post tied to a high school teacher appeared to mock the attempted assassination of President Trump.
When people are saying, oh, too bad you missed, that kind of stuff, not cool.
The now deleted post was tied to social studies teacher Patrick Meyer's X account, which has also since been deactivated. Reading, quote, "I am not impressed with recent presidential assassins. It's expletive embarrassing. Booth, Guiteau, Cholgosh, Oswald must all be spinning in their graves. MAGAA, make Americans great assassins again. Sad." For local business owner Mike Bray, the reaction was immediate.
Scary. I mean, people actually think that way. I mean, the office of president regardless of what side you're on, should be held in high regard.
Bray says comments like this go beyond politics and cross a line. He says while people have the right to speak freely, comments like these can still carry consequences.
I was always taught to think before you talk, because sometimes what you say is not always what you mean. But at the same time, if that's what you mean, you got to worry about kind of some repercussions on that. And there should be some repercussions.
A statement from the district superintendent on the matter reads in part, quote, "The Kaukauna Area School District is committed to maintaining a safe and supportive learning environment for all students, families, and staff, and unequivocally rejects any conduct, expression, or behavior that may encourage, condone, or promote violence in any form," end quote. Tonight, there will be a Board of Education meeting at 5:30, but it's unclear if this topic will be discussed. We've also reached out to Meyer for comment, but have not heard back. Reporting in Kaukauna, Samantha Cavalli, Action.
Yeah, I got a feeling it's probably going to get brought up at the school board meeting. I'm going to roll the dice there. Samantha Kakani, whatever the hell your name is, whoever the hell you are. But more than likely, this guy will be put on paid administrative leave. He'll probably get to take the rest of the school year off, even though teachers only work like 40% of the year anyway. It's just math. Every weekend, every holiday, all summer, no big deal. But Democrats stick together. Whether it's Ro Khanna defending Hassan Piker, one of the most evil pieces of shit in America, or it's the teachers union standing up for people who wish death upon their students and wish death upon the president, they stick together. Yet here we are nitpicking bullshit left, right, and center. Another example of Democrats sticking together while Republicans continue to fight each other. Let's take a look over at ABC. Disney. Disney. Aladdin, The Lion King. Real nice things from your past. Well, we got to talk about Jimmy Kimmel, who 2 days before President Trump, somebody tried to kill President Trump, he wished death upon him. Now, look, I will, and it doesn't matter if it's Jimmy Kimmel or Seth Meyer, I am somebody who will defend comics to the end of time. I think comedy is one of the most important things we do in free societies. I don't think any one is off limits, and I don't think any topic is off limits. You want to make jokes about school shootings or fat kids or retarded people, go ahead. I don't care. I don't think anybody's off limits, ever. And I think the minute you start to curtail comedy is when you get into a serious problem. My problem with the Jimmy Kimmel situation is not the joke that he made about Donald Trump. My problem is the hypocrisy. Some of you may remember this woman. Her name is Roseanne Barr. And Roseanne Barr had a hit TV show all throughout the 90s. And then, a few years ago, they brought it back, something I am very much against. I'm against all reboots, part twos, prequels. I hate them all. But this one was very good. And she made what some considered to be a crass joke about a member of the Obama administration looking like a character in a movie. She made a crass joke about someone in the Obama administration who looked like someone that was CGI in a movie. She was fired almost instantly from her own show. She was fired from a show that was literally titled Her Name. And it's just about the only reason why anybody watched late night sitcoms anymore, because it turns out the only thing we can put on TV now is shows about emergency rooms or gay firefighters or, something hosted by Ryan Seacrest. It was actually nice to be able to just put on some funny and just laugh. Just laugh, which nobody's been able to do since Modern Family went off the air. But Jimmy Kimmel, he's untouchable. Oh, no. Can't go after the guy from The Man Show who put on blackface at least twice and used to make women grab his pants to guess what vegetable was inside of it. No, we can't go after the guy whose hands are bleeding from spending his career riding Adam Carolla's coattails. Can't go after him. No. And when you do, CNN loses their minds.
We've got some breaking news on the fight between the Trump administration and Jimmy Kimmel. The FCC is preparing to challenge the licenses of ABC affiliate stations. And a source tells CNN the process will begin as early as this afternoon. The licenses in question are not up for renewal for years, but the FCC says it can review them earlier. So far, ABC has stuck by Jimmy Kimmel after President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump demanded he be fired over a joke he told last week about Melania having, quote, a glow like an expectant widow. Here's how Kimmel defended himself last night.
Obviously was a joke about their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not, by any stretch of the definition, a call to assassination, and they know that. I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it.
Now, look, obviously Jimmy Kimmel feels like he's untouchable. And why wouldn't he think that? I mean, there was the calamity that happened before. They pulled him off the air. Now he's back. This, that, and the third. I absolutely understand why he would feel like he is untouchable. Now, look, I don't have a problem with Jimmy Kimmel making a joke about the president dying. I don't. Because I believe comedy is off limits from any form of cancel culture. It doesn't matter what the joke is, who it's about, whatever. If not for the fact that I don't think he was kidding. I don't think he was joking. I think that if the joke he made about Melania being a widow ended up happening, I think Jimmy Kimmel would enjoy it. I think he would laugh about it. Now, if I do a joke about a school shooting, something horrible, I would obviously not want that to happen. It's a joke. But it's not a joke. It's not comedy when you are really manifesting the thoughts you want to happen out loud. It's very different. And Ben Ferguson gets to that point on CNN last night.
It's amazing that we sit at this table and everything is Donald Trump's fault. And when you call and put up a picture of the First Lady and you laugh about her being a widow and her husband being killed who's already been shot, that somehow that is Donald Trump's fault and he's mean to Jimmy Kimmel and wants Jimmy Kimmel gone. I don't know who you talked to the White House. I'm around the White House. I promise you a lot more than you are. The president has not talked about this at all.
Well, I also...
At all. Like,
sure.
It's on the list of things he gives a you-know-what about, it's down here. But when you go on TV...
The thing that he sent a Truth Social post about this?
After it was said, you can respond. And by the way, if this was a joke, Jimmy Kimmel could have immediately been a comedian and said, hey, in light of what happened tonight, that was a joke. I apologize for it. I'm sorry. Because a real comedian would say, but he didn't. And you want to know, you would do it immediately. At Twitter, I can tweet right now on your show.
But hold on. I think the
he knows he's not going to get fired, but he wanted her to be a widow.
Do you think he was referring to Donald Trump being murdered, or do you think that he was referring to a 56-year-old woman who is married to an 80-something-year-old man?
I think when you've been shot at 3 times and now, or this being the 3rd and 4 different times he would try to kill you, yeah, I'm going to go out there and say Jimmy Kimmel's a smart guy, and I think he's saying a widow, and I think the audience laughed that way. They weren't laughing at an age joke.
I'm not going to try to be clairvoyant about what Jimmy Kimmel
It's a weak
meant,
stretch.
But I will say that we played the lead up to the joke so that you could hear the rest of the context. I'm not saying you need to like the joke, but the rest of the joke was the president. What if something were to happen to the president tonight? Is there a doctor in the house or Jesus?
We've been here before several times, though, Jimmy Kimmel. I mean, he hates
Trump.
I think the first lady.
He's a comedian.
Nobody's questioning that part.
No, but he's
crossed the line.
Nobody's questioning
He's totally crossed the line on what
you think he likes Trump?
It doesn't matter.
You think he likes Trump? It's not. I'm not arguing First Amendment. He can say what he wants to say, but put public airways.
Hold on a second.
ABC should fire him. ABC should fire him. The first lady is
right. If I made that
joke,
joke,
that's not an FEC.
I would get
infraction. That is what ABC should be doing.
If I made that joke on my show joking, I would be fired as I should be, especially if someone tried to kill that person. I didn't apologize immediately.
Charles.
Donald Trump posts mock violence on his Truth Social, before that Twitter.
So therefore, shoot at Trump. Got it.
So can you stop talking for just half a second? That would be great. All the time, and we take it as a joke. He posted a video of him beating up CNN in 2017. You retweeted that and said, "Isn't this funny?" So it's a joke then when he is doing the violence, but not when.
If we're going to go back to that, let's go back to it. Was he doing it in response to something that CNN had said, and it turned into a back and forth? That's different than talking about someone who's been shot.
It literally doesn't matter.
If I made a joke about someone, you being a widower tonight, and then someone took a shot at you, would you think that was a joke?
About protecting speech, not popular speech.
I'm not saying that you don't have the right to say something stupid.
That is not popular.
You get to say dumb things. It doesn't mean that a corporation has to employ you.
Exactly. And they can choose to employ him or not, and they can choose to keep him. And Melania Trump and Donald Trump have the right to object to what he has said. All of that is free speech. That is how it works. The idea that he wants to put pressure on the network to get rid of him because he doesn't like the speech, that steps
he doesn't
out
like
of
people
his
making
space.
jokes about his wife being a widow after people are trying to kill him.
Enormously.
Leave it to the aptly named Charles Blow, formerly of the New York Times. Charles Blow, because he sucks, to come up with the stupidest possible argument whatsoever. It is amazing. It still fascinates me that there's like 4 Republicans that go on CNN, 5, and yet they continue to cycle through like 500 Democrats, and none of them can make a coherent point. None of them whatsoever. Seriously, it's like Ben Ferguson, Brianna Lyman, Lydia Moynihan, Scott Jennings, Joe Borelli. Am I missing anybody? Am I missing anyone? And they still can't come up with a coherent argument. Meanwhile, you got Timu Obama out there who says he doesn't really care what you think when he threatens you.
As it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism.
You know what's really funny about that clip? I got to tell you what's really funny about it is that if we listen to it on mute, you can almost hear what he's saying by the way his hands are moving. Watch. We're going to do it together. You can kind of hear it. You don't really even need to hear what he's saying. You know, I'm a New Yorker. We talk with our hands, but, you know, I don't know. You can kind of hear it. He doesn't care. Doesn't care. And I talk with my hands too. We all do from these parts. Your concerns, your worries, irrelevant to Hakeem Jeffries. He doesn't care. He doesn't care if his rhetoric leads to some underachieving, overeducated loser running into the White House Correspondents' Dinner to try to kill the president. He doesn't care. Abby Phillip and Charles Blow, Hassan Piker, they don't care. Meanwhile, you got Republicans out there going, well, according to Section 3, subsection 4, Article 5, we're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed to do that. Meanwhile, you got Gold Bar Bob Menendez Jr. lecturing Lee Zeldin on the topic of corruption. How do you fit balls that big into regular-sized pants? I mean, are they making special pants in Trenton? Like LBJ pants. Some of you will understand what that means. You got meth head Miss Hannigan criticizing a law she hasn't read and doing it with the confidence of a French king. Yet Republicans unwilling to fight. Today is day, 500 of John Thune doing nothing. Nothing. You got 10 Republicans out there giving amnesty to 350,000 Haitians so that their rich donors will have someone to clean their houses. Democrats are providing us with every single possible opportunity imaginable to win these midterms. And yet, we do not have anyone with the gold bar Bob Menendez Jr. size balls out there to go out and take it. And people wonder why I get frustrated. And I'm the bad guy for calling it out. I'm the bad guy for swinging first. Both literally and metaphorically. I'm not going to stop, so you got a problem with that? Stop tuning in. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. People who are willing to fight back. Swing first, ask questions later. Hannah Faulkner is coming up next right here on this network. Very good, very good, very good, very good. For everybody watching on Facebook, live 3 p.m. every day. Don't miss it. I'll catch you all back tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Welcome back to LFA TV Live with Hannah Faulkner. I hope you all are having an incredible Tuesday afternoon so far. I have spent my morning door knocking for a local school board candidate, Julie Wishing. She's running in Zone 7. So if you are in the Rutherford County area and you haven't voted yet, make sure to go to the polls, vote for your local sheriff, mayor, and of course, vote for a solid Christian conservative candidate. For school board, if you're in Zone 7, a great candidate is Julie Wishing. She's running against Francis Rosales. And the funny thing is I actually campaigned in 2022. I helped make phone calls for Francis in 2022 before her election. Come to find out, she has been very wishy-washy on her stance. She has repeatedly supported porn in books. And I say that... let me just clarify. She hasn't outright come out and say, of course, I support porn in schools. What these rhinos, Republican in name only, and I would love to say even quote unquote Christians, love to do is they run for office. They call themselves a Christian conservative. because they live in Tennessee, right? The only way for them to get elected is to put an R beside their name, and they get elected to school board. And they start flip-flopping on their vote. They go back and forth, and they abstain from voting. How in the world, please explain to me why you have the audacity, how you even have the inclination to somehow abstain from voting on a book, on books, not just a book, but books that literally have some of the most explicit content possible available to elementary, middle, and high school students. Explain to me that. These people are beyond comprehension. It's sick. Local politics, it's a disaster. It sometimes gets even more bloody and worse than federal politics because these people claim to be Christian conservatives, and oftentimes you're doing life with these people. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to show up to a school board meeting. I don't care how many phone calls I made for you. If you vote against protecting children's innocence, I will show up to a school board meeting and I will call you out as a coward. I will 110% do it. My dad will do it. My family will do it because we don't play games. You either protect children's innocence, you either protect the American people, or you don't. And if you don't, well, then my loyalty isn't to the friendship that we somehow had. My loyalty is to the truth. And so if you do not hold your loyalty to God's word and to the truth and to protecting children's innocence, well, then you're going to hear it from the American people. You're going to hear it from those who live in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. And that's why I went this morning to knock some doors and rally some support around Julie Wishing, who is an America First Christian conservative candidate who actually votes with what she says she's going to vote on, and doesn't just say something and then does the opposite. Anyways, with all that being said, we've got a lot to get into today. So much has happened, even in 24 hours, specifically with the Democratic Party. You know, some of the best issues that I love to get into, some of the hottest issues. I love to touch on the hot issues. Somehow, I find myself being hated by all sides because I tend to talk about the things that ruffle a lot of feathers. But that's specifically IVF, surrogacy, and abortion. And today I want to highlight just the evil, the insanity of the Democratic Party. So today there was a hearing. Brandon Gill was in the hearing talking about the FACE Act. Well, Brandon Gill asked an abortion advocate her thoughts on what her favorite abortion method was. And then, of course, you also have Planned Parenthood admitting to high volume numbers when it comes to abortions and gender-affirming care, quote-unquote, for children. Not to mention, you have a Democrat who is already elected, an elected Democrat female, Esther, saying and bragging about the fact that her 2 children have been created in a lab through IVF. She has 4 that are still on ice. She even jokingly said that she has 4 children still on ice. And then when she was 41, she got pregnant again. And because she didn't feel like she wanted another child, plus she felt that it wasn't environmentally minded to have another child, she decided to abort her baby, to murder her child. This is what happens when Christians remove themselves from the public square. This is what happens when we water down the gospel of Jesus Christ. The gospel is not all rainbows and sunshines. It is a message of love, of truth, of mercy, of grace, because we are wretched sinners. We do not deserve anything. We do not deserve the gift of life. We do not deserve the gift of eternal life. We actually deserve death and condemnation. But because of God's merciful and sovereign love for us, he sent his one and only son to die on the cross for our sins so that we can spend eternal life in heaven with him. And because we've taken this liberty, this freedom, this gift for granted as Christians, now we have Democrats in office bragging about murdering their child at 41 years old. So anyways, lots to get into today. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're following us here on Rumble. Make sure you're following our X page, LFA TV US. We have Logan, our amazing loyal patriot at LFA TV, calling into the show around 3:40. So in about 30-ish minutes, Logan, you're going to call into the show. Excited to hear what you have to say, especially when it comes to President Trump's 3rd assassination attempt on his life. But I want to go ahead. I want to set the record straight. I want to go ahead and play this video because this video just highlights the evil of the Democratic Party. Take a listen.
You're an advocate for abortion, for abortion policy. What's your favorite type of abortion?
I am an advocate for patients having access to the full realm of reproductive health care.
But do you have a preferred method of abortion that you like?
I do not.
Let me read through a couple different methods, and I want to get your take on how much you like these. The first type is called a suction abortion. This is when the cervix is dilated and a strong suction, 29 times the power of a household vacuum cleaner, tears the baby's body apart and sucks it through the hose into a container. Do you prefer that method?
I stand by my former testimony.
That sounds kind of gross, doesn't it? Sounds pretty gruesome. Do you agree? It does to me.
I stand by how I answered your question fully and accurately.
Okay, what about this one? This one is called dilation and curettage. After dilation of the cervix, a sharp looped knife is inserted into the uterus. The baby's body is cut into pieces and extracted, often by suction. Do you prefer that method?
What I believe we are here to talk about today is the FACE Act. We are not here to talk about
I'm asking
the
you, you're
legality
a
of
pro-abortion
abortion.
advocate. I'm asking if you prefer the dilation and curettage method.
I am an access to reproductive health care advocate.
You don't want to talk about abortion itself. Why is that?
I would prefer to talk about the reason that the committee called the hearing.
Is it because it's
freedom of
uncomfortable to talk about?
I would prefer
It should be uncomfortable.
I would prefer, if you would let me finish my statement, to talk about the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, which is what I was asked to come
what that
here
access
to talk about.
gets. How about this one? It's called dilation and evacuation. Forceps are inserted into the uterus, grabbing and twisting the baby's body to dismember him or her. If the head is too large, it must be crushed in order to remove it. Do you prefer that method?
I would prefer to talk about the reason the hearing was called and the basis of my expert testimony.
It's uncomfortable to hear this, isn't it? It is. I think it is, because it's barbaric and evil. How about this one? It's called the saline injection. It's when a 20% salt solution is injected through the mother's abdomen into the baby's amniotic fluid. The baby's skin is burned off. The baby ingests the solution and dies of salt poisoning, dehydration, and hemorrhaging of the brain. Do you prefer that method?
I would prefer to talk about the subject of the hearing.
This is the subject of the hearing. This is about protests outside of abortion clinics. I'm asking you about abortion.
I stand by my prior testimony.
Okay. I wouldn't want to talk about this either if I were you, because it is barbaric and evil.
So that is the hypocrisy of the left. You watch as she tells Brandon Gill, you watch as this evil Democrat woman, this evil liberal God hater, who is an abortion advocate, a self-proclaimed abortion advocate, who will not tell Brandon Gill her favorite abortion because she doesn't want to talk about it. She doesn't think it's appropriate to talk about. But you're an abortion advocate. This is the Democratic Party. This is the abortion space. They'll say that the act of abortion all day long is safe, normal, it's legal, it's safe. And at one point, they were even saying it was rare. Rare, it happens 1 million times a year. Excuse me, that's not rare. That's actually despicable. Despicable. It is the largest Holocaust that humanity has ever witnessed through the act of child sacrifice as the ultimate sake of child sacrifice for the sake of sexual convenience, ultimately. And this woman tells Brandon Gill that she doesn't want to talk about it because it's inappropriate. So how is talking about the subject of abortion, the methods of abortion inappropriate and too gruesome, but the act itself is not? These people are evil. They're flat out evil. And as I said earlier, you have this woman. Her name is Esther Kim Veray, a prominent LA art dealer and Democratic candidate for Congress, saying that she had an abortion at age 41 because she and her husband are big environmentalists and that they did not want to have more children than the two they previously conceived through IVF. She goes, the irony is so many people that want to wave their finger at you. I'm telling you, if you've gone through IVF, you're doing the same thing. You have embryos that you're making choices. This woman cares more about the environment. This is Romans 1 right here. They worship the creation rather than the creator. They kill the cats. Hold on. They hug the trees. They kill the babies and save the cats and dogs because that's environmentalist. That's what an environmentalist means, right? Take a listen.
Both of my abortions were very early. So it was like before. The first one was definitely like, I would say 8 weeks. And then the other one was at 5. You know, it's like, it's very early. But you make a decision for yourself. And that's obviously different from the decision I made when I was 41, because I already had 2 kids and we had done IVF. So we have, I don't know how controversial this is, but like we have 5 other embryos on ice right now. It's really crazy because I think back to that moment where my husband and I looked at each other, and we know that for us, we've only wanted 2 kids, mostly a boy and a girl. We got one of each. We were like, we're done. But we're big environmentalists. For us, philosophically, we don't want to overburden our footprint like on the world. And we're not the kind of people that are like, I just want a lot of children and I don't know how to explain it. Like, I know exactly why we just wanted 2. We wanted just to replace ourselves and not overburden anybody else or the world that we leave them with. Again, we thought about that for a very long time. So when I found out, I was like, yeah, like this, we have a plan. And and we have other embryos on ice. Like, I'm not saying that these are disposable things. The irony is so many people that want to wave their finger at you. I'm telling you, like, if you've gone through IVF, you're doing the same thing. You have embryo. You're making choices. Like, this is like a lot of the population in Christian society that has gone through
selective.
IVF.
Like, it's
you can't
too
be
convenient.
selective.
It's too convenient.
This is so evil. So evil. It's barbaric. Bragging about murdering your child because you wanted only 2 children, and then also bragging that you have 5 other children on ice. This is what happens when you have a society that thinks that they know more than God, that they can play God and decide when their children get to live or die. And she said she doesn't want to burden the footprint. It's like, listen, the birth rate is collapsing. We're literally committing suicide as a civilization. Our civilization is committing suicide from within. We need more children. We need more God-fearing Christian parents getting married young and having a bunch of children, repopulating this earth, fulfilling Genesis 1:28, be fruitful and multiply. That's what we need more of. And, frankly, I don't know if I want this person having a lot of children because I don't know what she's going to create. Trannies. I don't know if she's going to create non-binary kids who then run for president and end up arresting pro-lifers and calling them domestic terrorists and calling homemakers domestic terrorists. So, maybe it's good that this woman isn't having children, but the principle is to be fruitful and multiply and to create these dragon slayers that are going to run for office. They're going to save this country and they're going to make America Christian again and make heaven crowded. That's what we want more of. And in the level, the extent of this evil is so far, it's so ingrained, and we've been so desensitized. I had Hannah Leap on the show yesterday to talk about this. And it's like, you listen to these people. You listen to these people talk, and it's like, whoa, that's crazy. That's insane. But we're so desensitized to listening to evil, to hearing about evil ideas, that it just kind of washes over us, and then we go through our life. It's like, this is evil. What are we going to do about it? Are we going to just keep watching our shows and go on with our life? Are we going to show up to Planned Parenthood? Are we going to pray at these Planned Parenthood clinics? Are we going to do sidewalk counseling? Are we going to run for office? Are we going to encourage godly men to run for office, to run for school board? What are we going to do? Are we going to sit on the sidelines and do nothing? Because this is what Planned Parenthood's doing. Planned Parenthood abortionist laughs about the incredibly high number of abortions, up to 100 a day. They discussed selling the livers of 6-month-old babies and admits to committing partial birth abortions. Violating federal law, defund and shut down Planned Parenthood, Lila Rose says in a tweet. Take a listen.
Can I ask you just a few questions about volume, gestational age, do you ditch, blah, 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 all that?
24 weeks. 24. Incredibly high volume.
Okay.
So, we do on weekdays, so Tuesday through, this is at our Manhattan site, Tuesday through Friday, we do probably a minimum of 50 cases, and then on Saturdays, usually closer to anywhere between 75 and 100.
Okay.
So we're very high volume, And of those you guys are only looking for second tries?
No, we have a wide range. Just depends on what our the other side, the researchers want, and that can vary.
Over 13 weeks, it's probably maybe 10%, 10 to 20%.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So the bulk is first try, and then we have 2 other sites which are first try. Those sites do about 25 per day.
Okay. So, are
we'll be
you
in touch.
open to, this is the main thing, some people are not yet. I just kind of sense a little fear in some people. They don't understand that the layers are there. A provider maybe being a little creative in their making sure that there's intact specimen, because that's what really the high dollar amount. We can pay incredible amounts for intact specimen.
Yeah. So, like, you mean completely intact D&E?
Not all.
Yeah.
But yes, but some.
Yeah. I mean, that's just like a case-by-case basis.
Exactly.
We just do whatever's safest and best. For the
Right,
most part.
right,
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, so if we can do it intact D&E, it's usually less traumatic for the patient. But,
Right,
yeah, I don't
right.
know. I think amongst all our providers to, like, encourage more intacts for this purpose, I think would be challenging. But we certainly do intact D&Es, so.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
You mean completely intact D&E? We certainly do intact D&Es, so.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, just for example, and I could speak to this, but I've listened to him talk about it enough. I'm starting to get a science nerd, I think. Just that livers are, I mean, we could pay you $1,000 up to $1,500 for a liver.
Yeah.
Because that's in such high demand from our.
How interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's just great. And I think the fact that there's like for me, it's just like somebody to take it would be great, but I think financial incentive from you guys is going to be like, to the people we have to get this approved will be very happy about it. So.
Right, the financial incentive would make people happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that what I'm hearing you
yes,
say?
Absolutely.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect,
Yeah.
perfect. We could pay you $1,000 up to $1,500 for a liver.
Yeah. I think financial incentive from you guys is going to be like, to the people we have to get this approved will be very happy about it. So.
Right, the financial incentive would make people happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that what I'm hearing you
yes,
say?
Absolutely.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect,
Yeah.
perfect.
I'm just thinking about all the like people I have to talk to and all the layers.
Lots of people you got to talk to.
Yeah.
We have language in place.
And then how does it work? Because we're in New York City. Does somebody come and pick up? Is there like a?
We've just visited.
Storage.
Yes, yeah, all of that. So that's individual too. Let's see what's there.
Okay.
Who do you? How much staff? How much room? Are we going to be in the way? Because believe me, after the honeymoon's over, we've been in there and we're in people's way maybe, which we want to really see what the flow is, so we're not in your way.
Yeah.
But that's where the financial incentive comes in to keep everybody happy.
Got it. Yeah. And how does it work? Somebody's there every day, or
it could be on call. Depends on if I have someone there, and it sounds like your volume is enough that it would be worth it to me to make sure that I have someone there.
Interesting. Okay.
Local, and you could either call them or they're there if they're not in your way. And
okay, yeah. So I'll email you when I get back, and if you can give me all the like as much information as possible. So
yes,
I can
yes.
People.
Yeah.
Awesome,
Oh, good.
great. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah. But we certainly do intact D&Es, so.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, we could pay you $1,000 up to $1,500 for a liver.
Yeah. I think financial incentive from you guys is going to be like, to the people we have to get this approved will be very happy about it.
I mean, we could literally go on and on with these videos. These people are so evil. Bragging about the high volume of abortions that they're witnessing. I mean, I just came across this article very similar to this, very similar to all the videos that we have been seeing today, is that these people, they deny the reality of what is in front of them. They deny the sexual degeneracy, the insanity of what is in front of them, or even sometimes they go to the extent of actually bragging about the evil, bragging about the murder of these babies in their mother's womb. I just came across this article from The Lion. It says that North Carolina Oversight Committee finds over 100 sexual books available to elementary students. School superintendent continues defending them. The Lion reports that North Carolina's Chapel Hill City School area was challenged Thursday by the state's House Oversight Committee for the second time in less than 6 months for allegedly infringing upon parents' rights. The committee discovered over 155 books in the school district containing stories related to sexuality and gender identity, some of which are available to children as young as 4 years old, and accused Chapel Hill schools of being in violation of the Parents' Bill of Rights. One of the state representatives, he's a Republican, State Rep Brendan Jones, said, most kindergartners I know are worried if they get apples or French fries with their Happy Meals. They're not worried about if they're non-binary or binary. The Parents' Bill of Rights, also known as Senate Bill 49, is a state law that declares parents are the primary decision makers for their children and have the ultimate authority in their upbringing. This is just common sense. This is a principled idea that shouldn't even be up for debate. State Representative and Oversight Committee member Brian asked the superintendent, Dr. Rodney Trice, under what situation does your school district or your employees know what's better for a student, of course, than the parent? Remember, they're your students, but they're someone else's children. You often refer to them as your children, except they're not your children. They're the children of their parents. This, of course, is the man who was disagreeing with them, Dr. Rodney Trice. Trice and the Library Digital Services Director, Al MacArthur, were summoned by the Oversight Committee to testify on behalf of the school district. Trice became superintendent in July of 2025 last year and had already appeared once before the committee over parental rights concerns. Trice defended the book, saying that they represent the diversity of the community. Trice also said our community is very satisfied with the range of resources that we provide our students, our families, and we look forward to continuing to do so. The heated committee meeting lasted over 2 hours, and Jones read excerpts from LGBTQ books available to elementary students. Trice refused to read the books. If it's too inappropriate to read here, it's certainly too inappropriate for the children. Do you understand how these books openly indoctrinate young children and strip parents of their rights to raise their own children the way they see fit? Trice didn't agree with the statement. Materials they talk about sexuality and describing sexual acts, illustrating sexual acts, shouldn't be in elementary school libraries. Can we simply just agree on that? Brendan Jones, the Republican, asked Trice, the superintendent. This is the video of how this went down. I'm about to do a reaction video on social media because this is just insanity. But I see this happening in my own backyard. I see this happening at my school board. I see this happening at our library board all the time. These liberal God haters refuse to acknowledge that children should not be reading sexually explicit content. And you have this man, and they think they're smart. They think that they're onto something while they're looking at these images, while they're looking at these books, and they say, I just don't understand what I'm looking at. It's like you do understand what you're looking at, actually, and the fact that you're saying that just shows me that these children should not have access to these books. Take a look.
It's ridiculous, and I will not entertain it. Of course you would. You didn't know anything today again. You're clueless. Move on. Let's move on. Okay? Well, then explain to me a book titled Granddad's Pride that openly depicts two men in BDSM outfits making out is currently available in your elementary schools. So is sexual imagery allowed or not? Dr. Price, you're looking at the picture. You got the guys in the key outfits. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. You're not sure what you're looking at, but you're okay if you're kindergarten looking at. Is this your goal? Is this what you want kindergartens through fourth grade? I mean, is this the goal? Is this the curriculum? Is this the studies that you want Chapel Hill Cargo School is known for? I don't understand what the challenge is. I see a pride flag, I see community, I see two couples who appear to be in a loving relationship. They're not breaking any laws, they're not hurting anyone. That's certainly something a child may see in their community. So I'm not sure, what the challenge is there. Dr. Trice, children are being subjected to this bill. This is a hill you want to die on, the Democrats want to die on, indoctrinating young children. I wish you the very best. You're on the wrong side of history. This committee is going to make certain that the public sees exactly what your district is doing. Last hearing, a member of the other party wrote a letter to the speaker, I'm sure you're aware of, complaining about when I read
You watch these videos and you just think, how in the world do these people get elected? Christians not voting. Like Christians, we have to vote. We have to show up to the polls. We have to elect solid, godly Christian leaders who will not allow any of this to happen, who will not tolerate any of this insanity and sexually explicit content in the libraries. Shame on us for even allowing it to get to this point. But if you're like me, you're obviously fed up with the sexual morality that's being pushed, whether it's heterosexual or homosexual or transgender sexual morality, whatever it may be. You're tired of it. You want America to be restored back to its founding intent as a Christian nation. Its Christian heritage must be restored if we truly want to save this great republic. You're going to want to be at the last stand. It's this June 5th and 6th, Inglewood, Colorado. Seth Gruber is heading this up with his organization, the White Rose Resistance. They will be announcing their new documentary film, The Last Stand, as well as his book, The Last Stand, will be released. You're not going to want to miss this. Allie Beth Stuckey, Abby Johnson, Frank Turek, Nick Freitas, I believe, will also be there. I'll be speaking on a panel. It's going to be a fantastic event, restoring the family unit, restoring this nation, restoring marriage, and so many other ideas, protecting the innocent, the most vulnerable of our country. If we cannot protect life, if we cannot protect babies and uphold the sanctity of human life from conception to natural death, then what are we? Who are we as a nation? This is the Last Stand trailer episode. You're not going to want to miss it.
There was a time when America was more than a place. It was an idea, a vision, a standard. Strong men led their families. Mothers nurtured the next generation. Children played under open skies. And faith was not just welcomed, it was woven into our way of life. We weren't a perfect nation, but we were proud. Proud of our flag. Proud of our families, proud of the values that built the greatest nation the world has ever known. We built homes that stood for generations. The family was sacred, life was sacred, and we trained our children to cherish both. But something changed. Now our children are more connected to screens than to their parents. Truth has become hate speech. Evil is called good. And what was once unthinkable is now funded, protected, and sold. But throughout history, when evil crept in, it was the church that rose up. When tyrants ruled, children were slaughtered. It was the people of God who stood in the gap. Not with empty words, but with unwavering courage. This moment, now, is no different. This is our time. It's our turn. It's our last stand. In the face of evil, you and I stand.
The Last Stand, Inglewood, Colorado, June 5th and 6th. Go get your tickets now. I am so excited for this conference. It's truly going to be one of the best conferences ever. Seth Gruber, anything Seth Gruber puts on is truly the best of the best. I have been able to spend a little bit of time with his family, and he has a wonderful family, wonderful wife, 3 young kids, 8, 5, and 3, and they're just doing the Lord's work, fighting to save these babies and tear down the high places, the altars of Baal and Molech, child sacrifice. We will reclaim this nation as a Christian nation once more, and we're going to protect children's innocence. No matter what these liberal God haters have to say, we will do it in Jesus' name. I put in the chat that, of course, Logan's going to call in. I'll let you know, Logan, when you're able to call in. I have one more thing that I want to showcase before Logan calls into the show today. So before we went live, I actually did an interview with a woman. Her name is Dr. Sandra Christensen. Now, every time I've interviewed Dr. Brian Ardis, I've had Dr. Brian Ardis on the show many times to talk about the dangers of Ozempic and Wegovy and these weight loss medications. Well, I have someone on the show today who's actually in support of these weight loss drugs, and she has a very interesting perspective. And I know this is just totally out of the blue, totally against what I usually do, but I just wanted to hear what this woman had to say, because in general, I'm opposed to weight loss drugs and medication because of the things that are actually in them. But this woman has an interesting perspective. And what we do agree on is that the illicit, non-FDA approved drugs should not be prescribed and should not be sold on apps like TikTok or sketchy websites. This is Dr. Sandra Christensen. I encourage you guys to listen to this. If you have any questions, let me know in the chat, and we'll see if we can get them answered to Dr. Sandra. Take a listen. Dr. Christensen, thank you so much for coming on the show today. I am so grateful for Miss Taryn, who we've been able to connect mostly through the Second Amendment world, but just intertwined, of course, through politics and health and the MAHA movement. And we ended up working on a large campaign together with really educating the public and especially the next generation on these counterfeit weight loss drugs that are specifically coming from China. That most people have no idea are still able to get across our borders. And so you, of course, have been in this space from the medicine side of things, really getting a look at these GLP-1s that are counterfeits versus those that are FDA approved. And so you have this look where you're dealing with it every single day, and you really have the knowledge that most people aren't willing to talk about or just simply do not understand and haven't been able to research because they don't know very many people that are really highlighting this specific issue. So I really appreciate you coming on the show, and I'm grateful for Taryn connecting us.
Thanks for having me. I'm really delighted to be with you today, Hannah.
Absolutely. Well, if you don't mind kind of sharing a little bit with my audience, a little bit about your practice, what you do, what got you into this space to begin with, what was your why, of course, before becoming a doctor and now primarily serving those that are struggling with obesity?
Yeah, so I've specialized in obesity medicine since 2005. So 21 years that I've been exclusively treating obesity. I am a nurse practitioner, and prior to working in obesity, I worked in women's health. And women ask me all the time, what do I do to lose weight? I'm having such trouble. And I would give them kind of those road answers, like eat less, move more. I did some coaching to help them like make small changes, but I didn't really have anything that was very effective to offer them. And then I learned about the specialty of obesity medicine, and I was able to get a job at an outpatient clinic that was an obesity treatment clinic. And I learned from the very beginning that obesity is a disease, that it's a chronic, progressive, relapsing disease. And I learned how to treat it comprehensively, which means that we give folks nutritional counseling, physical activity prescriptions, behavioral counseling, and then prescribe FDA-approved medications if that would benefit the patient. Back when I started doing that in 2005, we just had a few medications that were kind of old school. They're still around. They're safe, effective, FDA-approved medications. But in the past 10, 12 years, we've had the advent of the GLP-1 medications, which are more effective. They're also safe and FDA-approved. And so they're a really important part of my treatment plans with my patients for those that it's appropriate to prescribe to.
Yeah, well, I'm curious because, of course, those that may be listening to this might be, coming from the perspective that I have when we talked about this before we started recording that, generally speaking, I'm more so opposed to any kind of, weight loss medication. And as you said originally, when you were in the women's health space, you would encourage people to, have a healthy diet, work out, make sure that you're getting your steps in, drink more water, all of these basic things that you should be doing anyways, regardless if you struggle with weight or not. And so for me, that has typically been my approach. I've had people on my show to talk about, the dangers of Ozempic and Wegovy and the ingredients and the things that are in these weight loss medications. So I'm just curious, for those that may be listening and even for myself, what is specifically in these drugs that you, I guess, because you said you wouldn't just recommend this to someone who needs to lose 10 pounds, that you are specifically going from person to person. It's not like a unique one size fits all. Tell us a little bit about that, how this works. And for someone who's maybe approaching it from my perspective or is listening in and saying, well, hold on, I'm opposed to all weight loss medication. What would you say to that person?
So first of all, there's a big difference between somebody who, as you mentioned, wants to lose 10 or 20 pounds. They're just carrying some extra weight, and the serious chronic disease of obesity, right? And that's where people have excessive body fat. And that body fat causes all kinds of damage in the body, causes inflammation, is the root of over 236 complications. And so kind of getting to that root is what obesity treatment is about. And so these medications, as I mentioned, are safe, effective methods to add to the lifestyle therapies that we recommend. And what they primarily do is they work in the appetite regulation centers in the brain, and they kind of turn down appetite cravings, what we call food noise, which is some people just have this relentless voice in their head that's talking to them about, eating and what about this and what about that, and makes it hard with the voice going on for them to stop eating when they're full. And so the medication, turns that down so that they can follow the nutrition plan that they're given. And so we really want to shift from this sort of weight-centric way of thinking to a health-centric, right? That these medications help people improve their health because they help them burn body fat. From the trials show lots of other benefits with different medications. Some reduce cardiovascular disease risk, some improve sleep apnea, others prevent the progression of prediabetes to type 2 diabetes, improve osteoarthritis, heart failure, and there's many more trials going on to show the benefits of the medications. And so that's where I think they have a really valuable place in the treatment of obesity. And when we think about other serious diseases, we have treatments for those too, right? If someone has high blood pressure, we do offer them lifestyle, changing their diet, moving more. But if that doesn't bring it down, we give them blood pressure medications. And people that have diabetes, same thing, and we give them. And people that have cancer, we don't send them home and say, try some diet and exercise, maybe you can shrink your tumor that way. We offer them chemotherapy because we see it as a serious condition. And so that's the lens through which I see obesity and the role of these medications in treatment.
Yeah, and I really appreciate you sharing a little bit about that and the insight, especially from the medicine and the doctorate standpoint of it. And of course, you're dealing with this every single day. This is what you do for a living, is to help people with obesity. But we have another problem with this, and this is something that, of course, we agree on, is that we have a mass amount of illicit, not FDA-approved drugs that are being sold on these sketchy websites. They're being marketed on apps like TikTok, and other websites and various social media apps. And young people in general are purchasing them. They're being shipped to their home, really not thinking anything about it. And then they're consuming these not FDA-approved illicit drugs that they have no idea where they're coming from, no idea what's actually in this medication, and they're seeing severe side effects from taking these illicit drugs. So talk about this. Why this is such a problem, obviously just from the fact that people are consuming it and seeing detrimental side effects. But talk about these drugs, illicit drugs, and this crisis that we're seeing, really, because it's coming across our border, and very few politicians, very few people in general are willing to cover this.
Yeah, this is a really important topic because I, as well as many others, have great concern about these medications. And you mentioned all the kind of sketchier places that people can access these medications, but they're also prescribed in med spas. There's, family practice clinicians and other kinds of clinics that prescribe these medications as well. And some are probably better than others in terms of their safety or the processes in which they're made. But it's really concerning. And the reason that we have these medications on the market is because when medication Wegovy came out, there was such an overwhelming response, so many prescriptions written that it went into shortage. And then that happened again when Zepbound came out just a month or two after it came out. And so the FDA has this caveat that if a medication is in shortage, then it can be produced by compounding pharmacies. And so that's kind of how it happened. There's two types of pharmacies, those where the pharmacy itself is regulated by the FDA. And so they regulate the facility to make sure that they have good practices, but they're not regulating the actual pharmaceutical ingredient that's used. And then there's other pharmacies that are kind of more state. They don't do big production. They just do kind of smaller batches to provide for their customers. And so there's so much variation in the quality of what people are getting in those meds. And then the other thing that they're doing that's sort of a workaround with what the FDA has told them is they can add other things to those medications. So they can mix, say, vitamin B12 with tirzepatide. And so that's problematic. And Lilly's actually released a statement on how when those two are combined, it actually creates a third compound. And so that's never been studied. We don't know the effect that that has on the body. And the other problem that's happened is when they test some of these medications, they find that there's either much less or much more medication in that dose than what it says on the label. So there's no regulation there either. So it's a really big problem. Like, we understand kind of where it came from. People really wanted to access the medications, but there was a shortage. And now the FDA is cracking down on it. There's been a lot of lawsuits. We're hearing about more and more pharmacies, compounding pharmacies choosing not to make them anymore because there is so much concern about the safety.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, this should just be a principled idea that we don't want people to be consuming things that have not been tested or not have no regulations, as you said. Either it's too high of a dose or it's too little. Then, of course, it's causing these adverse effects because of the mixing of medications and the mixing of chemicals that is having an adverse reaction to many that are consuming. And as you said, it's more than just sketchy websites. It's more than just social media apps. It's being prescribed and given to patients at med spas or, boutique clinics. And this is a massive problem that, again, you don't really hear mainstream media outlets talking. You don't really see very many headlines that are reaching influencers or influencers are talking about because, it's not one of those, pretty ideas or the pretty topics to get into. But you also mentioned, we talked about this off air before we started recording, but the problems and the issues that you're coming to see with the insurance side of things. So talk about that, the insurance with the GLP-1s, the compounded GLP-1s, and of course, those that are not.
Yeah, so about 2.5 years ago, when I went to renew my malpractice insurance, my longtime insurance agent asked me if I had prescribed the compounded GLP-1s, and I said I did not. And she said, that's good because the insurer will not issue you a policy if you do. And so that was pretty sobering to me, both in terms of other, like I have a special plan for obesity medicine only, but say family practice folks or other types of clinicians who might have a more general policy. If I just thought if something happened to one of their patients, their insurance company might not cover them or represent them or defend them in this. And then the next year when I renewed, she told me they will cover you if you prescribe those medications. And just to be clear, I don't, so that was not an issue. But she said your premium will double if you do that. So they are making space for that, but still are obviously seeing the risk, or they wouldn't double your premium. So I think that speaks volumes to this problem that we have here.
As a doctor and as someone who, of course, is working in this industry, I'm curious, what do you hope to see from the legislative side of things? What can our legislators be doing? What can politicians be doing? What do you hope to see the FDA do in the end to ultimately protect and put the American people first when it comes to our health and just transparency as a whole? I'm just curious your thoughts. And if you don't have anything, or if you prefer not to speak on that side of things, that's totally fine. But I'm just curious if you are, what do you hope to see going forward when it comes to the legislative and, of course, the decisions made by the FDA?
Yeah, well, first of all, with the FDA, I hope they continue to crack down on this. And I hope they find ways to close the loopholes, right? Because we have more meds coming out and who knows what's going to happen? Are we going to come into a shortage again? And then will this whole problem, balloon again? So I think they need to really stay on top of this. But I also think that Congress could do something to regulate this industry and to put some guardrails around it so that patients at least have some kind of labeling that tells them this medication is not FDA approved for safety or efficacy, because I don't think most people that take the compounded meds know. And I can tell you patients that I see that are on the branded name, this doesn't happen as much as it did maybe a year and a half ago, would come in and say, hey, my friend is getting this over here and it's way cheaper. Can you prescribe that for me, right? And they have no idea that it's not FDA approved for safety or efficacy. Once I tell them, then they want to stay where they are. But I think that we need better labeling. And honestly, I would just love to see the compounding of this category of medications just shut right down. There's lots of very legitimate medications that are compounded. And so I'm not speaking against the compounding pharmacies themselves, but I am speaking about, creating these GLP-1s that haven't been tested for safety or efficacy. I also think local politicians and legislators can do something like on a state level, again, to have regulations about labeling or prescribing. So I think that because it's such a big issue, such a widely prescribed, honestly, these compounded GLP-1s, that we have to do something to regulate them.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Christensen, I really appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate you joining the show today to share a little bit about this and hopefully just provide some education and transparency to those that will come across this video and be able to see. You also published an article. We were talking about this before we started recording. You published an article. How can people find this article if they want more information, learn more about the dangers in these illicit drugs, and of course, find more about what you're doing? How can they find you?
Yeah. So first of all, I wrote an op-ed for the Everett Herald, which is a newspaper in the Seattle area. I'll also point out that the Obesity Medicine Association, I just recently rotated off their board, but I was a trustee for that organization. We published a position statement about compounded GLP-1s, and that can be found in the journal Obesity Pillars, which is a peer-reviewed obesity journal. And it's open access, so anybody can Google that up and kind of read to understand this better. My practice is integrative medical weight management, located in Seattle, Washington. So you can Google that. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm not super active on social media, so it's kind of hard to find me there. But those are places that you can reach out to me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Christensen. Appreciate you. And thank you for joining the show today.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for illuminating this important issue.
Mm-hmm. So that was Dr. Sandra Christensen, and I'm grateful for her taking the time out of her day to come on the show today. Obviously, there is plenty, if you've watched any of my past shows with Dr. Brian Artis and just the topic of weight loss drugs and Ozempic and Wegovy in general. I do not advise them at all. And of course, I'm not the expert. I'm not the, I guess, the educated one on the topic, but I feel like you don't have to be to understand that there's actually something fundamentally wrong with telling people they should get put on medication rather than losing weight and utilizing the benefits of a good diet. But we have a special caller coming in. Let's see if we can. Logan, are you there? Oh, hold on. We got Logan on the phone. Let's see if we can get him. Uh-oh. I don't know what happened. Let's see if we can call Logan. Logan, if you're listening, feel free to call back. I don't know what just happened. I believe that was Logan calling in, and something just happened. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let's see here. There we go. Logan, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing. Thank you so much for calling in. I don't know what happened. For someone it hung up, so I apologize that it didn't work the last time you called, but I appreciate you calling in for the show today, this week.
Yeah, your last day. Friday's your last day.
Friday's my last day. This is my last week on LFA TV, sadly, but I'm grateful for all of you, and I'm sure I'll see many of you throughout the years at events and LFA TV gatherings. And of course, I told Mr. Jeremy that anytime we need someone to host, I'm always there and willing to co-host or guest host when he needs me.
Yeah, that's great. Do you think the Secret Service did a good job protecting Trump during the dinner thing at Washington, D.C. on Saturday night?
Well, after the incident had happened, obviously, I believe that they quickly went into action and made sure that everyone was safe. What was really interesting about that is that they had no security. Like the security protocol going into the event was so bad. I mean, I know so many people that were there for the White House correspondent dinners and reception events, and they said that they never had to go through security, never went through any like scanners. They just walked in, sat down. So there was a lot of weird things. There was the security protocol going into the event was very poorly done, not good at all. But the Secret Service and the security protocol after the incident, they did a good job. I felt like they secured the space well, but I mean, only a split second. I mean, they got to get this stuff down before the event starts. I think that's the problem, is that they're not. They're waiting to the last second to make stuff happen, which is really unfortunate. And even greater than that, I know you, Logan, are very passionate about this, but just the idea that this is the third assassination attempt on President Trump's life, even greater than just the security protocol. It's like, why do we have to have so much security? Why do we have to prevent these people from coming in? Because of the radical rhetoric from the left. I mean, the rhetoric has been so insane, calling him a Nazi, calling him a dictator, calling for the end of his life, joking around about it. These aren't just like random people on the internet. These are politicians. These are media personnel that have called for the death of President Trump. And so I don't think that it's just a coincidence that this is happening. So it's crazy. What do you think? What do you think, Logan?
I think this is all crazy and needs to stop happening like this. And I feel like it's happening like once a year. And he's gotten like 3 assassination attempts. And the worst one was Butler, Pennsylvania, back July 13th, 2024. And if he wouldn't turn his head, I think he would have, if he wouldn't turn his head, he would have been killed.
Yeah.
And I think God was protecting Trump for sure. And I think what they need to do is have better security entering the buildings, like all events, like have better, Secret Service at the buildings before people come in. But I think Cole Allen was planning this for a long time. Don't you think?
Yeah, it's I don't know all the details to that, but it's scary all around. Like you said, it seems like this is happening once a year, 2024, 2025, and now 2026. And it's like, when will they stop? And I don't think that they will stop. I mean, they assassinated, they didn't just try, they assassinated Charlie Kirk, a pivotal leader within the conservative movement, one of the greatest thought leader of our generation, I think. They assassinated him, and they don't want to stop with Charlie Kirk. They don't want to stop with President Trump. They want all of us dead. They want anyone who doesn't hold their belief system to die. And they've made that very clear, and I think that's the scariest part. And Logan, you're in Washington. Remind me, you're in Washington, right?
No, Oregon.
Oregon. You're in Oregon. That's close enough. I mean, Oregon's just as bad.
Yeah, close enough.
Oh my goodness. It's crazy. Well, I appreciate you, Logan, and standing your ground, even though you're in Oregon. And you're not so far off from Portland, right?
Oh, very close to Portland. So there's so much bad stuff in Portland, like almost every day. Crime's like really bad.
I bet. I do not doubt it one bit. Well, Logan, I really appreciate you calling into the show. This is my last week on LFA. Do you have anything that you want to say to the audience while you're calling in? Anything you want to share or give a message about?
We will miss you on LFA TV, Hannah, and I hope someday you'll come back on LFA TV, and I hope you come to the LFA TV gatherings in the future. That'd be great if you could.
I would love to come. I would love to come.
What are you planning on doing in the now, like after LFA TV?
Well, I'm not going. Like, I'm not going to any network, or like I'm not leaving to go to a different network. I know a lot of people will like join networks and then go to different networks, but actually, I'm kind of taking a step back entirely from doing a live show. I'll still do the Hannah Faulkner show on Rumble periodically with like guests. For like 20-30 minute interviews, but I'm kind of taking a step back to ultimately focus on my family and be able to spend more time with my family and hopefully be more involved on the local level, especially over the last year and a half. With doing the live show, I haven't been able to do a lot of like local work. I mean, I'll still show up to school board meetings and I'll still door knock, but it's just limited because I spent a lot of time on the show and all of the podcasting world that I've been in. So I'm not really doing anything significant. I'm just mostly continuing what I'm doing, but taking a step back from the podcasting like space, I guess you could say.
Oh yeah, and I hope you come back to LFA TV in the near year or maybe in a couple of years.
Yes, whatever the Lord has, I fully surrendered to. Whatever the Lord has for me and for my life, for my family, I totally surrender to, and I'm excited to see what comes for LFA TV. Again, I'll always be there supporting LFA and Jeremy and Sean, Kevin, all of the hosts, Mr. Will, who's filled in for me more than any other host. He's so incredible. But I appreciate you, Logan, and I am so grateful for you calling into the show today.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Have a great rest of your day.
You too, Logan. Have a great day. God bless. Bye-bye. Alrighty, everybody, that is Logan. He is such a loyal member of LFA TV, and I'm just so grateful for him and his heart for the Lord, his heart for the truth. And I always see him in the chat. I always see Logan in the chat, but I want to give a shout out to some other Patriots. We've got Calpurnia, we've got Natalie, we have Sophie, we have the chat just went away. Kit Kat Mar, Watch Woman on the Wall 2015, WW Wilson, so many Patriots. Deb Paulin said, have a blessed day. Have a blessed day too to all of you guys. We'll be back here tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern for another episode. 3 more shows. I have 3 more shows left on LFA TV. This week is my last week, but I'm so blessed to be here with you all. Make sure to go check out our sponsors in the description below. When you shop and support with our sponsors, you are actively supporting us as the host. And LFA could not run and do what they are doing as a whole without our sponsors and your support. So we'll be back here tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. Do not miss it. Stay tuned for the next host.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. We got a great show for you on this Tuesday. Ilhan Omar misspoke. We're going to play the clip in its full context. Really, we titled the show Making Fun of Ilhan Omar because, just to be perfectly honest, I don't like her. I don't like her politics. And also the memes that have been created in response to her saying that World War II, she called it World War XI because I don't know who would make that mistake, but she apparently did. We're going to talk about that. Also, James Comey has now been indicted for a second time. Also, one of Anthony Fauci's key lieutenants was indicted. We also have the Supreme Court of the state of Virginia saying that the lower court stay will remain in place, essentially saying you can't certify the elections that would give the Democrats this big 6-seat or 5-seat, 4-seat swing, whatever the number is. We got a ton of stuff to get to on the show today. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, folks, thanks so much for being with us. As always, broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas here on LFA TV. Paul Herrell program over on YouTube as well as X and Facebook. As well as Hometown TV. A few programming notes, just a few housekeeping notes. We are in the midst of thunderstorms where we are in the Shire or Arkansas, and we may lose power. That's always a possibility, specifically this time of year. We just survived a line of storms last night into the early morning hours, and we had a tornado on the ground close by. Anyway, it's that time of year, and it's not just happening in Arkansas. It's happening everywhere. But I say all that to say, if we lose power, Mr. Producer Eli is aware that they'll be putting something on in our place. But that may happen. We may just go dark, and I just wanted you to know that. But Eric Haynes is with us. Eric, how you doing, sir?
Great to be part of the conversation.
Yes, sir. It's always great to have you here.
Good to be here.
We're awaiting Rob's arrival. Maybe not. We don't really know. He's delayed for the moment right now, as far as we know. So, Elon Omar, did you see this clip?
I did indeed.
What were your thoughts? What was your first? Maybe we should play it first and then get your thoughts. Why don't we do
when
that?
do Somalis use Roman numerals? I mean, I don't see her as being a gifted Roman numeral person. So, I mean, wow.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. Maybe that's right. Maybe that's it. It was Roman numerals in her mind when it was really just numbers.
She's an idiot, and idiots like her aren't gonna know the difference in the moment.
Oh my!
When they're just plowing through a teleprompter.
Well, here it is. This is the clip, and it's in its full context. I'm gonna play. They clipped it out right as she said it. Right. I'm gonna play the full thing and just be perfectly transparent. I just think a flub like this is funny. And I already don't like Elon Omar. I don't like her politics. The phrase "paperwork American" is being cycled about because of this comment. What?
Well, she's got Mazie Hirono next to her, the other idiot from from Hawaii. That's her emotional support animal. That's right next to her.
What kind of animal is she, Eric? I don't know. All right, here we go. Here it is.
Act of 1798. The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI.
Wait, does Mazie Hirono's face even change?
I don't know.
Because I know if it was me, I was standing next to her, I'd be like...
Or at least maybe you'd be like,
you'd catch it, right? Oh. But I don't think these people are smart enough even to catch it.
Well, I mean, Mazie Hirono is,
bless her heart, she's a geriatric.
Or an NPC.
Yeah.
An NPC. There's a lot of people that...
She's like 100 years old.
There are a lot of people in the conspiracy world online that think that there are a lot of legit, non-playable characters. Just they're in a trance, they're robots. I mean, the list is pretty wide as to what they could be, of people that are just there as it's like a gap filler, as a place filler, but they're not actually human.
I keep waiting for Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones to come out in their Men in Black suits every once in a while and just hit a button or something like that, and these people's heads just pop off or something like that.
Yeah.
Eventually it's going to happen to some of these Democrats.
Maybe that's what
Will Smith's going to be like, Deep.
Maybe that's what Alien Disclosure is that there's a bunch of little men in in these flesh suits. All right, but let's back it up and let's listen to it in its full context.
Detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI. Oh, two. Sorry. One of the most.
She did catch herself. So
that's why
I missed that.
That's right. So the clip. Well, of course you missed it, but the clip that's going on, going around online, is doesn't put that into context that she did immediately catch herself.
Yeah. I only saw the clip last night.
But the thing is I'm really just not like I don't really care. It is just one of those things where I just already. I'm not a fan of Ilhan Omar, and so she's gonna.
And she doesn't care either.
No.
She doesn't care about World War II. She doesn't care about America. She hates America. She hates you, and she hates me.
Right. She's only using this. Yeah, exactly. She's only using, internment camps or whatever as a means to. This is the
her fellow fraudsters are getting paid taxpayer money.
And
and they're funneling it back.
And
to
I don't think
Somalia.
it's a coincidence that she gives this speech yesterday, I believe.
Yeah,
and
I saw that last night.
And then this morning, what's going on? The federal government is raiding the Leering Center. That happened this morning. You don't think she knew that was coming? You don't think she maybe got a little tip that this was happening? And so, she has every bit of incentive to, the accountability that may or may not, but the accountability that may be headed her way, she's got to frame it as, they put Japanese people in internment camps, and so they're going to do the same thing to me because I'm Somalian.
Yeah.
This is the angle that she is vying for here. As I said earlier, though, the memes were...
Well, it's because she's racist, Paul. I mean... You and I aren't the only ones that get to be called racist. She's racist.
Against white people?
Yeah, against anyone that she doesn't like.
Yep.
Because they become a target for her victimhood. And then everyone just becomes, they're just a racist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Biden and everyone else kind of pushed that agenda along during those 4 years. So I don't.
No, I think you're right. I mean, 100%. That's obvious, that and her very existence in this country as a paperwork American, which is a phrase that's going around, which I'm totally fine with. As a paperwork American, her very existence or the continued immigration of her people into this country to get generational wealth from the government, it depends on the liberal sympathy and the empathy, toxic empathy, suicidal empathy that says we're going to bring the third worlders over here and we want them to be business owners. But guess what? They actually can't be business owners on their own. So we're just going to create fake businesses. And then those fake businesses are going to tithe the millions of dollars they get, billions of dollars they get back to NGOs, political campaigns like Ilhan Omar's, I suspect, and Governor Tim Walz, or any of the organizations that are adjacent to their goals. And Ilhan Omar, she knows this, that her entire grift depends on keeping, racism alive. Mm-hmm. And that's why the Justice Department exposing the Southern Poverty Law Center as creating race hoax and racial false flags is such a huge deal for these people.
You got to hope that she feels like the walls are caving in a little bit because she's had such free reins to, spew out her demonic tripe for so many years and sit in the halls of Congress up representing the people of Minnesota for so long. And for some reason, they haven't figured out that they needed to vote her out. And she's, been able to maintain her position up there. I don't see how, but you got to hope that she does feel the pressure now of, maybe I can't be so audacious with my stupidity as much as I have been. And my pathetic victimhood racism.
She said World War XI, II. She immediately was like, oh, no. That's going to get clipped.
Hey, who won number 7 or 8? We should have heard somebody from.
But as I said, the memes are the reason I led with this story because a few of them, this was my favorite because it's the Lord of the Rings meme, so you have to indulge me. Bilbo is famous in the Lord of the Rings for celebrating his 111th birthday.
111th birthday.
111th birthday.
It sounded like he was wasted when he said that too.
A great
111th birthday.
Yeah, it's a great.
If I go back and listen and watch.
It was
that
a great
movie,
performance.
It
No,
was.
I mean, I think he did that. Obviously, he did that on purpose, to make it look like he had one too many. But Bill
of the mead,
Bilbo wondering if it's actually his third birthday because you see there, 111th after Elon Omar.
Yeah.
Then we had these bangers, which was hang on, let me see if this will refresh. Then we have Star Trek 11: The Wrath of Elon. I thought that was a good one. JD Vance is Spock there, I think, and then that's Kirk as Trump, and then Khan is Elon. But unfortunately, she hasn't been marooned on a desert planet. So
she's no Ricardo Montalban.
Yes,
I'll tell you that much.
Yes. What
he was so good in that movie?
Yeah, he was good. But what was he famous? He was famous for rich Corinthian leather. He's famous for this commercial in the 70s. This car. Chat.
Do tell.
What's the name of the car? It was a piece of junk, though. It was a piece. I wasn't alive.
Ricardo
then.
Montalban was like the voice.
He was the voice for this car. And in the ad, but I can't remember the name of it. But in the ad, it was like rich Corinthian leather. But what was the name of the car? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure we could just Google it.
Just say Pinto.
Let's see if does the chat remember? Does anybody in the chat remember?
No, not yet.
They haven't responded yet. Let's see if the chat gets it before I Google.
All right.
But anyway, so Elon Omar starring in Lord of the Rings: The 11 Towers. So
oh my goodness!
I thought that was pretty hilarious to me. And then we have Elon Omar says the Godfather 11 is overrated. Which is really good. If you'll notice our thumbnail for this program, I couldn't help it. There's people that tell you, hey, you need to make your titles and your thumbnails less artistic, and you need to make them more about what's trending. I certainly don't think that Spinal Tap is trending at all. The mockumentary there, but I couldn't help it. She goes to 11. These go to 11. So Elon Omar goes to 11. I don't know, for whatever. I'm not going to play the clip here because we'll for sure get a copyright strike if I do. But those of you that ever watched the old movie Spinal Tap,
Ricardo Montalban.
What is it?
Chrysler.
What is
Cordoba.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, Corinthian leather. It's in parentheses. Yeah, 1975.
Did you Google it or did the chat?
I did.
The chat get it?
I literally put up Ricardo Montalban car, and that's what came up.
Rich, yeah.
Oh, look, here's some people in the chat said it too.
Yeah, Cordoba.
Red, thank you.
Is this it right here?
And CMPK.
I know my own needs.
There it is.
And what I need from an automobile, I know I get from this new Cordoba. I could ask for nothing beyond the quality of Cordoba's workmanship, the tastefulness of its appearance. I request nothing beyond the thickly cushioned luxury of seats available even in soft Corinthian leather. Yet it is on the highway where Cordoba best answers my demands.
Rich Corinthian leather.
I have much more in this small Chrysler than great comfort at a most pleasant price.
That's the 70s.
I have great confidence.
Yeah, it is. So that's what it was. No wonder I couldn't remember it. This just doesn't. A Chrysler Cordoba doesn't sound familiar at all. But I have it on good authority that it was kind of a piece of junk car.
Yeah. And being as how I was in Memphis the other day, my mind, I can't even say Cordoba because I'm saying Cordova.
Cordova, yeah.
In my
Memphis,
head.
Yeah. Rich Corinthian. It is fun to say Corinthian leather.
Yeah.
Speaking of Corinthians, okay,
Whoa.
This
Pivot to Bible from.
This is relevant to the Ilhan Omar World War XI. So Trump took a lot of heat in his 2016 campaign when he was at Liberty University, and he quoted the Bible verse, and he said it's 2 Corinthians.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and he took a lot of heat for that, which I get. It's 2 Corinthians, right? We all know that. It kind of shows that he's not a Bible reader. It doesn't kind of show that. It does show that. But he didn't say 11 Corinthians. He said 2 Corinthians instead of 2 Corinthians. The man knew that it was, 2.
Yeah.
He didn't think it was 11. So, I mean, it's
good
really,
point.
It's not. That's my point. That's my point, folks.
Like I said, the Somalians and their Roman numerals are not simpatico.
Well, so this is actually a good segue. This is when you think of paperwork Americans and what it means to be American versus heritage Americans, as some might say, people that their ancestors have been here for generations. It is interesting that King Charles is on a state visit right now to the United States. He's met with President Trump. He also gave a speech in front of Congress, which is it's very interesting if you think about it.
Yeah, I watched it all. It was really good.
Well, I have mixed feelings about it.
Sure.
I do think there's something interesting about we're going to celebrate our 250th anniversary as a country. It's going to be a celebration. There is something about the king coming over and, acknowledging this 250 years of separation.
Yeah.
There is something interesting about it, I suppose. If you'd have told King George in some correspondence back in the day, hey, we're going to be so successful someday, you're going to be here for our 250th anniversary, and you're going to essentially be our vassal state, if that's even true. And I don't know if it is with the financial control the city of London still has. But, you've got the whole. I'm sorry, you do have the Epstein cloud hanging over. You have, you have the Prince Andrew thing, but you also have, King Charles, who was pretty good friends from what I can tell with reports from that pedophile TV host Savile. Do you remember the kids TV host?
Yeah.
What's his face, Seville or whatever? Yeah. So, So at that point, you have to divorce yourself from that and you say, well, this is just, the heads of state getting together and it is what it is. But, I don't trust King Charles at all. I don't trust his really strange painting that they unveiled of him after he was coronated. This seems very odd and demonic. It's like, it's very strange and blood-like. It's just so odd to me. But all of that to say, all of my, I don't trust anybody. All of that to say, President Trump, I think, did a really good job, and whoever wrote this speech did an excellent job of kind of boiling what this meeting is and boiling it down to the fact that the colonialists in the 18th century were English. They were Englishmen, and that our country would not exist had we not had an English, and he says Anglo-Saxon spirit about us. And he even says that America is not an idea. I want you to listen to this speech because I thought this was really powerful, and it was kind of music to my ears, quite honestly. Listen.
Here in the shadows of monuments to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, honoring the British King might seem an ironic beginning to our celebration of 250 years of American independence. But in fact, no tribute could be more appropriate. Long before Americans had a nation or a constitution, we first had a culture, a character, and a creed. Before we ever proclaimed our independence, Americans carried within us the rarest of gifts, moral courage, and it came from a small but mighty kingdom from across the sea. For nearly 2 centuries before the Revolution, this land was settled and forged by men, women, who bore in their souls the blood and noble spirit of the British. Here on a wild and untamed continent, they set loose the ancient English love of liberty and the great Britain's distinctive sense of glory, destiny, and pride. And that's what it is, glory, destiny, and pride. The American patriots who pledged their lives to independence in 1776 were the heirs to this majestic inheritance. Their veins ran with Anglo-Saxon courage. Their hearts beat with an English faith in standing firm for what is right, good, and true. In recent years, we've often heard it said that America is merely an idea, but the cause of freedom did not simply appear as an intellectual invention of 1776. The American founding was the culmination of hundreds of years of thought, struggle, sweat, blood, and sacrifice on both sides of the Atlantic. Fate drew a long arc from the meadow at Runnymede to the streets of Philadelphia that ran through the lives of people born and bred on the British code that no man should be denied either justice or right. American patriots today can sing, "My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty," only because our colonial ancestors first sang, "God save the King." Here.
I mean, that's a good speech, man.
Yeah.
That's a good speech. And it flies in the face of this idea that you hear from the donor class of the Republican Party and certainly the left, which is, oh no, America's an idea. And they don't say that we have magic soil, but to hear them talk, you almost have to assume that, oh, we have magic soil. Anybody can come here, and once you're here, you're an American. Which is just not the case when they come here and then use the system to basically totally undo what was built here. And that's why this speech specifically was placed right after this Ilhan Omar clip, because,
the irony was not lost on me today in watching all of King Charles's speech.
So you watched the whole thing?
I watched the whole thing. I made a couple mental notes about a couple of things he said in regards to support of Ukraine and climate change and global warming that were kind of just goofy. But he's part of a party that's in third place, if you think about it, in England. I mean, the Labour Party is like third tier. There's two other parties that are more prominent in England. But the irony was that when you looked across at the response there in the room, just like boisterous laughter and applause and multiple standing ovations, and Democrats literally like Tucker Carlson giddy at his speech. The king and the amount of disrespect that they pay to our elected president of the United States, and they're sitting there at the edge of their seats ready to jump up and clap at every period in King Charles's sentence after recently supporting and funding these No Kings rallies. It's just...
I had not even thought of that.
The irony of all of that going on at the same time and seeing these... And the cameras are panning at looking at the Democrats the whole time because, for once, they weren't sitting there stone cold faced with their hands underneath them.
They actually had something to celebrate.
Idiots like Ilhan Omar and her ilk yelling and screaming profanity at the president who's making a speech, and instead they're like at King Charles. And I that was the weirdest thing to me, was to see the halls of Congress united in applause and standing ovations for King Charles, and yet when the president speaks about things we're dealing with here and shows victims up that are special guests that have gone through some of the most gut-wrenching and horrible things in their life, they sit on their hands and they can't even dignify those people to clap for them, but they'll clap for a king.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's really, I hadn't thought about that. It totally was lost on me. Maybe I've just, I haven't even heard anybody make that comparison. But yeah, I mean, it's just
It just felt ironic. It was
Blatant,
like-
yeah, blatant hypocrisy is what it is.
Totally.
Blatant hypocrisy. I'll say this too, though. I think like the culmination as we kind of build towards July 4th of this year, and again 250th anniversary and everything else. The more we focus on our founding and what the American Revolution actually was, which was a rejection of the modern day globalism of that time, something that you thought was impossible, which very much feels impossible today in a lot of ways. The system is so stacked against us. There's so much corruption. There are two tiers of justice. We're in the middle of this new, it feels like a neo-feudalism where you're told that you have a choice, but you really don't. And it's very, it might be very similar. Maybe, I don't know, but it may be very similar to how a lot of the colonialists felt, which is why so many of them, it was a minority of the people that actually wanted to fight. And you had more royalists, you had more loyalists than you had people that wanted to put their lives on the line to be free, because they were going up against the most powerful military force in the world at that time, and they were literally had to put their lives on the line and throw away the security of the British government, because there was some security they were providing in order to have liberty. They were trying to get more liberty, but in order to do that, they had to walk away with what they did have, which wasn't a lot, because Parliament obviously was not respecting. Well, it was really the King's fault. I mean, it was the King George. In my opinion, from a biblical standpoint, King George was in violation of Romans chapter 13. And a lot of people may disagree with that, but this is why the American Revolution was a just war. It was a just war because all of our legislators, or our House of Commons or whatever, in the 13th colonies, they had their own legislative bodies, and they all pledged to the king. They said, hey, the king, we're going to pledge our fealty to you as long as you do certain things. This is an agreement that had been established for a while, right? We pledge your loyalty to the king, and then the king has responsibilities to you. Well, in this instance, the king had a responsibility to the individual parliaments of the states, but instead he was letting the British Parliament, which on paper was not supposed to be superior. You had one king at the top, and you had 14 parliaments, right? You had the British Parliament, and then you had the other 13 that were, this was how it was supposed to work. But when King George said no, I'm going to let this parliament rule over all of these others, that was when it was like, okay, now you're in violation of essentially the law.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons why they broke off. Now, interestingly enough, one of the things that we should know, I think maybe not as much about the American Revolution, but we should know a lot more than we do, is the English Civil War. Because 100 years or so before King George, you had King Charles and Oliver Cromwell, and King Charles had his head chopped off by Parliament, because King Charles was not listening to Parliament. So 100 years later, you've got King George what does he not want to do? He doesn't want to overrule Parliament, because there's been a precedent established about if you push Parliament enough, there'll be a civil war and they'll chop kings' heads off. So you see how weird all that works out to yada, yada, yada. We get independence.
Yeah.
There's enough political will. And by the way, war is a political tool. That's what war is.
What I saw today was a Democratic Party of senators and representatives on half of that entire floor watching a speech, and they were more loyal, giddy, and in touch with a king than the President of the United States that they hate. They loved him today. It was weird.
That is weird.
They were clapping like seals.
Well, it is very, I actually didn't see it. So, but I take your word for it, Eric.
Yeah.
We also have this news. Speaking, I was about to go here, actually. James Comey has been indicted a second time.
You see that look on his face?
I know.
Right Yikes.
So this is from WND. James Comey, the ex-chief of the FBI, who played a large role in weaponizing the federal government against President Donald Trump, specifically during the Democrats' pursuit of the false Russiagate conspiracy theory, has been indicted a second time. The exact charges haven't been announced following the dismissal of an earlier indictment for lying to Congress because of a technicality. It was CNN that cited sources that this was a development. Now, this was a couple of hours ago, I think, when this broke. There's a little bit more specific about this. They're now saying, Fox News is reporting that the reason James Comey has faced this second indictment is because of what he wrote at the beach, or at least what he said he found at the beach. I should be clear. James Comey wants you to believe that he found some seashells on the beach that said 84 or 8647. He didn't make them, he says. He found them and took a photo of it, which was essentially the former FBI director, essentially the shadow head of the intel oligarchy. That's who he is. That's who he is. Obama. They all represent this cabal of people that have run a color revolution against the United States and our people here, and against President Trump. It was calling for the murder of President Trump. That's what 86 means. Hey, we need to 86 this guy. It is not just something that's in restaurant talk. It is clearly it's a common phrase, and the idea the FBI director wouldn't know this, which is what he claimed. Well, I didn't know what it meant. You're a total liar and a moron.
Yeah.
Fox News is claiming that is that's the reason it's for the 86. Let's listen.
Former FBI Director James Comey for a second time. Justice correspondent David Spunt's got the story. He's here in Washington. Hey, David, they're going to go at it again.
John, they're going at it again, not even a year after they went at it after the first time. We're told this via several law enforcement sources. We're told this is related to an Instagram post from the former FBI director last year when he posted on the beach. You may remember there was a formation of shells that said 8647 that were in that pairing of 8647, and he said something along the lines of, "Isn't this a curious formation that I just found while walking on the beach?" Well, critics to that post immediately pointed out that 86, at least in the restaurant world, means to get rid of or to kill something from a menu, 47 meaning the 47th president of the United States. So Comey did speak with the Secret Service, did speak with federal investigators. At the time he was interviewed last spring or early last summer, shortly after that happened, no charges were ever filed, but now it appears that he has been indicted today. We're working to learn more about the indictment. We're waiting to see if officials have anything to say on this. That is the post.
Yeah, there it is. There it is in the seashells, the sand. 8647.
You know who I bet saw that post by James Comey?
Who?
Cole Thomas Allen.
Yeah, I bet he did as well.
I mean, and we can blow this off as, not going after somebody for some stupid social media related post. But the thing is that crazy deranged leftists like Cole Thomas Allen, they see that crap. And who's to say that that wasn't one of 100 other things, like so many other Democrats spew out, people like Maxine Waters and all these that are blowing at the mouth about revolution and fighting and taking it to the streets, and Gavin Newsom's and others saying rise up and who's to say that Cole Thomas Allen didn't see that and say, you know what, 86 and 47 would be a pretty good idea.
Well, we can. I totally believe that somebody like Cole Thomas Allen saw that post and he thinks that James Comey's a Boy Scout, and he thinks that probably all of these guys, James Comey built his reputation on being this nonpartisan actor. But, I mean, if you actually know where to look, this guy is as partisan as they come.
Yeah.
And I go back to the George Snuffleupagus interview from last year where he sits down with James Comey and Snuffleupagus is like, hey, you briefed the president on this, Russian dossier. Did you knew that, you knew at the time it was funded by his opposition. Did you tell the president that? And he says no. And then Snuffleupagus, to his credit, says, well, don't you think that he was entitled to know that? And the answer that James Comey gave was something that a sociopath would get, or maybe a psychopath. I mean, the type of the constant lying that this man has to do is something. I mean, it's like it needs to be studied.
Yeah,
because it was terrifying. Because it was an honest question. Like, you knew that this was funded by the person that he just beat, and you briefed him on it and you led him to believe that you thought it was legitimate.
Yeah.
When you knew it was funded by Hillary Clinton's campaign, and you didn't tell him. It's just insane what a crazy. This guy should be in jail for that. This guy should be in jail for so many things. And I don't care how you have to get any of these guys. I mean, I'm not going to complain. I mean, I hope I don't complain about it. Assuming that these things lead to actual convictions and we don't have this Lindsey Halligan disaster that we had last time, and we have so many communists in the DOJ that they have refused to fire. They didn't do what they should do. I still don't trust Todd Blanche, although it is interesting that this is happening after the failed assassination attempt. It's like, okay, they've been working on this, and they're like, you know what? The rhetoric, there's got to be a real price that's paid. We were talking yesterday. You asked, well, what is a real price? Because the left has this monopoly on political violence. They always get a pass.
That's right.
And they're going to continue unless they pay a price.
That's right.
And you said, what is that price? And I didn't have a specific answer, but I was talking about like the violence against children, and the trans stuff, trans surgeries. Like, there are things that can be done to make them pay a price for their evil opinions and evil, the modern iteration of the Democrat Party. There's aspects of that have to be made illegal.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I didn't have a crystal ball, but like, this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about.
That's
right
what I'm
here.
telling you. This is a price to pay.
This stuff has to be rooted out and called out as being wrong. We have to stop turning the other cheek, or just assuming the best in the Democrats, or blowing it off as like, oh, why can't we all just get along? Let's let bygones be bygones and let this stuff fly. No.
It is not unreasonable.
Cut it out.
Like, this guy,
it's a cancer. Cut it out.
This guy, James Comey, was one of our country's top spies.
Yes.
He was law enforcement. No, he is one of the country's top spooks.
Yes.
And it's incumbent on him to prove, as the nation's top spook, that he wasn't sending a coded message to the people who are loyal to James Comey and not loyal to the FBI or to President Trump or whoever's currently in control of the government.
Right.
It's not a crazy thing to think this was an actual coded message to people that they need to kill President Trump.
Right.
And because this guy was the former head of the FBI, who was fired by President Trump, who's never gotten over it, who was leaking things to the media that were not true, essentially putting this country through, half of the country believing that we had a guy being blackmailed by Vladimir Putin in the White House, when in reality, the declassified documents now reveal that Putin had blackmail on Hillary.
Yeah. Comey is not Cole Thomas Allen. Comey was the former director of the stinking FBI. That's the difference, too. Like, he has to be held to a higher standard than that. And things like that have to be called out as completely wrong. Like, that's why I'm glad that there's some accountability here.
Absolutely.
And, I get it that we want to move on from this and move on to other things, but do I think that Pam Bondi would have gone after Comey like this? Nope.
Well, she tried and failed. I mean, that failure's on her. The attorney that didn't want to bring the charges, they were letting the statute of limitations run out. Then they put Lindsey Halligan at their last minute, and then the judge threw out the case because of how Lindsey Halligan was appointed at the last minute.
Let's make
so
this
embarrassing.
Let's make this part 2 have some claws and have some stick to it, and hopefully it sends a message, and hopefully this continues for all these other leftist idiots that want to incite violence and encourage people like Cole Thomas Allen to go do the things that they do.
So it is 41 minutes past the hour, and we're going to take a quick break and reset here. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is the Paul Herrell program, and we're going to be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, Light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
The Paul Merrill Program.
All right, folks, welcome back to the show on this Tuesday. Really do appreciate it. Can't do the program without you watching, broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas. We're going to cut right back to this James Comey story because during the break, we checked the interwebs, and Todd Blanche has given a press conference. James Comey is reportedly facing 20 years in prison. Listen to this.
Good afternoon. Today, a grand jury sitting in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned an indictment against James.
Stop. So, first off, the Eastern District of North Carolina, which is not Washington, D.C. and Virginia.
Right.
This is in...
They had to get this out of there.
Well, because, where was the beach?
Right.
What beach was he on? Well, it looks like he was on a North Carolina beach when he posted this.
It's like he acted like Bob Ross, the painter, when he happened upon this little. Oh, I just happened upon this cute little these little shells and these little rocks. I'm gonna paint this little happy little 8746.
James Comey on 2 counts. Sorry. The first count is that on or about May 15th of last year, he knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States. Count 2, same day, May 15th, 2025, that the defendant, James Comey, knowingly and willfully transmitting in interstate commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the President of the United States. Both of these counts carry a maximum term of imprisonment of 10 years.
They put Douglas Mackey in jail for posting a meme about that you could text your vote to vote for Hillary Clinton. You remember that?
Yeah.
Text Hillary to vote for her. They put that man in jail for that. And it was a hilarious joke. And anybody that believed it should not be voting. Anybody who believed that should not be voting. That was clearly comedy. Okay? This is a message, is what this is. This is sending a message. And they better get a conviction here. It'd be one thing if I said that. It'd be one thing if Thomas Allen said that. But guess what? There'll be less Thomas Collins will think twice about posting something like that, let alone going and assassinating him. If we start to set a precedent that says if the former head of the FBI, one of the nation's top spies, and sitting atop the intel oligarchy, you may not threaten the president. You may not even post something that could be perceived as a threat. You can't accidentally post something that is a threat to the President of the United States if you are the director of the FBI or the former director of the FBI. You may not do it in this country. We are not going to tolerate that kind of nonsense. The same thing goes for Senator Mark Kelly, who's a former military guy, telling the soldiers, hey, don't follow orders. You can't do that either, by the way. You can't. So, I mean, I didn't think that. I mean, it's incredible. It's not far enough. Let me qualify. But this is good. We've got several instances where it looks like there's some accountability happening, and I think they should get James Comey for being a traitor, specifically for framing President Trump for treason. Looks like, I don't know if they're going to get him for that. We'll see. Maybe there's going to be a superseding indictment out of the grand jury of Florida. But this is a specific case, and he faces up to 20 years in prison for this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do you think? Because I wish Rob were here, because Rob had mixed feelings when I told him on the text message. I'm not so sure about this. But I just think from a standpoint of who you are matters. And when you are the former head of the FBI, you cannot post anything that even could possibly be thought of as a direct threat on the president's life.
I see Rob's point in that prior to all these assassination attempts and all of this violence committed by the left, or attempted violence committed by the left, historically you would have just laughed that off as something so stupid, right? Totally agree. It's just something so stupid. However, to the point we made a while ago, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Comey. You were the head of the FBI, and you do need to be held to a different standard. You are not little Mr. Teacher Cole Thomas Allen living with your mom and daddy in California. We expect that of idiots like that. We don't expect that kind of behavior about 86ing the president.
You're not a Reddit poster, or are you? Or are you a Reddit poster?
Yeah, you're not some pink-haired doofus Antifa kid running around at some little rally in Seattle. No, you're the former head of the FBI, privy to some of the most confidential and vital intel and information in the world. And so, no, you cannot just Bob Ross yourself into a happy little picture on the beach about 86ing our president and then getting off scot-free anymore. Sorry, those days are over. It's 5-alarm emergency now. We're not going to take this anymore until somebody finally does get a crack at our president and unalives him because of the nonsense that you and all the other Democrat leaders that are currently and continuously still spewing to the media and to those that are listening to them.
Well, so I mean, when you say those days are over, this is the beginning of those stuff like this. Examples like this is the beginning of it being over. Because if you do go after the people at the top, then it calms down the people, the radical base. The reason I mentioned Reddit is because there's this. I think it's a pretty well proven conspiracy theorist that Ghislaine Maxwell. I've never been a Redditor. Well, I guess I did try out Reddit years ago, and immediately somebody was like, "Hey, have you ever tried Reddit?" And so I got on Reddit, and I was like, "This is just total leftist propaganda. Like, everything about it was just horrible." And I knew immediately, and I deleted my account because I thought it was dumb. But the way it works is you have these karma points, I think, and there's some sort of a reward system. I don't know how you get them, but like the more points that you have, the more influential you are. So if you like something, or if you can really send the news, or you can bury the news if you want, if you're a big account. Well, Ghislaine Maxwell, people thought that they figured out that she was, they figured out a Reddit account, right?
Mm.
And they go back and they look at all these stories and stuff that she had downplayed, and she had downplayed, the way if my memory serves correct, she had downplayed stories about, pedophilia and public officials and all that stuff. And that's what anyway, my point is the idea that James Comey and that these intel oligarchs don't have their own Reddit accounts that are very influential and can promote what they want to promote and diminish what they want to diminish. If Ghislaine Maxwell was doing it, I guarantee you James Comey has a Reddit account. Or at least that's my opinion. There's now an arrest warrant. James Comey this time around is not being given a court summons. They've issued a warrant for his arrest. Here is CNN's coverage of that.
We do. I'm looking at this docket, Casey, as the prosecutors are putting different things in there. And there's an arrest warrant that is in the docket for James Comey. I was able to see it through the court's system, and it says that the marshals are being asked to both provide Comey with the indictment, and they are issuing an arrest warrant. We don't know what that means, but I will say, as far as the docket goes, it's a very different thing than how this played out in the Eastern District of Virginia when Comey was indicted there on the perjury count. A summons was issued instead, so that would be a direct missive to Comey to say it's time to appear in court to face this charge on said day. That's a bit of a different thing. But, Casey, this is a very fluid situation, given that we are just getting court documents in one at a time. I am able to see the warrant request from the Justice Department potentially escalating things in a way that they hadn't with the Eastern District of Virginia perjury case previously against Comey. That
you couldn't pick a better time to do this.
Yeah. Carl took the words out of my mouth in the chat, too. Like, Comey's obviously going to play this off as free speech, and I didn't mean anything by that. Like, chill. But all I want is the mugshot. I just want that mugshot of Comey. That will be enough to at least send a message, because whether they get a conviction or not, who knows where he's going to go as far as his defense of, oh, I didn't know, it was just a happy little bunch of shells, whatever. I just want the mugshot, because that means he was arrested. Handcuffs were involved.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to find the actual indictment so I could read it. No, I agree with you. It's kind of funny. The mighty Jim Comey might be taken down by shells.
Yes.
Seashells.
Yes.
Seashells. Here's the thing. If he does get indicted, if he does get a mugshot, will the left be wearing that mugshot around or memeing the mugshot the way we did Trump?
Trump will frame it and put it in the White House. Prediction.
It
will be in a White House bathroom.
Probably will.
Right above a urinal. it'll be in a White House bathroom. I'm gonna make that prediction right now, and we'll get a tweet from Hegseth or VP Vance or something like that saying, "You'll never guess what I saw when I went in the can today."
Back when I worked at the radio, back when I worked at a radio station, there were two radio groups in the town, competing.
Yes.
We don't have to name names, but one of the bathrooms, one of the toilets had the bumper stickers
right
from the other radio station lining the toilet bowl. So every time you took a leak, you were peeing on the logos of the competition, which I thought was pretty funny. So who knows? Here is the indictment. On or about May 15th, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the defendant James Bryan Comey Jr. did knowingly and willfully make a threat to the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States, in that he publicly posted a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 871A. Count 2, on or about May 15th, 2025. So the first one is you had intent
knowingly
to
and
go.
willfully.
You wanted him dead, and we think you would have acted on it, which, again, people say, well, that's ridiculous. James Comey's not going to do it himself. Dude, this could be a communication to the people loyal to Comey still at the FBI.
They must
or
have
in the
something
Secret
else
Service.
too. They might have a text or something
who knows?
from somebody that they've uncovered.
That's a great,
that says like that he texted somebody and be like, "You'll never know. You'll never guess what I just did with these shells on the beach."
Exactly.
Like, I think they have something. Whether it's
they better.
Smoking gun.
They better.
I think they have something else. So that's what I'm preparing myself for them
so
to have.
Count 2, on or about
else.
May 15th, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the defendant James Bryan Comey Jr. knowingly and willfully did transmit in interstate and foreign commerce a communication that contained a threat. This could also have been going to foreign governments. A communication contained a threat to kill the President Donald J. Trump, specifically by publicly posting a photograph on the internet social media Instagram, which depicted seashells arranged in the pattern of 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of intent to do harm to President Trump in violation of Title 18 United States Code 875C. So I love this phrase in both counts. A person who is a recipient who is familiar with the circumstances. So what are those circumstances? The circumstances are that you're the former head spy in all the land, privy to all kinds of information that nobody has. You also were fired by President Trump unexpectedly, and it launched into this. The circumstances here are. There's a lot of context. There's a lot of context to the circumstances that led him to make this post. And again, we don't know if he assembled the seashells, but I think it's highly likely that he did. So we'll see what kind of evidence they have.
Yeah,
when they start filing notices and we get to discovery and everything else. Let's see. Okay, that's just I don't really know what forfeiture notice. But anyway, so there is an arrest warrant out for James Comey. This is a big deal. And then in other news, if we go down this accountability rabbit hole, well, I just wanted to point this out. This made me laugh. This is the courtroom sketch of Cole Thomas Allen.
Oh.
This is the sketch. This is what he looked like as he was at his arraignment. Prison Mitch says,
"Oh gosh,
man, the courtroom sketch artist took away one of Cole Thomas Allen's chromosomes."
Definitely not a flattering image.
No, it is not. But in other news on the accountability front, this happened today.
Targeting federal fraud. Currently underway, federal agents seen leaving the Quality Learning Center, and Brooke Taylor has more on that.
How dare you, Bill Hemmer? How dare you pronounce it Learning Center, bro?
Leering, bro.
Come on. How dare you? Bill Hemmer, come on, man. It's the Quality Leering Center. It's what is spelled on the sign.
Currently
I guess
underway,
they changed the sign.
Federal agents seen leaving the Quality Learning Center, and Brooke Taylor has more on that and what they're looking for. Brooke, good morning.
Hi, Bill. Good morning. Yeah, we have had a
So on this, so it was a bunch of places. Before we get to him, let's go here. Bill Mulligan, DOJ confirms to Fox News, the FBI and HSI agents are currently raiding 20-plus locations in Minneapolis, Minnesota area in relation to the ongoing federal fraud investigations. Sources tell Fox the locations are largely Somali-linked businesses, including the infamous Quality Learning Center. I'm told these are court-approved search warrants being served, and they are tied to fraud, not immigration enforcement. Fox is told 22 search warrants were executed in Minnesota this morning. DOJ spokesperson holding the statement. Today, the FBI with federal and state and local law enforcement is involved in court-authorized law enforcement activities, part of an ongoing fraud investigation. You wanted to ask me a question about this story, but you may feel differently about it now.
Yeah, I was going to say that helps. I want to, get into the guts of these other 20-plus locations. I just think that the Leering Center, how many weeks has it been since the initial Nick Shirley investigation?
It's been a long time, and then there was an alleged break-in.
I'm not a fraudster, and I'm not a crook, but I've seen enough movies to know that, you're going to get all the incriminating stuff out of a place like that and either burn it, shred it, or move it to another location. So these raids, I don't know what purpose they're serving so much other than maybe just the look of it and maybe sending out a message to others like, hey, you'll eventually get caught, but
yeah, I don't know.
There needs to be more than just walking in 2 months later.
Yeah, the Quality Leering Center, you're right. That place was probably cleaned out, and then they said that they got broken into after the coverage went viral, and of course, I don't believe that at all. But the other ones, you would think that they maybe were unsuspecting, but maybe not. There has, to your point though, there's been a lot of time between now and then for them to get rid of any incriminating evidence.
Will it be 2 months from now before we see raids on all of the hospice centers in California? That's $140 billion in Medi-Cal fraud, potentially, that is already being tabulated as, that was fraud. $140 billion. Is it going to be 2 months later before we see raids there? Because if it is, those places will all be cleaned out. They'll have moved on. There will be a different address, and they'll just creep back up.
The same with the Indians H-1Bs down in Texas, and what Tyler Oliveira posted. They've got to be making huge changes there as well. So then the question becomes, how much of this stuff is digitized?
Yeah.
How much of this stuff can be they already have, with search warrants to seize, the stuff that may be in the cloud, how much of this stuff is really on paper,
Good point.
Or the stuff, I guarantee you they're seizing hard drives, and you may think you've deleted something, but you haven't. We all know that there's all sorts of forensic tools that they have that, to recover anything that they need. Are they really going to devote those kind of resources to this? Well, they should. The American people are demanding it. But this is J.D. Vance's project here. You have to assume that J.D. Vance is responsible for the criminal referrals that got to this point in the first place. How did Governor Tim Walz react to this? He's taking credit for it. Incredible post by Tim. I've become good friends with school shooters Walz. He posted on X, if you commit fraud in Minnesota, you're going to get caught. Sorry. And I'll be your friend. And that's exactly what we saw today. We watch criminals when state and federal agencies share information. We catch criminals.
You sound like Geppetto.
Joint investigations work, and securing justice depends on it. And then he goes on, today's raids by state and federal law enforcement happened because our state agencies caught irregular behavior and reported it.
That's how the system is supposed to work, and our agencies will keep at it as long as there are fraudsters around to put behind bars. Now let's work on a joint investigation into the killing of Alex Preddy and Renee Good instead of cherry picking when we seek justice and when we turn a blind eye. Aaron McIntyre responding to that right below it. You know you're going to jail, right?
Right.
Alex Rosen, who is famous for pedo poachers or pedophile poachers, he goes around and sets up stings and catches the worst of the worst. He caught somebody here in Arkansas. By the way, the one he caught in Arkansas, Alex Rosen, it was in Stuttgart. He was in, because I follow him on X, and he was like, I'm in Stuttgart, Arkansas. They caught a guy on the way to meet a girl, okay, that he thought was an underage girl, and he had in his truck, he had a gun, which at first I was like, okay, no big deal. It's Arkansas. Everybody has a gun.
Yeah.
He had a hammer. He had a road map, and he had like rope and a tarp, and he was on. I mean, it was clear by the stuff that they found in his car, he was on the way to dispose of a body after he was done with her.
Grief.
And that was right here in Arkansas. But what Alex Rosen says is that this reminds me of when departments have no choice but to arrest our pedophiles, despite trying everything not to, then proceed to take full credit for it. Great job. He's exactly right, because oftentimes they call the law enforcement. Hey, we've caught them. Here are the receipts. Here's all the messages. Here's him at the spot, and so many of these towns don't want to arrest these people, and it's sick, man.
If JD Vance is smart, and I think the evidence is there, they'll have Tim Waltz in handcuffs by October.
Yes. That's exactly right, and but
Tim Waltz, Keith Ellison, and a whole handful of others, if they want to invigorate and motivate the electorate, and they want to keep power, they'll hold the people responsible. And I'm not just saying target Democrats. I'm saying hold the people responsible for the fraud accountable.
Yes,
because that Nick Shirley stuff invigorated tens of millions of Americans that saw that and infuriated them. That's right.
Yeah. Kash Patel responds to Waltz. Come again, the FBI and DOJ with our DHS partners drafted and executed every search warrant today, but go ahead and take credit for our work while we smoke out the fraud plaguing Minnesota under your governorship.
Amen to that.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I've not been a big fan of Kash Patel.
Right.
But give credit where credit is due. Yeah, that's an appropriate response, because it was such an odd thing for him to do, and you just kind of wonder, like, how many millions of dollars were laundered through the Quality Clearing Center and then tithed back to Governor Tim Waltz in some way.
Yeah, he's trying to give himself the credit for state law enforcement and state agencies. That's not what happened here.
Right. All it was the federal government. Let's look at what happened. The feds called the local and state authorities and said, hey, just so you know, we're coming tomorrow.
State agencies looked the other way for freaking
decades.
Yeah,
but the only
Are you out of your mind, Waltz?
The only coordination that happened was a phone call. Hey, we're gonna go raid some businesses, just so you know, because they are required to let the local authorities know. Really, they're only really required to let the county sheriffs know, in my opinion, what they've got going on that day. But
yeah, that again, my prediction and my hope is that Tim Waltz and his ilk and Gavin Newsom go out in handcuffs for looking the other way toward the fraud, and they get them caught.
I don't want them. I don't want them going out for looking the other. I mean, yeah, if that's what you got to do. I know.
You think there are receipts,
dude? That's the whole point of this. Do you think they really cared? The lower middle tier leftists, they really cared. We've got to end stereotypes that these are third worlders that can't run their own businesses. So we'll give them businesses. We'll give them fake businesses so that we can sleep good at night, knowing that everybody's equal. And so that was that. But these schemes don't happen to just pacify the leftists. They know exactly what they're doing. Tim Walz knows these guys couldn't run a lemonade stand.
Yeah.
They couldn't run a lemonade stand, and he knows it.
He's only doing it. The only way you get the political will to do this is if that money comes back to them.
Yeah.
And in some way, shape, or form, that's exactly what happened. This was a way to get, at bare minimum, taxpayer money to finance Democrat campaigns.
Yeah.
And maybe even Republican campaigns. Who knows?
Yeah, this post by him is weird because up until now, he played the Homer Simpson backing into the bush.
Yes.
Meme.
Yes.
That's what I thought of Tim Waltz over the last month or so was the gif of Homer Simpson like backing up into the bush to get out of the limelight. I'm not going to run for governor now. But,
yeah, that's right. I forgot he dropped out of the race.
But Newsom, on the other hand, is still going full bore. So we'll see what they come up with.
And we also have another report. The Trump administration found 14,000 food stamp recipients in a single state driving luxury cars like Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Maseratis, according to Secretary Rollins. That's what is it? Is it Brooke? Yeah, the agricultural secretary.
Get some of that money back to the farmers.
Boy, that they need it. And on that,
she is not doing enough for our farmers.
Anna Paulina Luna is talking about the farm bill, actually. So all of you Arkansas farmers, listen up. Congressman Anna Paulina Luna says, we will blow up the farm bill if sections 10205, 10206, and 10207 are not removed from the farm bill. Section 10205 would shield pesticide makers from liability, weaken warning labels, and put foreign chemical corporations above the health of American families. So she is
Good for her.
Not a fan of that, and I'm not either.
No.
She also said that Thune is blocking voter ID. It's Thune. He controls the Senate. So she agrees with me. I mean, we're all saying that, but I'm telling you, like, the idea, I just can't do anything to get Lisa Murkowski to... No. Yeah, you could. I don't believe for a second
I'm starting
that
to figure out that I was completely wrong on that. And
I mean...
And it's a sobering reminder that, people in that position, in his position, they either lead or they don't.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
We do not have a leader in the Senate, and it's sad. Hold on, though. It's not like we have for a very long time, though. I think policy of low expectations may have gotten the best of me anyway, because I never felt like we had much of a leader with Mitch McConnell either. So,
yeah, of course,
it is what it is.
Also, the Virginia Supreme Court officially denied Democrats' motion to reinstate the 10-1 congressional map, refusing to pause the lower court order which blocks certification. So that means that the election will not be certified until this thing is fully litigated at the state Supreme Court of Virginia. Just an update for you there. In other news, Anthony Fauci's former advisor has been indicted in his role in the COVID-19 cover-up. This is by Shane Fisher over at Patriot TV. Top Fauci advisor indicted for concealing records in COVID origins probe. The Department of Justice has finally taken formal action against one of the key figures in the federal government's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. David Morens, a longtime senior advisor to Anthony Fauci at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, was indicted Tuesday on charges including conspiracy against the United States, destruction or falsification of records, concealment of records, and aiding and abetting. This development marks a significant step toward restoring public trust eroded by years of evasion, deletions, and apparent efforts to shield inconvenient truths about the pandemic's origins. For too long, Americans watched as officials in positions of immense power treated transparency as optional and the public's right to know as an inconvenience to be maneuvered around. So what did he do exactly? Zero Hedge their coverage as Fauci advisor David Morens admits in an email that he, quote, learned from our FOIA lady, Freedom of Information Act lady, here how to make emails disappear after I am FOIA'd, but before the search starts. And this reads here, for those of you that can't see, it is David Morens saying, you are right, I need to be more careful. However, as I mentioned once before, I learned from our FOIA lady here how to make emails disappear after I'm FOIA'd, but before the search starts. So I think we're all safe. Plus, I deleted most of those earlier emails after sending them to Gmail. You go to prison for that.
You go to jail for that. You go to jail. Jail. Go to jail. Like, that's...
Jail.
Yep.
Directly
to jail. Also, they said Fauci advisor David, no worry about FOIAs. And in April 21st, 2021, he worked with co-conspirators Peter Daszak and others to keep COVID schemes secret from public inquiry by handing stuff to him at work or his house. Jeez. Look, P.S. I forgot to say there's no worry about FOIAs. I can either send stuff to Tony on his private Gmail or hand it to him at work or at his house. He's too smart to let colleagues send him stuff that could cause trouble. These people are guilty of committing crimes against humanity because, I mean, we know this for a lot of reasons, but this was such a intelligence operation against the people. This was more of the intel oligarchy coming after the people, and they were doing it to rig the 2020 election. They were doing it as, I think, a global clinical trial of their new mRNA technology. I mean, there's so much here, but it was clearly, this shows you that these people were not just incompetent. They were actively running a psychological operation that had real world blood costs. People are dead because of it.
Yeah.
And Fauci needs to be indicted as well, obviously, but you've got this pardon, but you've got the administration that still has to pick back up this AutoPen scandal. And
is that the first time you saw that email?
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen it. Had you seen it before?
No. That's the problem. It's April 21st of 2021. And we're coming up real close onto May of 2026. How nice would it have been before all of our lives were turned upside down for so long if we had known this crap was happening? But we didn't, because we had the Biden administration covering everything up and telling us all that we were crazy and that we were conspiracy theorists and we didn't know what we were talking about and that we needed to shut up and put our mask on and that we needed to mask our 5-year-old children who were trying to learn how to read in school.
Preach, man. It's pretty, I mean, I mean, you've got to feel different about this than I do because you lived it, because you're in the healthcare industry. This has got to hit you totally. I mean, I know you knew that. I know you've since reconciled how bad COVID was on your industry and how it operated on lies. But this is, I mean, these are the guys that your hospital administrators were taking orders from, not advice, orders.
The saddest thing about seeing colleagues in the industry and physicians and those providing the care for individuals who are sick, and on top of that, being and the emotions and gut-wrenching reality of what was happening in real time, in addition to them being muzzled, it compounded everything, Paul.
Yep.
It hurt them and hurt everyone so bad. That muzzling and that aspect of the pandemic, and knowing that people like this were sending emails like that, it's really hard not to really go full Rob. I love Rob's passion and enthusiasm when he gets fired up, but this is the stuff that kept so many of us up at night for months and months at a time. And you'd have these private, very, very private conversations offline and away from people that were listening in, and you could just see the nonsense and what didn't make any sense. You could just see it. And knowing that the people that the administrators making decisions for everyone in the country, they were listening to these idiots. And that, they were the science.
Yeah. And they're criminal.
And you were told to trust them.
Yeah. And as they are literally criminals. And they're talking amongst each other about
They're admitting to each other. I mean, this was clearly I mean, we already knew this, but I mean, this is just more evidence that this is a coordinated effort to destroy the country, to put the people of this country through many different levels of hell to accomplish a mission. And that mission was a lot of things. But one of them was, we're going to do mail-in ballots and we're going to rig the election.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was one of the missions.
Yeah, the ripple effect, you're right, was just...
This is terrible. Okay, so I know you got to go here in a minute, but I want one more story before we go to break. We've got to do something about this. The Republicans in Congress attached this AI stuff to your car. It's going to be rolling out really soon. Anna Paulina Luna, she commented on this video here. She says, "I voted against this. Unfortunately, too many Republicans sided with Democrats and it passed. Every new car in the U.S. will be required by law to have tech that puts constant surveillance on the driver by 2027. That's next year. And we know this because this guy, Justin Don Vlogs, has made a very informative video about the patents that Ford has secured on this technology.
Come on! No! Now imagine there was an emergency outside the truck, an accident, something terrible on the ranch with a chainsaw. And I jump in this truck, but the truck, it won't shift into drive. Why? Because the cameras and sensors inside this cab won't let it shift, because it detects my eyes are big, there's a lot of emotion, there's some panic, and it doesn't feel that I'm fit to drive. Now that's not science fiction, that is happening because Ford just filed the patents. Ford actually has a series of patents down at the U.S. Patent and Trade Office that deal with the sensors and cameras inside the cab of their truck. And if the sensors in that truck determine that you're not fit to drive, that truck will not actually shift from park to drive. Now, they already have a system called telematics, and that's where they can actually pull up cameras in real time inside the cab of their fleet vehicles. Now, they actually market this to insurance companies because the truth is, this is really about who owns the data and who owns the liability. Now, your name might actually be on the title of this truck, and you may have paid for it, but you don't own it. Now, Ford didn't file just one patent. They filed a stack of them, all within months of each other. Are you sitting down? Get this. This Ford technology patent doesn't just watch you. This one puts you in jail. Ford filed a patent, serial number 0104469, where the system takes your biometric data, your face, your iris, and your fingerprint, and it runs it through a criminal database in real time. While you're sitting in your own truck, think about what that means. You wake up one morning. You walk out to your driveway, you climb into a vehicle with your name on the title, on property with your name on the deed. And before you go anywhere, before you've done a single thing wrong, your truck is already running your face through a law enforcement database. Ford's own patent language describes this as potentially useful for police. They wrote that. Ford wrote that into the patent application. So the question isn't whether this technology can be abused. Ford already told you who it's for. You just didn't know that you were buying a cop car. Now I'm going to walk you through a few of these patents. Lip reading, cameras inside your cab, machine learning trained on lip movement datasets, cloud connected, your face processed somewhere you'll never see, stored as long as they want. Acoustic lip reading, if the cameras aren't enough, the system emits inaudible sound waves and reads the echoes bouncing off of your mouth. You can't see it, it's just happening. Biometrics, your face, fingerprint, iris, filed February 2024, and it was published August 2025. This one is assigned a serial number because it's real. Ad listening. This is scary. It monitors conversations between everyone in the cab. It serves targeted ads based on what you and others are talking about.
So essentially, you get
good grief.
You get caught drunk driving, and I don't know what it is now, but I think you do this enough. Well, the court says if you want to drive, you've got to put a breathalyzer in your car in order to get your car to start because we don't trust you. That's a punishment.
It is clearly a punishment. If you want to be on the road, you have proven yourself to be untrustworthy. We don't want you drunk on the road. You got to have a breathalyzer. This is basically punishing the entire country before we've committed any crime, before we've demonstrated that we're a danger at all. It is the technology to literally enslave us. And honestly, it's going to get so ridiculous, people are just not even going to drive anyway. And I think that's the point of this as well. Why don't you just go to full automation and just let the cars, where we have no autonomy anymore at all. This has got to stop. Republicans have got to do something about this. We cannot allow this type of technology to be mandated in cars. And you know what? It's very convenient that with Cash for Clunkers under Barack Obama, all about saving the environment. But you know what they did?
Horrible thing.
They took great cars and they cemented the engines. They literally made sure that these cars will never be used again because they didn't have computer chips.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, it is a brave new world, and this is where we're at.
Yeah. Cash for Clunkers was definitely part of a psyop for sure.
Well,
I already feel low jacked enough. Like, this is obviously insane, but I already feel low jacked enough. Like, my insurance company has me download this app that tracks my driving and gives me a discount for being a good driver. Like, so part of me feels like I'm a little bit low jacked as it is, and but this whole thing seems like a wild abuse.
And it is
that.
and the only real
trying to put duct tape over any sensors in a vehicle, and no, that's not going to happen.
Well, the only real pushback, it's the consistent pushback from technology like this for the most part is our younger generation. The older generation just doesn't seem to care, And I don't know if it's because they have a lack of imagination.
Yeah.
That technology has always been an improvement, but they just don't seem to care, Eric. I know you got to roll, brother. We're going to go to break, but I appreciate you hanging out with me today.
Great conversation, my friend.
All right, folks, we got to take a break. We got to take a break. We got to take a break real quick, reset things here. Going to give Eric a little time to exit the studio. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back here in just a moment. Thanks so much for watching.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or red VIVE works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
The Paul and Herrell Program.
Welcome back to the program, everybody. So I want to welcome a new sponsor, a new advertiser of this program that you haven't heard from, and it's, of course, Pet Club 24/7. So as part of the MAHA agenda, we talk a lot about that. We talk a lot about getting healthy. There's a lot of people that are aware of the medical industrial complex or big pharma or the toxins in our food. However you want to square it, more and more people are aware of this, and they're trying to be more conscientious of what they put in their bodies. But you don't want to leave your pets out either. Your pets are in the same environment you are. And so I thought it would be good to let you guys know about Pet Club 24/7. And to do that, I wanted to talk to the founders of that great company, Kurt and Kristen Ludlow, and they join us now. Kurt and Kristen, welcome back to the show. How are you guys?
Doing great. How are you doing?
Doing
glad to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So I wanted to talk about just first of all, just tell the audience what made you guys get into this, because you guys have incredible treats and food for pets, but it's natural. It's natural goodness for your dogs, for your cats, and you've got stuff for humans. Tell us how you started on this journey.
Sounds great. So it began almost 30 years ago. Our partner here with the company, his mother was dealing with a pretty catastrophic issue that affected her lung. And she was attending Sloan Kettering out in New York. They did everything medically they could for her. Nothing worked out. And it got down to where they gave her just 2 months to live. And so he was doing like any son would do. He was reaching out to friends and family members regarding her circumstances. And his cousin, who is a physician in Japan, reached back to him and said, look, we have a proprietary way we extract a mushroom. And I want to send it out to you, give it to her. Let's just see if it might help her in any way, maybe extend her life. And so she started taking it. And after about the first month, she noticed quite a considerable difference in the way she was feeling. Month 2, more improvement. Month 3, she felt as if the issue was no longer there. And she goes back to Sloan Kettering 4.5 months after they sent her home. And they indeed find that that issue is no longer there. She had no evidence of disease. And so they were flabbergasted. They wanted to know what she had done. And she explained, and they asked for all the information they could get from her nephew. And of course, being that he was a physician, he was able to supply that to them. And that's where the first clinical study started in the United States regarding this particular mushroom and the proprietary way it's extracted. And so from there, went to Sloan Kettering, MD Anderson, Harvard. It's been published in the Library of Medicine many times. And what they concluded is it doesn't cure, it doesn't mitigate, it doesn't prevent, but specifically it modulates the immune system. It gets the immune system running optimally. And we all know that if we can get that working effectively, it's our first defense. It's the key, to really fixing any type of issue we could be dealing with, from the smallest of concerns to the most catastrophic. And so from there, for years, Simon would tell anyone that would listen to him about his mother's story. And people would try it out. They would see amazing things happen to him, like Simon's mother did. And it wasn't just people that were dealing with illness. It was people that were healthy. They wanted to keep their immune system running optimally and stay healthy. And it's just been remarkable over the years, what has happened for many people. However, 10 years ago, we started realizing just what was happening. The same things that were happening to people because of the foods, treats, and toys and different things that we're ingesting and breathing and dealing with. It's affecting our immune system and causing the issues we have is happening in our animals. And that was because our partner, Steve, his dog, 4 years old, died of cancer. 2 of his children's dogs died of cancer, all within just a couple of months of each other, and all between the ages of 4 and 8. And our other partner's Gino, 6-year-old German Shepherd. And we started looking at this mushroom for animals and found that it did the same things. There's no side effects. It doesn't interact with medications. You can't take too much. You can't get addicted to it. And so we formed the company. And that's where Pet Club came about. And we put it in healthy foods, because if you don't know this, here in the United States, and all of North America, pretty much the whole world, is that 6 million new cases of diabetes every year right here in the U.S. Our pets are living half as long as they used to. In the 70s, the average age of a golden retriever was 17, and today that average age is 9. 65% of our pets are getting cancer today. It's just crazy what's happening as a result of that. And that's why we said, hey, look, we're not going to sit back and watch it. This is our own Maha movement, make animals healthy again.
It sounds like it's a Maha movement, but you guys were ahead of the curve, by a long time. So what mushroom is it? Real quick, specifically, what mushroom is it?
Yeah, it's called the Coriolis versicolor mushroom. And what's unique about the way that we extract it, most companies or manufacturers will do it while it's fully fruited in its fully formed body. But a lot of the bioactive compounds are really dispersed at that point. So we extract it in its mycelial phase when it's still a little baby. So it has a lot of the polysaccharides and polyamines that help, like Kurt said, modulate the immune system. And the immune system is responsible for repairing, rebalancing, regulating, restoring all of the systems, everything inside of our pets' bodies and our own bodies. So it is the most important system to support. And we found that this Coriolis versicolor mushroom has the most scientifically validated mechanisms that are available. There are over 400 published studies on what this mushroom does for the immune system, especially this pharmaceutical grade extract that we provide is very pure, it's very potent. And it's been remarkable what's been happening for dogs and cats and horses and even people. We always joke that all of our products have been tested on people first before we found out they were safe for animals, because we've tried them all and everything's so validated. But it really is just a perfect combination of the traditional wisdom and that ancient wisdom that's meeting modern day science and being validated by researchers, the most reputable researchers in the world.
Yeah, so I played a few of the testimonial videos from people that have used Pet Club 24/7 on the show yesterday, and they fared today as well. And one of the, I mean, I know it does a lot of great things for dogs at any age, but one of the reoccurring, I think, issues that this solves is, you know, older animals, you know, your best friend, you know, they're getting on up there in age, they're having some problems, and what a lot of people wouldn't give to have, you know, another year or 2 years with their animal. If they take, well, I think the one of the most popular products, correct me if I'm wrong, is the Mush Puppy product, which is right here on the screen. Mush Puppies plus dog biscuits with Coriolis versicolor mushroom. Forgive me if I can't pronounce it correctly.
Nailed it.
Thank you very much. And you obviously get if you use the link on your screen, you get a 15% discount. So that would be paulherrell.petclub247.com. And but I know that's a recurring theme, and because I've seen the testimonial videos, I picked 2 of them to kind of run on a cycle, but I've got access to a whole library. This product works for dogs of all ages, but I think specifically for a lot of dogs that have been in this toxic environment their entire lifetime, this is just decreasing or helping their immune system. But it sounds to me like it's also a very powerful anti-inflammatory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's detoxing their bodies and helping the inflammatory response and all different types of things. And you're gonna.
Well, I was just going to say, you know, to back up what you're saying there, we have so many people that call us and tell us that their dogs are acting, you know, 4 and 5 and 6 years younger again when we're talking an elderly dog. And so, yes, it's not just for a dog that might be dealing with something. It's keeping them, extending their lives and keeping them around a lot longer. And that's been so big with that. And, you know, one of the biggest testimonials, if you don't mind me sharing this, is when we first started getting this out, we had 2 very close friends. One, his dog, he was about to put him down. He was a husky, he was 14 and a half years old. He had an autoimmune issue, and it would affect his paw pads. If he stepped on cement, pavement, the tile in his home, it would just peel it off. And they dealt with that for several years, but right before they were going to put him down, that final month, his hair was coming out in clumps, eyes were completely whited over, had 7 lumps down his side. And the vet didn't diagnose him as cancerous, but believed they probably were, but due to the age, they didn't want to put him through that. And they were carrying him outside, and he didn't, you know, that's his family member. He didn't want to put her down. He was struggling with it. And we got the mushroom in his hands, and he calls 4 days later, and he says, I answer the phone. He says, "What did you give my dog?" And I said, "Oh no, is everything okay?" And he said, "She just jumped on the couch next to me." He goes, and I said, "That's amazing." He goes, "No, you don't understand. She hasn't done this in 1.5 years. How could this be happening this quick? Do you think this is right?" And I said, "I can't answer that, you know, for sure." And he goes, "Well, we're doing nothing different." And after right around 30 days, paw pads, no problem. Hairs wasn't coming out. That crystallization in her eyes completely cleared up. And within 4 to 6 months, all those lumps are gone. She lived to be just almost 20. And she didn't pass away due to illness. It was actually due to an accident. They believe she had lived a lot longer. So we get all types of stuff like that.
And you talk about getting that extra year, that extra time with your pet, but you never want to do that at the expense of their quality of life. And so it's neat that there is a mushroom like this. It's no different from eating a mushroom on a salad. It's just a whole food. It doesn't interact with any medications or treatments. You can't get addicted. You can't overdose. There aren't any side effects. So the best part about Zenta's story was not only that extra almost 5 years that they had, but that during that time, going on 5-mile hikes, playing in the lake, swimming in the lake, playing with the puppies, meeting the grandchildren that she would have never been able to meet. And now they have videos of the grandbabies laying on her and cuddling with her. And this is the same dog that just a couple years earlier you couldn't even pet because she would whimper in pain. So that really is what drives us and motivates us, is those types of experiences, and not only helping resolve what's happening, but giving them a better quality of life, and even being more preventative. A lot of the treatments and stuff are banking on us being reactive when we can just be proactive and get them the immune support now, so that in the future we don't have to make those really hard decisions. And that really is our heart, to help animals and to help pet parents navigate through all that hard stuff.
I love it, and that's what I wanted to tell the audience right there. That's why I wanted to have you guys on. I really appreciate it. I want to encourage the audience to, if this sounds appealing to you, I don't know how I wouldn't if you have a dog or a cat or a horse, go to Paul Herrell. That's paulherrell.petclub247.com. If you go to the link, you get the discount, right? And you'll see what the normal price is if you scroll down, but the price that you see is because of the link. And try this out. And I think what's going to end up happening if you try it out is it'll be something that you want to get a supply of every month, or every time you run out, you're going to want to have this. And so I really appreciate it. Kurt and Kristen, thank you guys so much for coming on the program. I want to give you guys the last word.
Yeah, I would just say that, if they do go and they do shop, there's a variety of different products, and just focus on the things that have the mushroom in it, and you're going to see some great results from that.
All right.
And thank you for having us on, Paul. And I just like to also, let you know that the discount's already built into the price on the website. So you don't have to remember any promo code or anything like that. If you go to that link, it's already naturally built in. So
perfect.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you guys. God bless. And want to do it again soon and talk about other products. So, all right,
Sounds
folks.
great.
Yes,
you.
absolutely.
God bless.
Folks, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Back here in just a moment.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about a year and a half ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, welcome back to the show. So we wind things down here. We got a little bit of time left with you guys. During the during that segment, during the break here, I was able to pull this up. I am not sure if this is entirely accurate because I haven't listened to it, but I suspect that it is. James Comey has now issued a response to the grand jury indicting him on 2 felonies. So he gave a very flippant response the last time he was indicted. Let's see what he says this time.
Well, they're back. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago. And this won't be the end of it. But nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary, so let's go. But it's really important that all of us remember this is not who we are as a country. This is not how the Department of Justice is supposed to be. And the good news is we get closer every day to restoring those values. Keep the faith.
Okay, so the guy is clearly still a raging psychopath. Raging psychopath. Now, I mean, I don't expect him to do anything different, but, you know, it's patently obvious to most Americans that this is at bare minimum. I mean, if you want to be the most cynical person in the world, you have to say this is tit for tat. You went after Trump, he's going after you. Maybe you shouldn't have done what you and your people. Of course, he was part of framing President Trump for treason. So maybe you shouldn't have done that, and now you wouldn't be experiencing these consequences. The idea that what has happened is unprecedented is ridiculous. What was unprecedented is what happened to Trump in 2016 and what has happened to him since. So pretty incredible stuff. If you're just joining us, James Comey was indicted today for threatening the President of the United States when he posted this to Instagram, 8647. He claimed he found this formation of seashells on the beach. Of course, we talked about earlier how this is preposterous. It was terrible behavior for the head of the FBI to ever do something like this in light of Trump surviving what happened at Butler or surviving what happened with Ryan Routh, the Ukrainian recruiter who was in the bushes at the golf club. But the one of the head spooks in all the land can't make messages like that. You just can't do it. Sorry. It is reasonable for us to conclude you were sending a message, not just a message to NPC radicals that are on Reddit, but to your army. And let's be clear, people like James Comey have an army of loyalists who are still inside the DOJ and the FBI and the other intel agencies that think that this guy they don't really think he's a Boy Scout, but but they're loyal to him because they agree with him. We're going to continue monitoring this story as much as we can. I want to introduce you, though, to this guy. I don't know if you've ever heard. You probably have heard of this story, but this is a story I wanted to cover because it's new to me, or at least I think I've heard about it in passing. I want you to meet a guy by the name of Patrick Scruggs. If you are a J6er, you likely know who this person is. If you're somebody who's been following the J6 cases over the last 4 years, then you certainly know who this is. A story by Tampa Bay Times reporting that after Howard Franklin Bridge stabbing, a former federal prosecutor pleads guilty, and he's sentenced to 90 days in jail. A former Tampa federal prosecutor on Monday apologized to the man he stabbed during a bizarre encounter on the Howard Franklin Bridge 3 years ago, pleaded guilty to felony charges, and was led away to serve 3 months, 90 days, in a county jail. Patrick Scruggs, 41, initially claimed self-defense after his arrest and tried unsuccessfully to have the case dismissed under Florida's Stand Your Ground law. On Monday, in the courtroom, Scruggs was contrite and apologized to Blake Sharp for what happened that day. Quote, "It was a very chaotic and hectic situation, and I agree with you. In retrospect, I should have just called 911. I'm really sorry I stabbed you for the extent of your injuries and what you've had to go through." The former prosecutor for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Tampa pleaded guilty to 1 count each of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and aggravated battery. Judge Keith Meyer accepted the negotiated plea deal that he told Scruggs was a golden opportunity. Meyer sentenced Scruggs to 90 days in jail, and he's got to pay $100,000 to the victim. The sentence was largely the result of Sharp's decision not to push for harsher punishment. During Monday's hearing, he took the stand and explained why, that he had his own criminal history, and who knows what's going on with this little transaction. But basically the victim said, hey, just give him a slap on the wrist. What exactly happened 3 years ago? Well, let's see here. The plea resolves a case that began with a car crash on September 26, 2023. During the morning rush hour in the southbound lanes of the bridge, Sharp, now 38, who was driving a Lexus, stopped in traffic and slumped over into the passenger seat, according to court records. He says he fainted. Sharp did not immediately respond, as this other driver by the last name of Gahoff walked to get a tool to break the window to check on him. Sharp suddenly sped forward, crashing into the back of Gahoff's car. He then backed up before veering into the left lane, where he collided with Scruggs' Honda Civic. Scruggs got out carrying a small pocket knife and broke Sharp's car window. Sharp would not respond when Scruggs told him to get out. The car door was locked. I realized something was wrong, and my first thought was I just needed to figure out what was going on, Scruggs said during the Stand Your Ground hearing. I need to stop the driver, whatever's going on, and that's when I grabbed the pocket knife, because it was the first thing I could think of in the panic of the moment. Scruggs used the back of the knife to shatter the window, and as he reached to turn the car off, a struggle ensued. Sharp then tried to accelerate, documents state. It was then that Scruggs stabbed him. Oh, really? I'm just going to start stabbing you. So this is what this guy did. There you see the photo of him. And by the way, there was video of this. Bystanders, if it wasn't for video of this story he concocted about self-defense, look at this guy. He's got his hands out of the window, bloodied, because he has just been stabbed by this guy. And you know what? This guy, okay, right here, this gentleman, Patrick Scruggs, is one of the key prosecutors for the federal government when it came to J6 cases in Florida. And after doing this, after this episode where he now only gets 90 days in jail, he still gets to keep his law license. As part of this plea deal, he still gets to keep his law license. Now, here is the lectern guy. You guys remember the lectern guy at J6 that was walking around with a lectern? Legendary guy. This is his reaction to Patrick Scruggs.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am leaving the Pinellas County Courthouse where my initial prosecutor, Patrick Scruggs, just entered a plea agreement with the state. If you don't know who Patrick Scruggs is, he is my initial prosecutor from January 6th. He was caught on camera a couple years ago breaking the window of a motorist vehicle and stabbing him repeatedly over and over again in front of a dozen witnesses. The plea deal was entered today. It was accepted by the judge, and the plea deal is as such. He will only serve 90 days in county jail. 90 days. For 3 felonies that would have or could have resulted in a life sentence had he gone before a jury of his peers. So he just obfuscated the whole system. On top of this, it's 5 years of probation, but here's the kicker. He gets to keep his law license at the end of all of this. He'll go back to practice prosecuting people and putting them in prison for the same things that he did. I can guarantee they won't get the same deals that he did. I went to prison for 75 days for misdemeanor trespassing, and this guy's going to serve 15 more for stabbing someone over and over again. Make it make sense.
You can't make it make sense. And it just goes to show you that if you got the right pedigree, if you're part of the right club, crime tends to pay. Crime tends to pay off for you. We have a 2-tiered justice system. This guy just was walking in the Capitol. Yeah, he grabbed the lectern. But this guy, his prosecutor had what, could arguably described as some sort of road rage incident. If you get, well, it just is what it is, folks. It's just one of those stories. It's absolutely insane. To lighten the mood, we're going to leave you with this. This is Lieutenant Colonel P. over on X, posting a funny story. Let me see if there's more context here, who this actually is. No, I don't really think so. But take a listen to this military officer recounting a funny speech.
I'd like to leave you with a short story about a young Marine named Ricky. It seems that after fighting in Sangen for 4 months, Ricky received a Dear John letter from his girlfriend back home. It read as follows: Dear Ricky, I can no longer continue our relationship. The distance between us is too great. I must admit that I have cheated on you twice since you've been gone, and it's not fair to either of us. I'm sorry. Please return the picture of me that I sent you. Regrets, Becky. He asked his fellow Marines for any snapshots that they could spare of their girlfriends, sisters, ex-girlfriends, or cousins. In addition to his picture of his now ex-girlfriend, Ricky included all the other pictures of the pretty girls he had collected from his buddies. There were 57 photos in the envelope that he sent back to Becky, along with this short note. Dear Becky, I'm sorry, but I can't quite remember who the hell you are. Please take your picture from the pile and send the rest back to me.
That's all the time that we have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program. I want to remind everybody to go to redvivehealth.org. That's redvivehealth.org if you want to learn about life-enhancing, I think life-saving red light panels. Of course, we're talking about near infrared light as well as red light. One boosts the collagen, the other penetrates deeper into your body, stimulating the mitochondria of your cells where you get, just really incredible benefits, energy. You get better sleep. You won't even believe. You just got to go read for yourself all of the amazing things that it does. You see there, you got the different options there, several different machines, different tiers. They even are now selling a hat to regrow hair. This stuff does do amazing things for hair growth as well, because it increases blood flow to these areas. It's basically called, you can look it up, it's called photobio or biophoto modulation, and these are not cheap devices, but they last a really long time. They have financing available. They have a 60-day return policy, and you can save 35% off of these red light panels if you use my name, Paul, or you go to that link, redvivehealth.org/Paul. Either one works. So I would really appreciate you guys doing this if you haven't looked into it yet. It's incredible. I use it almost every day. What the red light does is something very, very special. It's just, I mean, I'm amazed. I had neck pain the other day. I've been doing some new workouts, trying to get into shape. I had neck pain. When I looked down, I just had this, it was so tight. I did 20 minutes 2 days ago, and woke up the next day, my pain was totally gone. What it does for inflammation, the anti-inflammatory properties are really, really good. So make sure you check that out if that's something you're interested in. I want to give a shout out to the rest of our sponsors: New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, 7 Weeks Coffee, and Sherrod Chiropractic. God bless everybody out there. We're going to hand it off to Secret America. If those of you watching on LFA TV, make sure to like the Rumble channel. And those of you who are watching Paul Herrell Program YouTube, please subscribe and click the little bell to receive notifications, and we will see you tomorrow.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and it is official. The New York City communist socialist experiment has failed 4 months in. 4 months in. And you got Mamdani in a press conference already saying we've ran out of New York City's money. We ran out of other people's money. So what are they going to do? They're going to go after the rest of the state of New York's money. Please give us your money. And Kathy Hochul will give it to them.
If she does, I think she'll wait till after the election. Because if she starts giving away pension money,
It's a runaway. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Not true, Jack. I live here.
It doesn't matter.
I'm telling you, I live here.
I know.
But gives away pension money. If she wants to go down that road, she is opening up a Pandora's box that a shitstorm, and I don't really use profanity on here, that she will never have seen before in her life. I'm just telling you.
But do you believe it? Do you see what she's already wanting to do? She's wanting to tax people for having property there, for homes there, extra. They call it a renewal tax. And the thing, or what's going to happen here, Jay, is first of all, it's going to apply to second homes and $5 million. Then it's going to lower the threshold. Then it's going to lower the threshold more. Then it's anybody with a second home. Then it's going to be anybody with extra property. Then it's going to be every property. That's how these laws work. They don't ever go backwards. They only go forward. It's like the California law. Do you know what's happening in California right now? What they want to do in California is they want you to list. Right now, they're trying to pass a law where you have to list every single one of your assets. I'm talking everything you got in crypto, everything you got in cash in the bank, every property you own. Why? Because they are going to tax people that have over a certain threshold. But guess what? There's language in that bill that once it passes, they can lower the threshold to whatever they want. They can make it annual. They can make it permanent. And that's what will happen.
It's mission creep. You get an in, and then you just keep going deeper and deeper and deeper. Absolutely, 100%. That's what happens. That's what would happen here. What I'm saying is this. People in this state are used to property taxes. They're going to raise your property taxes. We're used to that.
Why the hell would anybody live in New York State?
We're immune to it at this point. When it comes to, though, going after pensions and saying we're delaying your pensions, that hasn't happened probably since the 1970s, especially in New York City, when you had actually NYPD laying people off, and then later on they brought them back if they wanted to come back, but they laid people off. This is going back to 1970s dystopia in New York City. That's what this will remind people of who are around. And if they weren't around, they're going to learn about it real quick. That's why if Kathy Hochul does this, in a way, Jack, I almost wanted to do it. I don't want her to do it. I don't want to see people's pensions they're saying it won't affect people who are retired now. That's what they always say. Right. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want that to happen. But in a way, I do want her to make that leap because it might actually give Bruce Blakeman, who I don't think is a great candidate for the governor. He's a great Nassau County executive. Do I think he's a great gubernatorial candidate? I don't know. We'll see. But
he's not.
It would give
That's
him
why they run him, because he's not, Jay.
It would give him, Jack, I'm telling you,
he will never win. I know. I realize about the pension thing. Believe me, if every cop in the state of New York turned against her, she still
Jack,
wouldn't win.
Jack, teachers. He's talking about teachers, and we know who they vote for. So is she going to really go after? She would have to go after everybody. She can't just single out the cops.
But don't you understand the delusion of the liberal mind? They will still vote for her because they will say it's better than the opposition. I'm telling you, she will win no matter what. Why do you think the Republicans ran one of the worst candidates they could find? Somebody with no experience and really no prospects to win. She's talking about adding more taxes after she said no more taxes, and they're still going to vote her in. The state that you're in, man, it's a mental state.
Well, you're talking about the 5 boroughs, Albany and basically Rochester. Everywhere else is pretty red. Everywhere else in New York is pretty red.
Everywhere else is rural.
No, it's the only places that are highly populated that vote pretty much more Republican is Long Island, which is Nassau and Suffolk County, there's millions of people. But then when you bring in the boroughs of New York City, it's 8 to 10 to 12 million people. It's very hard to compete with. Then you throw in a city like Albany, which has a lot of people, and a place like Rochester. It's hard to overcome. Pretty much everybody in the state who's Republican, the turnout has to be overwhelming. And I don't know that Bruce Blakeman is the person to get people to go rah-rah and come out and vote. But I'm telling you now, if she does this, she's really playing with fire, Jack. I'm just telling you, she might win, but she will hurt the Democrat Party in New York overall. I'm just telling you.
She would hurt the Democrat Party overall, but I can promise you it would not be enough for Republicans to overtake them at any point because they are so entrenched in that mindset. The liberal mindset, literally, they will burn themselves to the ground before they allow Republicans to win. Doesn't matter. You can take all my money. You can make me homeless. I'm still going to vote for your policies because it's a mindset. It's a sickness. It's not a logical sense. You're saying if they take away my pension, I'm logically not going to vote for that person. It's not a logical sense here.
That's the one thing, though. You take away my retirement or try to hit into my retirement that I worked for and I signed up for, eyes wide open, and now all of a sudden you're telling me, and if you're a smart politician, as a Republican, you can go after that. Like, you signed up, you paid. Now they want to give this money to who? People that just got here, people that don't belong here. We know in New York State, it's a sanctuary state, it's a sanctuary city. You could play on that. And at the very least, maybe they don't show up and vote. If Kathy Hochul does this and grants this to Zohran Mamdani, she is really playing with fire in a way. I hope she does it. I don't want her to do it, but part of me says, yeah, go for it. See how it works out for you.
What's going to happen is if she does it, she's still going to win. So they're going to have no pensions and a horrible governor. And I'm going to tell you, because it is a mental sickness. It's an actual illness. I mean, and that's the thing. They are willing to set themselves on fire. Like the monk, I will set myself on fire before I allow them to conquer me. That is their thought process. That is the mindset. No matter what they do to them, Jay, they will always say they are the better option. Always. Because it's just something that is ingrained in their mind now through the propaganda. Some people are so gullible. Not some people. Half the country is so gullible, so easily manipulated, that it's so far ingrained into their mind now that Republican bad, Democrat good, they're going to vote for them no matter what happens. And like I said, they come out in droves because they're motivated by hate, anger, and envy. Okay, those are the three things that motivate them, and that is why they all come out to vote. And that is why she will win. Even if she blows up New York City with a nuclear bomb, she will win the state of governor.
Would you mind if I just went through real quick what he wants to do?
Who?
Mamdani.
Oh, we are. Yeah, I mean, you can, but it ain't gonna, I'm telling you, it's not going to make a difference to them.
Well, he's saying he wants to consider a plan to delay the city's contributions to municipal pension funds, which cover police, teachers, firefighters, and other city workers. The only one of that lot that vote Republican are police and firefighters. Everybody else, teachers and other city workers, for the most part, vote Democrat. There's a $5.4 billion, what is this? Reports cite around $5.4 billion deficit through June of 2027, up to $7 to $12 billion. I mean, how are we even considering paying for people's benefits, paying for their food, paying for their school, paying for their clothes, when you are bleeding money to the point where you're talking about a $10 to $12 billion deficit, and you're telling people who went to work, did the right thing, did what they signed up for, that you're going to risk their retirement? This is insanity. And you're right, Jack. People that would still vote a certain way after they're even considering this are insane.
That's the thing. You're expecting people to be logical about the votes, and it's not going to happen. The votes are not logical. They're emotional, and it's not going to happen. She's going to win. I mean, that's why the Republicans ran who they ran, because he's what you would call a tomato. Okay. He's a tomato can. That's in boxing. That's a term where it's a very easy win. Okay. And that's what he is. He's a tomato can.
I still want to know why Elise Stefanik, she wanted more time with her family. I don't buy it.
No, nobody ever wants more time. Who the hell wants more time with their family, Jay?
Well, first of all, she would have had Elise Stefanik would have had a good chance to beat Kathy Hochul. And then all of a sudden they rug pull her from us.
Maybe that's why.
I don't know, man. It's perplexing to me. And as I said, Bruce Blakeman seems like a nice guy. He does a good job in Nassau County, which is a purple county, and he's won it twice and won it pretty convincingly twice. He's doing a good job threading the needle there. And he was actually the first one in the whole country, Jack, who took a stand about men going into women's locker rooms. He stopped that crap in Nassau County. He was the first one to do it, and a lot of people.
He's a tomato can, man.
Just saying. He does have something going, but it's just I don't see him as having enough charisma or enough presence to overtake or to maybe just twist people into maybe changing their vote. But if Kathy Hochul does this, she's handing him something on a silver platter. Literally.
Well, again, it doesn't matter to them. They know the sickness. That's why they attract the sickness. That's why they cater and pander to the sickness, because they know the sickness will always vote for them because it is a sickness. So let me tell you, man, I wish I had some kind of rich donor I knew. I would go run right now for governor. I would love to run and just, I would be like Trump and say exactly what the hell I want to say. I mean, I would say every bit of what I want to say, not hold back like these other pussy politicians out there. I would love to cuss. I would be like, fuck you. You know, that's what I mean, I would get down and dirty like Trump. I would love to do that. But again, how the hell do you start that? You know, I mean, who the hell? I don't know billionaires. Do you?
No, not personally.
And how can good people ever try to get in? How can real people ever try to get in?
It's tough. Very tough. You have to start. What you have to do is start out real local, build yourself up. I'm just saying the way it would work perfectly, the way it would work perfectly if it did work was you would start local, you'd build yourself up, you'd make your reputation, you'd get name recognition, and then hopefully somebody and certain people start to believe in you and they start to fund you and it snowballs from there. But other than that,
if you're not treatment, baby, I want to go straight to president.
Well,
I don't care. I would like to be governor of a blue state. I want to be governor of California or New York. I'll turn that bitch around in a year. Give me 1 year.
No, do me a favor. Worry about North Carolina, because how you guys have a Democrat governor is pissing me off.
It's I don't know how the hell that keeps happening. I'll tell you though that we're one vote away from a supermajority in the General Assembly, so I don't have to worry about anything going through that we don't want to go through. So I'm not really worried about North Carolina. The governor can do nothing. He can't do anything, in fact, and we can override his vetoes as well.
Well, but how great would it be if you had a Republican governor where you could really turn the state into
it would be wonderful. That's why I don't understand how Trump wins North Carolina. We have a one vote away from a supermajority where we can override any veto the governor makes, yet the governor is always a Democrat.
It's one of those things. Kentucky's another state that's baffling to me. Kentucky.
Well, it's not really baffling, I would say. I'd say it's more like it's
a red state.
Yeah, it's not baffling. I think we know what's going on.
Well, Save America Act might help. And Jack, I have a solution I showed you today for the Save America Act. King Charles, why he was here. Listen, I don't know why King Charles is here. I thought we didn't care about what England, if 250 years ago we decided we didn't want to hear from them anymore. But anyway, King Charles was here and he spoke in front of Congress today, Jack. He spoke in front of Congress. And King Charles, since he is a king, he should just pass the Save America Act. I think
I don't think he has any authority in America.
Well, I think he's a king. He's a king, Jack.
Of his country.
Yes.
In fact, even in his country, he doesn't have much authority. It's mostly a ceremonial role.
I don't care. If John Thune can't get it done, we have a king in Congress. I want the king to sign the Save America Act into law. How's that?
He at least advocate for it.
Well, I don't know I didn't really listen to what he had
I didn't
to say.
either. I don't know what the hell he said, but I can tell you he didn't advocate for Save America.
Well, here's what he did, though. Here's what happened there, Jack, real quick. The Democrats actually, you know how the Democrats, when President Trump speaks at a State of the Union or anytime he goes before Congress, they won't stand for a kid with brain cancer who wants to be a cop, right? They don't get up for that. Yeah. They don't get up when President Trump says our first priority should be Americans over legal aliens. They sit down. But today when Prince Charles spoke, King Charles, he's been Prince Charles most of my life. King Charles spoke, they stood up and clapped for King Charles. They stood up for a king, Jack. I thought they didn't want any kings. No kings?
Yeah, of course not. No. It's again, they're all. That's why it's just the entire Democrat Party is so fraudulent. I mean, they commit financial fraud. They commit intellectual fraud. They commit physical fraud. They commit every possible fraud you could think of. Their own characters are frauds. I mean, there's not a single thing that's real or true about the Democrat Party. And Deborah, I would and I'm being serious when I said I would run if I could find people that could back me. That's the hard part, though, Deborah, is finding. See, that's the thing. In politics, it's about money, and I would love to, if I could run for governor and have a shot at it without any money. Oh, I would do it in a heartbeat. But I have no shot unless I have people willing to give me millions of dollars, that's why our government is the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, listen, President Trump won because he was a self-funded billionaire. He was a privately funded billionaire. He wasn't part of a publicly traded company. And he's President Trump, and he's Donald Trump. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I mean, let's be honest. It really is. And he came along at the right place, right time. Getting back to I'm very confused, Jack, by the Democrats. I don't know anymore. They clap for kings. They stand for kings.
Well, I got to show you something.
Go ahead.
I want to show you something really cool. So I found this video earlier of this guy explaining the way the woke racist thing is. Okay. It's a guy, he's overseas. I believe he's in London or in England, somewhere in England. I don't know if it's London, but he's somewhere in the UK. Okay. And he explains how every other race is allowed to be racist towards whites, but whites are not allowed to do anything at all, including criticism, not racism, just plain criticism. I want you guys to hear this, because this, not only is it brilliant, this guy is very intelligent. But see, most people can say things like this, but they can't articulate it the way this man does. This man articulates it in a perfect fashion. Once you hear this, you're going to be like, wow, that's incredible. Where the hell do I find that video? Because I'm telling you right now, the dude, he just articulates it perfectly. Once in a while, you have someone come along that can just blow your mind. You hear the same shit all the time, but when you hear somebody put it in the correct order, mind-blowing. All right, I want you guys to take a listen to this.
Because that's what it seems like. It seems like racist equals white. Because no black man can be racist to me. If I criticize a Jew, I'm an anti-Semite. If I criticize an Islamic, I'm an Islamophobe. What are you if you criticize me? What are you if you try and replace me? What are you if you try and tell me I'm wrong for wanting to protect my children? Apparently, you're a perfectly reasonable person, but I'm a racist for wanting to protect my future. No, bullshit. I don't accept the 14 words as a thing. I think it's ridiculous that anyone could even say that they own this concept, as every human thinks this thing. Black people go on and on and on about black. Asians, like Indians, will tell you that India is the best at this. This is Indian, that's Indian, everything's brilliant that is Indian. Good for you. You love your people. I'm glad for you. I love mine. But don't call me I'm a racist just because you don't like the word white. If you don't like the word white, maybe you shouldn't live in a white country.
Thank you.
Like, really, if you don't like white people, go away. White people live here. I'm really sick of it. I'll be honest, I'm really sick of it. I'm sick of us being exceptionalized. This is happening every Western country. What we used to call Christendom is under attack by its own people, by its own elite. And we're supposed to just sit here and be arrested for having an opinion. No, I'm not a racist because I'm white. I'm a racist because I'm a human. Every fucking human is racist.
Thank you.
It's normal to love your own people more than you love other people.
Thank you.
It's normal. The creation of the word racist doesn't suddenly make me an evil person. It's a concept. It's not even a real thing.
It's not even a real thing. That man is brilliant. That is the best, most articulate thing I have ever heard somebody put that in. He's right. It's not a real thing. It is human to be racist. I mean, be honest. Do you hang out with all the opposite race, or you hang out with your own race? Do you feel comfortable around your own race? Do you feel a little weird around another race? If there's a black guy coming at you at night in a hoodie, walking towards you, the hood's up, are you going to cross to the other side? Or are you going to, walk by and see what happens? It's normal to be racist. It is what it is. I am going to start normalizing racism right here.
No, we're not.
I am. He may not, but I am. It is normal to be racist, just like the man said. When black people always talk about black accomplishments, Indian people always talk about Indian accomplishments. If a white person talks about white accomplishments, what the hell is that? I'm a racist because I enjoy my race more than yours. Then that makes everybody a fucking racist.
All right, so we're not going to start racism. We're just going to start as normal. That's just normal. It's normal thinking. That's all it is.
Well, but it's racism, but it's normal,
It's not racist. It's just normal. Like he said, it's not racist to be proud.
That's what exactly. Racism is a concept. It's not real.
I mean, there is hating someone or not wanting to talk to someone just because of their race. Like if somebody doesn't want to talk to me because I'm white, they're being racist. If somebody says, I don't even want to hang out with them or give them a shot or let them in my store because they're white, that's racist. And it goes every way, right? That's racist. But being proud of who you are, where you come from, where you live, where any of that, there's nothing racist about that. It's not. And it's not racist for a white person to feel that way. It's not racist for anybody to feel that way. But it is true, when white people do it, they're accused of being racist, just being proud of who they are or anything like that. No, that's where the problem is. There's where the problem is. And it's gotten so bad lately. I thought we were past this, honestly, when I was in school.
Oh no, we were past it. Even in the Bush years, we were past it.
Yeah.
But once we got to Obama, things changed.
100%.
But I'm going to tell you right here on Secret America, Jack Danger normalizes racism. Headline. I'm telling you right now, the guy, he's brilliant. Racism is just a concept. You might say, just like time is a concept. You think it's a real thing. But how do we measure time, Jay? We measure it by changes in your physical appearance, by changes. If there weren't any changes, if everything stayed the same, how could you measure time? You can't. It's a concept.
Well, I look the same as I did when I was 20. I don't know what anybody else is talking.
It's a concept, just like racism is a concept. It is what it is, man. People can be upset all they want. I honestly don't care.
No, listen,
I really don't care.
I think what he said. He didn't say anything wrong there. He said
It's
was
not
right.
wrong.
No,
it's
he was
human
right.
nature to feel comfortable around your own race.
Yeah, for the most part, absolutely.
No, not for the most part.
No, I think for the most part, you can be comfortable around other races.
You can, but who do you gravitate towards? Honestly, everybody.
Oh God, I don't know that that's true anymore.
Who do you feel at home with more? Honestly,
hold on. We see more and more like mixed couples. So people are gravitating towards different races when they want to be with somebody in a relationship.
you have to want to do that, though. I'm talking about innate, inside, natural instincts. Okay, I'm not talking about what you want, what you're being told to do, or what propaganda has told you to do. I'm talking about your natural instincts. If you are, let's say you don't know anything about anything, right? You're just walking down the street. You've got a group of black people over here. You got a group of white people over here. You're white. Who are you going to feel more comfortable passing? Honestly, let's be honest for a second.
I guess you're going to be more comfortable passing the people you're associated with.
Exactly. The people, not the people you're associated with, the people that are your people.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
That's what I mean. The people that you look like, I guess. It's just human nature. It's human nature. It's human nature.
That's exactly right. It's human nature.
Isn't that why we have certain races? Because the same people got together?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you right now, if there wasn't, why even, if you don't want racism, why even define races? Why not just call everybody white or black? Who cares? If you don't want racism, you're calling people different races. You got all these terms. Honestly, it's just insane.
No, I agree. Listen, I agree with that. Morgan Freeman, before he got TDS, I bring this up all the time. It was with, what's his face, Chris Wallace on 60 Minutes, and he kind of bashed Black History Month. He's like, why do we do? I just want to be Morgan Freeman. You don't have to call me a black man. And then Morgan Freeman now has gone off the reservation because he's got TDS. But he was right. I think racism exists because we keep talking about it. That's how I feel.
Exactly why it is. I told you it's a concept. It's not a real thing. Listen, let me tell you why it's a concept, Jay. When you're a baby, are you racist when you come out of the womb?
Of course not.
Then it's a concept. It's in your fucking mind. It's not a real thing. It's something that you're either taught or you create based on experience. It is not real.
And they're twisting everything now. Jack, did you know that 4-year-olds can decide whether or not they want to be a boy or a girl? Did you know that?
Oh my God,
give me
did you see that Bill Maher episode with David Cross?
Which one?
It was a Bill Maher episode with David Cross. The guy, he was interviewing David Cross, and Bill Maher is a leftist, but he's not an insane leftist like these other motherfuckers. He says, Bill Maher, Mayor, what it doesn't matter. But I have a problem pronouncing last people's names because it's just ridiculous how some people spell shit. But anyways, he talks to David Cross, right? Who's a funny actor. He's on Scary Movie 2, all that stuff. But David Cross says, "Hey, my daughter has a friend. She's 3 years old. She's a transgender boy." Yeah. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? No. So now if you are a tomboy, they're gonna cut off they're gonna cut off your tits. They're gonna gonna fashion a dick out of your ass cheek.
Yeah. No, it's sick. That's the thing. That's fake. 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, they can't decide this stuff. Actually, Jack, we have an age of this in this country, in our society, and mostly around the world, where you're really not able to make a lot of decisions before the age of 18. But all of a sudden, we've decided that kids can decide on their race, their gender, it's insanity. No, when you come out of the womb, no, nobody is racist out of the womb. It's impossible. Nobody is racist or has racist thoughts. I don't think, if kids didn't grow up thinking that, I experiment this. I'm thinking right now. If you didn't bring up race to kids throughout those years, would they even be able to have the concept in their mind of racism? Like you said, it's a concept.
No, they wouldn't, and I'll tell you why. Because there actually are kids that have grown up with animals in the wild. Okay. They are not racist. They don't even know half the concepts that are going on in the world. There are actual kids. It's a rare cases, but you can see it. You can document it. You can go look at it, actually. Kids where do you think that stereotype raised by wolves came from? There are actual people that have been raised with animals their entire lives. They act like the animals. They are not racist or angry towards anybody. They don't have any transgender dysphoria in their fucking head. If you've got gender dysphoria, that is a mental ill. Let me ask you, Jay, do you think it's more likely that you have a mental problem that could be helped with psychologists, or that God put you in the wrong body?
No, God didn't put anybody in the wrong body.
I mean, it's in your head, man.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. You notice little kids when they play in a playground, they don't see color. They just see another little kid they want to go play with. If nobody ever told them anything, they would just see somebody else they want to go play with. That's it. That's all they see. They see another little kid. Like white people don't all look the same. We don't look alike, Jack. We don't look alike, but we are considered white. Yeah. And I get pretty damn dark in the summer, I'll tell you right now. But we're considered white. We don't look, but we don't, it's something that people it's been drilled into their head. It's been drilled into everybody's head. If we stop talking about it and everybody just went about their damn life and did the best they could with the opportunity that they've been given, we'd just be a whole lot better off. 100%.
Absolutely. It would be nice, but obviously that's not the,
it's not.
Unfortunately, not the world we live in.
No, unfortunately, it's not, and it's been forever. I mean, forever. Just horrible.
I was trying to find this compilation that I saw of black on white violence. They had 2-year-olds beating the shit out of little white girls. It's absolutely insanity, and I'm going to show this. I'm going to show this for everybody because it's stuff that needs to be shown. Okay, it's true. I'm sorry if it makes people feel uncomfortable.
Am I losing you, Jack?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you just cut out for a second.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Well, anyways, I'm going to show this now because it's real. These things happened. Black on white violence. I'm sorry. It's real thing. So I'm going to show everybody right now what this looks like. This is going to be very interesting. I have not seen this video beforehand, but honestly, I mean, what else could it be? I mean, it's, black on white violence. It is what it is. Let's take a look together.
Okay.
That of the 400,000 non-homicide violent black-white crimes, 85% are black perp, 15% the other way around.
The video clearly shows 4 guys walking up to Mason and attacking. He never lets go of his groceries as they take turns kicking and punching him on the ground.
He comes up to me, kicks me in the face, and screams, "Black Lives Matter."
Step in a circle. Step in a circle. I'm fucking peaceful and you're bullshit.
Fact. Blacks kill 2 times as many whites as whites kill blacks.
Look at these dirty ass crackers.
People who are blindly blaming black protesters for looting and vandalizing are largely racist. Or the president.
Shit, nigga.
In Chicago, a toddler is now the latest victim of the city's deadly surge in gun violence.
Fact. Blacks, 13% of the population, commit 50% of the murders. Usually young black men. This means roughly 3% of the population is responsible for nearly half of the nation's homicides.
Did you hear that? 3% of the population responsible for nearly half of the nation's homicides. That's not a coincidence.
See the suspect walk up to a man last night on New Lots Avenue, pull out a gun, and start firing as people scatter.
I want to see white people do this.
An argument over Black Lives Matter and language led to a confrontation and eventually gunfire early Sunday morning. Jessica Doty Whitaker leaves behind a little boy.
Look at this. He was in a wheelchair. She's white, though.
Take a look. Police say this guy has attacked 4 white people across Manhattan, seemingly at random. Detectives also say he's made anti-white remarks. In one incident, he whacked a 64-year-old woman with a wooden stick.
It's a sign of the times.
Like animals.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of volatile behavior going on due to the climate of the country. So you can't expect much other than.
That's what it is. It is what it is. I'm sorry. That's what it is. And you don't see white people doing that shit.
Well, just this week, Southern Poverty Law Center indicted. Why? Because they were basically paying white extremist groups, quote unquote, to do stuff.
They had to create white violence. They had to create white racism. Yeah.
Correct. And what I've been saying for a while, like the Juicy Smollett with the fake thing, with the Bubba Wallace, the garage pull and other hoaxes. White racism, does it exist? Yeah, of course it exists. All racism all around all races exists. But it's not this pandemic, epidemic, whatever Joe Biden and the Democrats want to call it. In fact, their organizations like SPLC were paying to manufacture it to make it seem like it was a problem. So it's so rare that we have to have it manufactured. That's how rare it is.
Yeah.
When it's white. All right. Now, what we just saw obviously shows a problem. Now, that problem needs to be addressed. What do they say about alcoholism or drug addiction or anything like that, a gambling problem? You can't start to work on it until you admit that there's a problem. So if somebody has the balls to actually admit that there's a problem, maybe we could start making some headway into
I'm
what we
happy
just
to
saw.
admit there's a problem. There's fucking black on white violence problem if you want the truth.
There is. There's a black on black violence problem.
There's just a black violence problem.
There's a problem. There's a problem. And mostly in Democrat-run cities, let's be honest.
And why do you think people feel more comfortable with their own race? I mean, I would never go and drive through the fucking hood. I just wouldn't do it.
Well, hold on. You're right. But at the same time, I'm sure there are a lot of black people in a lot of those neighborhoods that don't feel comfortable. But
I'm sure there are. Don't get me wrong.
Can't get
it's
out.
not a universal thing, man.
No.
But
Let's
let's say there was a group of blacks and a group of whites. The black would feel more comfortable with blacks, just like the white would feel more comfortable with whites, all things being equal. You froze. You're frozen.
I hear you. All things being equal.
Yeah.
You were going to say all things being equal. I froze for a second.
Yeah.
No, you're not wrong. You're right. It's just something that has to be discussed, honestly. I mean, we're discussing it here. But when are people that can actually, do something about it going to discuss it honestly?
Well, I'm going to tell you what's the problem. The Democrats want this because they want the votes and they want the money. But the Republicans aren't going to do anything about it because they either fear the Democrats or they just don't give a shit. I don't know.
Well, black men, especially in last election, started to trend towards Republicans, President Trump specifically.
Mm-hmm.
They did.
Oh, I know.
In numbers that
it's still only like 20%.
Still, but Jack. It used to be single digits.
Don't get me wrong. It's a headway. It's a start, but I mean, it's still very, very small.
No, it's way smaller than it should be because we're not the party of racism. The Democrats are. They always have been. There was no big switch, the Southern strategy, all that crap. It's a lie. It's all a lie. Yeah. Democrats have always been the party of racism and the party of identity, and that's all that matters to them, and the party of separating people based on how they look, what their gender is, what their
identity
sexuality
politics.
is. Those are the Democrats, period. The Republicans, if you have American values, if you care about the United States of America, if you're America first, if you love this country and want this country to do well, and you want to take the opportunity that this country gives you to make your life better, you're welcome into the Republican tent. Democrats, it is not that way. You're either all in or you're out. And that's all there is to it. And it's not debatable.
No. All right. So, you're absolutely right. I want to switch the topic for a second because we talked about the Southern Law Poverty Center. And I got to say, for people that think Todd Blanche is doing a good job, and I want to show you something here, okay? This right here is the actual thing of where you can see how well she did versus him. But this is kind of like a misnomer, It's Well, the problem is in 26 days, he's done some good things. You know, he indicted, the Southern Poverty Law Center. He did a massive raid on the fraud network in Minnesota. He just indicted Fauci's advisor, and he did something that was awesome, which was put out an arrest warrant for James Comey for the 86-47 to kill President Trump. That was really awesome. But I gotta say though, Jay, the guy's a snake. Anybody that is letting their guard down right now are just not smart people. I'm going to tell you why. The man, what he did was he held Bondi back. He has been the snake the entire time. He is the reason Bondi did nothing. Why do you think as soon as she was ousted, now he's going after everything he can because he doesn't want to be the acting AG. He wants to be the AG. Okay? Once he gets what he wants, what do you think he's going to do? It's not going to be what you want. The dude is a snake. This is the same guy that said there was no sexual abuse of girls on Epstein Island. The same guy who said, don't you think if there was, we'd prosecute it? I don't even know what that means. Sexual abuse of girls? What does that mean? Same guy.
Here's what I'm going to say.
He's a snake.
All right. If he was the one holding back Bondi, why did Bondi allow it?
He's
Bondi
the one that's... People think that position gives you the power. No,
well, it does.
You know that gives you the power.
But
he's been entrenched, man. He is entrenched in there.
But Jack, he was not there before. He wasn't in government. He was President Trump's personal lawyer.
That's the thing. He knows more than she does. He has his ear more than she does. And now he's going to be...
I get it, and I can't say what you're saying is completely wrong. I can't, but at the same time, and I agree. Say he does get confirmed, say as the AG. Am I worried that he will go back to being what it was before and nothing happens? Yeah.
No, it'll be worse than that. It'll be worse than that.
But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take what I'm getting now because this is what we've been wanting, and right now he's on a roll.
That's the man roll right there. What you just said is the problem right there. People will let their guards down and think, hey, let's get this guy. There's going to be a movement to make Todd Blanche as AG. Everybody is going to forget. They're going to memory hold the Epstein thing. Oh, no, sexual abuse of women. What the hell? I don't even know what that means. That is the real Todd Blanche. You saw the real Todd Blanche during that press conference. You are not seeing the real Todd Blanche now. Is what he's doing nice? Fine. That's great. Wonderful. But that does not mean he should be the attorney general, the permanent attorney general. He's only doing these things. I can guarantee you, as soon as he gets to be attorney general, all these indictments will be dismissed. All of them.
Let's see if President Trump, first of all, President Trump's got to decide whether or not he wants
President Trump takes bad advice.
Well, let's see what happens. If we start hearing that the attorney general is going to be Todd Blanche, we can get concerned. What we have been hearing, that's going to be Lee Zeldin. Lee Zeldin has been on Capitol Hill the last couple of days ripping
Democrats.
Wonderful. No, he's been ripping Democrats to shreds.
Lee Zeldin's awesome.
As the EPA administrator. Maybe that's why he hasn't been named yet. There's a strong feelings out there that it is going to be Lee Zeldin.
That's why Blanche is doing this, Jay, because he helped. Look, what happens, Jay, if you say you got a boss, right? And you're a little more powerful than the boss, but you don't have that position. So what do? You hold the boss back until eventually the boss gets let go. Then when you become the acting boss, you go full force. You want to make sure that you get that position. See, he was never going to get that position. That's why he did what he did. He's a snake.
Well, why didn't Pam Bondi, or why isn't she burning him down now? Nothing
because
holding her back.
She's weak. He still controls her. It's not about the position.
How does he still control her? She's gone.
It's not about, I told you, that's why even when she was his boss, it's not about the position. It's about who you know. Whoever he knows can hold her back, whatever he knows. And it may be what he knows, not who he knows. I don't know. But I can tell you right now, there's a reason that all of a sudden she was doing nothing this whole time. She was taking all the criticism. Then she was let go. Now he's going full force. Don't forget. Do not forget. This is the same man who showed you who he was.
I got to be honest. I don't care about Jeffrey Epstein anymore. I don't care. I
don't. That's not the point.
Don't care.
The point is what he said. I'm going to pull it up. People seem to memory hole shit way too easily in America.
Go ahead. Pull it up exactly what he said. Pull up that press conference. I
want you to hear exactly what the hell he said.
I remember it. I just I'm in
memory hole. Everybody memory holes the shit.
I'll put it out there so everybody remembers it. But I got to be honest, I'm in the now. I don't know that Todd Blanche is going to be the AG. I'm sure, is he jockeying for it? It's human nature, of course.
But I'm telling you, Jay,
but we'll
if
see.
he keeps doing this, the reason he's doing this is because he knows it'll create enough support to get him as AG. You don't wait until it's at the gates, man. You stop the war before it even gets there.
I'm not supporting Todd Blanche to be the Attorney General. I don't want to.
Take a listen. I want you to hear this, Jay. I want everybody to hear this.
Thank you. You said this is the end of the Epstein, of your review of the Epstein files. So just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls with the information that you're releasing? And if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I mean, you just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true. Is the public going to learn about men that abuse these girls? Like, what does that mean? I mean, I don't understand what that means.
He doesn't understand what that means.
I mean, they're the men who abused the young women through Epstein's.
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them.
So right there, he's saying no women were abused on Epstein Island as far as he knows. That's what
he's saying by other men. He's not saying by Jeffrey Epstein. He's saying by other men.
Who cares about you're telling me that all these men flew to this island, all these people, all these witnesses, all these different things. He's saying that they were not abused. That's what he's saying. He's saying
hold on. He's saying they weren't abused, that we don't have evidence or
No. He didn't say evidence. He said information.
Other men.
Yeah, Jay, so what you're saying is you believe the fact that there were no other abuses other than Jeffrey Epstein. Is that what you're telling me?
In the files, have we seen them?
It doesn't matter, Jay. There's witness testimony. Thousands of hours of witness testimony, Jay. Thousands of documents. You can go view them yourself.
Then why weren't they prosecuted before Todd Blanche? This is way before him, and it's very hard to prove.
Because Biden was the president, man. Come on.
But hold on. That's Todd. Listen, Jack. I'm just saying. Has Todd Blanche seen that evidence?
I don't know. You kidding me?
I don't.
Are you kidding me right now?
What? No,
he's doing a press conference about it. He's seen it. Trust me.
Again, is it prosecutable?
Jay, he didn't say evidence. He said information. They have information. Whether you have evidence, prosecutable evidence, that's another thing. He actually said men abused two young girls. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Jay, he's telling you who he is. Why won't you believe him?
Here's the thing. I'm not saying that Todd Blanche is the greatest guy, and I want him to be
No,
the
he's
AG.
not the greatest guy. He's a snake.
They're all snakes. How do you think
this man,
an AG?
Jay,
Jack,
this man, okay, you've read the Epstein file. You've read some of the Epstein files, right? You've at least heard some of the witness testimony, right?
Yes, you don't get to where Todd Blanche is without being a snake.
Yes, but this guy is one of the worst. Let me tell you, Jay, you've seen some of the files. You've read some of them. You've heard some of the testimony. Well, he said he has no information that any other women were abused other than by Epstein. Not a single one. No information. And when they asked that question, I don't even know what that means. What the hell are you talking about? Men who abused girls?
Where is that information then?
It's in the files and it's in the testimony. I've seen it. I've shown you files before, but there's actual recorded audio testimony from Virginia Giuffre and thousands of other women. Maybe not thousands, but hundreds of other women. I mean, there's women that have committed suicide over this shit. Women that have there's actual evidence of many other men. Why do you think it was a massive investigation? Why do you think it was called Epstein's Island? Why do you think all these people are resigning? There's a reason for that. It wasn't just Epstein.
I get that. I want to hear that again. Play that again.
This man says he has no information, not evidence, information. That's different. The man is a lying snake.
Play it one more time. I want to hear exactly how he answers it again.
I want you to hear that. All right, let's take a listen, everybody. Let me rewind it real quick. All right, take a listen. First, when he says, I want you to hear this. When he says, what does that even mean? That tells you everything you need to know about this man.
Thank you. You said this is the end of the Epstein, of your review of the Epstein files. So just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls with the information that you're releasing? And if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I mean, you just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true.
He right here, Jay. He says you baked an assumption that I've never said and I don't know to be true. So he's telling me that this is an assistant attorney general. Okay, he's the assistant attorney general who has looked at the Epstein files, and he's even said he has, and he has listened to the testimony. And he's saying he doesn't know any of that to be true.
Okay, is the public going to learn about men that abuse these girls? Like, what does that mean?
He tries to make the reporter feel stupid for asking. Do you see his face? I want you to see his face when he answers that question again. Look at his face.
Men that abuse these girls. Like, what does that mean?
What does that mean? Oh, he doesn't know what men that abuse these girls means. Jay, come on.
I don't understand what that means.
He doesn't understand.
Well, I mean, they're the men who abuse the young women.
Look at his body
through
language.
Epstein's.
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them, right? We talked about the work that we're doing. That's why I said that. I said this earlier. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute. That is not the case.
That is not the case, he says, Jay. So what he's doing is a man who was not there is refuting every single witness, every single document. He is refuting that and saying none of it's true. That's what he's saying.
Is he saying it's not true or I can't prosecute it? Because
No.
I don't.
He said, I don't know it to be true. Those were his words. You heard
But
it.
a lot of the stuff, Jack, in the Epstein files, all the stuff about President Trump, it's not
I'm talking about audio testimony from abused women, Jay.
About Prince Andrew, I got it.
About everybody. There are hundreds of men.
But do they have enough evidence to prosecute Prince
That's not
Andrew?
what he said. He said they don't know it to be true. Those were his words.
All right.
He is a snake.
I'm not saying Todd Blanche is a great guy.
The dude is one of the worst snakes in the world. I wish I could get. Oh man, he is Jay, I'm going to tell you right now. Yeah. If he becomes the attorney general, you will all regret it. I can promise you.
I don't want him to be. I want Lee Zeldin or somebody like Lee Zeldin. I don't want Todd Blanche. I would say the work he's doing now is good. Keep going until the new AG comes in. That's all.
There's a reason he's going so hard, though. He wants you, Jay, to get him to be the attorney general.
No, I'm not going to do that. I think that Todd Blanche should stay right where he is at the very most. And a new AG comes in, and if the new AG wants Todd Blanche to work with him as the assistant, then that's fine. And I'll take what I can get while I'm getting it with what he's doing right now. That's where I'm at. Because we got nothing with Pam Bondi for whatever reason, whether it was Todd Blanche or whether she was a coward or whether she was incompetent or all of the above. What I do know is that right now I'm getting something what I wanted. And what we want.
Jay, I want to answer this thing with Deb right here. She says these women knew what they were doing. They got paid well. Sorry, but not sorry. Let me tell you something. When you go to an island, when you are on a plane, first of all, you might agree to something, right? Or let's say you want to back out. You are in a place where only they can allow you to leave. You cannot leave without their permission. There's no way for you to go. Second, they don't have to pay you at all. You can't leave. You might agree to have sex with one person. Before you know it, 5 guys roll in. What are you going to do when they're all drunk? You know, they inject you with drugs. This is not a normal situation. She's not at her parents' house. She's not she's not in some hotel room where she can get the guy to leave because she has a pimp there. It's not the same thing. They drug these women. Okay. They might agree to something. Hey, yeah, I'd love to go on a cool vacation. Yeah, I'll go with you. When she gets there, 20 guys are there. They drug her. That's what happens.
Oh, no, some of the women then went in to become what they were, what they
but
were.
That doesn't make them not rape victims.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. And
women,
whatever happened,
even prostitutes can say no.
Listen, whatever happened, we're never going to find out. We're never going to find out. It's just not happening. So
I know we're not going to find out, but I found out who Todd Blanche was that day,
and that's fine. But I'm just living in right now. And as I said, right now I'm getting we are getting good results right now from the DOJ, which
and
we've
that's
been
great,
waiting
and
for.
that's wonderful.
Fine.
I know, and let me tell you something, Jay. What we are getting is indictments. If he becomes the AG, they will be dismissed immediately. They are show indictments.
I think the Comey one this time has more teeth. This is an arrest warrant.
I know, but what I'm saying is he will dismiss them. He's not going to prosecute them, Jay.
I don't want to jump that far, Jack. I hope not. If it does, I mean,
if he becomes the AG, I'm not saying he won't if he's the assistant, but if he becomes the AG, mark my words, mark it down. What is it? 751, 428, 2026. Mark it down. They will be dismissed if he becomes the AG, guaranteed.
We'll see what happens. Jack, real quick, do you want to get into Fauci very quickly about what happened with him today?
No, it's. I mean, I want to, but I mean, what's the point? You know, he's got the pardon, and they're not doing anything about the auto pen shit. I don't care if they arrest some advisor, man. They're not going to arrest him.
Well, let's just go through the charges real quick. Conspiracy against the United States, destruction, alteration, falsification, concealment, removal, mutilation of records, aiding and abetting. He's 78 years old, accused of using his personal Gmail account instead of an NIH email because that wasn't subject to FOIA. This guy's dirty. He's Fauci's guy.
They're all dirty. I mean, yeah.
Dirty.
But see, I love the fact that he went after the, but you can't get Fauci. You just can't now that he's got the blanket fucking pardon. How can you pardon somebody for an entire decade? What the hell is that?
It's bullshit is what it is. And President Trump should do the same thing. If I'm President Trump, everybody in my cabinet, after we leave, oh, you did this illegally. Oh, don't worry about it. You're going to get blanket pardons back to, screw it.
If I'm President Trump, I have them commit illegal things against the Democrats and then pardon them.
Exactly.
Why not?
That's what Joe Biden did. He opened that Pandora's box, Joe Biden, the auto pen. I agree with you. I agree. It's ridiculous. All those pardons are garbage. They should be tossed. Somebody should challenge them. Hey, Todd Blanche, you want to get on my good side? And maybe I'll say support you for AG. Go after those pardons and get them overturned because they're all fake.
I'll tell you what. If he can do that, if he can get those pardons overturned and arrest those people, I'm talking Fauci. I'm talking who else are we talking about? Mainly Fauci.
Biden's entire family.
Biden's family, Fauci, Hunter Biden for the laptop thing.
Brother.
If you can get these people arrested, Anthony Weiner and Hillary Clinton, if you can get these people arrested, actually get around the pardons, arrest them for something else. I don't care. But if you can get these people arrested, I will personally, vouch for you to be AG. I will fight for him to be AG because even if he does horrible things after that, this right here would be worth every penny.
Yeah, the J6, January 6th committee, all those monsters.
Liz Cheney,
Raskin,
Adam Kinzinger.
Yeah,
oh man,
Raskin, all of them, every last one of them. Benny Johnson, all those clowns.
Oh,
every last one of them. Yeah. So listen, we'll see. I mean, I want to talk about Fauci because it is our thumbnail, one of the greatest thumbnails we've ever seen. That was done.
Oh yeah, let's show it. I want to show people the thumbnail. This is an awesome thumbnail. This is by Eli. He works for the Live from America TV network, which we're a show on that network. And he makes the thumbnails for him. I give him like the ideas of what I want, and he makes them wonderful. So check this out. Look at this. This is beautiful. That is the guy, David Morenz, I think his name is. And then you got Jay right there as the cop arresting him with the Secret America police uniform. And then I'm in the Secret America police car. I mean, that is just an awesome. That's the best thumbnail he's made so far, Jay.
It's great. I love Morenz's tie. That is some.
He
tie.
wore that today. That was his actual tie he wore today.
That is amazing. That tie.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where the hell? What is that? Nickelodeon tie? What is that?
It's weird, but when I saw it earlier on Fox, I was like, holy shit, he's wearing that exact outfit today. That's what he wore. But I got to say, we look really good in police uniforms and the police car. And I think we should start a Secret America police unit. That just looks cool. I mean, look, Secret America already has the red and blue in it, man. It's perfect.
Yeah. No, listen, it does. It works. It works.
Doesn't get better than that, let me tell you. So, guys, real quick, make sure you visit maxassociates.etsy.com. I'm telling you now, the things that we've talked about, now is the time more than ever to show where you stand. You need to visit maxassociates.etsy.com. Just scan the QR code in the top right or go to the website. I'm telling you, They have the best stuff. It's not like the regular shit that you can get at Walmart or, some other, patriotic store. They have actual individual things that show where you stand. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to need those when a civil war comes along. And I thought one was going to come along in 2020, but eventually it will come along. And if you don't have something that shows where you stand, we're going to assume where you stand. So I would just, do that. I mean, I'm telling you that he has the best stuff. If you want to know, if you want to show people where you stand, and in America today, you have to pick a side. Show us where you stand. Visit maxassociates.etsy.com. Tell them why, Jay. Tell them about the deal.
The deal is anything over $20, 20% off, and free shipping. You cannot beat that. That is a great deal for a great product that you're going to get from Max Associates. Period. End of story.
Absolutely. No, 20% off anything of $20 more and free shipping anywhere in the USA. Even if you don't buy something over $20, still free shipping anywhere in the United States. That tells you right there that he cares about the United States, because he's doing free shipping only in the United States. If it's out of the country, I don't know if it costs extra. I don't know if it costs shipping or not, but I can tell you in the United States, it does not cost you a dime.
Yeah. The shipping out of the country is ridiculous. So yeah, the United States is bad enough. United States is bad enough, and the fact that he's doing free shipping is still it's awesome.
It is. It's incredible. So scan the QR code at the top right, or visit maxassociates.etsy.com. You will not be sorry. You need to show people where you stand. We should have showed them that picture of your wife. How much time do we have left?
You got about 3 minutes, 2 minutes.
Let me see if I can find that picture of your wife, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Let's see if we can find. If we got, I don't know how much. Let me see if we can find it real quick, because she got her shirt from Max Associates. Here we go. All right, check this out, guys. This right here is her shirt. This is Jay's wife, and it's her shirt. It says, "This lady loves guns." That's the shirt that she got from maxassociates.etsy.com. I got the flag that says support the country you live in, or live in the country you support. She even puts on her tweet that she's going to get some more stuff. And she's not even, she's not they're not a sponsor of her, but she loves the place just as much as anybody.
That's what I'm saying. She's wearing that at the gym, and wearing that, everybody there knows where she stands.
Exactly. And that's the thing. You want to make some friends. You want to make some like-minded people. Show people where you stand.
Absolutely. And it looks great. Not just because it's my wife. It looks great. It's a great looking shirt.
Well, that's all right. So make sure you guys follow us on Secret America. The screen name is Secret America TV on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. We're not on TikTok anymore because they ban you for telling the truth. That's why Jay is still on there, because he doesn't tell the truth. But still follow him. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He does tell the truth, but he tries to be more subtle about it. We're not so subtle on Secret America. So follow him at Apinionsberry. That's Apinions with an A. Make sure you follow him there and follow us. We are live every weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. Make sure you check out the show. I can promise you this show was fun and intense, and I can promise you every show is just like that. We are actually going to have some exciting upcoming guests on May 8th. We have Congressman Tim Burchett coming on. And then we also have, we're also going to have somebody, actually a former FBI agent, and a person that committed the crimes from Netflix's How to Rob a Bank. We're most likely going to be having them on too soon, Jay.
That'll be awesome. And by the way, from this show, I don't know if I could get anything on TikTok. We'll see.
No, definitely not. But we appreciate everybody that watches this. So for Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacey Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
All right, Flyover family, buckle up because you are about to get blessed and learn a whole lot. One of the greatest compliments I can give another person is to give them a book.
Yep.
When you hand somebody a book, you're saying a lot. You're saying, one, this information is valuable, but also I think you're competent.
Yep.
And your future looks better than your current. Like this can add to it.
Yeah.
And you have the ability to steward this and
you'll probably actually read it.
Appreciate it, that you'll actually read it, that you have goals. Like I said, there's so much that happens in that transaction when you give someone a book, and there's no book that we've given more than the book written by today's guest. 2014 is when this first came into our life. And since then, it would not be an exaggeration at all to say that we've given this book to over 1,000 different people. Every nook and cranny in the business world, if we give somebody a gift bag with different things in it, I always slide it in there. In our guest rooms, when people come visit us, it's in there for them to have and to take. It's information that I want in the life of as many people as possible, because I know the impact it had on us and the way that it took things I kind of thought and kind of knew and had taken from the Bible and put them in a great context.
I'll even say this: last Christmas, even though our kids have read this, it was actually in everybody's stocking at Christmas time. It was like a reminder of, hey, I know you've read this before, but it would be really great to read it again.
Yes, because you need to revisit it and go over it over and over again. For some reason, we've given up a lot of space. I think in the Christian space, we kind of retreat from things. And this last week, we were at the Creation Museum in Kentucky, and hearing Ken Ham speak, it was a great refresher that we don't need to retreat from science. It takes more faith to be an atheist than it does to believe in God. Science should be just simply the study of the evidence of what God has created. And for some reason, certain things, like, I don't know about music, we're going to treat from that. It's like, we'll give that space. We're not going to maybe talk about sex in context with our children and training. Well, the devil just fills in all these vacuums, and science has been one of the biggest ones. And I think God's word has more to say about science than almost anything else.
Especially the more we learn, the more it's like, God knew what he was doing.
He was kind of, before the microscope, he kind of knew that then.
Exactly. And he was talking about it in the Bible. And now actually science is proving what he was saying was accurate.
So today's show is going to give you a lot of confidence in your conversations and even in your worldview. Should expand a little bit. Today's guest is an ordained minister. She's an author. She's a businesswoman. She's an airline pilot. She's a deep sea diver.
She also likes to fish.
She's a great fisherwoman.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Lifelong student of the Bible. Became fascinated, though, with the parallels between quantum physics and the teaching of Jesus. She's the host of Concepts of Faith TV, radio, and podcast. She's the daughter of a great man named Charles, Miss Annette Capps.
Yay!
There she is.
There she is. Welcome.
Hey, how are you guys doing? It's good to see you.
Oh, it's so great to see you. We are really looking forward to this interview today, Annette.
We were joking earlier when we got to meet you at a kind of a private gathering that Robin Bullock had recently. You're mingling and meeting people, and it's kind of interesting seeing people in a new context. Maybe you know them from this or knowing them from that. And Pastor Robin introduced you to us, and it was your teaching has been such a big part of our world. It caught me so off guard. I was tongue-tied. I felt like a kid that got to meet the Brett Favre or somebody, they had the poster up in their bedroom. It was somebody like, and I was like, wow, you're awesome. I was just so caught off guard by it. You and your father have both had such a big impact in our life. And I'll hold up this book because we've got a lot of versions of it. This current copies, but Quantum Faith has been one of the biggest impacts in our life. You heard us, there in the intro. But I just want to say in front of all of our listeners, I'm so thankful to you for not just taking the time in private to drill into God's word and not shy away from things, but then to also have the courage to come out and talk about this connection, because it's a place that I think a lot of Christians have vacated and have stayed away from. And we've sort of given science up to an atheist worldview. And it's like Elon Musk's kids not talking about Tesla cars, and giving it to, somebody that only walks for a living or something. It's like we should have the most confidence in a biblical and scientific worldview. And I don't know why we've given so much of that space up, but you have given us a flag to stick in the ground of understanding that before there was anything, God spoke it into existence, and there is a scientific connection that is explainable that makes the Bible make even more sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you 100% about science. I love science personally. I mean, obviously, you read this book, you know I like science. But there's so many areas in which Christians have just given it up, and you know, it's almost like just hide me in a hole away from science and anything having to do with science. And I'm convinced that Jesus knew more about science and about quantum physics than anybody that's ever walked the face of the earth. And so, as I started just on a lark, I guess you would say, I started revisiting and rereading my love of science. And I started with a book, you know, in quantum physics. And so I was enjoying it. But all of a sudden, while I'm reading this about the quantum realm, about the, you know, in school we see the atom and we see the nucleus and we see the electron, or you know, orbiting and all of that, which I'm familiar with. But when you see that and you realize that in their experiments they find out that that little electron is not always like that, that there's a wave particle duality, and they go on to explain that. And as I'm reading all this and the experiments that they have done, particularly the double slit experiment, I'm going, oh my goodness, this sounds exactly like faith. This sounds like what Jesus said. This is how the world works. Because if you've ever heard my dad, Charles Capps, speak, you know that one of his main emphasis, of course, was words, but he also taught this one thing that just always knocked me off my seat when I heard it, and that is that things obey words.
Wow.
So you accept it by faith because Jesus said it, Mark 11, 23, 24, whoever says to this mountain, be removed, be cast in the sea, and does not doubt, it's going to be removed, right? You have what you say, so you accept it by faith. But as I'm reading and studying quantum physics, I realize everything in the natural physical world that we see is made up of atoms, which are made up of subatomic particles. And this is amazing. Just, I mean, you just have to buckle your seatbelt. But the scientists have discovered that it's the observer effect when they're trying to measure something that they influence these particles. And so the scientist comes up with this. How do they know what we're doing? Do they have consciousness? Now, this is questions that scientists ask because these experiments are so amazing. And so then you think about what Jesus said. If you say to this mountain, this physical materiality with word energy, be removed, that it will remove. Well, how does that happen? Well, the mountain or anything else in your life is made up of atoms, which is made up of subatomic particles, and they are always listening to you.
Oh, that is huge. Can you talk about, so you've got classic physics and then you have quantum physics. What is the difference between the two, classic versus quantum?
Well, let's take gravity because everybody's familiar with that one. You drop an apple, you know, you drop anything and it's going to go down, not up.
Yep.
Because that's just the way it works. And it's a repeatable experiment. You do it, it has nothing to do with whether you believe in apples, whether you believe that if you drop it, it's going to go down, or it has nothing to do with that, because it is a repeatable physical law that if you drop it, gravity says that it goes down.
Mm-hmm.
But when you come to the quantum realm, it seems to be more influenced by the observer's intent and what they're doing in looking at that subatomic particle as to what it does. So, consequently, they can go and they can measure the frequency of this, or they can measure the location, but they can't do both. It's whatever their intent is. And then it's all probabilities and possibilities. Okay, it's all probabilities and possibilities. Now, I ask you, does the word possibility bring up anything that Jesus said? Yes.
Absolutely.
He said, All things are possible if you believe.
Yep.
So what affects the subatomic realm is what you believe. You're the observer. What you believe, what you observe, and what you say, it affects material matter. So the energy of your belief, the energy of your words, it affects the physical matter. And those particles, which we always say they're particles, but they actually exist in wave state. And they say this one particular thing, and that is that we don't really know if they're even there until we look for them. Do they exist? Do we create them by looking for them? I mean, I'm not talking about a guru somewhere. I'm talking about a scientist. And they're looking at these things. So when Jesus comes about and he says, it will happen to you as you believe, it will happen as you say, then in the natural world, physical, a regular physics, you'd say, that doesn't make any sense. Because if you say, well, I don't believe in gravity, so I'm going to jump off the roof.
Right.
Well,
you're going to fall to the ground.
Splat.
Yep.
Splat. Whether you believe it or not. But when Jesus talks about faith and about that realm, he says we influence it by our faith and by our words. That's startling.
It is startling because I remember you saying in the book the particles actually behave based on the person that's actually looking at them. Can you explain that? So if a different person is looking at them, then they may behave differently.
Well, yeah, it's the observer effect. And so when you're looking in a system, you're interacting into it, whether you do anything to it or not. You, by your consciousness and by looking and observing, you are interacting with that wave field. And of course, one of the ideas is that it collapses into a point or a particle. But nobody can really prove any of that because this is just, it's so far out and it makes so little sense in the natural. But Jesus repeatedly said and did things that to me confirms the area of quantum physics that we do have an effect. Things do obey our words. Mm-hmm. Things respond to us. We create our world through our words and our faith or our beliefs.
Oh, so powerful.
When I talk about, we gave up a lot of space, to the science world. Then another space kind of came along. I don't know, with the Unity Church mm-hmm. and a lot of this space where kind of I put in the umbrella of like New Age kind of yes. language.
And, maybe and like then, The Secret, when that book, The Secret,
with
came
Rhonda
out.
Burns,
Yes.
not even more so.
Mm-hmm.
And then Christians retreated even further from that space. Yeah. Versus, I think we should be leaning into and taking that ground back. Because just because some heathen plays a guitar doesn't mean the guitar can't be used for worship. Mm-hmm. It's like all of a sudden we like, okay, no more guitars because the heathen played it. We just kind of like keep shrinking back. But this is space, like we talk about the double slit experiment. Let's go back to that a moment. The impact of the observer on the particles, to me, is a fascinating component to all this. And I think our producer had an image up there a moment ago. But explain that experiment to people watching, because they may say, like, what does that have to do with anything? How does that actually transpire?
Well, I think when they started this experiment, they're looking at it from this natural physical world. And so they have light, a photon that they shoot through the double slit. They have one slit, so they shoot it through and it does one thing. It spreads. But what you've got on the screen right there, you open up two and you should have a better spread or more light, like a lamp, But lo and behold, look what happened. It's got these bars up there, some darker and some lighter. So it's like, that doesn't make any sense. If you're shooting a particle, think of BB, like a BB gun. Okay. Just saying, you shoot that BB through a single slit, then it's going to hit at a certain location back there. And if you shoot that BB gun the same way, every time, it's going to hit that same spot, right?
Yep.
Well, think about this. And this is kind of lame, but I think it gives people a little bit more to work with. So think about if you open two slits, just like you're seeing on the screen there, and you do the same thing. You shoot at the same location through let's say the left slit, the same as you've been doing, but now you've made a slit over here. So now you shoot through that slit, and all of a sudden it goes, and it's everywhere. Does that make sense? That's what they were expecting, but it didn't. It began to interfere, what you would call the particles, but it's not really a particle because it behaves as a wave, and the waves interfere with themselves just like they do coming into the bay on an ocean. And so then you end up with all of these markings there that are brighter, lighter, because it's interfered with it. But anyway, so from that, it's like when they did that experiment, it's like, this makes no sense. And so, okay, we're going to repeat this experiment, and it's going to go the same place, but it doesn't. It's only a great probability it will land in this part of the screen, or it'll do this. It's a probability. It's a possibility, but you can't with accuracy determine, because it's almost as if these particles know what you're doing and they're behaving according to what you are looking for it to do.
Fascinating.
That is really interesting.
Let's go big and small real quick, because you could sit in your yard and you look up and there's clouds, there's a plane, and it looks like things infinitely go this way, but things almost kind of go infinitely this way as well. My desk here, it's made of solid wood, but how solid is it really? Kind of break that down a little bit, because particles tend to be kind of like the Russian egg. They kind of, have a chunk of dirt and I got a piece of sand. Well, that piece of sand's not
right.
That's not the end of it.
Right. Well, just like the desk I'm sitting at here, it looks solid. I can bang on it. It holds my book up. I can lean on it. I could even sit on it. It looks solid. It supports me. But in reality, between that atom, between the nucleus and the electron, there's space there. And there's actually a frequency of this thing where there is a movement there. It looks dead. It's not alive in the sense of a human's alive, but there's a movement there because there's a constant movement. It's just, everything has a natural frequency to it. I remember the first time that I saw this. My husband was he used to work as a structural engineer. And so he was telling me he designed these towers for the oil and gas industry, and he had to calculate all this stuff because of the frequency. So he's talking about the natural frequency, and I'm going, well, what do you mean frequency? I'm thinking broadcast frequency,
Right.
And he said, no, it has a frequency. And I'm going, I don't know what you're talking about. And one day we were driving down the road, and this is back in the day when we had antennas.
Oh,
you remember those antennas that were on the front of your car or whatever?
Absolutely.
And so there was an antenna on his truck. And so we're driving along the road, and the wind, as we're going, the wind's blowing. And that antenna started doing this. It started vibrating, and I could see the frequency. I could see the wavelength of the frequency on that antenna, and I went, oh, that's it. That's what you mean, that something has a natural frequency. And he said, yeah, exactly. So anyway, that kind of catapulted me into, you were talking about just regular physics. That's regular physics. But then you go into the subatomic level, and there's frequencies there too. Anyway, it's just, the whole thing is extremely fascinating because we interact with this natural world. And when we're interacting with it, we are interacting with the basic particles of life, whether it's hydrogen, oxygen, all these things. They're atomic particles. And so as we move through, you remember Jesus said, you must be born again. And he said, the wind blows where it listeth, but you don't see it. We're moving through a soup, so to speak, a soup of life where everything is made of these subatomic particles. And these subatomic particles make up all matter. And even the Word of God tells us that things that are seen were not made of things which do appear, but it was made of the things that are unseen. So how do you define unseen any better than the subatomic realm, the micro realm that goes not only down to the electrons, but down to quarks and on and on. We don't know how far it goes. The micro world that makes up our macro world. But Jesus seemed to know these things because he taught that things respond to words. Remember when he saw that fig tree, it didn't have any figs on it, and he said, "No man eat yet the fruit of thee hereafter forever." And his disciples heard him and say, "Man, he's in a bad mood." But they come back later, and it's dried up from the roots.
Dried. Yep.
Now, Jesus did not operate in that because he was the Son of God, because he laid that all aside when he came here as a man. And he operated as a man anointed of the Holy Ghost. And Jesus' words caused that fig tree to dry up from the root. Now, when he left us the Holy Spirit. When we're born again of the Spirit of God, he taught us how we can use our words and our faith and interact with the realm of possibilities and bring it into reality.
It's almost like we're fish walking around not even knowing that water exists.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
it's almost like that. Now, the Earth itself has a frequency, I think it's like 7.83 megahertz or something like that. There's an actual frequency of the Earth itself. Everything has a frequency, and water. Explain to the best you can how our listeners understand, or make me understand, Jesus walking on water and him understanding his physical body, that he, Jesus' body.
It's not, because if we go out and try to walk on water, we're not walking on water,
But he had another understanding of what the molecules in his body and the molecules of the water.
And even Peter was able to walk on water until he got scared. So can you talk about that? Because you have a, I don't know, 175-pound man that's walking on water. Yeah. How did he do that?
Yeah, well, that's the question. He must have known something that we don't know. Because when I was growing up, I had a swimming pool and I never walked on the water. If I stuck my foot out there, I went kerchunk to the bottom. Even like Peter began to sink. No, I never began to sink. I just went kerthug,
Yep.
But normally, in regular laws of physics, when you take an object into the water, there's a displacement, which is how ships float, right? They displace that water and they float on top. Well, the molecules of that water, somehow Jesus knew, or we didn't hear him, but suppose he spoke to it and commanded them to support his weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that there was no displacement. I mean, is that possible? I mean, think about it. You and I have both walked on water, but it was in a different form. It was frozen water.
True. Right. Yep.
Yeah. So, but that came from the unseen realm, because what is water? H2O, right? Hydrogen, two parts hydrogen and oxygen. And so when those two invisible gases that you can't see, people say, I don't believe in anything I can't see. Do you breathe?
Right.
Okay. So you got hydrogen, you got oxygen. But when they combine, then you have liquid water, which you can swim in, you can drink. Jesus walked on it, but when it is in a frozen state, the temperature, the cold slows down the frequency of those atoms till they freeze in place, and then you can walk on it. So did Jesus know how to speak to the water that it hold him up and maintain him? I don't see much difference in that than in taking the bread and the fish and multiplying it, because it's all matter. It all exists in the physical realm, and yet it's all made up from the micro realm of subatomic particles.
And Jesus even explaining to, as he was talking, obviously he was trying to let them know that these things are so small. He was using a mustard seed because at the time that was the smallest thing that they knew of, smallest seed. He didn't talk about atoms or these particles, but that was a way of being able to demonstrate to them that it was very small. With the smallest of this, you can do great things.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Jesus always taught about the seed.
Yeah.
And in the beginning, in Genesis, we talked about seed time and harvest, and God put those seeds. He spoke the word, and those words were seeds. The words were planted into the ground, right? But he also spoke and said, light be. Mm-hmm. So when he spoke and said, light be, then the energy of his words released the substance that created the entire universe. Now, a lot of people, like you said, they get so, I don't know, messed up about the Big Bang. And they're like, oh, I'm a Christian. I don't believe in the Big Bang. I had a woman who was a missionary, very good friend of mine. Her son was a particle physicist at the highest level. And he'd try to tell her those things, and she'd say, I don't want to hear it. That's not of God. I told her, I said, well, Wanda, when God said light be, what do you think he released? The power of his words released the particles that exploded into the universe and created all that exists. And you know what? And now they found that not only did it just create what exists, but it's continuing to be created. And actually the universe is speeding up. So we just limit it by our brains, like going, no, I'm not going to believe that because that doesn't agree with this. Well, cannot this, that God created man, be true, as well as God said light be and light exploded? Can the two not be the same? Yes. The only reason we don't understand some things is because we try to put our own interpretation into some of the things in the Bible, and it keeps us locked into a traditional way of thinking that we cannot accept the bigness of God and the fact that he created us in his image and likeness, and that we are to have dominion over the earth. And the earth is what? All matter.
Man, Annette, our clock is ticking, and I want this to be like a 6-hour interview. We have so many. This could be an ongoing series with you that would never end.
Yep.
Let's get into the words just a little bit. We started the podcast like 5 years ago. Previous to that, we were always in business, and then would do marriage ministry and stuff, on the side. But even in business, we would start incorporating like language and starting people to start changing. Never say anything if you can't add the phrase, and that's just the way I want it. At the end, like just really very careful of your words. How we talk about our health. I have a relative. It's kind of an ongoing joke with us that if we're all at dinner, there could be 10 or 12 people, and you have a meeting, and you all go out to eat. And he'll say like, oh, okay, he'll tell them exactly, I want this, I want my steak done this way, my potatoes this way. And without a doubt, they come out and they're cold. And it's not like he's not just, they're not hot and he's complaining. They literally are cold. Everyone's just fine in his.
But tell him why, because what does he say?
He's saying they'll leave and say, every time I go out to eat, my stuff's always like this. Then my potatoes never come out right.
It never comes out right.
He says that all the time, and it's like you can just set your watch by it. Like, yeah, that train's never late.
2, 1.
And we just got to look at each other and like, man, that is just money, consistent. He speaks it. You see it in pro sports. Sometimes like a defensive back will have a bad play, and you can see if it gets in their head, then they have multiple. They'll start attacking that guy. It'll start spiraling because he's picturing the last play he just had, and it becomes just repeating over and over. So we kind of see instances of this, and it seems like, well, that's a fluke, it's an accident, or if you talk too much about words, like, well, that's new agey, and it kind of gets over there. But if we're Bible believing Christians, we should have the most authority of words ever. What's the connection between these words we're speaking and the world that we're creating? Why are some people, every time you see them, how are you doing? Oh, not good. I got the flu again this year. And like, well, of course you do. You always do. And they say it all the time, and they always do.
And other people are like, man, life is great. Everything always goes my way, and everything always goes their way.
Look at this, Brett. Front row parking spot. Things just always works this way. What connection is there biblically between these self-fulfilling prophecies that we're speaking and the world of science? How do those merge?
Well, I'll just go back to what Jesus said, Mark 11, 24, and Luke chapter 17. Jesus said, if you have faith as a mustard seed, you would say to this mulberry tree, be plucked up and planted in the sea, and it would obey you. But then when you go back over to Mark 11, 23 and 24, it says, and believeth that those things he saith come to pass, he will have whatever he believes. No, he will have what he says.
Yes.
See, you do have to believe in your heart, but if you believe the things you say will come to pass. And most people say, well, yeah, I believe words have power and everything, but I think it's okay to just joke around and say stuff you don't mean, because God knows what I mean. Well, that's like plugging into your GPS somebody else's address and wondering why you can't get home.
Yeah.
Well, it knows what I mean.
Right.
It knows what I mean. I mean, what's the matter with this thing? It knew I wanted to go home. Yeah, but you put the wrong address in. You know, and the same thing happens if you're going to search something on the internet. You know, you type the wrong word, you misspell it a little bit. It's going to look up what you put in it. And so it is in life. Whatever you say is what you're going to get. Well, I didn't mean it. And people will say, because my dad used to teach on this a lot, and he would talk about foolish speech and idle speech and just making jokes about, well, I'll probably get run over by a train before I get home. You know?
Oh man, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
Cancel that.
Yes.
Cancel.
Seriously. And so people would say, well, he didn't get run over by a train before he got home. And Dad would say, no, it won't happen just because you say it once. But if you keep saying it, it's like planting the seed in your heart, and eventually yourself will guide you to the railroad track at the time that the arm breaks, and you'll be there.
Mm-hmm.
And then people will go, well, he was such a good Christian. I don't understand why that happened. Well, to a great degree, our words influence where we are today. The words we've spoken in the past and the words we speak today take us to that place in the future. So you call for what you want, not for what you don't want. But it's really important that people understand Mark 11:23-24. And I know we've heard it a lot, but you have to believe that you have to believe in your words. If you don't believe in your words and you say, well, sometimes I mean it and sometimes I don't, then you're double-minded, right? It's not going to happen. But if you continually program your stuff, yourself, plant the seed. I get the flu every year at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what? You believe it, don't you?
Yeah,
You really
exactly.
believe it. And then it happens. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So you say it again, and then you're so happy that you're such a good prophet.
Pat yourself on the back.
See, I told you.
It's like,
See?
seriously? No, I think, maybe if you're going to be a prophet, it would be everything I do prospers. I meditate on the word day and night, and everything that I do prospers. Everything I put my hand to prospers. And 5 years from now, I'm going to be in this position. And God's going to do this because I believe that I prosper. And I declare that I have the wisdom of God. I know exactly where to go and what to do. And you say that, and that makes a road. It puts a highway for you right to that spot you want to go.
I love that. I want to use. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to take this road and say, I'm going to be broke in 5 years.
Right, exactly. I want to use something practical that's really fun about a fishing experience that you had. I want you to share this story because I think it is great. But the words that you were speaking, here, fishy, fishy, it wasn't the words necessarily that 100% brought it. It was the belief in the words. So can you talk about that? Because I think that is the best story, especially when your friends try to do the same thing.
Especially when they were heckling you.
I know.
Well, we have a lot of fish stories. My dad was a world-class fisherman, and when he discovered he had dominion over the fish of the sea, he just really went wild catching fish. But anyway, so I fished with my dad a lot, and I love to fish. And I just, I'd say, I'm going to catch fish. I believe I'm going to catch fish. So anyway, we were out on one of this, what we call a pontoon barge or a pontoon boat in the lake. And we're fishing. Everybody's brought their fishing poles. And so I think I was driving the boat. I don't really remember. But anyway, people were getting, well, the fish aren't biting. The fish aren't biting. We're not catching anything. They went back to do something else. So anyway, I stopped. I got my pole and got everything on there, my bait on there. And I threw it out there real good, landed it where I thought there might be a fish. And I said, here, fishy, fishy, fishy. And I just start rolling like this. And wham! Got a fish first cast, pulled it in, took it off, and everybody's just looking at me and said, she caught a fish. And I said, yeah. And so I rolled back, threw it again, and said, here, fishy, 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 whoop, got another one. And they said, everybody grabbed their poles and started throwing out there, thinking that I'd hit this spot. You know, but what they didn't realize is I'm calling the fish. So I said, well, it's because I called them. So anyway, the whole boatload of people's going, here, fishy, 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 here, fishy, fishy.
I
You got to
love
call for
that.
what you want.
Yeah.
Call for what you want.
But you know, there's a depth to this though, that the words also connected to expectation. I would say, you know, sometimes in life you get what you want, but you almost always get what you expect. And like expectation is like the internal depth of the words that are out overflowing. Like those words overflowed out of you because you, I think, believed you were going to catch a fish.
Yeah.
You weren't saying it hoping that something good would happen. You're not depending on luck. It's an overflow of your expectation that you had already developed prior to that moment.
Yes, and it's based upon the Word of God, okay? The Word of God says we have dominion over the fish of the sea. And then I had already studied the Word of God and found out Jesus said you can have what you say. And I want to point this out at this right now, and that is because we've talked about New Age, you know, The Secret, some of these other things that are not Christian oriented, all right? And I have people all the time, they're going, oh, that's New Age. I don't want to hear about that. Okay, here's the thing. The laws of physics work for everybody all the time. They do. You can, I've said often, you can take a Baptist, a Methodist, and an atheist on the roof of the barn and jump off, and guess what? They're all going down and hitting splat. They're not going up or sideways. Why? Because the laws of physics apply. So when New Age people, psychics, or whoever discovers the secret that you can have what you say and believe and doubt not in your heart, you can call it expectation, intention, whatever you want to call it. When they discover this law works and they put it to work, these laws are going to work just like the laws of gravity work for everybody. However, it is not going to truly bring you what you desire, because you will only find the desire of your heart in the Lord Jesus Christ. They are simply operating in laws in their mind. Okay, it's a more mental generated, just like some of the in the 1900s when we had this think it and get it, you know, the thinking, the reasoning part. You can generate some things from your mind and some belief from your mind, but the true manifestation of who God created us to be and operating in these laws only comes when you're abiding in the vine, when you're in Him. It only truly manifests the will, plan, and purpose of God for your life when you're in communication with Him, when your heart is set on Him. So you can go out here and operate in these spiritual laws as the New Age people have, and you can get some success. But do you go to heaven or you go to hell? I don't know. I don't know what, if you made Jesus the Lord of your life, you're going to go to heaven. But all of this New Age and all this stuff, this is just learning about the secret laws that God put for us to operate in, but they will never truly work the way they're supposed to until you know the Lord Jesus Christ.
Oh, that is so good and so true. And you'll never be satisfied. You'll never, ever do that. Jesus is the only one that can create that in your life. A question I have for you, let's say that somebody's listening today and they're like, oh my goodness, I've said this, or I've spoke this over my kids, or, you know, I've said I always get my food is always cold, or maybe I've said every year I'm going to get the flu, cancel, you know, any of these different things, you know, that maybe people have done, or maybe they've received a bad report from a doctor. Maybe a doctor spoke something over them and they received that bad report. Can these things be reversed, and how do they reverse them?
Yes, absolutely. Just like when you have a garden and let's say you don't cultivate it and you get all kinds of weeds planted in it because the wind, the birds, everything brings seeds into that garden. And so you end up with a weed crop. You can weed it out. So what I suggest to people when they've made all these bad statements is I suggest to them is that they go, Father, in the name of Jesus, forgive me for what I said. I didn't know what I was doing. And so I now revoke and rescind every word that I've said about that. And now that's not good enough, though. You've got to replace it with the Word of God. If it has to do with healing and you've said, oh, I'm always sick, then you start proclaiming the Word of God is life, health, healing, and medicine to all my flesh, Proverbs 4:20. You start saying Psalm 107:20. He sent his word and he healed me. You start saying 1 Peter 2:24. You take the living seed of the Word of God and start planting it in the garden. And it may not come up overnight, but it will come up as long as you keep planting it, keep watering it with the Word, then you can change that. Now, when somebody else has, like a doctor, has given you some bad news, the first thing that happens is fear comes. So you got to get rid of that fear first. Okay? So you have to decide, who am I going to believe? Am I going to put faith in the doctor's word totally, or am I going to put faith in the Word of God? And when you decide you're going to put faith in the Word of God, you may or may not take the doctor's advice. That's your choice. But when you put your faith in the Word of God, then you say, in the name of Jesus, I take authority over the spirit of fear. I resist it. It leaves me now. For God's not given me the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I have a sound mind. I have the peace of God. So you take and root out the bad seed and you replace it with the good. And if you've ever had a yard that you watered the grass and you wanted it to be nice and green, you know that eventually you get those weeds out, you have a beautiful green yard or garden.
Oh, that's so good. Can you hand me the book, David, Quantum Faith? Again, David talked about, we've handed this out many times, and I reread this over the weekend again, and I was thinking, I need to be reading this every single day, which actually is possible, just so you guys
She's
know.
gonna stop. This is so good.
This is so good. I should be
and
reading this
and
every
we've read
day.
it over and over.
I have, but it is excellent. I highly encourage this book, Quantum Faith, and you can get it at netcaps.com, and we'll take you there in just a second. But I just wanted to say the last few pages are declare who you are in Christ, and it's just scripture after scripture after scripture after scripture, and it is so powerful declaring these things over yourself. And I mean, I love this book, Annette. I absolutely love this book, and truly, every time I read it, I'm like, everybody needs this book. Everybody needs this book. And I heard Robin Bullock say one time, he said, I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it was this idea. He was talking about how when somebody chooses Satan, they're a Satan worshiper, that they chose death in the process. When they choose that, they chose death because that's what Satan is. He's about kill, steal, and destroy. But he said so many Christians, they are choosing death on a daily basis without even knowing it by the words that they speak. They chose God, but they're speaking death. And so I think us being aware of our words, aware of our actions, and then also understanding the belief, understanding that science does line up with what Jesus was saying.
Right.
And it's absolutely amazing. It's remarkable that the things that he was writing 2,000 years ago and talking about 2,000 years ago, they're just figuring it out in science today. It's absolutely amazing.
It really is amazing, isn't it? And the Word of God is continual revelation that's built upon revelation. It opens up more and more like a flower. And we are in a time right now where the revelation of the Word is just flowing and flowing and flowing and flowing. And so if we're open to it, I really and truly believe that we're going to come to even greater understanding of how all the world and everything in it is affected by what we say, what we believe, and how that we as Christians can affect the entire atmosphere of the earth. And what I mean by atmosphere is, yes, I'm talking about the weather. We can take authority over the weather, but I'm talking about the prevailing atmosphere of hate that's being loosed upon the earth, the negativity that we, through our words and what we say and what we believe, if we stop agreeing that hate prevails in, let's say, the United States, if we stop agreeing with that, and change what we're planting, I believe we can affect it, because everything is affected through what we believe and what we say. And if we pray in faith, I believe we can change things.
I 100% agree. No doubt about it. All right, so Flavor Family, let's go to AnnetteCaps.com, AnnetteCaps.com. When you get there, you can find the resources. They've also done a really great thing for us where it's AnnetteCaps.com/quantum faith, so it takes you right to the book as well. But if you can't remember the /quantum faith, you can go to Annette Caps, and then you can go to books and resources. When you click on books and resources, you're going to be able to find learn more on the left-hand side. You click on learn more, and you'll see books that she has written, which I really want to have you back, Annette, to talk about the guidance of the Holy Spirit, because this book was absolutely fabulous. We just didn't have time for it today. But can you talk about quantum faith? And then you also have some trainings that they can get as well. Can you talk about that?
Some trainings?
Yeah, you had a CD that they can also get on quantum faith of some things that you've done interviews with your dad, I think.
Yeah. Well, I have a single CD that I taught on quantum faith, but then I did 3 programs with my dad before he passed on quantum faith, and they're really good. We had a good time. I think they're all 3 available on a DVD and possibly other ways. I don't do this. It could be on an MP3 or it could be a download. I'm not sure. But anyway, it's really good. Dad and I had a great time doing those programs.
We thoroughly enjoyed it. We learned a ton by watching those.
I feel like you've been at this a long time. Your father took a lot of ground that I think a lot of people have been able to draft off of. And it's more needed today than maybe ever before. Our country, it's like everybody is it's possible people can be obese and malnourished, like we have more data and less wisdom than, ever before. And it's like our country and believers especially are malnourished in the words that you guys made available. And I feel like it's like this gem that's so necessary for us right now in this time, in this point in history.
Yeah, I think we need to go back to the basics somehow, and the basics of the Word of God. I think, this is just my opinion, but it almost seems like everybody is living on hyperactivity of doom scrolling. What's the worst thing that's happening in the world? Is the world coming to an end? They're so focused on all this negativity when we really need to focus on the Word of God and what God is doing in the body of Christ in the earth today, and what we as the body of Christ should be doing in this particular time, because as you well know, we are at the end of the age. I mean, we are there, and things are really close. Now, that doesn't, when I say that, people freak out, say the apocalypse, the world's coming to an end. No, the world is not coming to an end. The earth's not even coming to an end, but we are coming to the end of an age where we will go into some things, and then there will be the rule and reign of Jesus Christ. And I think people bump up against the tribulation and the things that happen in the book of Revelation, and they don't go beyond that. And we're going to be here, folks. Everybody thinks we're going to go to heaven and float on a cloud, but no. I mean, we just started our work on here. We're going to finish our work, whether it's before or after Jesus comes and sets up his reign on earth. So anyway, that's just extra. I just threw that in. That's where I'm living right now.
That's a bonus feature. And can I just like blackmail you in front of our audience? Will you please come back again? Will you agree to that here in public in front of everybody, and we have you on record?
I will do that. Yes.
Oh, we would love it. We would absolutely love it. There's so much we want to talk to you about.
You might be one of the hardest guests we've ever tried to get as well.
She's very busy.
Very busy. Like it required the most follow-up, most groveling. So we want to have you back. There's so many things that our audience needs to hear from you.
We love it. I do want to make sure everybody knows again, AnnetteCaps.com. If you go to that website, when you scroll down to the bottom, there's a place you can register for her newsletter. I highly recommend getting the ministry newsletter as well. And then if you've been moved by today and the Lord is saying, hey, give to this ministry, you can also give in the top right-hand corner as well. So, Annette, thank you so much for your time. We have loved every second of this. It went so fast.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
Do your feet ache and throb in pain with every step you take every day of your life? Kiss those days goodbye with slippers from MyPillow.com. How about that flimsy, flat little excuse for a pillow that's nothing but 8 hours of disappointment, causing you pain in your neck every single night? You can wake up with nothing but butterflies and rainbows around your head with a MyPillow pillow. Those hardwood floors hurting your old bones? No more with the MyPillow dog bed. Are your towels worn thin, flimsy, more patchy than Joe Biden's memory? There's nothing better than absorbent towels from MyPillow.com. For all of these products and more, go to MyPillow.com, use promo code FLYOVER for up to 66% off.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it'd probably only get you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
All right, Flavor family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order from MyPillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some MyPillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.